Chapter 1: The Bar Incident and the Knocking of Fate. The nights in Shanghai are steeped in neon lights and desire. Inside the Bund 1 bar, deafening electronic music pounded like a tangible shockwave, assaulting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Dazzling laser beams cut through the pervasive smoke and perfume scent, while undulating bodies on the dance floor, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, outlined the most primal restlessness of this urban night. Chen Yang carried a heavy metal tray, nimbly weaving through the crowded booths and excited crowd. He wore a faded black waiter's vest over a simple white shirt, standing out starkly from the other guests dressed in luxury brands, their wrists gleaming with expensive watches. "Sir, here is your ace of spades. Please enjoy." "Miss, would you like me to open the fruit platter you ordered?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, and he wore a standardized, slightly aloof smile. This part-time job at a top bar in Shanghai paid well per hour and was a vital pillar for him to support his university life in this money-devouring city. The surrounding noise contrasted sharply with his inner peace. Most of his classmates thought he was just an academic high achiever from an ordinary family. No one knew that every weekend night, he would be here, playing another role. "Hey, Chen Yang, send another case of beer over to booth A08, the best brand." The supervisor's slightly hurried voice came through the headset. "Received." Chen Yang replied and turned to walk towards the beverage area. Booth A08 is one of the best spots in the bar, usually reserved by the most extravagant customers. As he approached carrying a case of expensive imported beer, his gaze casually swept over the crowd in the booth, and then, his eyes froze instantly. Surrounded by several well-dressed men and women, was none other than Yi Qingya, the campus belle of Shanghai University, known to everyone. Even in the dimly lit, chaotic bar, Yi Qingya shone like a pearl covered in dust, her brilliance undeniable. She wore a simple champagne-colored halter neck dress, her long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, her profile as delicate as a lady in an ancient painting. But now, her brows were slightly furrowed, she held a barely touched cocktail, her eyes somewhat vacant, making her stand out starkly from her excitedly chatting companions. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Yi Qingya, a fellow student in the finance department, was the unattainable white moonlight of countless boys' dreams. Chen Yang naturally harbored a hazy, adolescent affection for her, but that was all. Although they were in the same department, they had almost never interacted. He only knew that she came from an extremely wealthy family, a true heiress. He quickly composed himself, skillfully opened the beer, arranged the glasses, and poured the beer into the chilled draft beer glass. The foam was dense, and he had a perfect grasp of the proportions. "Please enjoy your meal," he said softly, preparing to turn and leave. Just then, a young man wearing a Givenchy t-shirt and with slick back hair, who was probably a bit drunk, put his arm around Yi Qingya's shoulder and said in a drunken voice, "Qingya, don't be so serious when you're out having fun. Come on, have a drink with me." Yi Qingya's body stiffened visibly, and she tried to break free, but the man held her even tighter, almost bringing the wineglass to her lips. "Brother Zhao, I really can't drink anymore." Yi Qingya's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible resistance and helplessness. "Hey, are you not going to give me any face?" The man called Brother Zhao's face darkened. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Chen Yang stopped in his tracks. He didn't intend to play the hero, and he knew the consequences of meddling in things like this. But seeing the helplessness flash in Yi Qingya's clear eyes, something deep within him was touched. He took a deep breath, turned around, his professional smile still on his face, but his tone left no room for doubt. "Sir, this lady doesn't seem to be feeling well. Does she need any help?" Brother Zhao glanced at Chen Yang sideways, noticed his waiter vest, and sneered, "Where did this waiter come from? Get out of here, this is none of your business." Chen Yang didn't move, but calmly looked at him and repeated, "Sir, please don't make things difficult for our guest." Perhaps it was Chen Yang's overly calm demeanor, or perhaps the other companions felt it was a bit too much, but someone started to smooth things over. All right, Brother Zhao, if Qingya doesn't want a drink, that's fine, we'll just play by ourselves." Feeling humiliated, Brother Zhao suddenly stood up, pointed at Chen Yang's nose, and yelled, "You son of a bitch." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Qingya, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. Perhaps it was because she stood up too abruptly, or perhaps the effects of the alcohol she had drunk earlier were kicking in, but she swayed and her face turned pale instantly. Chen Yang subconsciously took a step forward and reached out to help him. Yi Qingya instinctively grabbed his arm, her fingertips icy cold. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom." Her voice was weak as she broke free from Brother Zhao and almost staggered as she ran towards the restroom. Brother Zhao glared at Chen Yang and sat back down dejectedly. As Chen Yang watched Yi Qingya's departing figure, a strange sense of worry flashed through his mind. However, the supervisor's urging voice rang out again through his earpiece, so he could only suppress his doubts and continue to immerse himself in his busy work. For the next month or so, Chen Yang's life returned to normal. He went to class, the library, and worked part-time, a routine he followed daily. The little incident at the bar that night, like a pebble thrown into a lake, faded quickly under the weight of his heavy studies and life pressures. Even today. On Saturday afternoon, sunlight streamed through the dormitory windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Chen Yang had just returned to his dormitory after finishing his morning part-time job and was preparing to pack his things to go to the library when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" he asked casually as he packed his school bag. There was no response from outside the door. Chen Yang was a little confused, so he went over and opened the door. The person standing at the door made him freeze in place. It is Yi Qingya. She wore a simple white dress with a beige cardigan over it, her face paler than when she'd seen her at the bar that night, even looking somewhat haggard. Her usually bright and captivating eyes were now filled with complex emotions: unease, struggle, and a hint of resolute determination. How did she find this place? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition quietly spread. Yi Qingya? Chen Yang asked hesitantly, "You want to see me about something?" Yi Qingya didn't speak, but simply looked at him quietly, her eyes seeming to see into the depths of his soul. Her hands gripped the small bag slung in front of her tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Occasionally, students passing by in the corridor cast curious and surprised glances. The fact that the school beauty, Yi Qingya, was standing at the entrance of the boys' dormitory was enough to attract attention. Chen Yang felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, so he turned slightly to the side and said, "Why don't you come in and sit down?" "No need." Yi Qingya finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, carrying an unusual calm that seemed to suppress a massive storm. She paused, as if using all her strength, before saying each word clearly. "Chen Yang, I'm pregnant." Boom! Those 5 short words were like 5 thunderbolts, exploding in Chen Yang's mind. He froze on the spot, his mind went blank, his ears were ringing, and he could hardly think. Is she pregnant? How could this be? He and Yi Qingya. A blurry, chaotic image flashed through his mind that night at the bar. He seemed to have encountered Yi Qingya again, vomiting outside the restroom and barely able to stand. He seemed to have helped her up? Then his memory became fragmented, leaving only ambiguous images and indescribable feelings. That night, he had been covering for a colleague and had also drunk a little, so he couldn't remember many things. Could it be a single shot that kills? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He looked at Yi Qingya, whose face was pale. Her eyes, which were once as clear as autumn water, were now shrouded in a layer of mist. She stubbornly refused to let the tears fall, but she looked even more vulnerable. A wave of shock, bewilderment, a sense of absurdity, and a touch of anger at being mocked by fate overwhelmed him. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a sound. At the very moment when this utter chaos and helplessness reached their peak. Ding! Confirmation of host bloodline continuation detected. The activation conditions for the strongest offspring cultivation system have been met. System is binding, 1%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Welcome, host Chen Yang, to the path of the all-powerful king. A cold, mechanical, yet incredibly clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. Chen Yang's eyes widened suddenly, almost thinking he was hallucinating due to overstimulation. But then, a light blue virtual screen with a futuristic feel suddenly appeared directly in front of him, displaying several lines of text clearly. Host, Chen Yang. Physical fitness, 710 for average adults. Mental state, 910 for average adults. Skills, none. Title, none. Current task, take on the responsibilities of a father. Please provide a responsible response to Yi Qingya within 10 seconds. Task reward, a new player gift pack. Countdown, 987. A system? It really is a system? Chen Yang's heart pounded wildly, and his blood seemed to rush to his head. As a young man who spent years immersed in various online novels, he understood all too well what the word system meant. This is a magic weapon in a desperate situation, an opportunity to defy fate. And the trigger for all of this was... Yi Qingya was pregnant? The countdown was ticking away, each second like a drumbeat striking his nerves. Looking at Yi Qingya, whose eyes had gradually dimmed and even showed a hint of despair because of his long silence, all his confusion and helplessness were replaced by an unprecedented clarity and strength that welled up from the bottom of his heart. Regardless of the past or the future, he must step forward at this moment. As the countdown was about to reach 0, Chun Yang took a deep breath, his gaze no longer wavering, and firmly met Yi Qingya's tearful eyes, speaking in a clear and steady voice. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 2: Extraordinary Brainpower and Max-Level Culinary Skills. Don't be afraid, I'm here. These 4 simple words seemed to possess a strange magic, causing Yi Qingya's heartstrings, which had been taut to the point of breaking, to suddenly relax. She looked up in astonishment at Chun Yang. The Chun Yang before me seemed completely different from the shocked and bewildered boy from just seconds before. His eyes were no longer filled with confusion and panic, but instead held a reassuring calm and determination. Those eyes, which had previously been just clear and bright, were now so deep that they seemed to contain a starry sky, carrying an indescribable insight. He is really different now. Yi Qingya didn't know why she had such a thought. Perhaps it was the illusion of grasping at a straw in a desperate situation, but she did draw a faint but real strength from those 4 simple words. At the same time, the cold system notification sounded again in Chen Yang's mind. Mission complete. Reward: a newbie gift pack has been sent to your system space. Please check. On the pale blue screen in the field of vision, a treasure chest icon flashing with golden light is jumping. Chen Yang suppressed the urge to immediately open the gift package. He knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the situation at hand. The dormitory corridor was definitely not a place to talk, and more eyes were already focused there. It's not convenient here, Chen Yang said in a low but clear voice. Can we find a quiet place to talk? Yi Qingya looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded gently. Chen Yang quickly went back to his dorm to grab a jacket, then left the boys' dormitory with Yi Qingya. Instead of choosing the crowded campus cafe, he headed straight for a relatively quiet park near the back gate of the school. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows on the gravel path. The park was quiet, with only a few elderly people strolling and the occasional bird song. The two sat down on a bench shaded by trees, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. That night, Chun Yang broke the silence first, his voice carrying a hint of apology and inquiry. Did I do something to you afterwards? This was the biggest question lingering in his mind. That memory was so vague, that it felt unreal to him. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly, her hands clenched tightly together, her knuckles turning white. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping, obscuring the emotions in her eyes, her voice barely audible. You don't remember? Chun Yang gave a wry smile and said frankly, to be honest, I covered a colleague's shift that night and drank some alcohol myself, so I don't remember many things after that. I only remember running into you again outside the restroom, and you seemed to be in a bad state. After that, my memory is very confused. If I really did anything to offend you, I apologize. His candor surprised Yi Qingya. She looked up and glanced at him quickly, seeing that his face did indeed show confusion and genuine apology, rather than a rogue trying to shirk responsibility. She bit her lower lip, seemingly struggling to find the right words. It wasn't entirely your fault. I was drunk too. You helped me up and said you'd take me back to school, and then... Her voice trailed off, an unnatural blush rising on her cheeks, making it difficult for her to speak further. But the meaning was clear, both parties shared responsibility for the incident that night, a result of loss of control under the influence of alcohol and a chaotic situation. Chun Yang understood and breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he wasn't a scoundrel who took advantage of others in distress. I understand. He nodded solemnly. In any case, it has already happened. Are you sure? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Yi Qingya took out a folded lab report from her small bag and handed it to Chun Yang. Chen Yang took it and unfolded it. The clear words pregnancy reaction, positive, and the estimated gestational age were like cold evidence, confirming everything. His hands trembled slightly, but quickly steadied themselves. He carefully folded the test results and handed them back to Yi Qingya, looking at her calmly. So, what are your thoughts? Whatever decision you make, I will respect it and take full responsibility for it. He didn't offer any empty promises like I'll take responsibility, but instead placed the choice in Yi Qingya's hands. This made her feel a sense of respect she had never felt before. Yi Qingya fell silent. She had asked herself this question countless times. Abort? She couldn't bring herself to do it, and she was afraid. Give birth? How could she face her family, her studies, and the gaze of everyone around her? She was only 20 years old. Her life seemed to have just begun, yet it had been suddenly splashed with such a heavy and unexpected stroke. Looking at her pale and struggling profile, Chen Yang didn't urge her. He knew how difficult this decision had been. Taking this opportunity, he silently said in his mind, "System, open the newbie gift pack." Ding! New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the passive talent Extraordinary Brain Domain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Active Skill 1. Designated skill has reached the maximum level. The host can choose the skill area. Two warm currents flowed into Chen Yang's body and brain without warning. A beam shot straight towards his head. In an instant, he felt as if his brain was being immersed in cool spring water. Countless previously blurry fragments of memory became crystal clear, and his logical thinking ability began to operate at an unprecedented speed. The subtle sounds, changes in light, and even the movement of dust particles in the air seemed to be slowed down, analyzed, and integrated into the core of his high-speed information processing. It was an indescribable and wondrous experience, as if he had only developed 10% of his brain and had instantly activated 50%, or even more. This is the super brain domain. It's not just about improving memory and calculation abilities, but a comprehensive optimization of cognition and a leap in information processing capabilities. Another warm current was even more peculiar. It resided within his body, seemingly awaiting his command, ready to bestow upon him the pinnacle of a certain skill at any moment. Max level ability. Chen Yang's mind raced. What he needed most right now was money. A stable income. Only with economic independence could he truly be responsible and provide security for Yi Qingya and their future child. Investing in stocks? Requires capital. Writing programs? The money isn't quick enough, and it takes time. Working a job? A drop in the ocean. His gaze inadvertently swept over a small, bustling restaurant outside the park, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Cooking skills. Yes, it's cooking skills. The restaurant market around Shanghai's university town is highly competitive, but as long as you have a unique and delicious dish, you can quickly gain a foothold and accumulate your first pot of gold. Moreover, cooking can also better take care of Yi Qingya during her pregnancy. System, designate skill culinary skills to max level. Command confirmed. Infusing the host with max level culinary skill. Infusion complete. Boom. Another massive influx of information flooded his mind, but unlike the coolness of the extraordinary brain domain, this time it was a wealth of knowledge, skills, and experience about cooking, like an innate instinct, deeply imprinted on his soul. The 8 major cuisines of China, Chinese and Western pastries, knife skills and cooking techniques, seasoning and pairing, ingredient identification, nutrition, principles of medicinal cuisine, countless fields he had never been exposed to before were now thoroughly understood. His fingers could even subconsciously mimic the subtle movements of tossing the wok and chopping vegetables, as if he had been immersed in the world of cooking for decades. All of this sounds like a long story, but in reality, it was just a few short seconds of Chen Yang silently watching Yi Qingya. Just then, Yi Qingya seemed to have finally made up her mind. She raised her head, and although there was still confusion and fear in her eyes, there was a hint of determination. "I want to keep him her." She seemed to have used all her strength to say those words, but her eyes became strangely resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yang met her gaze and nodded solemnly. "Okay, then let's have him her. From today onwards, I will protect you and the child." His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Yi Qingya stared at him blankly, her eyes finally reddening, and tears that had been building up for so long silently streamed down her face. This was the first time she had cried since receiving the news, not out of despair, but because she had found a shoulder to lean on. "But..." Yi Qingya choked back tears. "What should we do? Our studies, and our families." "Leave everything to me," Chen Yang interrupted her, his tone full of confidence. "I'll take care of the money. We can both continue our studies. As for our family, that's a secret for now. When the time is right, I'll face it with you." His confidence wasn't unfounded. It stemmed from the vast ocean of culinary knowledge in his mind and his rapidly functioning, supernatural brain. He had already instantly devised several plans to quickly make money using his culinary skills. "You?" Yi Qingya looked at his determined eyes and for the first time felt genuinely curious about him. Where did this usually unassuming and ordinary boy in class get such confidence and aura? "Trust me." Chen Yang stood up and extended his hand to her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow on him. "Let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat first. You need to replenish your nutrition right now." He didn't make any grand promises or make any unrealistic promises, but his simple and unpretentious concern touched Yi Qingya more deeply than any words could express. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she placed her slightly cool hand into Chun Yang's warm and strong palm. The instant they made contact, the system notification sounded in Chen Yang's mind again. Ding! Long-term main quest triggered, build an all-encompassing business empire to provide the best possible environment for future generations. Current task, earn your first pot of gold 10,000 yuan within 1 week using your own abilities. Task rewards, unlock new skills or system features based on completion rating. 10,000 yuan. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, not feeling any difficulty, but instead feeling his fighting spirit was ignited. Holding Yi Qingya's hand, feeling the slight coolness and trembling of her palm, Chen Yang knew that his life trajectory had been completely changed. From this day forward, he would no longer live for himself. The super all-powerful system has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. His legend will begin with the simplest thing: food is the most important thing, and step by step, it will shake the world. Chapter 3: The First Pot of Gold Between the Kitchen and the Kitchen. Chen Yang took Yi Qingya to a relatively clean and light porridge shop on the back street of the school. With his newly acquired, max-level cooking knowledge, he carefully ordered a yam and pork rib porridge and a few refreshing side dishes for Yi Qingya, and specifically instructed the waiter to cook the porridge for a longer time until it was very soft. Yi Qingya had little appetite, but under Chen Yang's gentle yet unyielding gaze, she forced herself to eat some. After the hot porridge went down, the lingering chill seemed to dissipate somewhat, and a little color returned to her pale face. What are your plans next? Yi Qingya put down her spoon and asked softly. She still felt lost, and placing her hopes on this classmate who had suddenly become a stranger was like a gamble. Chen Yang didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Do you have a place to stay outside of school? The dormitory must be inconvenient." Yi Qingya shook her head. "My family originally bought me an apartment near the school, but I didn't want my family to know, so I didn't move in." I understand. Chen Yang nodded, his extraordinary brain domain rapidly processing feasible solutions. Let us rent a house first. You need a quiet and comfortable environment. Rent a place? Yi Qingya frowned slightly. That requires money, and I'll take care of the money. Chen Yang's tone was calm but full of strength. He glanced at the little over 2,000 yuan he had left in his mobile bank account for living expenses and savings from part-time jobs, his eyes unwavering. Trust me, it will be there soon. His confidence impressed Yi Qingya, who nodded and said nothing more. Using the afternoon, Chen Yang, with his exceptional information processing skills, quickly filtered through several listings on a rental app that met his requirements: safe, quiet, close to the school, and cost-effective. He then took Yi Qingya to inspect each one in person. Ultimately, they settled on a one-bedroom apartment in an older neighborhood not far from the school's back gate. The apartment was small and somewhat old, but it had excellent natural light, was clean and tidy, and importantly, the landlord agreed to a short-term rental with a deposit and payment of 1 month's rent in advance. After paying almost all of his savings for rent, Chen Yang had only a little over 500 yuan left. This was all the startup capital they had. In the evening, after comforting Yi Qingya, who was temporarily housed in a rented room, to sleep as the drowsiness of early pregnancy began to appear, Chen Yang went alone to the largest fresh food wholesale market in the vicinity. 500 yuan to buy ingredients and kitchenware, and to set aside at least 2 or 3 days' worth of living expenses is simply an impossible task. But Chen Yang, possessing maximum culinary skills and extraordinary brainpower, had a sharp glint in his eyes. He walked through the noisy and chaotic market like a seasoned hunter. Extraordinary brainpower allows him to instantly analyze the freshness and price markups of ingredients at various stalls. Maximum culinary skills endows him with an extraordinary ability to identify ingredients, knowing exactly which scraps offer the best value and which seemingly ordinary ingredients have great potential. He didn't touch the expensive meats and seafood, but went straight to the area selling pastries and seasonings. "Boss, how much is the high-gluten flour? Give me 2 packets of this domestically produced yeast powder. Pork fat? Do you have any cheaper scraps? I need a little bit of each of these: scallions, ginger, and garlic." He speaks quickly, has a clear goal, and bargains precisely. He can often pinpoint the subtle flaws in the ingredients, forcing the stall owner to sell to him at near cost price. At the same time, he also managed to acquire a slightly used, thick-bottomed iron pot and a small portable gas stove at extremely low prices. He managed to get them from a stall that was about to close down through persistent haggling. In the end, he used 300 yuan to buy flour, yeast, lard, scallions, eggs, and various basic seasonings, as well as that crucial set of equipment. It was already dark when they returned to the rented room. Yi Qingya was still asleep, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she wasn't sleeping soundly. Chen Yang didn't disturb her and quietly began preparing the dishes in the small kitchen. He didn't choose complicated dishes, but instead set his sights on the most ordinary, yet most challenging, dish: pan-fried buns. Shanghai's pan-fried buns are renowned, and the area around the university town is lined with shops, leading to fierce competition. But Chen Yang is confident that his max-level pan-fried buns will be a game-changer. Kneading the dough, fermenting, preparing the filling, every step, aided by his masterful culinary skills, reached near perfection. The ratio of flour to water was precise to the gram, and the force and rhythm of kneading the dough embodied his newly grasped gentle strength, resulting in dough of ultimate suppleness and smoothness. The translucent aspic made from rendered pork fat was mixed with carefully seasoned minced meat. He cleverly combined scraps of pork foreleg meat with a small amount of pork belly fat to achieve a perfect balance of lean and fat, minimizing costs, and refrigerated for later use. His movements were fluid and efficient, without the slightest waste, as if he were not cooking, but engaging in a meticulous artistic creation. Even the time it took for the dough to rise was used to prepare the scallion and ginger water and the final frying preparations. At 4 a.m, when Yi Qingya was awakened by a strange and rich fragrance, she walked groggily to the kitchen door in her pajamas and saw this scene. Wearing a newly bought, inexpensive apron, Chen Yang's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as he intently stared at the thick-bottomed black iron pan. Inside, dozens of plump, white pan-fried buns were arranged closely together, their bottoms turning an enticing golden brown from the heat of the oil and fire. He skillfully sprinkled in chopped scallions and sesame seeds, poured in a little water, and instantly, with a sizzling sound, a burst of even more steam, mixed with an indescribable aroma of caramelized meat and dough, filled the small space. This aroma is so overpowering. Since becoming pregnant, Yi Qingya had had a poor appetite and even felt a bit averse to the smell of cooking oil. But at this moment, the rich aroma was like an invisible hand gently scratching her stomach, stirring up her long-lost hunger. Chen Yang noticed the movement behind him, turned around, and saw Yi Qingya with sleepy eyes. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Awake? Perfect timing, the first batch is ready, have a taste. He carefully scooped the pan-fried buns out with a spatula and placed them bottom up on a white porcelain plate. The golden, crispy bottom looked incredibly appetizing. Yi Qingya hesitated before taking the chopsticks Chen Yang handed her, picked up a piece, carefully blew on it, and then took a small bite. A very slight cracking sound came from the base plate breaking. Immediately afterwards, the piping hot and delicious broth flooded my mouth, mixing with the firm and chewy meat filling in the soft and delicious dough, and ultimate umami flavor exploded on my taste buds. The broth was clear and not greasy, the meat filling was fresh, fragrant and tender, the bottom was crispy and fragrant, and the dough was fluffy and absorbed the broth. Every texture and every flavor achieved a perfect balance, any more would be greasy, any less would be bland. Yi Qingya's eyes widened instantly. Ignoring the heat, she ate 2 more in a row before letting out a satisfied sigh, a blush rising on her pale cheeks. It's so delicious, she exclaimed sincerely, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Chen Yang. I've never eaten such delicious pan-fried buns before. Chen Yang smiled, confident in his work. It wasn't just due to his maximum cooking skill, his extraordinary brain also played a crucial role in precisely controlling the heat and calculating the optimal cooking time. Eat more if you like it, there's still some left in the pot. Chen Yang packed the remaining pan-fried buns into a thermal box. I have to go out now, to catch the early market. Where are you going? Yi Qingya asked instinctively. To make money. Chen Yang picked up the insulated box and portable stove, his eyes bright and determined. Our first pot of gold will start with this pan-fried bun. At 6 o'clock in the morning, at an intersection near the university town in Shanghai. Chen Yang chose a spot that wasn't the most conspicuous, but had good foot traffic, and set up his simple stall. He didn't have a sign, just a handwritten cardboard sign next to him, secret recipe pan-fried buns, 10 yuan for 4. This price isn't cheap for the area around the university town, but it's not outrageous either. At first, pedestrians hurried by, and no one paid any attention. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry, he simply lifted the pot lid slightly. In an instant, the domineering aroma, a blend of meat, caramel, and flour, seemed to come alive, drifting precisely on the morning breeze to every passerby. An elderly man returning from his morning exercise sniffed and stopped. 2 students carrying backpacks, on their way to study, looked over, drawn by the scent. Even a white-collar worker rushing around couldn't help but slow down. Young man, your pan-fried buns smell delicious. Have a serving. The old man was the first to come over. Okay, just a moment, I'll fry a pot of fresh ones for you right away. Chen Yang replied, and began to work quickly. As a fresh batch of pan-fried buns sizzled enticingly in the oil, releasing an even stronger aroma, several people had already gathered around the stall. As soon as the first batch came out of the oven, the old man couldn't wait to try one. He immediately gave it a thumbs up. Delicious. Crispy bottom, juicy, and the meat filling is fresh. Young man, your skills are really good. Give me another one to go. After the first positive review, others followed suit. Give me one. I want two. It smells so good. I want to try some too. Chen Yang remained calm and organized despite his busy schedule. His extraordinary brain domain allowed him to handle multiple tasks simultaneously, including taking orders, collecting money, and controlling the fire. His maximum culinary skill ensured that the quality of every batch of pan-fried buns remained consistently at its peak. The pan-fried buns in the insulated box were disappearing at an alarming rate. The 200 buns we brought sold out in just over an hour during the morning market's peak hours. Those who arrived later could only smell the lingering aroma in the air, and left regretfully after seeing the empty pot. Young man, are you coming again tomorrow? Someone who hadn't managed to buy any couldn't help but ask. Come on. Chen Yang answered confidently as he packed his things. After packing up his stall, Chen Yang walked to a quiet corner and took out his phone to check the payment records. Although he already knew the numbers, his heart still couldn't help but race when he saw the number on the screen. Total income, 1,250 yuan. After deducting costs of less than 300 yuan, the net profit was close to 1,000 yuan. And this was the result of just one morning, less than 2 hours. More importantly, he clearly heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Stage task: earn your first pot of gold 10,000 yuan within a week, completion rate 10%. Please keep up the good work. Feeling the weight of his phone in his pocket and the system's approval in his mind, Chen Yang took a deep breath of the cool morning air, his eyes sparkling with confidence. The first step has been taken firmly. The aroma rising from the stove is not only enticing, but also the first ray of dawn on his path to becoming the all-powerful king. Chapter 4: The Quietly Growing Feelings. The morning sunlight streamed through the old glass windows, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the greasy cement floor. Chen Yang squatted down, carefully counting the scattered banknotes and coins. The electronic payment record on his phone screen perfectly matched the cash amount. 1,250 yuan. For Chen Yang in the past, this amount of money might have taken him several nights carrying heavy trays through bars to earn. But now, in just 2 hours, he had it in his hands, thanks to pot after pot of plump, fragrant pan-fried buns. The profit was nearly 1,000 yuan. This is not just money, it is hope, a cornerstone, and a real 10% on the system task progress bar. A surge of burning sense of accomplishment welled up in his chest, dispelling the gloom and pressure of the past few days. He carefully put the money away, keeping only a small amount as his initial purchases for the day. Standing up, he felt a slight fatigue from standing and focusing on cooking for so long, yet his mind was in a state of high alert. The energy-restoring effects of supernatural brain domain seemed to be slowly appearing. When Chen Yang returned to the rented apartment, it was not yet 8 in the morning. He quietly opened the door and found Yi Qingya already awake, sitting on the old sofa in the living room, gazing out the window in a daze. The morning light outlined the soft contours of her face, giving her a fragile beauty. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, her eyes showing a hint of barely perceptible concern and inquiry. "You're back?" Her voice was still hoarse from just waking up. Chen Yang put on a relaxed smile and placed the hot soy milk and steamed buns he had bought on the small coffee table. "Have some breakfast. I bought them at the street corner. They should taste all right." He didn't mention that he had already made more than 1,000 yuan from pan-fried buns. Now was not the time. Yi Qingya glanced at the ordinary steamed buns and soy milk, then recalled the bowl of pan-fried dumplings that had made her mouth water in the early morning. Her appetite seemed to be whetted again, but she simply nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." Chen Yang went to the kitchen to quickly rinse off. When he came out, he saw Yi Qingya eating a steamed bun in small bites. Her posture was still elegant, but the faint sorrow between her brows stirred something in his heart. "How are you feeling today? Is there anything else that's bothering you?" He sat down on the small stool opposite her and asked naturally. Yi Qingya paused, then shook her head. "I'm all right, just a little weak." She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Did you have things go smoothly when you went out this morning?" "It went smoothly," Chen Yang said succinctly, giving her a reassuring look. "It's even better than I expected. So don't worry about the money. Your task now is to take good care of yourself and the baby. His words were calm yet powerful, carrying a convincing strength. Yi Qingya looked at him. Sunlight fell on his young face, which already revealed resolute features, and his eyes were exceptionally bright, as if they could see into people's hearts. For the first time, she realized that this seemingly ordinary male classmate possessed a composure and sense of responsibility far beyond his years. The taut string in my heart seems to have relaxed a little bit. I want to go back to school, Yi Qingya suddenly said. I still have some classes to attend, and I also have some things to take from my dorm. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Yi Qingya's appearance was already quite eye-catching, and her prolonged absence from class would indeed arouse suspicion. His extraordinary brain domain quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Okay, I'll go with you, he decided. But we should go a little later, to avoid the morning rush hour. Your current physical condition isn't suitable for crowds. His considerations were thorough and meticulous, and Yi Qingya did not object. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yang accompanied Yi Qingya back to Shanghai University. Walking along the familiar tree-lined path, surrounded by energetic and hurried students, a subtle atmosphere of incongruity permeated the two of them, making them feel out of place with their surroundings. Yi Qingya remained the most eye-catching school beauty, but with Chen Yang by her side, she attracted many curious and inquisitive glances. Chen Yang could sense the scrutiny, doubt, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy in those gazes. However, his expression remained unchanged. He simply slowed his pace slightly, subtly protecting Yi Qingya from being bumped into by pedestrians. After dropping Yi Qingya off at the teaching building, Chen Yang whispered, "Go to class, I'm going to the library to look up some information. Text me after class, and I'll come pick you up." Yi Qingya nodded. For the first time, she didn't feel that this arrangement was restrictive. Instead, she felt a sense of security and protection. Watching Yi Qingya walk into the teaching building, Chen Yang turned and headed towards the library. He wasn't really going to look up ordinary information. He needed a quiet environment to plan his next steps and study the system. Sitting down in a corner of the library, Chen Yang closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into his mind. The light blue system interface reappeared. Host, Chen Yang. Constitution, 7 plus 0.1 light exertion increases basal metabolism. Mental state, 9 stable. Skill, max level cooking. Title, none. Current task, build an all-encompassing business empire. Long-term stage task, earn your first pot of gold 10,000 renminbi within 1 week, completion rate 10%. System function, to be unlocked. There was a plus 0.1 after constitution? Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, then realized that this must be a slight boost from the intense labor he had done that morning. It seemed that the system's improvements didn't solely depend on task rewards. Personal training could also play a role. His attention was focused on the line system function, to be unlocked. With a slight thought, he tried to interact with it. A message appeared: upon reaching 50% completion of this stage's task, you can unlock either the system shop or the skill enhancement feature. Choose one. System shop. Skill enhancement. Chen Yang's heart warmed. This meant that, in addition to mission rewards, he would have a more stable way to acquire abilities and resources. The goal of 10,000 yuan instantly became incredibly clear and urgent. Exiting the system interface, Chen Yang began to use his extraordinary brain domain to plan his pan-fried bun business. Site selection, optimization of the food supply chain, production increase, potential troubles such as urban management officers, competitors, countless pieces of information intertwined, were analyzed and deduced in his mind, forming clear execution paths. Time flew by as he focused intently. Only when his phone vibrated, sending a message that Yi Qingya had finished class, did he snap out of his highly efficient computing state. When I picked up Yi Qingya, she looked better, perhaps because she was back in familiar surroundings and her mood had eased a bit. I want to go to the bookstore, Yi Qingya said, to buy some related books. Chen Yang understood what she meant, felt a slight pang of sadness, and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll go with you." In the largest bookstore near the school, Yi Qingya stopped in the pregnancy and childcare section. Her slender fingers traced the warm covers of the books, her expression focused and complex, carrying a hint of bewilderment and solemnity as a new mother. Chen Yang didn't disturb her, but simply stayed a short distance away. His gaze also swept over the bookshelf, those books about investment, business, and management. In the past, he might have found them obscure and difficult to understand, but now, with the support of the extraordinary brain domain, he could quickly understand and memorize the core viewpoints and logical frameworks by simply flipping through a few pages. Just then, he overheard 2 men in suits, who looked like finance professionals, talking quietly in the break room. Xuanyo Technology's financial report this time is too good, far exceeding market expectations. It will definitely hit the daily limit up at the open, and you won't be able to buy in. Yes, it's a pity we didn't get the news beforehand, otherwise we would have made a fortune by planning ahead. I heard they have another major collaboration to announce next week. This hype should last for a few days. Xuanyo Technology? Better than expected financial results? Major collaboration? These keywords, like pebbles thrown into a lake, instantly created ripples in Chen Yang's extraordinary brain domain. He immediately went to the nearby computer search area and quickly searched for the latest news about Xuanyo Technology. Public information shows that this company, whose main business is mobile game development, has had a mediocre performance in recent years, with its stock price remaining low for a long time. However, combining the fragmented information he had just heard with the analysis, integration, and deduction of scattered financial news by supernatural brain domain, Chen Yang quickly formed a clear judgment. This is a high-quality stock that is currently undervalued by the market and is about to experience a short-term surge. Although his entire net worth is not enough to buy even one lot 100 shares, this discovery has undoubtedly opened a new door for him financial investment. Maximum culinary skills can solve the problem of initial capital accumulation, but if you want to quickly build a business empire, capital operation is undoubtedly the only way. This accidentally obtained information, combined with his current analytical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, seems to foreshadow his future path. What are you looking at? Yi Qingya asked softly as she walked over after selecting 2 books. Chen Yang closed the web page without making a sound, turned around, and saw that she was holding the Sears Pregnancy Encyclopedia and Maternal Nutrition Diet in her hands, and felt a slight warmth in his heart. It's nothing, just browsing. He naturally took the book from her hand. Have you chosen? Let's go pay. When it came time to pay, Chen Yang didn't hesitate at all. Watching him hand over the banknotes, still warm from his body, Yi Qingya's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a barely audible thank you. She knew that Chen Yang was earning every penny he had with difficulty. On the way back, the two walked side by side, the setting sun casting long shadows. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, bringing the warm air of an early summer evening. Chen Yang, Yi Qingya suddenly called softly. Thank you, for not running away. Her voice was soft, but it reached Chen Yang's ears clearly. Chen Yang didn't stop walking, his gaze fixed on the bustling street ahead, his voice steady and firm. This is what I should do. Moreover, this might not be a trouble, but a special gift from fate. Yi Qingya turned her head to look at his resolute profile, the setting sun casting a warm golden glow upon him. At that moment, her frozen heart seemed to have a small pebble thrown in, creating subtle yet undeniable ripples. A feeling that transcends responsibility and helplessness, called trust, or even something more complex, is quietly growing. The system notification didn't sound in Chen Yang's mind, but he knew that some things were more important than completing the mission. His path to omnipotence, besides wealth and power, seemed to be beginning to carry some warmer burdens. Chapter 5: The First Signs of Undercurrents and the Taste of Home. Over the next few days, Chen Yang's life entered a fixed pattern of high-speed operation. At 3 a.m, while the city was still deep in its sleep, he quietly got up and began preparing in the cramped kitchen. His maximum culinary skill made every movement precise and efficient. Kneading the dough, preparing the filling, and wrapping the buns were all done in one smooth motion. His extraordinary brain acted like a sophisticated central processing unit, coordinating the time and optimizing the process to ensure that he could prepare a sufficient number of pan-fried buns before the first wave of diners arrived. His stall remains at the same intersection of the morning market, without a sign, yet it has earned a reputation. That young man selling pan-fried buns has become a topic of conversation among many early risers and office workers in the neighborhood. His pan-fried buns are known for their crispy bottoms, rich but not greasy broth, tender and springy meat filling, and fluffy, juicy dough, which has almost become a guarantee of quality. 200, 300, the quantity is slowly increasing every day, but they always sell out in just over an hour. Some people even drive from a bit further away just for this one. Profits also steadily increased. On the second day, the net profit was 1,200 yuan. On the third day, 1,500 yuan. By the time he closed up shop on the fourth day, Chen Yang calculated the balance in cash on his phone. After deducting necessary expenses and the living expenses he left for Yi Qingya, the funds he had available had exceeded 5,000 yuan. The completion rate of the system tasks also jumped to 50%. Ding! Stage task: earn your first pot of gold 10,000 yuan within a week. Completion 50%. Congratulations, host, You have achieved your stage goal. Please select the system function to unlock a system shop beat skill enhancement. When the notification sounded in his mind, Chen Yang had just finished cleaning the stove and was drying his hands with a towel. He paused slightly as his consciousness sank into the system interface. The two options flickered with a faint light. System shop can be unlocked using points earned from missions or specific achievements, and can be exchanged for skills, knowledge, and items from all realms. Note: current world currency cannot be directly exchanged for points. Skill enhancement: consume mental energy or specific energy to deeply enhance existing skills or generate branch abilities. Without much hesitation, Chen Yang chose the system shop. Skill enhancement is certainly tempting, but maximum cooking skill is perfectly adequate for now. The system shop, however, represents limitless possibilities and information asymmetry. Although he currently has no points, and most areas of the shop list are grayed out and unlocked, just the small selection of previewable items is enough to make his heart race. Beginner energy potion recipe requires 100 points, basic combat mastery requires 500 points, 24-hour stock market trend chart random requires 1000 points. Once acquired, these items will be a powerful asset in building his business empire and dealing with potential crises. The way to earn points is clearly related to completing tasks and achieving accomplishments. This further solidified his determination to quickly complete this first phase of the task. It seems that just selling pan-fried buns isn't fast enough. Chen Yang muttered to himself, as an even bolder plan took shape in his mind. That afternoon, Chen Yang didn't go straight back to his rented apartment to catch up on sleep as usual. Instead, he went to the electronics market and used some of his money to buy some second-hand surveillance equipment and a decent router. He was always a little worried about Yi Qingya being home alone, especially given the delicate nature of their relationship and the uncertainty of their future. After installing these, he finally fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. As evening approached, Chen Yang was awakened by a faint noise coming from the kitchen. He was a light sleeper, a habit he had recently developed. He got up and walked to the kitchen doorway. He saw Yi Qingya wearing an apron, standing somewhat awkwardly in front of the stove, something cooking in a pot. She was clearly not very good at housework. Her movements were clumsy, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on her forehead. The afterglow of the setting sun outside the window shone on her, casting a soft halo around her. Her focused yet slightly flustered appearance had shed the aura of a school beauty, but gained a more genuine, down-to-earth quality. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang asked, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. Yi Qingya was startled, almost dropping the spoon in her hand. She turned around, a hint of panic flashing across her face, like a child who had done something wrong. I saw you were too tired, so I wanted to try cooking some porridge." Chen Yang walked over and glanced at the pot. There was a bit too much water. The rice grains were bubbling around, barely recognizable as porridge. Something seemed to gently bump into his heart, and a strange, warm feeling spread through him. "Let me do it." He took the spoon from her hand naturally. "You're going through a special period right now, don't overexert yourself." His approach made Yi Qingya stiffen slightly. She could smell a faint scent emanating from him, a mixture of soapberry fragrance and a hint of cooking oil. She didn't refuse, silently taking a half step back, watching Chen Yang skillfully adjust the heat, adding a little salt and oil, and gently stirring with a spoon. What was originally a thin, watery porridge quickly became thick and smooth under his hands, and the aroma of the rice was fully brought out. "It'll be done soon, go and get some rest," Chen Yang said without turning his head. Yi Qingya didn't leave. She simply leaned against the kitchen doorframe, quietly watching his busy figure. She had witnessed Chen Yang's hard work these past few days. His quiet departure in the early morning, his return in the morning covered in the smell of cooking, his immediate sleep, and then his afternoon back out working. He was fulfilling his promise of "I'm here for you" through his actions. That composure and responsibility, far beyond his years, was like a silent stream, gradually soothing her anxious heart. "Chen Yang," she suddenly asked softly, "why would you do these things? I mean, pan-fried buns." She was always curious how an ordinary college student could possess such amazing culinary skills. Chen Yang paused slightly, stirring the porridge with his ladle. The existence of the system was an absolute core secret, impossible to reveal. He remained silent for a few seconds before answering in a half-serious, half-joking tone, "Maybe. I have some talent. I studied with a master craftsman back in my hometown for a few days before, and I like to ponder things in my spare time. I never thought it would come in handy now." This explanation wasn't perfect, but it was passable. Yi Qingya simply said "oh" and didn't press further. Everyone probably has a side they don't show to others. The porridge was cooked quickly. Chen Yang also stir-fried some light green vegetables and fried 2 eggs. The two sat at a small folding table, eating a simple dinner. The atmosphere was no longer as tense and awkward as it had been in the first few days, but rather more peaceful. I might have to go to the hospital tomorrow, Yi Qingya said softly, putting down her chopsticks. For my first prenatal checkup. Chen Yang stopped picking up food and looked up at her. I'll go with you. No need. Yi Qingya refused almost instinctively, her tone somewhat urgent. I can go by myself. You still need to set up your stall. She was afraid. Afraid of being recognized in a hospital, afraid of seeing Chen Yang's troubled or strange look. Although his performance so far had been impeccable, a trace of uncertainty and self-protection still lingered deep inside her. Seeing the panic and determination in her eyes, Chen Yang understood her concerns. He didn't press her, but simply nodded, okay. Tell me the results as soon as the examination is complete. Call me anytime if anything happens. His understanding and respect relieved Yi Qingya, but a vague sense of loss lingered in her heart. Just then, Chen Yang's phone beeped. It was a text message notification. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a balance notification from the bank. He had previously used some of his earnings, plus his original savings, to raise enough money to buy 100 shares of Xuanyo Technology, and before the market closed yesterday afternoon, he used the securities function in his mobile banking app to buy it all. Just now, the stock market closed. As he predicted using his supernatural brain domain analysis, Xuanyo Technology's better-than-expected financial report caused it to immediately hit the daily limit up upon opening. His investment of a few thousand yuan had yielded a 10% paper profit in just one day. Although the absolute amount is not large, it proves another possibility of his ability. This is faster and has more potential than selling pan-fried dumplings. A barely perceptible smile crept onto the corners of his mouth. All of this was observed by Yi Qingya on the other side. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but she could sense that Chen Yang's restrained confidence and sharpness seemed to have become even more intense. This small rented room is filled with the aroma of pan-fried buns, the subtle fragrance of kanji, and the complex, unspoken feelings that quietly blossom between two young people amidst their predicament. Outside the window, the city lights are just coming on, traffic is bustling, and the immense tide of commerce and unknown challenges surge in the distance. For Chen Yang, however, this was just the beginning. Chapter 6: Silent Protection and the Budding of a Brand. Yi Qingya sat alone in a corner of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology waiting area, clutching her medical record and registration slip tightly in her hand. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of disinfectant, mixed with the low conversations of other pregnant women and the occasional cries of babies, creating an atmosphere that felt both unfamiliar and unsettling to her. She wore a mask and hat, covering most of her overly conspicuous face, but her inner unease was undeniable. Most of the people around her were couples, their husbands carefully supporting her and whispering comforting words that natural intimacy felt like tiny needles, gently pricking her nerves. Her number was called. She took a deep breath and walked into the examination room. The examination process wasn't complicated, but each step made her body stiff. As the cool coupling gel was applied to her lower abdomen and the ultrasound probe gently slid across her abdomen, she held her breath, her eyes fixed on the blurry gray light and shadow on the screen. Do you see that? The doctor's gentle voice came, pointing to a tiny, pulsating dot on the screen. That's the gestational sac, developing well. Over here, you can see the primitive heart tube beating, very strongly. At that moment, Yi Qingya's heart felt as if it had been clenched tightly by an invisible hand, and then suddenly released. The tiny, yet tenacious, flickering dot on the screen, like a spark igniting in the darkness, vividly proclaimed the existence of a life. She was no longer alone, bearing a vague fear, but had become a vessel for life. A mixture of bewilderment, fear, and a strange, indescribable sense of connection surged within her. The baby is healthy, the doctor said, glancing at the report. Didn't your spouse come with you? Yi Qingya lowered her eyelashes, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. He is busy with work. The doctor glanced at her, asked no further questions, and simply gave her some instructions and the time for her next checkup. Holding the test results, Yi Qingya walked out of the hospital. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Standing on the steps, watching people come and go, for the first time, she didn't feel so lost. That little, pulsating dot seemed to give her a faint but real sense of anchoring. She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't call Chen Yang. Instead, she sent a short message: the checkup is over, and the doctor said everything is normal. Almost the instant the message was sent, Chen Yang replied, which surprised her. Received. Great. Don't move at the hospital entrance, I'll send a car to pick you up. A car? Yi Qingya was taken aback. Where did he get a car? A few minutes later, a black ride-hailing car smoothly pulled up in front of her. The driver confirmed the last 4 digits of her phone number and politely asked her to get in. Sitting comfortably in the car, watching the street scenes rushing past the window, Yi Qingya felt a mix of emotions. Chen Yang's thoughtfulness and attentiveness had once again exceeded her expectations. He had even considered that she might be tired from the checkup and need a means of transportation. At this moment, Chen Yang had just finished his morning business. He didn't immediately pack up his stall, but stood by it, seemingly resting, while his extraordinary brain domain was processing information at high speed. In my mind, the pale blue system interface floated. Stage task: earn your first pot of gold 10,000 yuan within 1 week, completion rate 78%. Asset estimate: pan-fried dumpling stall working capital plus food inventory 4,200 yuan stock holdings Xuanyo technology currently at the daily limit up market value 6,600 yuan total 10,800 yuan. The mission objective has actually been exceeded ahead of schedule. His stock market profits came even faster than he anticipated. Today, Xuanyo technology remained strong, hitting its daily limit again shortly after the market opened, increasing his paper assets by another 10%. However, the system only calculated 78% of the completion rate. Chen Yang speculated that the system might have determined that the stocks needed to be sold to achieve a real cash flow, or that it had a more complex accounting method. However, that's no longer important. What's important is that he now possesses the resources to launch the next phase of his plan. His gaze swept over the other breakfast vendors around him, whose businesses were noticeably quieter. He could sense several subtle glances, tinged with scrutiny and a hint of envy. Success breeds envy. His thriving business had already attracted the attention of some of his competitors. Moreover, this roadside stall model was too vulnerable to risk, too heavily influenced by weather and policy changes, and not a sustainable long-term solution. We must brand and materialize it as soon as possible. A clear idea formed in his mind. Instead of resting in the afternoon, Chen Yang got to work. He first went to a newly established startup park on the other side of the university town, which he had inquired about the day before. There were some small shops there catering to university student entrepreneurs, with relatively cheap rents and more lenient policies. With his powerful analytical and communication skills, he quickly identified a small shop that wasn't in the best location but was of suitable size and had a rent within his budget. He reached a preliminary agreement with the park management and paid a small deposit. Next, he contacted several stall owners he had met in the market who had a relatively stable supply of goods. He renegotiated the cooperation price on the grounds that he was about to open a store and needed a stable supply of a large quantity of goods, which further reduced the cost of raw materials. Finally, he sat down at the small table in his rented room, opened his laptop, a second-hand business laptop he had recently bought with his hard-earned money, an essential information processing tool, and began designing the logo and a simple menu. The logo design is simple yet powerful: a round, golden frying pan outline, with an abstract, plump pan-fried dumpling shape at the bottom, and the 4 characters Chenji Shengjian written in vigorous calligraphy next to it. This design combines his aesthetic sense of master chef with his analysis of market acceptance through extraordinary brainpower, resulting in a design that blends traditional charm with modern recognizability. The menu is extremely simple, featuring the supreme pan-fried buns as its main dish, along with only 2 carefully prepared soups and 1 beverage, emphasizing a premium strategy. All of this was completed efficiently before Yi Qingya returned. When Yi Qingya opened the door with the key Chen Yang had given her, she saw Chen Yang staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The setting sun cast its glow on his profile, outlining his focused expression. Hearing the door open, Chen Yang looked up, his face showing undisguised fatigue, but his eyes remained bright. "You're back?" He closed his laptop, stood up, and naturally took the bag from her hand. "How were the test results?" "The doctor said everything is normal." Yi Qingya handed him the report, but her gaze couldn't help but drift towards the closed computer. Chen Yang carefully examined the technical terms and data on the report. Although he couldn't understand the details, the words early intrauterine pregnancy, live fetus brought him a sense of relief. He looked up, met Yi Qingya's questioning gaze, smiled, and offered to explain. "I'm looking at shop spaces. I'm planning to rent a small shop. It's not a long-term solution to always be setting up a stall on the roadside." Yi Qingya was stunned. Opening a shop? So fast? She knew Chen Yang was making money, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly and decisively. "Yes, I've found it. It's in the startup park, and the rent isn't expensive. Chun Yang said calmly, as if he were talking about something trivial. I've also thought of a name, Chen's Pan-Fried Dumplings. Chen's Pan-Fried Dumplings. Yi Qingya silently repeated the name in her heart. Simple, yet carrying a sense of certainty and inheritance. She looked at Chun Yang, a boy her age. While she was still immersed in fear and confusion about the future, he had already clearly planned his path and was moving forward step by step. For the first time, she realized so clearly that Chun Yang's responsibility was not just a verbal promise and care in her life, but a real ability in action to build the future. Well, is there anything I can help you with? She asked almost involuntarily. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. What could she possibly be doing to help? Chen Yang seemed to think about it seriously for a moment, then pointed to the computer. There really is. My aesthetic sense might be a bit too straight male, but could you take a look at the logo and menu color scheme and layout and give me some suggestions? You girls might have a more refined eye. He didn't put heavy financial pressure on her, but instead gave her an easy task that she could participate in. This subtle thoughtfulness warmed Yi Qingya's heart. Okay. She nodded gently. Chen Yang cooked dinner again, preparing 2 light and nutritious dishes and a soup. During the meal, the atmosphere between the two seemed much more relaxed and harmonious, thanks to the small Chen's Pan-Fried Dumplings plan and Yi Qingya's successful first prenatal checkup. A tacit understanding, akin to that of the comrades in arms, was quietly established. Chun Yang watched Yi Qingya sip her soup across from him, his gaze deep. He knew that opening the shop was only the first step. The funds in the stock market needed to find their next target, the magical items in the system shop required points to unlock, and there was also Yi Qingya's family. The road ahead was still fraught with difficulties. But at this moment, in this small rented room, the lights are warm, the food is delicious, and there is someone he needs to protect and a little life that is growing inside him. This feeling isn't bad. It even infused a warm current called home into his cold heart, which was being pushed forward rapidly by the system and reality. Chapter 7: Decisive Measures and the Warmth of Home. Wang, the manager in charge of shop leasing at the startup park, is a middle-aged man in his 40s who is a bit overweight. He is looking at Chun Yang, who has returned, with a troubled expression. Xiao Chun, it's not that I don't want to help you, Manager Wang said, rubbing his hands together, his tone official and dismissive. You've paid the deposit, but the contract hasn't been officially signed yet. The owner of the milk tea shop next door is a chain brand with strong financial backing. They've also got their eye on this location and are willing to pay a higher rent. You see, this puts us in a difficult position. Chun Yang remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he sneered. What chain brand was interested? They clearly saw him as an easy target, a college student, and wanted to raise the price or simply transfer the position to someone who might have paid a bribe. Such tricks were exposed under the analysis of the supernatural brain domain. Manager Wang, Chen Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. The agreement we reached yesterday is a verbal one, and I've already paid a deposit, which is legally binding. If you unilaterally breach the contract, according to the relevant provisions of the contract law, you will need to return double the deposit. Of course, more importantly. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Supervisor Wang. Director Zhang of the Entrepreneurship Park Management Committee just emphasized at the University Student Entrepreneurship Support Conference last week that internal manipulation must be eliminated and the rights and interests of students starting businesses with integrity must be prioritized. Should I call the park's supervision hotline now to inquire how to handle this situation? Or, should I report it directly to Director Zhang's email address? Supervisor Wang's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary student not only knew the law but also had such a clear understanding of the activities and speeches of the park's senior leaders. His mention of Director Zhang and the supervision hotline was clearly a precise attack on his Achilles heel. If this matter escalated, he, as a junior supervisor, would definitely be in deep trouble in order to quell the impact. Oh, Chen, look at you, why are you taking this so seriously? Manager Wang immediately put on a smiling face, his attitude changing completely. I was just joking with you, testing your resolve. A young person with your courage and ability will definitely receive strong support from our park. The contract is already prepared, I'll get it for you to sign right now. He hurriedly took the contract out of the drawer, as if afraid that Chun Yang would change his mind. Chun Yang took the contract and, supernatural brain domain, like a high-speed scanner, reviewed all the terms in a few seconds. After confirming that everything was correct, he neatly signed his name. It's a pleasure working with you, Manager Wang. Chun Yang put away his contract, his tone still calm. I hope there won't be any more tests during the subsequent renovations and move in. No. Everything will be smooth sailing. Manager Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeatedly assured him. Leaving the office in the park, Chen Yang's eyes turned slightly cold. This world, indeed, is where strength and methods reign supreme, no matter where you go. Just a few days ago, he might have felt angry and powerless because of this injustice, but now, possessing a system and extraordinary abilities, he has the confidence to look at these rules as equals, or even look down upon them. In the following days, Chen Yang entered an even more frantic, non-stop work mode. I set up a stall in the morning to sell pan-fried dumplings and build up my cash flow. In the afternoon, he supervised the shop's renovation. He personally designed the renovation plan, prioritizing cost-effectiveness and environmental friendliness in material selection considering Yi Qingya might come, and used his extraordinary brain domain to accurately calculate working hours and materials, eliminating the possibility of the renovation company cutting corners or delaying the project. The small Qinji Xingjian shop visibly transformed into a clean, bright, and minimalist Chinese style. In the evenings, he would use his computer to study stock market trends. With the assistance of Super Brain Domain, his speed of absorbing and understanding financial market information far surpassed that of ordinary people. After Xuanyo Technology hit 3 consecutive daily price limits, he decisively took profits, and his principal more than doubled instantly. He unhesitatingly invested this money in the shop's renovation, equipment purchase, and initial operations. The system notification that the task was completed arrived as expected the instant his stock funds returned to his account. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the stage task. Earn your first pot of gold 10,000 yuan within a week. Final completion rate, 215%. Rating, perfect. Rewards for completing the mission, 100 points, 1 chance to win a prize. Some areas of the system shop are now activated. The host can use points to redeem items. 100 points. 1 chance to win a prize. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He first looked at the system shop. A small section of the previously grayed out area lit up, listing items and abilities that required points to redeem. Basic energy potion recipe, points, 100 requires blueprints and materials to prepare yourself, not considered for now. Mastery of basic fighting skills, points, 500 not enough points. Stock market trend chart for the next 24 hours random, points, 1000 sky high price. Skill experience card, max driving skills 24 hours points, 50 not needed for now. Attribute point +1, points, 200 point expensive, but direct. His gaze eventually settled on a relatively inexpensive and practical option. Precision marketing plans suitable for small catering establishments, points, 80. This is exactly what he needs right now. Qinji Xingjian is unbeatable in taste, but even the best wine needs advertising, especially in a highly competitive environment like a startup park. A professional marketing plan can help him achieve twice the results with half the effort. Redeem a precision marketing plan. Exchange successful. 80 points consumed, 20 points remaining. Relevant project information has been transmitted to the host's brain. A flood of information poured in, including target customer analysis, selection of advertising channels precisely targeting social media groups of white-collar workers in the university town and industrial park, design of opening promotion activities, and even a rudimentary membership management system. The solution was extremely professional and highly feasible. Worth it, Chen Yang thought to himself. He didn't feel bad at spending those 80 points. Then, he activated his lottery draw. A virtual wheel spun rapidly in his mind, finally stopping on a square that was flashing blue light. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill, Energy Recovery Beginner. Energy Recovery Basic slightly increases the host's natural recovery speed of physical and mental energy, enhancing tolerance to fatigue. A warm, soothing energy spread throughout his body, as if every cell had been nourished. Chen Yang could clearly feel that the deep fatigue accumulated from days of travel had been dispelled, and his mind was clearer. This skill is a godsend. It perfectly solved his current problem of severe sleep deprivation. With a generous reward and a refreshed state of mind, Chen Yang returned to his rented apartment. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. He froze the moment he pushed open the door. On the small table in the living room, there were 2 dishes and a soup. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and seaweed and egg drop soup. They were all the simplest home-style dishes, and their appearance was even a bit rough. The eggs were a little overcooked, and the shredded pork was cut unevenly. Yi Qingya was sitting at the table, holding a book on maternal and infant nutrition. When she heard the door open, she looked up, her face showing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. "You're back? Have you eaten?" I tried to make it." Her voice trailed off, as if she lacked confidence in her work. There was still a lingering smell of cooking oil and a faint burnt odor in the kitchen, indicating that the preparation of this dinner had not gone smoothly. Chen Yang looked at the not-so-perfect but clearly thoughtfully prepared meal on the table, and then at Yi Qingya's face, which showed some fatigue. Cooking was obviously a big project for her but was trying to keep calm. The softest part of his heart seemed to be gently touched. This school beauty, who never lifts a finger, is trying hard to adapt to her new role and trying to do something for him. He put down his things, walked to the table, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of shredded green pepper and pork into his mouth. The shredded pork was a bit salty and overcooked, but he chewed it very slowly and attentively. "It's delicious." He looked up at Yi Qingya, his eyes sincere. "Really, it's better than what I make." Yi Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked away in embarrassment. "You're lying." "I know I didn't do well." "I'm not lying to you." Chen Yang tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes again. "It has the taste of home, which I can't make." The taste of home. These words made Yi Qingya's heart tremble. She stared blankly at Chen Yang, who was eating intently with his head down. The light outlined his slightly thin but resolute profile. In recent days, he had visibly lost weight and become darker, but his aura had become increasingly calm and powerful. This temporary, simple rental room, because of these two not-so-delicious dishes, and because of his words "the taste of home," actually brought a sense of comfort and warmth. She silently picked up the bowl and served Chen Yang a bowl of rice as well. The two ate their belated dinner in silence, neither speaking a word. The city outside the window remained bustling, but inside, only the occasional soft clinking of chopsticks against plates and bowls filled the room, along with a silent, warm pulse flowing gently. As Chen Yang ate his meal, feeling the relief brought by the energy recovery skill, he looked at Yi Qingya across from him, who was eating with her head down and taking small bites. On the wasteland of ambition in his heart, a supple vine seemed to be quietly growing. He wants to build more than just a cold, commercial empire. Perhaps, it's still a home that can shelter you from the wind and rain, and where warm lights are always on. Chapter 8: The Uninvited Guest. The opening day of Chenji Shengjian was a sunny Saturday. Compared to the usual quiet weekends, the startup park was unusually quiet today. Even before 10 a.m., the official opening time, a short but steadily growing queue had already formed outside the shop. This was thanks to the precision marketing plan Chen Yang redeemed with 80 points, which had been used extensively in the pre-opening promotion across various campus forums, local food communities, and park work groups. Phrases like "hidden culinary master at Shanghai University," "the amazing pan-fried dumplings you can't buy even while queuing at the campus gate officially open," and "buy one get one free for the first 3 days" successfully piqued the curiosity of many diners. The shop is small, but clean and tidy. The 4 large calligraphic characters "Chenji Shengjian" on the lightwood sign are vigorous and powerful. The glass display window is bright and clean, and you can clearly see Chen Yang, wearing a white chef's hat, working attentively inside. Yi Qingya also arrived. She wore a loose apricot-colored dress with a light-colored knitted cardigan over it, and still wore a mask and hat. She sat quietly in a small corner temporarily set up behind the counter, operating a simple POS system. This was arranged by Chen Yang because he thought she might be bored at home alone, but also wanted to give her some sense of participation so she wouldn't completely isolate herself from society. The work wasn't much, it mainly involved scanning QR codes for payments and handling simple inquiries. She watched the crowd gradually gather at the door, listened to the buzzing discussions outside, her palms slightly sweaty, a little nervous, but mostly feeling a strange sense of participation and a barely perceptible pride. She had witnessed the entire process of this little shop's creation, from nothing to something. At 10 a.m. sharp, Chen Yang personally removed the red silk cloth hanging on the door. "Grand opening," he said loudly, and without any further ceremony, he simply opened the glass door. "Welcome." A quick-witted middle-aged waitress whom Chen Yang calls Aunt Wang, who had been hired in advance, greeted us warmly. The crowd poured in an orderly fashion. The rich, intoxicating aroma of pan-fried dumplings instantly filled the entire space. "Wow! It smells so good. That's the taste. It's even better than when I bought it from a roadside stall. Boss, 4 servings, please." "Oh no, 8 servings. It's a buy one get one free opening promotion." "I'd like 2 servings of supreme pan-fried dumplings, plus 1 serving of Westlake beef soup." The busy work began immediately. Chen Yang stood guard in front of the most important frying pan, activating his maximum cooking skill and energy recovery beginner skills at full power. His movements were dazzlingly fast, placing the buns, drizzling oil, adding water, rotating the pan, sprinkling scallions and sesame seeds. The entire process flowed smoothly, with a unique aesthetic. Simultaneously controlling 3 frying pans, he showed no sign of panic, precisely controlling the heat of each pan-fried bun to its peak. And Wang was responsible for packing, delivering, and maintaining order. Yi Qingya looked at the constantly changing payment amounts on the computer screen, and at Chen Yang's calm and focused figure amidst the bustling atmosphere, her gaze filled with complex emotions. He seemed born for this kind of busyness and challenge. His commanding presence was completely different from the low-key boy he was at school. "Boss lady, how much?" a young girl asked casually as she held up her phone to scan the code. I didn't." Yi Qingya was caught off guard, her face turning red to her ears, thankfully covered by a mask. She looked at Chen Yang in a panic. Just as Chen Yang finished cooking a pot of pan-fried dumplings, he heard the noise, turned around, and met Yi Qingya's pleading eyes. He smiled slightly and said gently to the girl, "She's the cashier, just scan here." The girl paid, glanced at Yi Qingya curiously, and left with the pan-fried buns. Yi Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, but her cheeks still felt hot. The words "boss lady" kept swirling in her mind, bringing a strange flutter to her heart. Business was booming even more than expected. The ingredients were being consumed at an alarming rate. The queue outside wasn't thinning. Instead, the ever-present aroma and the satisfied expressions of the diners attracted even more passers-by. "Boss, your pan-fried buns are amazing. Crispy bottom, juicy filling, and fresh meat filling. I've never had anything this authentic in Shanghai. Boss lady, will you be opening any branches in the future? Could you open one downstairs from our office? Young man, you look quite young. Who taught you this skill? It's amazing." Praises poured in. Chen Yang, busy at work, occasionally responded with a few words, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. His extraordinary brain domain allowed him to focus on recording customer feedback and quickly optimize the food preparation process. However, amidst this bustling activity, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan silently pulled up to the side of the road in the park. The door opened, and a young man of about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit, stepped out. He was tall and handsome, but his brows carried an obvious air of arrogance and coldness. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, instantly locking onto the long queue outside Chenji Xingjian and, through the glass window, the graceful figure sitting behind the counter, whose unique charm was undeniable even with a mask on. The man's face instantly darkened, and he strode towards the shop. He ignored the crowd in line, and the oppressive aura emanating from him made even the surrounding noise subside. He pushed open the glass door and went inside. Jingle. The doorbell rang. Yi Qingya, who was checking the accounts with her head down, subconsciously looked up and said, "Welcome." However, when she saw the person's face clearly, the rest of her voice stopped abruptly. She froze on the spot as if she had been frozen in place, and her eyes, which were exposed outside the mask, were instantly filled with fear and panic. Even Chen Yang, who was busy at work, sensed this unusual aura. He stopped what he was doing and looked up. The man in the suit stared intently at Yi Qingya for a few seconds, as if trying to see through her, before slowly turning his gaze to Chen Yang behind the stove, his eyes cold and filled with undisguised scrutiny and contempt. He ignored all the customers in the store, walked directly to the counter, and spoke in a low voice, but with a condescending and oppressive air. Every word struck Yi Qingya's heart clearly. "Yi Qingya, you've really grown up. Hiding in a place like this, following this steamed bun seller? Your family has been searching high and low for you, do you know that?" Yi Qingya's face turned deathly pale under her mask. Her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and her body trembled slightly, as if she were about to collapse at any moment. Chen Yang put down the spatula, wiped his hands with the towel hanging around his neck, and calmly met the man's cold gaze. He knew that what was coming had finally arrived. Moreover, the visitor is not friendly. Without flinching, he steadily stepped out from behind the stove, standing between Yi Qingya and the man, blocking their suffocating gaze. "Sir," Chen Yang's voice was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of emotion, "I am Chen Yang, the owner of this place. If you are here to patronize, please feel free to queue. If not, please do not disturb my staff and guests." His posture was neither humble nor arrogant, and his eyes were sharp, subtly creating a sense of rivalry with the aura emanating from the man in the suit. The store fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on the sudden confrontation. The man in the suit seemed somewhat surprised by Chen Yang's reaction. He looked Chen Yang up and down, a cold smile playing on his lips. Employees? Ha! I am Yi Qingchen, Yi Qingya's older brother. Now, I'm taking my sister home. Chapter 9, First Glimpse of Talent. The air inside the store seemed to freeze. The diners waiting in line held their breath, their eyes darting back and forth between Chen Yang, Yi Qingya, and the uninvited guest, Yi Qingchen, with curiosity, surprise, and a hint of excitement. Aunt Wang stood awkwardly to the side, wanting to smooth things over, but was intimidated by Yi Qingchen's imposing aura and dared not utter a sound. Yi Qingya's body trembled even more violently. The appearance of her brother, Yi Qingchen, was like tearing open the reality she was desperately trying to escape, laying it bloody and exposed to the sunlight. She lowered her head, not daring to look at her brother, much less at Chen Yang standing in front of her. A huge sense of panic and shame almost overwhelmed her. Go home? Chen Yang repeated the two words, his tone so calm that it revealed neither joy nor anger. Far from backing down because of his identity as Yi Qingya's brother, he stood even more firmly, like an insurmountable barrier protecting Yi Qingya behind him. Go back to which home? How should she go back? Should she go back to face blame and questioning, or other arrangements that she doesn't want to make? His words were sharp and to the point. The extraordinary brain domain instantly analyzed the domineering and controlling nature hidden in Yi Qingchen's words, as well as the fear represented by Yi Qingya's near-collapse reaction. Yi Qingchen's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, the cold light intensifying. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary shop owner, reeking of cooking fumes, to dare to talk back to him so defiantly, and with every word hitting the nail on the head. He was used to people being respectful and even fearful in his presence, and Chen Yang's calm defiance made him feel extremely displeased and offended. This is a family matter for the Yi family. Yi Qingchen's voice was even colder, carrying an unquestionable authority, and it's not your place as an outsider to interfere. Qingya, come here. The last sentence was spoken to Yi Qingya, with a commanding tone. Yi Qingya trembled and subconsciously tried to move her feet. The long-term oppression from her family had made her obedient as a conditioned reflex. But just then, a warm and strong hand gently grasped her cold and slightly trembling hand. It's Chen Yang. He didn't turn around, still facing Yi Qingchen, but the warmth and strength transmitted by that hand acted like a solid dam, instantly blocking the panic that was about to burst. What she needs right now is rest and peace, not interrogation and pressure. Chen Yang held Yi Qingya's hand tightly, his gaze meeting Yi Qingchen's without flinching. Moreover, I believe that no one can force her to do anything before she clearly expresses her wishes, including you, her brother. You! Yi Qingchen's face darkened, his eyes surging with anger. He took a step forward, seemingly trying to forcibly pull Yi Qingya over. The atmosphere inside the store instantly became tense. Elder brother. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, Yi Qingya suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling with tears, yet she shouted out with unusual clarity. She broke free from Chen Yang's hand not to walk towards Yi Qingchen, but to take a step forward and stand shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yang. Although her face was still pale and her body was still trembling, there was a hint of courage in her eyes that she hadn't shown before. I'm not going back. She looked at Yi Qingchen, tears finally streaming down her face, but stubbornly refused to wipe them away. I can't go back now. Yi Qingchen was stunned. He seemed completely unprepared for his usually docile and obedient younger sister to rebel against him so directly. His gaze swept between Yi Qingya and Chen Yang, finally settling on the two standing side by side, and Yi Qingya's slightly different-looking belly, though loose. A terrifying thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. His face instantly turned ashen, his eyes like poison ice spikes, piercing Chen Yang as he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. It's you? The anger and murderous intent contained in those two words made the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. Chen Yang clearly felt this almost tangible hostility. He knew what Yi Qingchen had guessed. At this moment, any explanation or denial would be pale and powerless, even a sign of cowardice. He took a deep breath, and instead of flinching, he took Yi Qingya's hand again, this time with even greater determination. He looked directly into Yi Qingchen's eyes, which were practically spitting fire, and said in a steady tone, each word distinct. It's me. Therefore, I will be responsible for her present and future. There were no flowery words, no humble pleas, only the simplest and most direct declaration. This "it's me" was an acceptance, an acknowledgement, and above all, an unreserved defense of Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya abruptly turned her head to look at Chen Yang. Through her teary eyes, his resolute profile was as firm as a rock. The words, "I will be responsible for her present and future," exploded like a thunderclap in her chaotic heart, dispelling some of her fear and leaving behind an indescribable shock and peace of mind. Yi Qingqian's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged to the extreme. He stared intently at Chen Yang, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his gaze. A poor boy selling pan-fried dumplings, how dare he, how dare he? He suddenly raised his hand, as if he wanted to do something. Mr. Yi, Chen Yang spoke again, interrupting his build-up, this is a business establishment with many customers. I imagine you wouldn't want the Yi family's family affairs to become gossip fodder for others, would you? His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yi Qingqian's head, bringing him back to his senses somewhat from his rage. He looked around indeed, all the diners were craning their necks and listening intently. The Yi family couldn't afford to lose face like this. Yi Qingqian forcibly suppressed his overwhelming anger, his eyes filled with a terrifyingly sinister glint. He gave Chen Yang a deep look, his gaze seemingly saying, I'll remember you, before turning to Yi Qingya, whose face was streaked with tears but whose attitude remained resolute. Fine, very well. Yi Qingqian's voice was icy cold. Yi Qingya, you will regret your choice today. He then looked at Chen Yang, a chilling smile curving his lips, and you, kid. Some responsibilities are not something someone of your status can bear. We'll see. Having said that, he didn't linger for another second. He turned abruptly, exuding a chilling aura, pushed open the shop door, and strode away. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class roared as it sped off and disappeared around the corner. The oppressive feeling vanished abruptly, leaving the store in an eerie silence. Yi Qingya seemed to lose all her strength and swayed slightly. Chen Yang quickly caught her. It's all right, he's gone, Chen Yang comforted her softly, helping her sit back down in the corner chair. Yi Qingya leaned against him, tears streaming silently down her face, tears of lingering fear, of grievance, and of a sense of relief. Chen Yang gently patted her back, but his gaze was fixed on the direction Yi Qingqian had left outside the shop, his eyes deep. He knew this was just the beginning. Yi Qingqian, and the Yi family he represented, would never give up so easily. The peaceful days were likely coming to an end. But he felt no fear whatsoever. Ding! The host has been detected to be facing a strong threat and oppression from real-world forces, triggering a hidden quest, the challenge of power. Mission requirements: within 3 months, establish a business force or personal influence sufficient to command the respect and even fear of the Yi family. Task rewards: depends on completion rate, including but not limited to a large number of points, advanced skill draws, and unlocking system functions. Failure penalty: none, but the host will face full-scale suppression from the Yi family. The system notification sounded at the opportune moment, carrying a hint of cold, menacing tone. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Chen Yang's lips. A challenge to power? That suits me perfectly. He looked down at Yi Qingya, who was gradually stopping crying in his arms, his eyes becoming incredibly gentle, yet containing an iron will. Don't be afraid, he said again, but this time it was heavier and more resolute than ever before. I said I'm here. From now on, no matter who comes, they can't take you away from me. This is not a love confession, but a vow. A man's vows to his woman and future children. Yi Qingya raised her teary eyes and looked at him. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, shining on him as if gilding him with a golden glow. At this moment, all the hesitation and unease in her heart seemed to have found their final destination. Chapter 10: The storm is brewing in masterful driving skills. Yi Qingqian's departure was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, the ripples of which lingered for a long time. Inside Chen's pan-fried dumplings, the previously bustling atmosphere had vanished. The customers were still queuing, but their conversations were much quieter, their eyes frequently glancing at the pale-faced Yi Qingya and the composed Chen Yang in the corner, their expressions filled with speculation and sympathy. Aunt Wang continued packing and selling the dumplings deftly, but her eyes were also filled with worry. Chen Yang patted Yi Qingya's shoulder reassuringly and said in a low voice, "You and Aunt Wang go back to the back lounge for a while. I'll take care of things here." Yi Qingya raised her head, her eyes, still wet with tears, filled with guilt and unease. "I'm sorry, Chen Yang, I've caused you trouble." "Don't talk nonsense." Chen Yang interrupted her, his tone gentle but undeniable. "You didn't cause this trouble, it came to us on its own. We'll face it together." His composure seemed contagious, calming Yi Qingya's panicked heart slightly. She nodded and, accompanied by Aunt Wang, walked into the small restroom partitioned off at the back of the shop. Chen Yang took a deep breath, his face regaining its calm expression, and returned to the frying pan. "Excuse me, everyone, there was a little incident that disturbed your meal," he said loudly to the customers waiting in the store, his voice steady and showing no trace of the fierce conflict he had just experienced. Today, I will add one extra pan-fried dumpling to each order as an apology to everyone. These words immediately livened up the somewhat tense atmosphere in the store. The boss is so generous. It's alright, it's alright. Everyone has their troubles. Boss, who was that guy just now? He was so arrogant. Hurry up, boss, are my pan-fried buns almost ready? I'm so hungry. Customers were very receptive, partly because of the free extra portions, but more importantly because of Chen Yang's attitude in handling the situation, remaining calm and composed, even trying to reassure the customers. This won him a lot of goodwill. While his hands moved non-stop, precisely controlling the heat, Chen Yang occasionally responded to customers' curiosities, cleverly avoiding the core question about Yi Qingya's identity. His extraordinary brain domain allowed him to perfectly multitask, ensuring both the quality of the pan-fried buns and maintaining order and atmosphere in the shop. He knew that Yi Qingqian's appearance meant he had to speed things up. His original methodical accumulation plan needed a more aggressive strategy. The busy work continued until after 2 p.m., when all the prepared ingredients were sold out, and Shen Yang finally put up the "Sold Out Today" sign. After seeing off the last customer and closing the shop door, the world seemed to fall silent instantly. Chen Yang walked to the break room, where Yi Qingya was sitting in a chair, holding a cup of hot water in her hands, her eyes still somewhat vacant. Aunt Wang had already tactfully left for the day. "He my brother, he 1T let this go," Yi Qingya said in a hoarse voice as she saw Chen Yang enter. "The Yi family is more troublesome than you think." She chose her words carefully, her face filled with deep worry. "I know." Chen Yang sat down opposite her, looking at her calmly. "But what I said before always stands. The Yi family is trouble, but you and the child are my responsibility and my motivation." He paused, then continued, "Moreover, we are not without the ability to fight back." Yi Qingya looked at him with a puzzled expression. Chen Yang didn't explain about the system that was his biggest trump card. He simply said, "Chen's pan-fried dumplings is just the beginning. I will build a force that they will have to take seriously as quickly as possible." His confidence was not blind. The system interface floated in his mind. Hidden mission, a challenge to power. In progress. Mission requirements: within 3 months, establish a business force or personal influence sufficient to command the respect and even fear of the Yi family. Remaining time, 89 days and 23 hours. Time is tight, but the goal is clear. Estimated assets: shop fixed assets plus working capital 35,000 yuan, stock market funds already cashed out 15,000 yuan, total 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan in startup capital is a huge sum for an ordinary college student, but it is nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to the enormous Yi family. He needs to make money faster, and he also needs a fulcrum that can quickly leverage resources and influence. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Chen Yang frowned and answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yan?" A slightly anxious male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am, and who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chen. Excuse me for bothering you. I'm Lu, the dispatch manager of Express Designated Driver Company." The other party spoke quickly. "We found you through the platform's emergency contact information. Your friend, Mr. Zhou Lei, who is also one of our designated drivers, just suffered a sudden attack of acute appendicitis on his way to pick up an order and was taken to the hospital." Zhou Lei is Chen Yang's college roommate and one of his best friends. He comes from an average family and usually works as a chauffeur in his spare time to earn some living expenses. Chen Yang's heart tightened. "How is Lei Zi?" "The surgery went smoothly, and he's fine, but he needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days," Manager Lu quickly explained. However, he originally had a very important designated driver order. The client specifically requested an experienced and highly skilled driver to go to Panlongshan Road on the outskirts of the city. Now we can't find a suitable replacement, and the client is very dissatisfied. If we cancel the order, it will greatly damage our company's reputation. Panlongshan Road? Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. That was a notorious hotspot for street racers in Shanghai, known for its many curves, steep slopes, and dangerous, thrilling ride, demanding extremely high driving skills. "So, you're looking for me?" Chen Yang seemed to have guessed something. Before Zhou Lei lost consciousness, he repeatedly said that if he couldn't make it, he would come to you, saying that your driving skills were the best he had ever seen. Manager Lu's tone was pleading. "Mr. Chen, I know this is abrupt, but we really can't afford to offend this client. We can pay 3 times the highest standard fee. As long as you can help us complete this order and save the day." "Driving skills?" Shen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Zhou Lei was probably just bragging, or that his performance in the racing simulator in the dorm was decent and Zhou Lei had exaggerated it. His own driving skills used to be just average for a student. But at this moment, Shen Yang's thoughts sank into the system shop. The 20 points he had earned as a reward for completing the previous stage mission were still lying there quietly. In the shop, the skill trial card, max driving skill 24 hours, required 50 points. He can't afford it. However, just as he was about to refuse, the system notification sounded again. Ding! A special emergency event has been detected, triggering a limited time opportunity mission, the trial of the mountain road. Task requirements: accept chauffeur requests, complete the chauffeur service on Panlongshan Road safely and excellently, and gain the customer's approval. Mission rewards: 50 points, skill trial card, max driving skills permanent. Failure penalty: none. A permanent version of maxed out driving skills. Moreover, completing the task will immediately earn you 50 points, which can be exchanged for the trial card, essentially giving you a permanent skill for free. Opportunities and risks coexist. Panlongshan Road is by no means a safe place, and the client who specifically requested to go there is probably no ordinary person. Shen Yang glanced at the worried Yi Qingya before him, then thought of the ever-watchful Yi Qingchen and the Yi family behind him. He needed power in every sense of the word, including this seemingly unrelated ability that could prove incredibly effective in crucial moments. Without much hesitation, Shen Yang said in a deep voice into the phone, "Send me the address and the client's contact information. I'll take this order." After hanging up the phone, he looked at Yi Qingya and gave her a reassuring look. "A friend has an emergency and needs my help. I'll be back soon. Lock the door, get some rest, and don't overthink it." Although Yi Qingya was worried, she still nodded. Shen Yang quickly tidied himself up, left the shop, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the meeting point sent by Manager Lu. Throughout the journey, he closed his eyes to rest, but his extraordinary brain was frantically accessing and absorbing all knowledge about car driving, road conditions on Panlong Mountain Road, and emergency handling. Although it was only theoretical, the vast information reserve would allow him to adapt and perform more quickly after acquiring the skills. Upon arriving at the meeting point, a sleek, powerful silver-gray Porsche 911 was already parked on the side of the road. A young man in a casual suit, with a stern expression, was impatiently glancing at his watch. Standing next to him was Manager Lu from the express chauffeur service, bowing and scraping as he explained something. "Young Master Li, he's here. This is our company's best designated driver, Xiao Chen." Manager Lu was overjoyed to see Chen Yang and quickly introduced him. The young man called Young Master Li scrutinized Chen Yang from head to toe, his brow furrowed. "Him? He looks like a student. Manager Lu, are you kidding me? Panlong Mountain Road isn't an amusement park." Chen Yang remained calm, meeting the other man's scrutinizing gaze with composure. "Mr. Li, time is of the essence. Please get in the car. I guarantee I will get you to your destination safely and quickly." His composure and confidence surprised Li Xiao for a moment, then he snorted coldly, opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. "You'd better do as you say. If you mess this up, you know the consequences." Chen Yang didn't say much and went straight to the driver's seat. The leather seats offered excellent comfort, the steering wheel felt solid, and the various data on the instrument panel gleamed softly. This was a machine born for speed. He adjusted the seat and rearview mirrors, familiarizing himself with the basic operations. His movements were fluid and natural, as if he had driven this car hundreds of times before. Ding! Limited time opportunity mission accepted. Skill trial card max driving skill 24 hours has been temporarily issued. It can be converted to permanent status upon completion of the mission. An immense surge of driving experience and instinct flooded Chen Yang's body and mind like a tidal wave. It wasn't just about driving skills, but also his understanding of mechanics, his ability to anticipate road conditions, and his perception of extreme handling. It was as if he were possessed by an F1 racing champion. He gently started the engine, and it let out a deep, powerful roar. Li Xiao's initially dismissive gaze shifted slightly upon hearing the engine roar and seeing Chen Yang's rock-solid grip on the steering wheel. Chen Yang glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. There sat a slender person wearing a baseball cap and a mask, who remained silent, making it impossible to see their face. Without asking any questions, he skillfully shifted gears, released the handbrake, and gently pressed the accelerator. Like a silver-gray cheetah awakening, the Porsche 911 smoothly and swiftly merged into the traffic, heading towards Panlong Mountain outside the city. A storm is brewing. Chen Yang's journey, besides the open and covert battles in the business world, now includes a new, perilous path full of speed and passion. Chapter 11: Panlong's amazing journey and a new opportunity. Like a bolt of lightning, the silver-gray Porsche 911 tore through the night, leading to the city outskirts. The city's dazzling lights quickly shrank and blurred in the rearview mirror, eventually being cast into the deep darkness. The car was unusually quiet, save for the deep, rhythmic rumble of the engine and the soft creaking of the tires. Chen Yang gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze calmly fixed on the darkness cut through by the headlights. His maximum driving skill brought more than just muscle memory and instinct. It gave him an absolute sense of control, a feeling of becoming one with the vehicle and the road. He didn't need to consciously think about shifting gears or cornering. Every action was as natural and fluid as breathing, precise to the millimeter. Li Xiao, in the passenger seat, had long since lost his initial annoyance and impatience, replaced by an undisguised surprise. He was a car enthusiast, with a garage full of high-end vehicles, so he could naturally tell the difference. Chen Yang's driving showed none of the awkwardness or conservatism of a novice or ordinary chauffeur. Every lane change was clean and crisp, every acceleration and deceleration perfectly timed, and the vehicle maintained an extremely stable and efficient dynamic. This was definitely not the level of a typical chauffeur. He even stole a few glances at Chen Yang's profile. Under the dim light of the dashboard, the young face was expressionless, only showing an almost cold focus, as if he wasn't driving, but performing a precise ritual. The figure in the back seat, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, also slightly raised his head. His clear eyes, visible through the windshield, fell on Chen Yang's steady back, and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity flashed across them. The car began to enter Panlong Mountain Road. The winding road, like a giant python coiled around the mountainside, had a steep mountain wall on one side and a bottomless cliff on the other, with only low guardrails for psychological comfort. Sharp bends followed one after another, and the gradient was unpredictable, posing a great test to the driver's skills, courage, and vehicle performance. In the distance, the faint roar of other sports car engines and the screeching of tires rubbing against the ground could be heard. This place was indeed a paradise for nighttime street racers. After the third bend, there's a viewing platform. Stop there, Li Xiao finally spoke, breaking the silence in the car. His tone was much gentler than before. Understood, Chen Yang replied succinctly. Just then, a loud engine roar suddenly came from behind, and two blinding xenon headlights rapidly approached. It was a modified Nissan GTR, which was aggressively tailgating the Porsche's rear, its high beams flashing defiantly. Damn it, it's Ague's gang. Li Xiao's face darkened, and he cursed, they're like ghosts that won't leave. The GTR accelerated sharply, attempting to overtake from the inside. The bend was extremely narrow, with a cliff on the outside and barely enough space on the inside for two sports cars to pass each other. The other driver's actions were extremely dangerous. Li Xiao gripped the armrest tightly, and the person in the back seat also visibly straightened up. However, Chen Yang's eyes remained unwavering. With the aid of his extraordinary brain, he had already calculated the other vehicle's trajectory, speed, and all the surrounding spatial variables. Just as the GTR's front end was about to be alongside his, he slightly deepened the accelerator and subtly pulled the steering wheel to the outside. The Porsche, like a slippery fish, with a perfect lead and precise line, barely grazed the guardrail at the edge of the cliff, entering the apex of the bend before the GTR. Squeak! The Porsche's tires emitted a slight, brief squeak. Under Chen Yang's precise counter-steering and control, the car drew a perfect arc, shooting out of the bend like an arrow, perfectly blocking the GTR that was trying to force its way in behind. It even used the acceleration out of the bend to instantly widen the distance by several car lengths. Throughout the entire process, the car remained as stable as if it were traveling on flat ground. Li Xiao and the passengers in the back seat only felt their bodies being pushed towards their seats by a gentle yet firm force, without any sense of uncontrolled shaking or fear. The GTR clearly hadn't anticipated the other party's superior skills. After several attempts, it was unable to get close again and could only gradually fall behind amidst the frustrated honking of its horn. Beautiful! Li Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze towards Chen Yang completely changing, filled with amazement and a hint of admiration. Dude, your driving skills are amazing. You're definitely not an ordinary designated driver. Which team did you come from? Chen Yang simply smiled faintly and did not answer. He focused intently on the road ahead, and the Porsche, under his control, seemed to come alive, dancing gracefully on the treacherous Panlong Mountain Road. He handled every curve flawlessly, maintaining speed at the very edge of its limit, yet remaining incredibly stable. The curiosity in the clear eyes of the person in the back seat deepened. Soon, the car arrived at the viewing platform designated by young Master Li. Several extravagantly styled sports cars were already parked on the platform, and a group of stylishly dressed young men and women were chatting and laughing together. When they saw the unfamiliar Porsche 911 and its smooth entry into the curve and its parking maneuver, they all cast their attention to it. Chen Yang smoothly parked the car and turned off the engine. Ding! Limited time opportunity mission, the trial of the mountain road, completed. Mission rewards, 50 points, skill trial card max level driving skills have been converted into permanent skills. A deeper, more complete understanding of driving surged into his mind, and from then on, this pinnacle driving skill would truly become a part of him. Li Xiao excitedly pushed open the car door and got out, shouting to his friends who came to greet him, "See that? Didn't I just shake off that bastard Ague? Pretty cool, huh? My new driver is definitely a pro." The group immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about the details of what had just happened, casting curious and scrutinizing glances at Chen Yang. Chen Yang also got out of the car and stood beside it, his expression still calm. He had no interest in this kind of ostentatious second-generation circle, he just wanted to get his payment and leave as soon as possible. Just then, the back door opened. The figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask stepped out. She seemed a little uncomfortable in such a noisy setting, pulling her cap brim down slightly as she prepared to walk to a quiet spot at the edge of the platform. However, a sudden gust of mountain wind blew in, violently ripping off her baseball cap. Her cascading hair instantly cascaded down, and at the same time, it loosened her face mask, causing it to slip halfway down, revealing a stunningly beautiful profile with a touch of aloofness. Despite it being just a fleeting glimpse in the dim lighting on the platform, Chen Yang's extraordinary brain domain instantly captured and recognized that face: Su Wancheng. She is currently the most sought-after and talented new generation actress in China, known for her superb acting skills, unique temperament, and virtually zero scandals. She is a goddess in the hearts of countless people. No wonder she has to pretend like this. Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly tried to put on her mask and hat. But it was too late. Keen-eyed people on the platform had already recognized her. Su Wanqing? It really is her. My God. Young Masterly, you actually invited Su Wanqing? The crowd instantly stirred, with several young people grabbing their phones to take pictures. Su Wanqing's manager wasn't around, and she clearly hadn't expected this situation. She panicked for a moment, instinctively taking a step back and nearly bumping into the Porsche behind her. Li Xiao was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to be recognized, and the situation was about to get out of control. Just then, a figure swiftly and steadily stepped in front of Su Wanqing. It was Chen Yang. His gaze swept over the group of people who wanted to take pictures. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange sense of pressure. "Gentlemen, isn't it inappropriate to take pictures of others without their permission?" His tone was calm, but combined with the incredible driving skills he had just displayed, and his imposing, mountain-like stance blocking their way, it caused the men to freeze in their tracks. Chen Yang picked up the fallen baseball cap and handed it to Su Wanqing behind him, whispering, "Get in the car first." Su Wanqing glanced at him, her eyes filled with gratitude, but also a hint of surprise at the designated driver's composure and decisiveness. She quickly took the hat, pulled up her mask, and sat back in the back seat of the Porsche. Chen Yang then opened the driver's side door and said to the still somewhat dazed young Masterly, "It's not convenient here. I'll take Miss Su away first." Li Xiao then realized what was happening and quickly nodded, "Yes. Let's go." He also quickly climbed into the passenger seat. The Porsche started up again and quickly drove away from the viewing platform amidst the regretful and complicated gazes of the crowd. Chen Yang drove smoothly and quickly down the mountain. Inside the car, Li Xiao let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Su Wanqing in the back seat apologetically. "Sister Wanqing, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Su Wanqing had already tidied her appearance again, regaining her cool demeanor, and gently shook her head, "It's nothing." However, her gaze fell on Chen Yang's back again, as if she were deep in thought. Li Xiao looked at Chen Yang excitedly again. "Dude, thank you so much today. Not only are your driving skills amazing, but your reaction time is also fast. With your level, being a designated driver is a waste of your talent. How about being my personal driver? You can name your salary." As Chen Yang drove, he replied casually, "Thank you for your kindness, young Masterly, but I have my own things to do for the time being." Oh? Young Masterly was a little disappointed, but he didn't press the matter. He thought for a moment, then took out a finely crafted business card from his wallet and handed it to Chen Yang. "This is my business card. If you need anything in Shanghai, or if you change your mind, feel free to call me anytime." I'm keeping you in my lap. Chen Yang took the business card, glanced at it, and read Li Tianming, followed by only a name and a private phone number. He nodded and put it away. After safely dropping Li Tianming and Su Wanqing off at a secluded upscale apartment building in the city, Li Tianming readily paid a generous reward far exceeding the promised amount through the designated driver platform and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Before getting out of the car, Su Wanqing also whispered thank you to Chen Yang through the lowered car window. Her voice was clear and melodious, like jade striking each other. Chen Yang nodded slightly in response. Watching the two enter the apartment, Chen Yang drove his Porsche back to the chauffeur service company to return the vehicle. He glanced at the huge chauffeur service fee that had just been deposited into his phone and the max-level driving skill that had been permanently fixed in the system, but remained calm. This unexpected job as a designated driver not only gave him an extremely useful permanent skill and a considerable sum of money, but more importantly, it seems that he inadvertently came into contact with some contacts that might be useful in the future. Li Tianming, Su Wanqing. These names may become his pawns or tools in dealing with the pressure from the Yi family at some point in the future. As night deepened, the Porsche blended into the city's traffic. Chen Yang's gaze pierced through the windshield, fixed on the direction where Yi Qingya was in the distance, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. Panlongshan Road was just an interlude. The real challenge is yet to come. And he was already prepared. Chapter 12: The First Cry of Capital and a Gentle Harbor. After returning the Porsche and declining the high-paying cooperation offer from manager Liu of the chauffeur service company, Chen Yang returned to the Chenji Xingjin shop with the generous reward paid by Li Tianming and his own funds that had exceeded 6 figures. It was late at night, and the shop was closed. Only the windows of the rented rooms on the second floor were still shining with warm light. Chen Yang gently opened the door and found Yi Qingya not asleep, but curled up on the living room sofa, covered with a thin blanket. The television was on, playing a boring nighttime news program, but her gaze was unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Hearing the door open, she sat up abruptly like a startled deer. Seeing that it was Chen Yang, her tense expression relaxed, but the worry in her eyes was still clearly visible. "You're back? Are you all right?" She stood up, her voice urgent. "It's okay, everything's fine." Chen Yang changed into slippers, hung up his coat, walked to her side, and casually reached out to tidy her slightly messy hair. "Didn't I tell you to go to sleep first? Why were you waiting?" His actions were natural and intimate, carrying an undeniable concern. Yi Qingya's body stiffened slightly, but she did not flinch, only whispering, "I can't sleep, my mind is in turmoil." Chen Yang sat down beside her, able to smell the faint, soft scent emanating from her, a scent unique to pregnancy. He didn't rush to ask any questions, but simply stayed quietly by her side. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingya spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, "My brother, he definitely won't let this go. The Yi family, they have many ways to make it impossible for you to stay in Shanghai, to make your shop close down." Her words were filled with a sense of powerlessness and deep concern for Chen Yang's situation. She knew better than anyone the Yi family's deeply entrenched influence in the city. Chen Yang turned his head, stared at her anxious profile, and suddenly asked, "Qingya, do you believe me?" Yi Qingya was stunned for a moment, then looked up and met his deep and calm gaze. Trust him? This male classmate who was just a blurry background figure in her life a few months ago. But it was precisely him who gave her only support when she was most desperate, using seemingly impossible methods to support the small shop in a short period of time, and even standing up to her usually domineering brother. She opened her mouth, but finally nodded gently, "I believe you." The word was spoken very softly, yet it seemed to have exhausted all her strength at that moment. "Just trust me." Chen Yang's lips curled into a reassuring smile. The Yi family is a behemoth, that's true. But we're not without opportunities. What they have is resources and power accumulated over generations. What I have is time, and speed beyond their imagination. His words carried a powerful confidence, as if he were stating an established fact. "Speed?" Yi Qingya asked, puzzled. "That's right, speed." Chen Yang's gaze was cast out of the dark night sky, as if he could see through the darkness and see the surging tide of capital. The speed of wealth accumulation, the speed of power expansion. The Yi family's giant ship is slow to turn, while my speedboat, as long as it is on the right direction and has enough fuel, can rush to a position that they have to face before they can react. He paused, then continued, his tone becoming more specific and clear. Chenji Xingjian is our core business. It provides a stable cash flow and a good reputation. But relying solely on that is too slow. We need a faster way to accumulate capital. You mean, finance? Yi Qingya wasn't stupid. She immediately thought of Chen Yang's previous apparent interest in the stock market. More than that. Chen Yang shook his head. The stock market is just one tool. I need to find a sector that can experience explosive growth in the short term, a hot trend. Extraordinary brain, it raced through his mind, combining the various business and technology information he had deliberately collected recently, exhaustively analyzing and deducing. What opportunities, whether about to explode or yet to be fully explored, existed at this pivotal moment in 2018? The sharing economy? The bike sharing war is nearing its end, and the landscape is largely set. Short videos? Several leading platforms have emerged, but there is still huge potential in vertical fields and commercialization. Artificial intelligence? The technological barriers and funding requirements are too high, making it unsuitable for early-stage entry. Blockchain? A bubble and opportunity coexist, but the risks are extremely high. Online education? Paid knowledge products? Countless streams of information collided and filtered. Suddenly, several seemingly insignificant keywords were captured, linked together, and amplified: community group buying, fresh food e-commerce, lower-tier markets, and WeChat mini-programs. Yes. That's it. In the community fresh food sector, which giants haven't fully paid attention to yet, or rather, whose business models haven't been fully proven, we leverage WeChat groups and mini-programs, using pan-fried buns, a popular product with a high reputation and repurchase rate, as an entry point to integrate surrounding fresh food ingredients and reach the entire university town and even the surrounding communities. This model is asset-light, fast turnover, and heavily reliant on operations and the supply chain. This is precisely what Chen Yang, with his masterful culinary skills, which can lead to ingredient quality control and standardized production, extraordinary intellect, extreme operational efficiency and data analysis, and initial capital, can try to leverage. A clear and bold blueprint quickly took shape in his mind. He turned his gaze to Yi Qingya, who was listening intently, his eyes burning. I have an idea that might require your help. Me? Yi Qingya pointed to herself, somewhat bewildered. How can I help? You're the campus belle of Shanghai University, so you have a natural influence and trust among students and some young teachers, Chen Yang analyzed. We need to build our first core user community. You can use your connections to start with familiar classmates and clubs, inviting them to join our fresh produce benefits group. In the early stages, we won't sell anything else but our most core, best reputed supreme pan-fried buns, and a few kinds of high-quality seasonal fruits that I have carefully selected. He picked up the pen and paper on the table and quickly wrote down a few key points. 1. Popular product marketing, using Shenji Shengjian as the core attraction. 2. Community fission, leverage Yi Qingya's initial influence to quickly build a group and encourage existing members to bring in new members through promotional activities. 3. Mini-program ordering, develop or rent a simple mini-program to enable online booking and payment, and offline pickup at designated locations or express delivery initially. The pickup model can be adopted to reduce costs. For quality control, all products, especially fresh ingredients, must be of the highest quality to build a good reputation. 5. Gradual expansion. After the community stabilizes, gradually increase the number of SKUs, stock keeping units, from fruits to vegetables, meat and poultry, and eventually cover all categories of daily fresh produce. Yi Qingya stared at the clear and meticulous plan on the paper, her beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. She had never expected that after the conflict during the day, Chen Yang would not only not be discouraged, but would instead come up with such a seemingly feasible solution in such a short time. Moreover, there really was a place in this plan where she could play a role. She is no longer a burden who can only passively accept protection and cause trouble, but a partner who can participate and fight together. This feeling of being needed and given responsibility dispelled much of the gloom in her heart caused by family pressure. Okay. I'll create the group and invite people. Yi Qingya's voice was more energetic. I know a lot of classmates, as well as leaders from the student union and several large clubs. Seeing the renewed vitality in her face, Chen Yang smiled. He knew that giving Yi Qingya something to do and a sense of value was the best way to alleviate her anxiety. No rush, let us take it one step at a time, Chen Yang said gently. Tomorrow I'll get the mini-program sorted out first, and then negotiate with that empty warehouse next door to use as our sorting and delivery point. As for you, start with your most trusted friend. Yes. Yi Qingya nodded vigorously. The night grew deeper. With the plan finalized, a huge weight seemed to have been lifted from her heart, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Yi Qingya couldn't help but let out a small yawn. Go to sleep, it's late, Chen Yang said softly. Yi Qingya nodded, got up and walked towards the bedroom. At the door, she stopped, turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed in the light, and said softly, "Chen Yang, thank you. Thank you for your responsibility, thank you for your protection, and thank you for giving me hope." Chen Yang watched her close the bedroom door, a gentle light flashing in his eyes. He walked to the window, gazing at the still dazzling neon lights of Shanghai in the distance. Yi Qingchen, the Yi family. The pressure hadn't disappeared, instead, it hung like the sword of Damocles over his head. But at this moment, Chen Yang felt no fear, only soaring fighting spirit. He took out his phone, looked at the string of numbers in the bank app, and at the countdown timer on the system interface in his mind that read challenge to power. The game of capital has begun. With the system at his fingertips and a vision ahead of its time, he is destined to create his own turbulent waves in this red ocean. The small rented room not only became the starting point of his career, but also a gentle harbor where he and she could lean on each other and draw strength from each other before the storm hit. Chapter 13: A spark that started a prairie fire and undercurrents. Chen Yang's ability to take action is astonishing. The next morning, after completing the morning market supply for Qinji Shengjian store as usual, he began implementing his new plan. His extraordinary brain domain allowed him to efficiently handle multiple tasks in parallel. He first approached the management committee of the startup park, and leveraging his unapproachable demeanor demonstrated when he previously rented a shop, along with his willingness to pay slightly above market rent, he successfully secured the small and used warehouse adjacent to the shop. Although small, it was sufficient as an initial sorting center and a potential simple processing room in the future. Next, he used his morning to find a startup company online that specializes in mini program development. Instead of choosing a solution with complex features and a long development cycle, he directly put forward the most core requirement: a simple mini program framework that can realize product display, online payment, order management, and user information collection, requiring a simple interface, smooth operation, and launch within a week. Faced with various suggestions for fancy features, Chen Yang rejected them all. At this stage, we only need to solve the most basic information flow and capital flow problems. The simpler and more stable, the better. His resolute attitude and willingness to pay for expedited processing convinced the development company to quickly accept this small but perfect order. Meanwhile, Yi Qingya also began to take action. She shed some of her psychological burdens, mustered her courage, and first contacted several of her closest and most discreet girlfriends, as well as trusted junior students from Reformer Club. She didn't reveal her pregnancy or her true relationship with Chen Yang, only saying that she and a friend had opened a great pan-fried dumpling shop and now wanted to create an online pre-order community for easy purchase, offering significant discounts in the initial phase. Thanks to Yi Qingya's consistently excellent reputation and personal charm, as well as the reputation of Qinji Shengjian that had quietly spread among university students in Shanghai, a WeChat group called Qinji Food Welfare Group 1 was quickly established in just one morning, and the number of members quickly exceeded 100. With extremely high activity. Is this really the pan-fried dumpling shop that the school beauty goes to? I've queued up so many times but still haven't been able to buy any. Support Qingya. Online booking is great. No need to queue. Is pan-fried buns the only option? Do you have anything else? Yi Qingya sat in the shop's break room, watching the rapidly refreshing group messages on her phone. Her fingers, a little rusty, diligently replied to everyone's questions, a smile unconsciously playing on her lips. This feeling of being trusted, needed, and able to work towards a common goal was wonderful. When Chen Yang returned at noon, he saw Yi Qingya focused on replying to messages in the WeChat group that was almost full, and a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. He placed a nutritious lunch, which he had just bought from a restaurant and was suitable for pregnant women, in front of her. Eat first, don't tire yourself out. Okay, almost done. Yi Qingya replied without looking up, her fingers still flying across the screen, answering a question about delivery time. Chen Yang smiled and didn't disturb her. He ate a simple lunch while using his computer to filter local high-quality fruit suppliers. His maximum culinary skill granted him an almost obsessive ability to discern the quality of ingredients through pictures, descriptions of origin, and limited user reviews. He could roughly judge the reliability of suppliers. He contacted several and arranged to go to their warehouses to inspect the goods that afternoon. In the afternoon, Chen Yang rode his newly bought second-hand electric tricycle between several fruit wholesale markets and small farms in the suburbs. His goal was clear: the quality had to be top-notch, the price was negotiable, but the suppliers needed to support small batch, frequent deliveries, and accept his almost stringent acceptance standards. Thanks to his keen insight and gradually emerging negotiation skills, his supernatural brain ability to analyze human weaknesses and interests played a crucial role, he successfully reached preliminary cooperation agreements with two suppliers specializing in premium fruits. One supplier offered imported and top-quality domestic fruits from top-tier production areas, while the other offered local, seasonal fruits with short harvest periods but exceptional flavors. In the evening, when Chen Yang returned to the shop's warehouse with the first batch of trial fruit samples, Yi Qingya had already expanded the number of people in the WeChat group to 2 and compiled the first clear online order form collected through the primitive but effective method of group order relay. Look, we've already received over 300 orders for the pan-fried buns for just 2 days, tomorrow and the day after. Yi Qingya pointed at the computer screen, her voice filled with excitement. And many people are asking when the fruit will be available. Looking at the densely packed order list, Chen Yang did a quick calculation. Even after deducting costs, the online pre-sale profit from just these 300 pan-fried buns was almost equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of net profit from a physical store. And this was just the initial result of 2 groups of 500 people each. The power of communities is beginning to emerge. Very good. Chen Yang nodded and opened the fruit sample he had brought. Try this. If the quality is up to standard, we can launch it as our first fruit product for pre-sale tomorrow. Those were carefully selected grade A Shine Muscat grapes, plump and emerald green, with a natural rose aroma. Yi Qingya tasted one, and her eyes immediately lit up. So sweet. And not a trace of astringency. Then let us go with this one, Chen Yang decided. The price will be slightly higher than the market price, but we want to ensure that everyone delivered to our customers is of this quality. Just as the two were basking in the initial success and carefully discussing the details of tomorrow's sorting, packaging, and self-pickup process, Chen Yang's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the registered address was Shanghai. Chen Yang frowned, gestured for Yi Qingya to wait a moment, and went outside the warehouse to answer the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yang? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded polite, but with a hint of formulaic detachment. Yes, who is this? Hello Mr. Chen, I am Mr. Yi Qingchen's assistant, my surname is Zhao. The other party introduced himself in a calm tone, but it made Chen Yang's eyes sharpen instantly. Yi Qingchen indeed arrived, and even faster than he expected. Assistant Zhao, is something the matter? Chen Yang's voice was calm and even. Mr. Yi asked me to tell you. Assistant Zhao's tone remained polite, but his words carried a cold edge. It's good that young people are energetic, but you have to take things one step at a time. Some circles can't be squeezed in just by being clever and lucky. For example, those fruit suppliers you've been in contact with recently seem to have encountered some minor trouble and may not be able to supply you on time. Also, the startup park seems to have some new opinions about your unauthorized change of warehouse use and the potential fire hazards. Chen Yang's fingers tightened slightly as he gripped his phone. The crackdown has begun. Moreover, it was precise and ruthless, directly targeting his newly established, most vulnerable supply chain and operating premises. Is this the Yi family's method? They don't even need to show up in person, just a few words are enough to make partners run into trouble and management have opinions. Mr. Yi also asked me to remind you, Assistant Zhao continued calmly, Shanghai is a big city with many opportunities. But sometimes, choice is more important than effort. Especially when you also need to consider the people around you. The threatening undertones in that last sentence were no longer concealed. Chen Yang was silent for a few seconds. All that could be heard on the other end of the phone was his steady breathing. Then he spoke, his voice still calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Please ask Assistant Zhao to convey this message to Mr. Yi. I received his reminder. Please also tell Mr. Yi that I am not a superstitious person and I like to take a different path. Also, please thank him for me. Thank him for making me realize more clearly how important speed is. After saying that, Chen Yang hung up the phone without waiting for a response. He stood at the warehouse entrance, a slight chill in the evening breeze. In the distance, the setting sun painted the clouds a magnificent, blood-red hue. He took a deep breath, his eyes cold and resolute. Yi Qingchen, is this your method? Cutting off the supply chain and putting pressure on the site? Unfortunately, you underestimated my preparations and my ability to overturn the table. He turned and walked back to the warehouse. Yi Qingya looked at him worriedly. Whose call was that? Was it? It's just a small problem. Chen Yang interrupted her, a reassuring smile returning to his face. It's all right, I already have a solution. He walked to the computer and quickly pulled up the list of backup suppliers he had collected earlier. The Yi family could influence a few major suppliers, but could they really influence all the scattered small farmers and cooperatives hidden in the urban-rural fringe? His extraordinary brain stored more than one alternative plan. At the same time, he took out his phone and found the business card that Li Tianming had given him yesterday. The Yi family is powerful, but Chen Yang is not entirely without leverage. Li Tianming, the seemingly playboy spoiled brat, might be a good starting point. The spark has been ignited, how can it be easily extinguished? The Yi family's suppression was like a whirlwind, making the flame burn even more fiercely and resolutely. The real contest has only just begun. Chapter 14: The Blade That Breaks the Game and the Silent Warm Current. Inside the warehouse, the dim lighting illuminated Yi Qingya's pale face, which was etched with worry. Chen Yang's words, "It's been resolved," failed to completely dispel her unease. The shadow of the Yi family loomed over her like a tangible presence. Chen Yang didn't offer much explanation, his actions spoke for themselves. He first picked up his phone and dialed Li Tianming's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Li Tianming's slightly lazy yet somewhat surprised voice came from the other end. "Oh, Chen Yang? You've already come to your senses so quickly, wanting to be my driver?" The background noise was a bit loud, as if he were in some entertainment venue. "Young Master Li, we can discuss the driver issue later." Chen Yang got straight to the point, his tone calm. "There's a business opportunity I'd like to discuss. Would you be interested?" "Business?" Li Tianming became interested. "Tell me about it." "I've created an online fresh food community, focusing on high-end quality and instant delivery, initially centered around my Chen's pan-fried dumplings and selected fruits." Chen Yang spoke slowly, but each word was clear and forceful. "We're just starting out and have run into some minor troubles. Someone doesn't want me to get good sources of goods smoothly. I'm looking for a partner. He doesn't need to put in any money, he just needs to use his Young Masterly name to put in a good word for me at certain times and keep things under control. In return, I can give you 10% of the company's future shares." Chen Yang knew very well that dealing with a deeply entrenched power like the Yi family was a poor strategy. A direct confrontation was the best approach. The Li family, to which Li Tianming belonged, also had deep roots in Shanghai's business world, competing with and checking the Yi family. Bringing Li Tianming on board, even if only nominally, was equivalent to planting the Li family's flag on his small boat. If Yi Qingchen wanted to use any underhanded methods, he would have to think twice about provoking a backlash from the Li family. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were processing Chen Yang's words. Online fresh produce? Community? Li Tianming had initially scoffed at such small businesses, but Chen Yang's superb driving skills had left a deep impression on him, making him realize that this man was no ordinary person. Moreover, receiving shares without investing any money, just by being a figurehead, sounded 10%? You're that confident? Li Tianming's voice was playful. Young Master Li has tasted my pan-fried buns. Young Master Li has witnessed my driving skills. Chen Yang's tone was full of confidence. My pursuit of quality and speed is the source of my confidence. This is just the beginning. In the future, it will not just be a pan-fried bun shop, nor will it just be a fresh food community. Li Tianming laughed on the other end. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, I don't have to pay anything, you can use this title. But let me make this clear beforehand, if you mess this up, don't drag me down with you. Don't worry, young Master Li just needs to sit back and collect his profits, Chen Yang assured him. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang immediately moved on to the next step. He found the contact information of several backup suppliers he had previously selected. These were mostly small cooperatives in the suburbs or individual farmers who insisted on quality. They were not large in scale and were not easily covered and suppressed by the Yi family. He made the first call, revealing his hand directly. Is this Mr. Wang? I'm Chen Yang from Chenji Shengjian, yes, the one in University Town. I'd like to place a long-term order for your premium strawberries, and the demand will gradually increase. Also, my partner is Mr. Li Tianming from the Li Group, and he hopes our cooperation can proceed smoothly without any external interference. He used the name Li Tianming like a precisely targeted bomb, dropping it on suppliers who might be under pressure or hesitant. The effect was immediate. Initially hesitant, Mr. Wang's tone immediately became enthusiastic and firm. Oh. Mr. Chen. Mr. Li's partner. Don't worry. Old Wang, may not have much else, but I'm tough. I won't listen to anyone else's orders, and I guarantee you the best quality. I'll send you the first batch of goods first thing tomorrow morning. The next few phone calls were all similar. The name Li Tianming was like an invisible sword of Damocles, easily cleaving through the first obstacle set up by Yi Qingchen. Standing beside her, Yi Qingya clearly heard the entire phone call Chen Yang made. Watching Chen Yang calmly and decisively strategize and easily resolve what she saw as an insurmountable obstacle, a storm raged within her. He actually managed to get in touch with that young master of the Li family in such a short time? And he even convinced him to become a nominal partner? What kind of courage and negotiation skills does that require? She found herself increasingly unable to understand her nominal husband. He was like a deep pool, calm on the surface, but harboring astonishing energy and unfathomable schemes beneath. With the supply chain issue temporarily resolved, Chen Yang turned his attention to the management committee of the startup park. Instead of making a phone call, he went directly to manager Wang's office with the verbal agreement he had just reached with Li Tianming. He deliberately obscured the specifics, only emphasizing that he had an intention to cooperate with the Li group. He wasn't aggressive, he simply calmly outlined the development plan for Qinji Shengjian and the upcoming cooperation with the Li group. He also incidentally mentioned that the warehouse's use aligns with the entrepreneurial park's spirit of supporting innovative business models for small and micro-sized enterprises, and that he would immediately hire a professional company to assess and rectify any fire safety issues. Manager Wang's expression changed repeatedly. The Yi family alone had already terrified him, and now the Li family had appeared? Although he didn't know the exact relationship between Chen Yang and the Li family, the words Li group were enough to make him dare not cause any more trouble. Chen is young and promising. He's already cooperating with the Li family. The warehouse issue is easy to handle, and fire safety is a minor matter. Just follow the rules, and our park will definitely give him our full support. Manager Wang's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. Stepping out of the management committee office, Chen Yang knew that the site crisis was temporarily resolved. By the time they returned to the shop's warehouse, it was completely dark. Yi Qingya was still waiting there, without turning on the lights. Only the light from the streetlights outside the window shone in, outlining her quiet silhouette. "Is it all resolved?" she asked softly, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Yes, everything's all right for now." Shen Yang walked to her side and could sense that she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. In the darkness, the two remained silent for a moment. Only the soft sound of their breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Yi Qingya spoke softly, her voice carrying a complex emotion. "Chen Yang, who exactly are you?" Chen Yang paused for a moment, then met her probing gaze precisely in the darkness. "I am Chen Yang, the one who worked part-time at a bar, whose paths crossed with you by chance, and now I want to support you and your child." "That's enough." His answer avoided the system's secrets, yet it was incredibly sincere. Yi Qingya didn't press the matter further. In the darkness, she seemed to nod slightly. "The mini-program will start testing tomorrow, and the first batch of fruit will arrive soon, so we'll be very busy." Chen Yang changed the subject, his tone returning to its usual calm. "Go and get some rest, and recharge your energy. I'll tidy up here a bit more." "I'll help you," Yi Qingya said, heading towards the light switch. "No need," Chen Yang stopped her. "It'll be over soon. You can go up now. You can't tire yourself out." His tone carried an undeniable concern. Yi Qingya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded obediently and slowly walked up the stairs leading to her rented room on the second floor. Chen Yang stood alone in the darkness for a while before turning on the light and starting to organize the warehouse, planning the layout of the sorting area for tomorrow, and calculating the packaging and spoilage of the first batch of fruit. His brain worked like a sophisticated instrument, operating at high speed, arranging everything in an orderly manner. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard soft footsteps on the stairs. Looking up, he saw Yi Qingya return, carrying a steaming cup of milk. "I saw you were still awake, so I heated up a glass of milk." She placed the glass on the neatly arranged box next to her. Under the light, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were a little evasive. "You should get some rest too." After saying that, as if afraid of what Chen Yang might say, she turned around and quickly went upstairs. Chen Yang looked at the warm glass of milk, the wisps of steam casting a warm glow under the lamplight. He picked it up, took a sip, and the warm liquid slid down his throat, dispelling the chill of the night and seemingly soothing something hard. Outside the window, the night of Shanghai is both cold and dazzling. Inside the window, this silent glass of milk conveys a warmth that is more powerful than any grand pronouncement. To break the deadlock, a sharp blade is needed. And moving forward also requires a warm light. Chen Yang knew that the road ahead would be anything but smooth, and the suppression from Yi Qingchen and the entire Yi family would only intensify. But he clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the heavy responsibility in his heart. He was fearless. Chapter 15: The Data Torrent and the First Signs of Its Power. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the warehouse behind the Chunji Xingjian shop was already brightly lit. Wearing an apron, Chen Yang moved so fast he left after images. He was not only responsible for making the pan-fried buns for the store's morning market, but also for preparing hundreds of online pre-orders. The 3 frying pans were like docile toys in his hands. The heat, time, and frequency of flipping were precisely controlled, and the rich aroma almost solidified. Yi Qingya stood guard at the makeshift sorting table, referring to the printed order forms, and sorting and labeling the grade as Shine Muscat grapes that had just arrived and undergone Chen Yang's strict inspection. Her movements were a little clumsy at first, but with a few unintentional hints from the extraordinary brain domain, such as how to use space more efficiently and how to quickly check for fruit defects, she quickly became more organized. The first batch of customers who opted for online self-pickup began arriving around 7 a.m. Most were students from Shanghai University, and they were both surprised and touched to see Yi Qingya personally sorting goods in the warehouse. The excellent order, transparent process, and the grapes that far exceeded expectations, along with the consistently amazing pan-fried buns, allowed the first group of users to experience a level of convenience and quality assurance completely different from traditional grocery shopping. Senior Qingya personally packed it up. "I'm so happy. These grapes are so delicious. They're so much better than the ones you buy at the fruit store. The pan-fried buns are still amazing. Ordering online is so convenient." Word of mouth spread rapidly within the small community. The mini program designed by Chen Yang was also launched for testing promptly at 9 a.m. Its simple interface, clear product images taken by Chen Yang with his phone, achieving professional grade results with the help of composition and lighting suggestions from Super Brain Domain, and smooth payment experience instantly won over young users. Order data began to surge at an astonishing rate. Beyond just pan-fried buns and grapes, Chen Yang, based on real-time analysis of back-end data, decisively launched a second batch of trial products on the mini-program: organic vegetables and free-range eggs freshly picked that morning from several small cooperatives. The same exceptional quality, at a price slightly higher than the market price but absolutely worthwhile, once again triggered a buying frenzy. Extraordinary brain, operating at full speed, analyzing user purchasing habits, category preferences, repurchase rates. Massive amounts of data converge into a clear river in his mind, guiding him to adjust product selection strategies, optimize packaging specifications, and predict the next day's demand. He can even preliminarily plan the most efficient route if he were to launch a delivery service in the future, based on the distribution density of orders. Yi Qingya looked at Chen Yang's focused and profound gaze as he faced the computer screen, and at the constantly scrolling, somewhat obscure data charts on the screen, and was filled with amazement. For the first time, she felt so directly that the speed Chen Yang spoke of was not just about action, but also a terrifying ability to digest and utilize information and trends. The busy period continued into the afternoon. Online orders temporarily came to a halt, and the store's lunch service was also drawing to a close. Chen Yang was finally able to catch his breath. He sat in front of the computer, looking at the preliminary operational data in the backend, his eyes bright. In just over half a day, online sales including pre-orders exceeded twice the daily revenue of the physical store. Profit margins were significantly higher due to reduced intermediaries and precise product selection. More importantly, they successfully collected detailed information on hundreds of targeted users, building a private traffic pool. Its value far surpasses mere sales figures. "We, successfully?" Yi Qingya handed him a glass of water, her tone still carrying a hint of fantasy. Everything had progressed so quickly and so effectively that she could hardly believe it. "This is just the first step." Chen Yang took a sip of water, his tone calm. "It proves the feasibility of the model. Next, it's about replication and expansion." He had barely finished speaking when his phone rang again. It was the same number as Assistant Zhao. Chen Yang's eyes turned slightly cold as he answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. "Mr. Chen, it seems you found some alternatives." Assistant Zhao's voice remained steady, but upon closer listening, it lacked some of the previous composure and carried a hint of imperceptible seriousness. "Mr. Yi asked me to remind you that in the business world, you can't go far by relying on clever tricks and borrowed titles. Some rules are not so easy to break." "Oh? What rules?" Chen Yang asked calmly. "For example, the rules of fair competition," Assistant Zhao said slowly. Yi's Group's Yusen Life project will open 3 pre-positioned warehouses in the university town area next week, focusing on half-hour delivery. In addition, there will be a large-scale subsidy campaign in the early stage of opening. I believe that with the Yi family's supply chain and financial strength, we can provide college students with better and cheaper services. Price war. Yi Qingqian directly unleashed the most brutal and effective weapon. Utilizing the Yi family's vast capital, he launched a devastating attack, using loss-making subsidies to directly crush Chen Yang's small, fledgling project with limited funds. Yi Qingya's face instantly turned pale. She knew all too well the Yi family's financial strength. If Yi Qingqian was determined to suppress Chen Yang, he could easily withstand long-term losses until Chen's pan-fried dumplings completely lost its online business and its cash flow dried up. Chen Yang remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. His extraordinary brain instantly simulated various response plans, calculating the costs of a subsidy war, the threshold of customer loyalty, and the limits of his own financial resources. The conclusion is, a head-on confrontation leads to certain death. But why should he play according to the rules set by Yi Qingqian? A few seconds later, Chen Yang suddenly laughed, a laugh that carried a hint of cold mockery and absolute confidence. "Thank you for informing me, Assistant Zhao." His voice came through the microphone clearly. "Please also tell Mr. Yi that I am very much looking forward to the opening of Yuxian Life. Oh? Assistant Zhao seemed somewhat surprised by Chen Yang's reaction. Mr. Chen seems very confident? I wouldn't say I have confidence. Chen Yang's tone shifted and became sharp. I just feel that Mr. Yi may have misunderstood something. What's up? He thought he was waging a business war against me, Chen Yang said clearly, word by word. But in reality, what I'm doing is user relationships. He can buy temporary traffic and orders with money, but he can't buy the trust that I'd built between myself and my users through exceptional products and dedicated service. He paused, his voice not loud, but carrying a resolute force. Tell him that his Yuxian Life is welcome. But my Chen Ji Xingjian plate is right here. If he is so capable, he can try to snatch it. After saying that, Chen Yang hung up the phone again decisively. The warehouse was silent. Yi Qingya stared blankly at Chen Yang, stunned by the powerful confidence and almost arrogant certainty in his words. Chen Yang stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bustling streets outside. Yi Qingqian's fangs had been fully exposed, and a bloody price war was imminent. But he felt no fear, only a burning fighting spirit. The system interface appeared in his mind, and the countdown for the Challenge of Power mission was silently ticking. Yi Qingqian, do you think capital is omnipotent? Then I'll show you that when faced with absolute product strength and user operations, capital can sometimes seem clumsy. He turned and looked intently at Yi Qingya, who was still somewhat uneasy. Get ready, we're about to fight a tough battle. However, we will definitely be the winners. His words, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, rippled through Yi Qingya's heart, creating a mixture of worry, shock, and a spark of hope. The storm has arrived. Chapter 16: Trust Barriers and the Wildfire. Yi Qingqian's movements were astonishingly fast. Just 3 days later, 3 eye-catching pre-positioned warehouses of Yuxian Life opened simultaneously around the university town. Huge opening banners, overwhelming online advertisements, and simple and direct subsidy strategies such as new users get 90% off and full discounts swept through the entire area like a sudden storm. The low prices acted like a giant magnet, attracting a large number of price-sensitive students and residents. Suddenly, the number of downloads for the Yuxian Life app surged, and orders were overflowing. Its delivery drivers, dressed in uniforms and riding electric scooters, shuttled through the university town, creating a scene that contrasted sharply with the simple and unassuming Chenji Shengjian. Inevitably, some voices of doubt emerged in the Chunji Food Welfare Group. Eggs are almost half the price at Fresh. The fruit is quite cheap, although it doesn't look as good as Chenji's, but it's good value for money. How about, we try over there? These comments, like tiny icicles, pierced Yi Qingya's heart. She anxiously watched the group chat, her finger hovering over the screen, wanting to say something in defense, but unsure where to begin. The price difference was real. She couldn't expect everyone to pay for sentimentality and so-called trust. Chen Yang, however, appeared unusually calm. He even posted an announcement in the group. Thank you all for your continued support. The opening of Fresh Life provides more choices for everyone, which is a good thing. Chenji always adheres to the principle of quality first, service supreme. Every ingredient we use is personally selected by the founder, that is, me, to ensure that every bite you take is safe and delicious. We may not be able to offer the lowest prices, but we promise that it will definitely be excellent value for money. In addition, this Friday at 8 p.m., this group will host a limited-time tasting event for our secret recipe braised dishes, exclusively for group members, as a way to thank our loyal customers. After the announcement was posted, the group chat was quiet for a moment, then flooded with messages of support from loyal customers. I support the boss. Once you're used to Chen's, you really can't stand any other place. Exactly. The quality is worth the price. Looking forward to the braised food. The owner's skills must be top-notch. Chen Yang's response was not a head-on war of words, but rather a subtle and effective approach. He acknowledged the competition, emphasized his irreplaceable core value, ultimate quality, and the personal endorsement of the founder, and used limited edition, exclusive new products, the braised food skills derived from MasterChef, to solidify and reward core users, thereby enhancing community engagement. At the same time, he began more in-depth user operations. He asked Yi Qingya to selectively share some behind-the-scenes tidbits in the group, such as photos of Chen Yang selecting ingredients at the wholesale market in the early morning. His focused gaze on inspecting the fruit under the lights exuded a professional charm, such as the strict process of cleaning and sorting ingredients, which gave people a direct sense of the importance attached to hygiene and quality control, and even occasionally posting short video clips of Chen Yang researching new dishes. This content is not meant to elicit sympathy, but rather to shape the brand personality of Chen Ji, focused, professional, and trustworthy. Super Brain Domain then precisely selected a group of core users with the highest repurchase rate and the highest average order value based on back-end order data. Chen Yang personally added some of these people on WeChat and created a smaller Chen's VIP internal testing group. In this group, he would release new product information in advance, collect tasting feedback, and even solicit their opinions on product selection, making them feel a strong sense of participation and belonging. Boss, do you still have those Shine Muscat grapes from last time? My roommate craved them. Mr. Chen, could you please bring some high-quality beef? I'd like to have a nice meal. Could you make more of that braised food? I'm afraid I won't be able to get my hands on it. The VIP group is highly active and loyal. They are not only consumers but also promoters and defenders of the Chunji brand. A few days later, the subsidy frenzy of Yuxian Life began to show its side effects. In order to control costs, the quality of some of its products began to fluctuate, especially fresh produce, with occasional instances of inferior products being passed off as superior ones and delivery delays. After all, extremely low prices are inherently difficult to maintain in terms of both quality and service. Some customers who tried Fresh Living because of its low prices quietly returned after experiencing Chenji's impeccable quality and warm service. Especially after tasting Chen Yang's carefully prepared and exquisitely flavorful limited edition braised dishes, the ultimate enjoyment of their taste buds made them fully understand the principle of you get what you pay for. I feel safe and comfortable eating Chenji's food. It's okay if it's a bit more expensive. The key is that it's worry-free, and I don't have to worry about buying something bad. Buying things at Chenji makes me feel valued. Trust, something seemingly intangible, has begun to demonstrate its role as a strong barrier in the face of a brutal price war. A week later, the daily sales of Chenji Shengjian in the online community did not plummet under the impact of Yuxian Life. Instead, due to the further fermentation of word of mouth and the establishment of the VIP model, the sales steadily increased and even exceeded the level before Yuxian Life opened. After the explosive growth in the first few days, Yuxian Life began to decline in order volume, and negative reviews began to appear sporadically on campus forums in Zaya Honshu. Chen Yang stood in the warehouse, looking at Yi Qingya, who was still busy at the sorting table, and Aunt Wang, who had come to help. He looked at the healthy growth data curve in the background of the mini-program and his eyes were calm. He held on in the first round. He wasn't crushed by Yi Qingxian's massive capital wave. Instead, under this pressure, he deepened his foundation and strengthened his relationships with users. Looking at Chen Yang's com profile, Yi Qingya was overwhelmed with shock. She had witnessed firsthand how he had used a seemingly soft yet resilient barrier of trust to withstand the Yi family's fierce capital offensive. This was not merely a business contest, but a demonstration of wisdom and vision. She walked to his side and asked softly, "Have we won?" Chen Yang shook his head, his gaze drifting out the window, far from it. "This is just to let them know that we're not so easy to take down. Yi Qingxian won't stop there. A more ferocious counterattack may be yet to come." He paused, but his tone became increasingly firm. "But at least, we've proven that we're on the right track. Capital can burn money, but it can't burn out real reputation and user loyalty. Next, we need to make the fire burn even brighter. How to cook it?" Expansion. Chen Yang uttered two words, at a speed they couldn't have imagined. He took out his phone, pulled up a map, and pointed to two other higher education parks and several large high-end communities adjacent to the university town. "Here, here, and here. Next week, we're going to replicate the Chenji model in these three areas, establishing new communities and self-pickup points." Yi Qingya gasped. This speed was insane. manpower, resources, supply chain all presented enormous challenges. Chen Yang looked at her, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Regarding the supply chain, I've already secured several new cooperatives that can cover these areas. As for manpower, we can recruit part-time college students. The model can be standardized and replicated. As for the core products and quality control, he pointed to his head and hands. I'm here. These two simple words contain unparalleled confidence and power. Yi Qingya looked at him as if she saw a spark that, instead of being extinguished in the gale, began to spread like wildfire across the vast wilderness with a resolute attitude. She knew that Chen Yang's journey was unstoppable. All she could do was follow in his footsteps and become a warm and steadfast light in this raging fire. Chapter 17: Lightning Expansion and the Future Menu. Yi Qingya considered Chen Yang's decision almost insane. Replicating the Chen's model in 3 new regions simultaneously within a week? What an immense amount of energy, resources, and execution power that would require. But Chen Yang's eyes told her that he wasn't joking. Extraordinary brainpower is activated at full power, acting like a super command center, coordinating all aspects. Based on map data and preliminary market research, he first precisely identified the core locations of 3 new areas: the central areas of 2 higher education parks and a commercial street near a high-end community. Instead of choosing expensive storefronts, he again utilized the startup park model, or negotiated partnerships with some reasonably located but poorly managed small convenience stores and stationery shops, renting their corners or backyards as self-pickup points, minimizing costs. The supply chain is the biggest challenge. Yi Qingqian's suppression hasn't stopped, it's just become more covert, attempting to create trouble for Chen Yang through logistics, warehousing, and other aspects. But Chen Yang had already prepared multiple backup plans. He no longer relies on a single supplier, but has signed flexible supply agreements with more than 10 small cooperatives and family farms. Utilizing his max-level culinary skills, quality control capabilities, he ensures that even if one supplier has a problem, it can be immediately replaced from other channels without compromising quality. In terms of human resources, he quickly selected a group of quick-witted and responsible part-time college students through the Work-Study Center of Shanghai University and recruitment within the community. These students were responsible for the initial maintenance of the new regional community, order processing, and basic management of the self-pickup points. Chen Yang personally provided them with a brief but efficient training, instilling in them the concept of quality first, service foremost, and standardized operating procedures. At its core, the product remains the key. In addition to the ever-present supreme pan-fried buns and other regular items such as selected fruits and organic vegetables, Chen Yang has begun to systematically launch limited-edition cooked and semi-finished dishes made by himself on the mini-program. Masterful culinary skills. This is where its terrifying power is revealed. Whether it's the sweet and sour pork ribs characteristic of Jiangnan, the braised beef with a northern flavor, or the improved spicy hot pot base, everything sells out immediately upon release. That ultimate taste that conquers the taste buds has become Chen Ji's strongest moat and its most effective weapon for attracting new customers. Yi Qingya was responsible for coordinating the online operations and customer service of 3 new online communities. Sitting in front of her computer, she simultaneously handled a massive amount of information from 4 WeChat groups with 500 members each, replying to inquiries, processing after-sales issues, and calming emotions. This was an unprecedented challenge for her, but she persevered, even finding a long-lost sense of accomplishment in it. Watching her patiently communicate about a customer complaint and repeatedly confirm the launch date of a new product, a hint of approval flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. This woman is growing rapidly amidst adversity. A week later, almost miraculously, the Qinji community in the 3 new areas went online as scheduled. Although the initial order volume could not compare with that of the main campus in the university town, it quickly gained a foothold and showed a good growth momentum thanks to its consistently top-quality products and precise location selection. Chen Yang's lightning expansion tactic has achieved initial success. He has extended his business reach into a wider market at a speed that caught Yi Qingqian off guard. However, just as Chen Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief and prepared to consolidate his existing achievements, the system notification sound that had been silent for several days rang in his mind again. This time, it was not a task notification, but something completely different. Ding! Detected initial expansion of the host's business empire, leading to a significant increase in demand for and reliance on basic resources food. Auxiliary function unlocked, future menu. Future menu, a passive auxiliary function. Based on system predictions, it can provide probabilistic warnings 24 to 72 hours in advance regarding potential future food price fluctuations, regional supply shortages, or quality abnormalities. Note, predictions are based on existing big data and models and may contain some errors. This is for reference only. A surge of information flooded Chen Yang's mind, not specific knowledge, but a peculiar perceptual ability. He seemed to be able to see vague yet clearly directional fragments of the future regarding the food supply chain. For example, tomorrow afternoon, due to sudden weather conditions, strawberry picking and transportation in a certain production area in Jiangnan will be hindered, the quality is expected to drop by 30%, and the market price may rise by 15%. For example, the day after tomorrow, a large wholesale market in the north of the city will temporarily close some aquatic product areas due to routine inspections, leading to a temporary shortage of live seafood. For example, the day after tomorrow, the arrival time of imported beef will be delayed by 48 hours due to international flight delays. These pieces of information appeared in Chen Yang's perception like flashing warning signals. Although they were not very precise, they provided crucial strategic foresight. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. This function was practically tailor-made for his current predicament. Yi Qingchen could use capital and power to suppress him openly, but he could never predict or control these complex natural factors and unforeseen events that were spread across the globe. With the future menu, Chen Yang essentially has a radar on the battlefield of the supply chain that can predict some weather conditions and enemy movements. He took immediate action. Following the advice of Future Food Guide, he decisively contacted the strawberry cooperative he was working with and secured all the high-quality strawberry supplies for the next 3 days at a price slightly higher than the market price but far lower than the expected increase, before the weather impact occurred. He adjusted the seafood menu in advance, reducing reliance on the Changbei wholesale market and increasing supplies from other stable channels. He informed his VIP customer group that there would be a temporary shortage of imported beef and simultaneously launched a carefully selected, equally high-quality alternative from top domestic ranches, thus stabilizing the demand from high-end customers. When news of the sudden weather change in the strawberry-producing region arrived the following afternoon, causing market prices to rise, Chen Yang's warehouse already had ample reserves of high-quality strawberries. The strawberry supply on the Chenji Mini program remained stable, with prices remaining steady. When news broke of the inspection and closure of parts of the Changbei wholesale market, the supply of aquatic products from Chenji was virtually unaffected. Chen Yang's ability to predict the future and respond precisely has amazed his internal employees and core suppliers, making them marvel at his judgment. It has also enabled Chenji's supply chain to demonstrate remarkable stability and resilience in a volatile market environment. Inside Yi Qingchen's office, Assistant Zhao was reporting the situation, his expression even more grim than before. President Yi, it seems that our measures against his supply chain have all failed. He always seems to know in advance where problems will occur and avoids them precisely each time. Moreover, his expansion speed is too fast. We are now spreading our resources to suppress him in 3 new regions, but the results are not ideal. Yi Qingchen stood with his back to him in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. The cigar in his hand burned quietly, its smoke swirling around him. He didn't speak, but the air in the office was oppressive and suffocating. The repeated suppression not only failed to crush that ant, but instead allowed the other party to grow and expand at an even more astonishing speed under pressure. This was no longer just a business setback, but also a challenge to Yi Qingchen's ability and authority. He slowly turned around, his eyes cold and menacing, like a vulture about to pounce on its prey. It seems I underestimated him. Yi Qingchen's voice was low, carrying a hint of chilling killing intent. Since conventional business methods are not working, let's try a different approach. He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, Director Li? It's me, Qingchen. There's something I'd like to ask you to look into. There's a place called Chenji Shengjian in the university town that's expanding very quickly, but I've heard there might be some issues with hygiene and taxes. Yes, I hope the relevant departments can conduct a strict inspection to regulate the market order. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not afraid of capital suppression, and you can always avoid supply chain disruptions? So, how should you deal with high-sounding standard inspections from the level of power? Chen Yang, the game has only just begun. This time, let's see how you hide. Chapter 18: Sudden Turmoil and Foresight. The lunch service at the Chenji Shengjian flagship store in the university town had just ended, and the lingering aroma of steaming food still filled the air. Chen Yang and Yi Qingya were checking the online order data from the morning behind the counter when the glass door was pushed open, and 3 men in different uniforms walked in, their expressions serious and their work badges pinned to their chests. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and sharp eyes. He showed his badge and said, "We are from the Joint Law Enforcement Team of the Market Supervision Administration." We received a report from the public and are conducting a routine inspection of your store's food safety and business practices. The two people behind him, one was carrying a notebook and a camera, and the other was carrying a sampling box. The atmosphere in the shop froze instantly. Aunt Wang, who was clearing the tables, stopped what she was doing and looked at Chun Yang somewhat helplessly. Yi Qingya's heart leaped into her throat, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. Yi Qingqian's methods had arrived. And so directly, so openly. Shen Yang showed no sign of panic. He calmly put down the documents in his hand, stepped forward, and said in a respectful but firm tone, "Welcome to all the leaders for your inspection and guidance. We will definitely cooperate fully." He gestured for Aunt Wang to continue working as usual, while personally leading the inspection team towards the kitchen and warehouse. "Please show us your business license, food business permit, and health certificates for all your employees," the middle-aged team leader, Wang, demanded meticulously. Chen Yang had already prepared the photocopies of these documents and placed them in a designated file box. He calmly took them out and handed them over with both hands. The documents were complete and valid. After a careful inspection, team leader Wang nodded, but his gaze remained sharp as he began a thorough inspection of the kitchen. "Let me see the disinfection records. Food procurement records and supplier qualifications. Waste disposal records. Labeling and usage status of cutting boards and knives for raw and cooked food. Temperature monitoring records for refrigeration and freezing equipment." His questions were professional and detailed, covering almost every aspect of food safety. The accompanying inspectors continuously took photos and notes, and quickly sampled surfaces in key areas for microbial detection. Yi Qingya followed behind, her palms sweating. She knew Chen Yang had extremely high standards for quality and strict daily management, but this sudden, clearly targeted inspection was like an unprepared exam, where any tiny oversight could be magnified infinitely. However, as the investigation deepened, a hint of surprise gradually appeared on team leader Wang's serious face. The kitchen floor was dry and clean, the kitchen utensils were neatly arranged, and all records were complete and clear. Even the dishcloths were hung according to color and clearly labeled. Food storage strictly followed the first in, first out principle, and every purchase in the purchase ledger corresponded to clear supplier qualification certificates and quarantine reports. The temperature in the refrigerators was maintained within the standard range, and records were complete. This is completely unlike the management level that a newly expanded, busy small shop should have. Its level of standardization even surpasses that of many large chain restaurants. Chen Yang cooperated fully and answered questions fluently. His extraordinary brain domain allowed him to have a thorough understanding of all processes and details, and he could even accurately state the specific time a batch of seasonings was put into storage. Team leader Wang finally turned his attention to that crucial warehouse, especially the sorting area for online business. There were more items and more complex processes there. He carefully inspected the fruit packaging and storage temperature, checked the sorting staff's attire and operating procedures, and even randomly checked several online orders, comparing them with inventory records and purchasing ledgers. "It remains flawless. Is this the standard you usually use for management?" Team leader Wang finally couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity. Shen Yang smiled slightly, his tone calm yet confident. "Food safety is the lifeline of the catering industry, and we dare not be negligent in the slightest. I personally formulate and supervise the implementation of all processes and standards." Team leader Wang gave Chen Yang a deep look. The young man's composure and experience contrasted sharply with his slightly immature appearance. He closed his notebook and softened his tone. "From the initial inspection, your store's standardized management is quite good, far exceeding that of similar businesses. We will take the samples back for testing, and the final results will be based on the test report. Keep it up." The phrase "keep it up" is practically a declaration that the inspection has been successfully completed. After seeing the inspection team off, Yi Qingya let out a long sigh of relief, feeling her back soaked with cold sweat. She looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with lingering fear and admiration. You foresaw this day would come?" Chen Yang walked to the computer, pulled up an encrypted folder, which contained all the management systems, training records, emergency plans, and even simulated response plans for various possible complaints and inspection scenarios. "From the day Yi Qingqian started his crackdown, I knew he wouldn't limit himself to business tactics." Chen Yang's voice was calm. "Power and rules are the weapons he is more adept at using. Therefore, we must abide by the rules more strictly than anyone else and pay more attention to details, so that he can't find any opportunity to exploit us on this path." He pointed to the documents on the screen. "These are the foundation of our confidence in dealing with this situation." Yi Qingya stared at the densely packed yet clearly organized documents, deeply impressed. While she was frantically trying to manage and expand the community, Chen Yang had already built a solid dam against the impending storm on a deeper level. This foresight and meticulousness, planning 10 steps ahead for each step, gave her a profound sense of security. Then, what about the tax department? Yi Qingya remembered that there seemed to be people from the tax department among those people earlier. The accounts are perfectly fine, Chen Yang said confidently. All our income and expenses are clearly traceable through the mini program and bank statements. I've hired a part-time financial advisor to ensure that every transaction is legal and compliant. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yi Qingchen wants to use standards to suppress me, so I'll respond with the ultimate standards. Let him know that some petty tricks are not respectable and won't hurt the core. This unexpected inspection, far from crippling Chenji, served as a stress test, proving the solidity and standardization of its internal management. The news somehow spread among its core customer base, further strengthening their trust in Chenji. Even the Market Supervision Bureau couldn't find any faults during their surprise inspection. You can absolutely trust the quality and safety. The boss is amazing. The management is so efficient. Support Chen's. Let their performance speak for itself. In Yi Qingchen's office, after listening to Assistant Zhao's report about the fruitless inspection, his face was so gloomy it could drip water. He hadn't expected Chen Yang to be able to manage internal affairs so flawlessly. This was completely unlike what a college student in his early 20s could achieve. Useless. Yi Qingchen cursed under his breath. It was unclear whether he was cursing the person who was incompetent or Chen Yang who had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. He loosened his tie in frustration, walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of strong liquor, and downed it in one gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. Chen Yang, this kid who suddenly appeared, has transformed from an insignificant nuisance into an opponent that must be taken seriously. He took out his phone, found a number he rarely contacted, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed it. Hello, is this Ague? It's me, Yi Qingchen. His voice was low and laced with a hint of malice. There's something I might need you to use some unconventional methods to remind a certain unruly young man. Yes, that guy selling pan-fried dumplings in the university town. If the open methods don't work, then try the covert ones. Yi Qingchen's eyes, reflected in the wineglass, appeared particularly ferocious. He refused to believe that a young man with no background could withstand attacks from all levels. Meanwhile, inside the Chenji warehouse, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at a vague message on the future menu interface in his mind that local logistics may experience local delays due to human factors. It seems that Yi Qingchen's next offensive is not far off. Moreover, this time, they may not be wearing the mask of standards. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him and the vast knowledge and early warning capabilities in his mind. He accepted whatever came his way. Chapter 19: Fangs in the Dark Alley and Iron-Blooded Authority. The night was as dark as ink, casting a blurry shadow over the area surrounding the university town of Shanghai. It was 10 p.m. when Chen Yang finally finished his workday, locking up the doors of his Chen's shop and warehouse. Yi Qingya, prone to fatigue during her pregnancy, had been persuaded by him to return to her rented apartment to rest earlier. Alone, he pushed his second-hand electric tricycle to a nearby charging station. To cope with the increasing delivery demand, he had installed a battery pack on the tricycle, which needed to be charged every night. The path leading to the charging station was relatively quiet, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow that made his shadow long. A chilly evening breeze blew by. Chen Yan walked seemingly casually, but his extraordinary brain domain was already in a state of high alert. He keenly detected and analyzed any subtle sound around him: the sound of a car engine in the distance, the scurrying of a stray cat near a trash can, or even the rustling of leaves in the wind. Just as he turned a street corner and entered a darker alley, his extraordinary brain domain issued a strong warning signal. At the same time, the vague prompt in his mind from the future menu regarding human factors causing localized risks instantly became clear and sharp. At almost the same time, several shadowy figures appeared at the alleyway entrance ahead and the alleyway end behind, blocking the way. They seemed to be carrying sticks or similar weapons, their movements casual yet carrying a menacing air. Slowly closing in, there were at least 6 or 7 of them. The leader was a burly man wearing a floral shirt and with a buzz cut. He had a faint blue tattoo on his neck, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a fierce look in his eyes as he stared at Chen Yang. He was the Ague that Yi Qingchen had mentioned on the phone. Kid, you're Chen Yang? Ague spat out his cigarette but crushed it with his foot and said in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. Chen Yang stopped his tricycle, looking at him calmly without answering. His brain completed an environmental scan and friend or foe analysis in a fraction of a second. The enemy outnumbered them, had weapons, and the terrain was unfavorable. A direct confrontation was not the best strategy, but it wasn't entirely hopeless either. "We're a bit short on cash lately, need to borrow some." Ague swung the steel pipe in his hand, slowly approaching, his tone full of threat. "I heard you're making a lot of money running your shop? You'd better be smart and hand over all the money you earned today, and write an IOU. You'll have to give us a little something every month, and we'll keep you safe." It's a very old-fashioned excuse for extortion, but the mastermind behind it is self-evident. Chen Yang remained silent, only slightly adjusting his stance, lowering his center of gravity like a cheetah poised to pounce. The basic combat skills mastery he had exchanged for, along with the slight improvement in his physical attributes, now translated into real confidence. "Damn it, are you mute?" Seeing that Chen Yang didn't speak, a blonde thug next to Ague cursed impatiently and swung the wooden stick in his hand at Chen Yang's shoulder. That was quite a force. If an ordinary person were hit by it, they would at least suffer a fracture. Just as the wooden stick was about to hit him, Chen Yang moved. His movements were as fast as a ghost. He sidestepped, stepped forward, and cut into the inside of the blonde-haired man's circle. His left hand gripped the blonde-haired man's wrist, holding the stick with the precision of an iron clamp, and twisted it downwards. At the same time, his right elbow struck the blonde-haired man's ribs hard like a cannonball. Crack! A slight cracking sound and a pig-like scream rang out at the same time. The wooden stick fell from his hand and landed on the ground. The yellow-haired man curled up like a shrimp, instantly losing his fighting ability. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ague and the other thugs were stunned. They hadn't even seen how Chen Yang made his move. Mastery of basic fighting techniques, this encompasses more than just moves. It includes the most effective power generation techniques, awareness of human weaknesses, and near-instinctive combat reactions. With the assistance of extraordinary brain domain, every attack Chen Yang makes is precise and efficient, without a single superfluous movement. "Damn it! Let's all go! Cripple him!" Ague roared in shock and rage, brandishing his steel pipe and leading the charge. The other thugs reacted as well, howling and surrounding him. The narrow alleyway was instantly engulfed in chaos. Chen Yang's figure nimbly weaved through the clash of sticks. He would parry or dodge, each strike accompanied by a thug's scream as he fell to the ground. He specialized in targeting joints and vulnerable spots, his attacks ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. A thug attacked from behind, bringing a steel pipe down on the back of Chen Yang's head. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chen Yang ducked and slid to the side, avoiding the fatal blow, while simultaneously delivering a vicious back kick that precisely struck the thug's knee. The sickening sound of bones cracking rang out again, and the thug collapsed to the ground, clutching his twisted leg and howling in pain. Another thug lunged at him with a dagger, but Chen Yang didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, grabbed the thug's wrist with one hand, twisted it in the opposite direction, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Then, he delivered a chop to the thug's neck, and the thug collapsed to the ground without even uttering a sound. Ague was horrified. In all his years in the underworld, he had never seen anyone so skilled in fighting and so ruthless. This wasn't a college student, this was clearly a professional killer. Seeing more than half of his men fall in the blink of an eye, Ague felt a chill run down his spine. He roared, his voice trembling with fear, You dare to touch us? Do you know who we're with?" Chen Yang kicked the last thug who was still standing, sending him flying. The thug crashed into the wall and slid down, lifeless. Only then did he turn around and look at Ague, the only one still standing. His eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a lifeless object. A few bloodstains were splattered on his face and clothes, appearing particularly gruesome under the dim streetlights. He walked step by step toward Ague, his footsteps unusually clear in the quiet alley. Ague was so frightened by the murderous aura emanating from him that he retreated repeatedly, his hand holding the steel pipe trembling. You stay away. I'm warning you." Without a word, Chen Yang charged forward. Ague instinctively swung his steel pipe in a sweeping motion, but Chen Yang easily deflected it. Then, an iron fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Ague's face. The sound of his nose breaking was clearly audible, and blood gushed out instantly. Ague screamed and fell backward, but Chen Yang grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Chen Yang leaned closer to his blood-soaked face, his voice low and cold, as if from the deepest hell. "Go back and tell Yi Qingchen. I'll take your business tactics." But such a despicable tactic. Chun Young tightened his grip slightly, pinching Ague until his eyes rolled back. If there's a next time, I'll cripple more than just the dog he sent. He let go and threw Ague on the ground like trash. Ague covered his face, looking at Chen Yang, who resembled a demon, with terror. He scrambled backward, pleading incoherently, "No. I won't dare. I'll never dare again." Chen Yang stopped looking at him, walked to his tricycle, righted it, and checked it. Only the basket was slightly deformed. He pushed the tricycle, as if nothing had happened, and calmly walked out of the dark alley filled with groaning thugs, heading towards the charging station. His silhouette appeared tall and aloof in the night, exuding an inviolable aura of iron will. Tonight, he used the most direct and brutal method to declare his bottom line in thanks to Yi Qingchen and all potential enemies. He's ready to fight to the bitter end in business competition. But if he wants to play dirty tricks, he's even dirtier and more ruthless than them. Back downstairs at his rented apartment, Chen Yang carefully washed the bloodstains off his face and hands at the communal sink, straightened his clothes, and made sure nothing seemed amiss before going upstairs. He opened the door, and a small lamp was on in the living room. Yi Qingya was asleep on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket, clearly waiting for him. Hearing the door open, she woke up with a start, rubbing her eyes. "You're back? Why are you so late?" "Yeah, I took care of a few things." Chen Yang's voice returned to its usual gentleness. He walked over and tucked a strand of hair that had fallen across her face behind her ear. "Didn't I tell you to go to sleep first? I'm a little worried about you." Yi Qingya looked at him, then suddenly wrinkled her small nose and asked in confusion, "You seem to have a faint smell?" Chen Yang felt a slight chill in his heart, but remained outwardly calm. "It's probably the smell of disinfectant from the warehouse. Go to sleep, it's late." He escorted Yi Qingya back to her bedroom, watched her lie down, and then gently closed the door. Walking to the living room window, Chen Yang looked at the silent night outside, his eyes once again becoming sharp as knives. Yi Qingchen's bottom line was lower than he had imagined. Then, he no longer needed to have any reservations. He took out his phone and found Li Tianming's number. It was time to borrow some power. Ague and his gang, and the forces behind them, needed to be knocked down and made to thoroughly remember tonight's lesson. This war has escalated completely, both overtly and covertly. But Chen Yang was fearless and had no regrets. Chapter 20: Thunderous Counterattack and Silent Alliance. The following morning, Chen's pan-fried dumplings opened on time as usual, amidst the familiar aroma. The bloodshed of the previous night seemed to have never happened. Chen Yang's face showed no abnormality as he calmly controlled the frying pan and directed the sorting. However, undercurrents have already begun to stir. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yang dialed Li Tianming's number. "Good morning, young Master Li." Chen Yang's voice was calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. "Hey, Chen Yang? So early, you must have some good business opportunity with you again?" Li Tianming's voice was still languid from just waking up, but his tone was noticeably warmer than before. The data showing Chen Yang's online community growing against the trend despite the pressure from Yusan Life had clearly reached his ears. "Business is going smoothly, Mr. Li, don't worry." Chen Yang changed the subject, his tone slightly somber. "However, I ran into a little trouble last night. A few ignorant thugs tried to collect protection money, but I dealt with them. Judging from their tone, it seems like someone called Ague is behind it all." "Ague?" Li Tianming's voice instantly rose, tinged with a hint of ferocity. "Damn it, that mad dog dares to touch my people? He's got a death wish." This was exactly the effect Chen Yang wanted. He deliberately mentioned "my people," which emphasized the cooperative relationship between the two parties and gave Li Tianming a sufficient reason to take action to save face. "I've already dealt with the matter and warned them," Chen Yang said calmly. "However, I'm afraid they won't learn their lesson, or the people behind them might still be up to no good. Does young Master Li have any friends in the underworld who can remind Ague and his people that they should do business honestly and not resort to these underhanded tactics, so as not to make things awkward for everyone?" His words were concise and to the point, explaining the situation and making demands while giving Li Tianming face, thus packaging his intervention as maintaining order. Li Tianming sneered on the other end of the phone. "Got it. Damn it, that bastard Yi Qingchen, if he can't do it openly, he'll resort to underhanded tactics? Playing this game? Don't worry, Chen Yang, leave Ague to me. I guarantee he'll avoid your Qinji sign from now on. As for Yi Qingchen, I'll remember this debt." Although Li Tianming is a playboy, he values his reputation extremely. Chen Yang is now his nominal partner, so slapping Chen Yang in the face is the same as slapping Li Tianming in the face. Moreover, being able to compete with Yi Qingchen is also a thrilling thing for him. Then thank you very much, young masterly, Chen Yang said, his tone becoming slightly more sincere. No problem. Wait for my news. Li Tianming said and hung up the phone in a hurry. Chen Yang put down his phone, his eyes deep. Using someone else's strength against them, driving one wolf into another, this was the most effective strategy for dealing with the current situation. If Li Tianming's knife was used well, it could cut off many of Yi Qingchen's attempts to undermine him. Sure enough, before noon, Li Tianming called back, his tone smug. Done. That bastard Ague was invited for dim sum by my men, and now he's as docile as a quail. He promised he'd never touch a hair on your head or Chen's again. I also had someone pass on a message to that old guy behind him, telling him to keep his dogs in check. Don't worry, this matter is over. You're very efficient, thank you for your help, young Master Li. Chen Yang offered his praise at the opportune moment. Ha, no problem. Li Tianming was quite pleased. By the way, let me tell you something. Remember Su Wanqing? You know that actress from last time? She heard from somewhere that you're an amazing cook, especially skilled in medicinal cuisine. Lately, she seems to be suffering from some minor health issues due to filming non-stop. Western medicine isn't working well, so she's thinking of seeing a reliable traditional Chinese medicine doctor or trying dietary supplements. I mentioned you to her, and she seems interested. How about it? Interested in taking on a side job? Cook some medicinal meals for her for a few days? You'll definitely get a good reward. Su Wanqing? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. This was an unexpected delight. If he could establish a good personal relationship with a top influencer like Su Wanqing, the hidden resources and connections that would come with it would be immeasurable. Moreover, using the medicinal cuisine knowledge within his max-level culinary skills to treat others' bodies was also a way to test and expand the system's capabilities. I am honored that Miss Su thinks so highly of me. Chen Yang did not agree immediately, but asked cautiously, I wonder what exactly is wrong with Miss Su. I need to understand the situation clearly before I can judge whether it is within my capabilities, and I dare not delay Miss Su's treatment. It seems like she has an upset stomach and isn't sleeping well, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I'll give you her assistant's WeChat, you two can talk it over. If it works out, treat me to dinner. Li Tianming was as efficient and decisive as ever. Soon, a WeChat friend request came in, labeled Su Wanqing's assistant Linda. After Chen Yang passed by, he didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to asking Su Wanqing about her specific symptoms, recent diet, daily routine, and the results of the Western medicine diagnosis. Linda was clearly very professional and quickly sent a detailed list, including a photo of her tongue blurred, a description of her symptoms: dull stomach pain, loss of appetite, bloating, difficulty falling asleep, frequent awakenings and vivid dreams, etc., and a hospital examination report which ruled out organic lesions. Chen Yang carefully examined this information, using his extraordinary brain domain, combined with the vast knowledge of medicinal cuisine and traditional Chinese medicine theory from his max-level culinary skills, to quickly analyze and diagnose the condition. The patient suffers from spleen and stomach weakness, dampness obstructing qi, and signs of deficiency in both the heart and spleen. While not a rare or intractable disease, it requires careful management. Western medicine is indeed unlikely to cure it and may even worsen the burden on the spleen and stomach. He pondered for a moment, then replied to Linda's message. I am aware of Ms. Su's condition. Her symptoms indicate spleen and stomach weakness, impaired digestion, and malnourishment of the heart and spirit. I can try to customize a 7-day medicinal diet therapy plan for Ms. Su, along with dietary restrictions and lifestyle recommendations. However, it should be noted that the medicinal diet is intended to regulate and improve the condition, not to replace medical treatment. If the symptoms worsen or discomfort occurs during the period, please seek medical attention promptly. If Ms. Su agrees, I can draft a preliminary plan for your reference. His response was professional and rigorous, neither exaggerating the effects nor failing to demonstrate sufficient confidence and competence. A few minutes later, Linda replied, Ms. Su agrees. Mr. Chen, please draft a proposal. As for the remuneration, please name your name. Instead of rushing to quote a price, Chen Yang first used his free time in the afternoon to carefully design a 7-day medicinal diet plan based on Su Wanqing's constitution and symptoms, focusing on strengthening the spleen, removing dampness, nourishing the heart, and calming the mind. Each recipe detailed the ingredients, preparation method, effects, and even precautions, demonstrating a level of professionalism comparable to that of a senior nutritionist or traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He sent the plan to Linda with the note, the plan is for reference only. You can try making one day's worth first to see if Miss Su can accept the taste and physical reaction. There is no need to rush the payment. If it is effective, Miss Su can pay as she sees fit. If it is ineffective, no payment will be made. His absolute confidence in his abilities and his attitude of charging only after achieving results make him even more convincing. In the evening, Linda sent a reply, her tone filled with surprise. Mr. Chen, Miss Su has reviewed the plan and found it very professional. We've decided to try your plan for a week. Miss Su said the fee is tentatively set at 100,000 yuan, with an additional reward if the results are significant. Also, for Miss Su's privacy and convenience, we might need you to deliver the meals to a designated location at a set time each day. Is that all right? 100,000. Just 1 week of medicinal diet therapy. This compensation far exceeded Chen Yang's expectations, which also reflects Su Wanqing's recognition of his abilities and her urgent need for them. Sure. Please provide your address and specific time requirements, Chen Yang replied calmly, as if the 100,000 yuan reward was nothing out of the ordinary. Chen Yang put down his phone and looked out the window. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the city in a golden light. Yi Qingshan's suppression still hangs like a sword of Damocles, but the situation is quietly changing. Li Tianming became his shield against the darkness. Su Wanqing could become a window for him to open up connections with the upper class. He himself, relying on the system and his own abilities, gradually gained a foothold in the vortex of Shanghai and wove his own network of relationships. This is not the end, nor even the beginning of the end. But perhaps this is the end of the beginning. He took a deep breath, his eyes growing increasingly firm and bright. Every step that follows is crucial. Chapter 21 Medicinal Cuisine, a glimpse of beauty in the rise of a green stream. Preparing medicinal meals for Su Wanqing was a completely new challenge for Chen Yang, and also a profound test of his own abilities. Instead of cooking in the bustling, smoky kitchen of Chenji, he carved out a perfectly clean, private area in his rented apartment's kitchen. All the kitchen utensils and containers were newly purchased and rigorously disinfected. The ingredients were also carefully selected. Many medicinal herbs and special ingredients were obtained through the systems and game store using his remaining points, or through the information retrieval capabilities of his extraordinary brain domain, sourcing premium products from several long-established pharmacies and specific suppliers in Shanghai to ensure their medicinal properties and quality were at their peak. Masterful culinary skill, at this moment, it reveals its extraordinary side. This is not only the pinnacle of cooking skills, but also includes a profound understanding of the concept of food and medicine sharing the same origin. The control of heat is no longer just for deliciousness, but also to stimulate and harmonize the properties of medicinal herbs, so that they complement each other rather than counteract each other. Chen Yang put extra care into preparing the meals for the first day. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of yam, poria, and barley porridge. Japonica rice was cooked together with Chinese yam, poria, and barley. The porridge was thick and oily, with the aroma of rice and herbs blending perfectly. It was good for the spleen, removing dampness, and gently nourishing the stomach. Lunch was a pigeon soup with ginseng and astragalus. It was made with tender young pigeons, a small amount of ginseng, astragalus, and goji berries, and simmered over low heat for several hours. The soup was clear like tea, but the taste was mellow and sweet. It was good for replenishing qi and blood, calming the mind and improving intelligence. Dinner was steamed sea bass with lily bulbs. The fresh sea bass was steamed with just a little salt, ginger, and soaked dried lily bulbs to preserve the original flavor of the ingredients to the greatest extent. Lily bulbs are calming and soothing, while sea bass is good for the spleen and kidneys. Each dish appears simple and ordinary, but the moment it enters your mouth, the rich and perfectly balanced flavors, and the warmth and comfort that rises in your stomach after swallowing, are incomparable to ordinary dishes. Chen Yang even uses a carving knife to cut carrots, white radishes, and other side ingredients into exquisite flower and bird shapes, making the medicinal cuisine a visual treat as well. He carefully packed the meal into custom-made insulated food containers and delivered them to a designated handover point at a top-security apartment building in the city center, according to the address provided by Linda. The next morning, Linda sent her feedback, her voice brimming with excitement. Mr. Chen. It's amazing. Sister Wanqing had the most restful sleep she's had in months last night. Her stomach is fine now. She said your porridge and soup tasted unexpectedly good, with absolutely no medicinal taste. She's very satisfied and looking forward to today's meal. Chen Yang looked at the information calmly. The effect was as he expected. With his maximum culinary skills, combined with the precise diagnosis of extraordinary brain power, it would be strange if it couldn't even improve this sub-health condition. If it works, that's good. Miss Su, please eat on time, keep a cheerful mood, and avoid raw, cold, and greasy foods. His reply was concise, professional, and restrained. In the following days, Chen Yang dynamically adjusted the medicinal diet plan based on the subtle changes in Su Wanqing's body. Sometimes he added lotus seeds and lungan to nourish the heart and spleen, and sometimes he added a little dried tangerine peel and cardamom to enhance the effect of promoting qi circulation and removing dampness. He perfectly integrated the concept of syndrome differentiation and treatment in traditional Chinese medicine into the daily diet. Su Wanqing's health improved at a visible pace. Her complexion was no longer pale, but had a rosy glow. Her long-standing abdominal bloating and insomnia were greatly improved, and even her mental state was refreshed. Her trust in Chen Yang grew day by day, and she voluntarily increased her payment on top of the 100,000 yuan, and through Linda, expressed her hope to establish a long-term health and nutrition consultant relationship with Chen Yang. All of this was done under strict secrecy. Su Wanqing's team kept it a secret, and Chen Yang had no intention of publicizing it. But this relationship, like a seed quietly planted, might take root, sprout, and grow into a towering tree at some point in the future. However, while Chen Yang was busy expanding Chenji and preparing medicinal diets for Su Wanqing, an even bigger storm was quietly brewing. That afternoon, Chen Yang was checking a newly arrived batch of organic vegetables in the warehouse when the warning function of the future menu in his mind suddenly transmitted a palpitation that was far stronger and more chaotic than ever before. Countless blurry, negatively charged fragments flashed through my mind. In the vegetable market, some people were pointing at a certain vegetable and arguing loudly, their faces showing panic. On an online forum, a post quickly went viral, its title containing sensational words. Fragments of news reports, the host's expression is serious. A vague sense of panic is spreading regarding pesticide residues, poisoning, and the source. These fragmented pieces of information are disorganized and unclear, but the sense of oppression and panic that is about to erupt is incredibly real and intense. Future Food Menu is issuing a frantic warning. This time, it's not just a simple supply chain issue, but involves broader public panic and a crisis of trust. Moreover, it seems to be closely related to the fresh food industry he's in. Chen Yang's heart sank. He immediately put down his work, turned on his computer, and began frantically searching for all recent news, forum discussions, and social media updates related to food safety. Extraordinary brain domain full power activated, like the most sophisticated filter, capturing key clues from massive amounts of information. Soon, several seemingly insignificant local news stories caught his attention. In a small county in a neighboring province, several cases of gastrointestinal discomfort had recently occurred. Preliminary investigations suspected a link to a certain leafy vegetable sold at the local farmer's market. The specific cause was still under investigation, but speculation that pesticides exceeded the standard had already begun to circulate in a small circle. This news itself wasn't particularly high profile, but combined with the warning from Future Food List, Chen Yang keenly sensed the enormous risks lurking within. If this matter were exploited by malicious individuals, or if the investigation confirmed it was a problem with a commonly used pesticide, it could easily trigger nationwide panic and a crisis of trust regarding similar vegetables, and even the entire fresh food industry. This is undoubtedly a devastating blow to Chen's Kitchen, a business that is just starting out and relies heavily on word of mouth and trust. Will Yi Qingchen let this opportunity pass? Absolutely not. He will definitely seize the chance to fan the flames and shift the blame onto Chen's Kitchen. We must act immediately, before the crisis fully erupts. Chen Yang's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He first made two decisions. First, immediately and unconditionally remove all products of the same category as the suspected problematic vegetables from the mini program in stores, regardless of their safe origin or the potential losses. When the truth is unclear, safety is always the top priority. Second, immediately contact all cooperating suppliers and request them to provide pesticide residue test reports from authoritative institutions for all recent batches of vegetables, especially leafy greens. And initiate a more stringent second round of random inspections. He picked up the phone, intending to call Yi Qingya and ask her to immediately post an announcement in the community, frankly explaining the reason for the removal from the shelves, and reiterating Chenji's zero-tolerance attitude towards food safety to stabilize user emotions. However, just as his finger was about to touch the screen, a bolder and more forward-thinking idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Crisis, but opportunity lies hidden within danger. This potential food safety storm is a test for all fresh food industry practitioners, but for Chen Yang, it may be a golden opportunity to push the trust of the Chenji brand to the extreme and completely differentiate it from Yi Qingchen's Yuxian life. A clear yet audacious plan B quickly took shape in his mind. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a desperate glint. This time, he's going to take a big gamble. Not only must we weather the crisis, but we must also take advantage of this opportunity to soar to new heights. He changed his mind, and instead of immediately calling Yi Qingya, he dialed Li Twinling's number first. Some things require this young master's resources and influence to be done faster and more ruthlessly. The wind rises from the tip of a blade of grass. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was ready to soar into the sky. Chapter 22: Foresight and the Foundation of Trust. When the call connected, there was some background noise on Li Tenling's end, as if he were in a club. Young Master Li, there's something urgent that might require your help. Chen Yang got straight to the point, his tone serious, without any pleasantries. Li Tianming sensed something was wrong with his tone, waved away the people around him, and the environment quieted down. Speak, what is it? I've received some vague information that a food safety issue involving certain leafy vegetables may be breaking out in a neighboring province. The specific cause is unclear, but panic may spread here. Chen Yang spoke quickly but clearly. This is a test for the entire fresh food industry. Yi Qingchen will never let this opportunity pass. Li Tianming instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. How do you want me to help? Two things. Chen Yang had already prepared his answer. First, I need to obtain, as quickly as possible, the most authoritative third-party pesticide residue test reports from the past week for the main leafy vegetable varieties supplied to the university town and my newly expanded areas from several major vegetable bases in Shanghai and the surrounding areas. Not just one or two, but as many major sources as possible. Use your Li family's channels, the faster the better, and I'll cover the cost. What he wanted wasn't to prove his innocence, but to obtain comprehensive data on the quality of mainstream vegetables in the region. This required a powerful information network and strong execution capabilities, and Li Tianming was the most suitable candidate. No problem. I'll have someone take care of it right away. I know the testing agency well, so I can expedite the report. Li Tianming readily agreed, as this was not a difficult task for the Li family. Second, Chen Yang paused, his voice lowered but with a hint of determination. If a crisis really breaks out and panic spreads, I need you to use some media resources to focus on and guide the reporting of one thing, without revealing our cooperation. What's up? In this potential food safety incident, Chenji Xingjian and its online community, thanks to the founder's extremely strict quality control standards and forward-looking risk assessment, took the lead in removing all suspected risk categories from the shelves and proactively publicized authoritative test reports covering the entire supply chain for all its fresh products on sale, thus taking practical actions to safeguard consumers' food safety. Chen Yang explained his core plan word by word. He wasn't going to passively clarify things, he was going to take the initiative. He wanted to transform this crisis into a grand public relations campaign showcasing Chenji's exceptional quality control and responsible attitude. He wanted to position himself and Chenji as the most trustworthy beacon in the chaotic market. Li Tianming gasped on the other end of the phone, stunned by Chen Yang's audacious and reckless plan. This wasn't just about dealing with a crisis, it was about climbing over the corpses of all competitors, especially Yi Qingchen's Yu Xianlife, to seize power. Holy crap! Chen Yang, you're a fucking genius! Li Tianming couldn't help but curse, his voice filled with excitement. That was a ruthless move. Don't worry, leave the media to me. I'll make sure you get it all sorted out perfectly. Thank you, Chen Yang said in a deep voice. We must act quickly and establish a proactive and responsible image before panic spreads widely. Clear. After ending his call with Li Tianming, Chen Yang immediately dialed Yi Qingya's number. Qingya, immediately issue an emergency announcement on the mini-program and all social media groups. Chen Yang's voice regained its absolute calm. The content is as follows. Following an internal quality control alert and to ensure user safety to the greatest extent possible, Chenji has decided to immediately remove and suspend the sale of all leafy vegetables of the XX category. List specific names until further notice. For users who have already pre-ordered this category of products, we will provide a full refund and a coupon as compensation. Chenji always puts food safety first, and we ask for users' understanding and supervision. Yi Qingya listened with alarm on the other end of the phone. Take all leafy vegetables off the shelves? Why? What happened? This is just a warning, just in case. Do as I say, immediately. Chen Yang's tone left no room for argument. Okay. I'll send it right away. Although Yi Qingya didn't understand why, she immediately carried out the order because of her absolute trust in Chen Yang. The announcement caused an uproar in all 4 online communities. What's going on? Why were the vegetables suddenly taken off the shelves? Internal quality control alert? The boss is amazing. So responsible. Although it's a bit sudden, I support it for safety reasons. They actually offered a full refund and even gave me a coupon? That's some serious generosity. Most users expressed understanding and support, and even their goodwill towards the brand increased greatly because of Chen Ji's proactive and responsible attitude, even at the cost of losses. There were also a few doubts and complaints, but they were quickly drowned out by voices of support and explanation. Meanwhile, Chen Yang personally oversaw the warehouse, directing employees and part-time students to seal and record all leafy vegetables of the relevant categories, awaiting further processing. His stern expression and decisive actions subtly calmed the slightly panicked crowd. After doing all this, he stood alone at the warehouse entrance, watching night fall. The city's neon lights began to illuminate his serene profile. The warnings from "Future Menu" are still lingering, indicating that a storm is approaching. Li Tianming's side has already taken action. Yi Qingya reassured the users behind her. But he had already laid out his trap and cast his net. Now, all we have to do is wait for the wind to come. No, he wasn't waiting for the wind to come. He is going to rise with the wind. Yi Qingchen's office. Assistant Zhao strode in, his face grim. "President Yi, we just received news that Chen Ji has suddenly removed all mainstream leafy green dishes from its menu, citing internal quality control warning as the reason." Yi Qingchen paused in his review of documents, looked up, and a hint of surprise and gloom flashed in his eyes. Internal quality control warning? How could he? He immediately thought of the incident in the neighboring province, which hadn't been made public but was already circulating in a small circle. He had originally planned to wait for the incident to escalate and for an official announcement before taking action, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Yang. But unexpectedly, Chen Yang had preemptively cut off his own arm? How could he have known so quickly? Did he have informants in the relevant departments? He's using a feigned retreat to advance. Yi Qingchen instantly understood Chen Yang's intention, his face growing even darker. Trying to exchange temporary losses for reputation and trust? Naive. Once the panic really sets in, let's see how he handles it. Then we. Assistant Zhao asked. Proceed according to plan. Yi Qingchen said coldly. Contact several media outlets with good relations with us. Once the official report on the incident in the neighboring province is released, immediately increase the coverage and focus on exaggerating the panic. At the same time, dig deep. Dig deep to see if Chen Ji has any food safety flaws in the past, even if it's just unreasonable customer complaints, amplify them. I want to make his taking responsibility this time turn into feeling guilty. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Qingchen walked to the window, looking at the endless stream of cars below with a cold gaze. Chen Yang, do you think you can win just by being one step ahead? Faced with absolute power and control over public opinion, your clever tricks are utterly ineffective. He seemed to already see how, in the impending food safety storm, Chen Ji's seemingly solid reputation would crumble like a sandcastle under the towering waves. What he didn't know was that Chen Yang not only held the trump card of warning, but also an upcoming proof of innocence covering the entire supply chain, as well as a desperate counterattack plan to leverage the power of the Li family and proactively shape public opinion. A storm is coming. Darkness and light, lies and truth, are about to engage in a fierce battle in the skies above this city. Chapter 23. The storm approaches and the thunderous counterattack. Chen Yang's early warning and foresight proved to be remarkably prescient 48 hours later. The official preliminary report on the outbreak of gastroenteritis in a county in a neighboring province was finally released on a weekday morning through the local health commission. The report was cautiously worded, but the conclusion that it was suspected to be related to excessive pesticide residues in a common leafy vegetable stirred up a storm like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Certain media outlets, already prepared and secretly instigated by Yi Qingchen, began frantically reprinting and interpreting the report. The headlines were increasingly sensational. Poisonous vegetables have entered the market? Dozens of people in a neighboring province have been hospitalized with poisoning. Are the leafy green vegetables on your table still safe? Experts urge caution when buying them. Food safety alarm bells ring again, with certain types of vegetables being the hardest hit. Panic, like a plague, spread across the country at an unprecedented speed via the internet and social media platforms. In Shanghai's major farmers' markets and supermarkets, shelves previously stocked with various leafy greens instantly became deserted, people discussing the situation with expressions of worry and disbelief. Even some vegetables completely different from those listed in the official reports were affected. Yi Qingshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, looking at the somewhat panicked crowd on the street below, a cold smile curving his lips. He picked up the internal phone. Assistant Zhao, have our media friends add fuel to the fire, spread the word that some emerging fresh food brands may be neglecting source control in pursuit of profits, and guide public opinion. Yes, Mr. Yi. Almost simultaneously, the Yuxian Life app and its offline pre-positioned warehouses posted eye-catching announcements. Yuxian Life solemnly promises that all vegetable products come from strictly audited contracted bases, and are tested batch by batch, ensuring safety and peace of mind. In response to recent events, we have initiated the highest level of quality control review, so please feel free to purchase. The announcement was written in a grand and respectable manner, and in conjunction with the media controlled by the Yi family, it both amplified panic and highlighted the responsible image of Yuxian, attempting to guide consumers' trust in choices toward itself, while directing potential doubts toward competitors, especially the rising star Chenji. However, just as Yi Qingshan thought he had succeeded and was waiting for Chen Yang and Chenji to struggle in panic and for their reputation to collapse, a counterattack that he had never expected suddenly broke out in a more violent and precise way. First, there was an in-depth report published by a reputable financial media outlet in Shanghai, with the headline, "Resilience and Responsibility Amid Panic, How Chenji Builds a Barrier of Trust During a Food Safety Storm." The article details how, 2 days before the official announcement of the incident in the neighboring province, Chenji Xingjian and its online community proactively removed all leafy vegetables suspected of being at risk from their shelves based on their internal quality control early warning mechanism, and immediately informed and compensated users. The article highly praises this responsible attitude of putting food safety above commercial interests and calls it a model action for emerging brands in a crisis. Following this, many influential self-media and lifestyle public accounts began to push articles from similar angles. Some food safety experts and nutritionists even stepped forward to discuss how fresh food e-commerce can establish a real quality control system and trust mechanism, using Chenji as an example. These reports and discussions are not empty praises, but are accompanied by concrete evidence. Pesticide residue test reports issued by authoritative third-party testing institutions, which Li Tianming obtained urgently through his connections, covering dozens of batches from major vegetable production areas in and around Shanghai. The reports clearly show that the vast majority of similar vegetables from mainstream channels in these areas meet or even exceed national safety standards. Furthermore, Chenji has clearly and without any censorship published all the test reports for the corresponding batches of its fresh produce on its mini-program homepage and in the announcement boards of various social media groups. Those reports, stamped with the official red seal, act as the strongest shield, firmly keeping all doubts and panic at bay. The public information page designed by Super Brain Domain is simple yet powerful, allowing anyone to easily view and compare information. This extreme transparency, in the current climate of widespread panic, generates unparalleled persuasiveness. The contrast is striking. While Yi Qingshan's Yuxian Life was still vaguely chanting the slogan batch by batch testing, safe and worry-free, Chenji had already established itself as a synonym for transparent, credible, and responsible with concrete reports. Under the impact of this information deluge secretly guided by Li Tianming, the tide of public opinion began to undergo a startling reversal. My God! Chenji was taken off the shelves 2 days in advance? Their early warning system is amazing. Look at their test report, it's so clear and transparent. That's what you call responsible. Compare this to a certain company that only issues announcements, and the difference is obvious. From now on, I'll only buy groceries from Chenji. I feel safe eating there. This is a truly conscientious company. I'm a fan. In various Chenji online communities, voices of support surged like a tidal wave, and user loyalty soared to unprecedented heights. Users who had initially complained about the removal of leafy greens from the shelves have now turned to understanding and admiration. Even many consumers who weren't Chenji customers have been drawn in by this positive trend, downloading the mini program and joining the communities, resulting in a surprising surge in orders amidst the prevailing panic. Yi Qingshan stared at the reports and comments on the computer screen that overwhelmingly praised Chenji and subtly belittled Yuxian. His face turned ashen, and veins bulged on his forehead. He abruptly swept the teacup off the table, making a jarring, shattering sound. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He roared at Assistant Zhao, who stood silently to the side, hands clasped at his sides. The Li family. It must be that bastard Li Tianming pulling the strings behind the scenes. How did he get so many test reports? How could he react so quickly? He originally intended to take this opportunity to severely damage or even eliminate Chen's, but he never expected that he would instead push the other party to an even higher pedestal. He gave them a free, explosive nationwide advertisement. The frustration and anger of working for someone else's benefit almost made him vomit blood. Just then, his personal cell phone rang. It was his father, Yi Hongyuan, the head of the Yi Group. Yi Qingchen forcibly suppressed his anger, answered the phone, and his voice trembled slightly. "Dad. I already know about what happened in Shanghai." Yi Hongyuan's voice was unreadable, but carried an imposing pressure. "A small Chen shop, a college student with no background, has caused you so much trouble, even using some of your family's media resources, and this is the result?" Yi Qingchen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. "Dad, it was my carelessness. I didn't expect Li Tianming to get involved, and I don't want to hear excuses." Yi Hongyuan interrupted him, his tone still calm but even colder. "The Yi family's resources are not for you to waste on getting entangled with a steamed bun seller. This matter ends here. The group has more important matters to attend to recently. Don't waste your energy and resources on this pointless struggle and make yourself a laughingstock." "But..." Yi Qingchen was unwilling. "No buts." Yi Hongyuan's voice carried an undeniable decisiveness. "Remember your identity, remember the Yi family's reputation. If Chen Yang knows what's good for him, he'll stop here, and that'll be fine. If he still doesn't understand when to back down, there are naturally more reliable ways to make him understand whose Shanghai this is." The call was disconnected. Yi Qingchen gripped his phone, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His father's words were like a resounding slap across his face. Not only had he failed to deal with Chen Yang, but he had also left his father with the impression of incompetence. Utter disgrace. He slammed his phone against the wall, and the expensive custom-made phone shattered into pieces instantly. Chen Yang. Li Tianming. He gritted his teeth as he uttered those two names, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. His father told him to stop? How could he possibly give up? Overt and covert methods, commercial and political ones, all tactics seem to have failed in front of Chen Yang. No, there is one last way. A more direct, more thorough, and more effective way to vent his hatred. His gaze fell on the cold, untouched car key in the desk drawer. Since the methods within the rules can't do anything to you, then, we'll use the most primitive method to make you disappear completely. Meanwhile, inside the Chenji warehouse, there was an atmosphere of exhilaration, as if the company had survived a disaster. The employees wore expressions of pride and worked efficiently to process the surge in orders. Yi Qingya looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and lingering fear. She couldn't imagine what desperate situation Chen's company would have been in right now without Chen Yang's early warning and swift counterattack. Chen Yang stood in the center of the warehouse, looking at the bustling scene, but his face showed little joy, only a calm expression. He took out his phone and looked at the latest message from Su Wenqing's assistant, Linda. In addition to expressing his gratitude again for the effects of the medicinal diet, he also subtly mentioned that Ms. Su Wenqing greatly admired his handling of the food safety crisis, believing that he was decisive and responsible, and looked forward to future cooperation. Chen Yang replied with thanks and put down his phone. He knew that repelling Yi Qingchen's attack this time did not mean the end. Given Yi Qingchen's vengeful nature and the potential and threat he had shown, the other party would never let it go easily. The next counterattack will likely be even more frantic and reckless. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within his body and the unfathomable system in his mind. Bring it on. Whatever it is. He accepted them all. His gaze passed over the warehouse window and landed on the towering skyscrapers in the distance of the city. That was where the Yi family was based. It is also the place he will eventually conquer. Chapter 24: Panshan's Deadly Strike and Uncontrolled Rage. The Panlong Mountain Road at night presents a completely different scene. Gone is the clamor of weekend street racers, only the howling mountain wind and the occasional hoot of an owl add to its profound stillness. Illuminated by car headlights, the winding road resembles a pale, giant python, crawling along the mountain ridge. Yi Qingchen's black Mercedes-AMG GT sat like a ghost at the agreed starting point, a low, suppressed roar emanating from under the hood, like a restless, trapped beast. He leaned against the car, the cigarette between his fingers flickering in the darkness, his face appearing particularly gloomy in the shadows. He chose this place not only because it was a traditional venue for settling personal scores, but also because of its ruggedness and seclusion. Any accident that happened here was more likely to be explained as an unfortunate traffic accident. In the distance, two steady beams of light approached, marking Chen Yang's unassuming second-hand electric tricycle. He had actually come, and in such an almost comical way. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Yi Qingqian's lips. Fine, ending him with this rubbish would be even more humiliating. Chen Yang parked his tricycle next to the AMG, got out, and calmly looked at Yi Qingqian. He was still wearing his casual clothes, which were stained with a little oil, a stark contrast to Yi Qingqian's expensive racing suit. I thought you wouldn't dare come. Yi Qingqian threw away his cigarette but and crushed it with his foot. I never break my word, Chen Yang said calmly. So, how do you want to compete? It's simple. Yi Qingqian pointed to the end of the dark mountain path. From here to the mountaintop viewing platform, then back here. Whoever gets there first wins. If you win, the Yi family and I will never bother you in Yi Qingya again. If you lose, he paused, his eyes flashing with malice, you can just roll down this mountain yourself. This is not a competition at all, it is a premeditated murder pretext. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, but his face showed no fear. Okay. The two got into their respective cars. The AMG GT roared furiously, its exhaust notes echoing through the silent valley. Chen Yang's tricycle, on the other hand, emitted only the faint hum of its motor. A top-performance sports car versus a modified electric tricycle, this is destined to be an absurd and brutal showdown. As the starter, someone Yi Qingqian had already arranged, waved the flag. The AMG GT, like a wild horse, screeched as its tires rubbed against the ground, charging into the darkness with an overbearing momentum, its taillights leaving two scarlet streaks. Chen Yang's tricycle started smoothly, not fast, but with an unusual sense of stability, and silently glided into the mountain road. Maximum driving skill awakens within Chen Yang's body. This isn't driving on a flat highway, but rather extreme control on a treacherous mountain road fraught with danger. His brain, like a highly precise onboard computer, instantly calculates the optimal entry point, exit route, and weight transfer for each curve. His hands and feet seem to be one with this simple tricycle, sensing the slightest undulations in the road surface and the tire's grip limits. The AMG ahead, relying on its absolute horsepower and performance, was frantically widening the gap on the straightaway, its engine roaring and echoing through the mountains, full of power and arrogance. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry. On Panlong Mountain Road, the bends were the key to victory. The first hairpin bend. The AMG cut in at extremely high speed, the powerful inertia causing the rear of the car to swing slightly, the tires screaming in protest, barely managing to get through the corner. The action was rough and dangerous. Chen Yang's tricycle followed closely behind, with its speed perfectly controlled. The vehicle cut into the inside line at a tiny and precise angle, almost brushing against the apex of the bend. The motor outputs full power the moment it exits the bend, and the movement is smooth and fluid without any hesitation, minimizing speed loss. Yi Qingqian glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the ghostly shadow of the tricycle clinging to him, and his heart skipped a beat. How could this thing be so fast and so stable around corners? The following series of S-curves. The AMG's massive body appeared somewhat clumsy on narrow curves, requiring more adjustments and heavier braking with each turn, forcing the speed to be reduced repeatedly. Chen Yang's tricycle, with its small and agile body and incomprehensible handling, moved through the curves like a fish, darting freely. Every turn was as precise as if measured with a ruler, and the speed was always maintained at an extremely high average value. The distance was gradually reduced as we navigated the bend. Yi Qingqian's forehead began to sweat. He frantically pressed the accelerator, trying to widen the gap again on the straightaway, but the straightaway of Panlong Mountain Road was too short. Just as he accelerated, the next bend was imminent. Damn it! How is this possible? He stared intently at the approaching, relentlessly menacing tricycle in his rearview mirror, a surge of rage rising in his head. How could this beat-up tricycle possibly keep up with his AMG? Fear and humiliation began to creep in. He couldn't lose. He absolutely couldn't lose to a steamed bun seller. Especially not on this track where he thought he had everything under control. Finally, before the last and most treacherous Dragon's Head turn bend leading to the summit, Chen Yang's tricycle, with its unparalleled cornering efficiency, managed to keep pace with the AMG. Dragon turns back is a steep bend of nearly 180 degrees, with a bottomless cliff on the outside and the guardrails are practically useless. Both cars entered the bend at the same time. The AMG maintained its aggressive speed, its tires gripping the ground tightly, emitting a screeching sound, and the car body tilted violently under the enormous centrifugal force, almost losing control. Chen Yang's tricycle once again displayed its magic, drifting in an incredible manner, its rear end swinging out in a perfect arc, seizing the inside line, and seemingly about to complete the overtake. In that very instant, a glint of mad ruthlessness flashed in Yi Qingqian's eyes. The consequences of losing the match, along with the anger, frustration, and jealousy that had been building up over the past few days, completely overwhelmed his reason. Instead of slowing down, he suddenly swerved to the left. The heavy AMG GT, like an out-of-control block of iron, crashed violently into the tricycle that was just about to exit the corner. To die together? No, he intends to use the sturdy body of the AMG to smash this dilapidated tricycle, along with Chun Yang inside, off the cliff. Die! Yi Qingchen roared like a wild beast, his face contorted in pain. This sudden, unpredictable, and malicious collision happened in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Yang's extraordinary brain domain and maximum driving skills endowed him with terrifying insight and reaction speed under extreme conditions. The moment the attack came from Yi Qingchen's direction, he anticipated the opponent's intention. At the critical moment, Chen Yang almost instinctively pulled the handbrake. The tricycle had been modified with a handbrake and simultaneously turned the steering wheel all the way in the opposite direction. Squeak crunch! The tricycle narrowly avoided the AMG's fatal impact by making a bizarre, almost zero-radius sideways movement that defied the laws of physics. The two cars barely missed each other. The AMG even scraped off the tricycle's side mirror. Because of Yi Qingchen's reckless collision, his own AMG completely lost control. The vehicle crashed violently into the outer guardrail. Boom! Crack! The fragile guardrail was smashed to pieces like paper. With a piercing metallic scraping sound and Yi Qingchen's desperate scream, half of the AMG GT's front end plunged off the cliff, its chassis wedged between the broken guardrail and the mountainside, teetering on the verge of collapse. The wheels spun in mid-air, and gravel fell in a flurry, disappearing into the bottomless darkness. It was just a hair's breadth away from a fatal crash. Chen Yang's tricycle slid down for a while due to inertia before coming to a steady stop. He jumped off and quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. Yi Qingchen was trapped in the severely deformed driver's cab. The airbags had deployed, and his face was covered in blood. He stared in horror at the dizzying abyss below the front of the car, his body trembling violently from extreme fear, unable to even utter a cry for help. Chen Yang stood on the edge of the cliff, the mountain wind ruffling his clothes, his eyes coldly fixed on Yi Qingchen, who was struggling on the brink of death. With just a gentle push, or by ignoring him, this enemy who had caused him countless troubles and repeatedly tried to kill him would vanish completely. Yi Qingchen seemed to sense Chen Yang's gaze, and with difficulty raised his head to meet those emotionless eyes. The anger and arrogance in his eyes had long been replaced by boundless fear, leaving only pleading. Chen Yang looked at him silently. A few seconds later, he turned around and went back to the tricycle, taking out a tow rope from the toolbox. He did not choose to kick someone when they were down. It's not kindness, but disdain, and it's not worth it. Yi Qingchen's life is not worthy of dirtying his hands, much less worthy of him bearing the risks of the law. He secured the tow rope to the back of the tricycle and threw the other end to Yi Qingchen, who could barely reach out his hand. Tie it yourself. Chen Yang's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were simply dealing with a routine malfunction. Yi Qingchen hurriedly tied the rope to the sturdy AMG chassis. Chen Yang got into the tricycle, the motor humming under heavy load, and slowly dragged the AMG GT, which was stuck on the edge of the cliff, back to the safe road surface. When all four wheels of the AMG finally landed on solid ground, Yi Qingchen slumped in the driver's seat, as if he had collapsed, panting heavily. The relief of surviving the ordeal was intertwined with the immense humiliation, making his face pale and his whole body tremble. Chen Yang untied the tow rope, put it away, walked to the AMG driver's side, and knocked on the window. Yi Qingchen trembled as she rolled down the car window, not daring to look Chen Yang in the eye. Chen Yang looked down at him, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority and coldness. Yi Qingchen, you've lost. Remember your promise. This is the first and the last time. If the Yi family, or you, make any further moves. Chen Yang's gaze swept over the bottomless cliff, the meaning of which was self-evident. I will not give you another chance to tie the rope. After saying that, he didn't look at Yi Qingchen again, turned around and got back into his tricycle, started it, turned around, and drove smoothly down the mountain along the way he came. In the mountain wind, only Yi Qingchen's heavy breathing and the broken-down AMG GT remained, just like his current state of mind, dilapidated, disheveled, and filled with the shame of a loser. That night at Panlong Mountain, Chen Yang used his absolute strength and his final no-killing to completely crush Yi Qingchen's pride and courage to resist. He knew that the feud with the Yi family was not over, but at least the most frantic harassment from Yi Qingchen should come to an end. But the road he is on has only just begun. Chapter 25: New Life and Choices. The day after the terrifying night at Panlong Mountain, Chen Yang's life seemed to be fast-forwarded, or perhaps it was the calm before the storm. He appeared in the kitchen of Chen's as usual, controlling the heat of the frying pan and arranging the sorting of orders from the online community. His movements were still precise and efficient, and his expression remained calm and composed, as if the life or death race and the standoff on the edge of the cliff last night were just an insignificant dream. Only he knew that something had changed. Yi Qingshan's final, terrified, and humiliated gaze, like a brand, heralded the end of a phase. The most direct and insane threat from Yi Qingshan himself had been temporarily averted. But this did not mean he could rest easy. The Yi family, this deeply rooted and powerful tree, would not cease casting its shadows simply because of Yi Qingshan's setback. He needs to be faster and stronger. In the afternoon, he received a file folder sent by Li Tianming, containing information on several small chain convenience stores or community fresh food stores that were struggling but had good locations and a basic customer base. These were acquisition or cooperation targets that Chen Yang had previously asked Li Tianming to help him find. He planned to combine Chen Ji's online community model with the physical network to create a more stable retail terminal. Supernatural Brain rapidly analyzed the data, assessing the value, debt, personnel, and integration difficulty of each entity. Simultaneously, the warning function of future menu in his mind seemed to have become more acute than before, occasionally flashing vague hints about specific regional consumption habits and logistics efficiency, providing him with additional dimensions for selecting targets. During a break from his busy schedule, he glanced at his phone. Su Wanqing's medicinal diet treatment had been successfully completed yesterday. Linda had sent the final payment in sincere thanks, and conveyed Su Wanqing's wish to maintain long-term contact. This generous reward and this potential high-end connection were like timely rain, easing his increasingly strained finances due to rapid expansion, and opening another window of opportunity for him. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. However, the turning point of fate always happens at the most unexpected moment. In the evening, Chen Yang finished his day's work and returned to his rented apartment. Yi Qingya was sitting on the sofa, holding a parenting book in her hands, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and her face was paler than usual. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yang keenly noticed her unusual behavior, stepped forward, and naturally reached out to touch her forehead, which felt slightly cool. Yi Qingya put down her book and forced a smile. "It's nothing, I just feel a little tired, and my stomach feels a bit tight and heavy." Chen Yang's heart sank. Although he didn't know much about pregnancy and childbirth, he knew that tightening and sagging of the abdomen could be a bad sign, especially in the early stages of pregnancy. "When did it start?" His voice remained steady, but his pace unconsciously quickened. "I started to feel something this afternoon, but I thought I was just tired." Yi Qingya saw Chen Yang's expression suddenly turn serious and realized something, her voice carrying a hint of panic. Chen Yang didn't ask any more questions. He immediately squatted down and carefully observed her condition. Her breathing was a little rapid, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Without hesitation, he picked her up and carried her in his arms. "Ah!" Yi Qingya exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "To the hospital." Chen Yang's tone left no room for argument. He carried her quickly to the door, not even having time to change his shoes, and rushed downstairs in his indoor slippers. He quickly settled Yi Qingya into the back seat of the tricycle with a specially added cushion, then jumped into the driver's seat and turned the ignition to full throttle. The modified tricycle emitted a deep hum, weaving nimbly and dangerously through the evening traffic, speeding towards the best maternity hospital in Shanghai. On the way, Chen Yang drove at full speed while dialing the hospital's number, which he had already saved using a Bluetooth headset. He explained the situation quickly and clearly, requesting the hospital to make emergency preparations. Yi Qingya leaned back in her seat, feeling the bumps and speed of the car beneath her. Looking at Chen Yang's tense profile and focused back as he drove, the fear from the contractions in her abdomen seemed to be lessened by a strange sense of security. This man always showed a reassuring strength in her moments of greatest helplessness. Upon arriving at the hospital, medical staff were already waiting at the entrance with a stretcher. Chen Yang carefully lifted Yi Qingya onto the stretcher, held her hand tightly, and followed the medical staff as they ran towards the emergency room. "Family members, please wait outside." The nurse stopped him outside the examination room. Chen Yang released his grip, watching Yi Qingya being pushed inside, the door closing in front of him. He leaned against the cold wall, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Only then did he realize how fast his heart was beating, his back soaked with cold sweat. He hated this feeling of being out of control, hated the sense of powerlessness of entrusting the most important person to the unknown. Time ticked by, each second feeling incredibly long. The corridor reeked of a pungent, cold disinfectant. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the examination room opened, and a middle-aged doctor wearing a mask and with a serious expression walked out. "Who are Yi Qingya's family members?" "I am." Shen Yang immediately stood up straight. The doctor looked at him, his tone grave. "The pregnant woman is currently experiencing frequent contractions, and her cervix is shortening, showing signs of premature labor. She's only 31 plus weeks pregnant. The baby is too small, and the risk of delivery now is very high. We're using medication to suppress the contractions and do our best to maintain the pregnancy, but the situation is not optimistic, and we need to be prepared for delivery at any time. Also," the doctor paused, looking at Shen Yang. "The pregnant woman seems very tense and anxious, which is extremely detrimental to the pregnancy. Have you encountered any major events recently? Or are you under any immense pressure?" Shen Yang's heart sank to the bottom. Threatened premature labor, emotional tension and anxiety. Was it because of Yi Qingqian's appearance? Or was it because of the immense pressure from the Yi family that had been hanging over them all this time? He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. "Doctor, please do everything you can to save the child and the mother." Shen Yang's voice was hoarse from suppressed emotions. "Money is not a problem. Use the best medicine and the best treatment plan. As for the emotional issues, I'll handle that." The doctor nodded. "We will do our best. You should go and complete the admission procedures first. Pregnant women need to rest in bed at all times." Shen Yang quickly completed the formalities and paid the hefty deposit. When he returned to the examination room, Yi Qingya had already been moved to a private room in the inpatient department. She was lying on the bed with an IV drip to prevent miscarriage, her face as pale as paper, and her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Seeing Shen Yang enter, tears welled up instantly, her voice choked and fragile. "Shen Yang, the baby, will everything be all right? I'm scared." Shen Yang walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently held her hand that hadn't been injected. It felt icy cold. He gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He repeated these words, which he had said countless times, but this time, they came with an unprecedented firmness and strength. "The doctor said it's just a warning sign. We'll use the best medicine, and the baby will be fine after resting. You can trust me." His gaze was calm and warm, like a deep ocean, encompassing all her fears and anxieties. Yi Qingya looked into his eyes, and there was no pretense or uncertainty in them, only a convincing certainty. Her wildly beating heart seemed to gradually calm down. She responded softly, closing her eyes, but her hand gripped his tightly, as if he were her only lifeline at that moment. Shen Yang sat motionless on the edge of the bed, letting her hold his hand. Outside the window, night had completely fallen, and the city lights lit up one after another, illuminating this small, secluded space in the hospital room, isolated from the outside world. He looked at Yi Qingya's pale sleeping face as she gradually fell asleep due to the effects of the medication, and at her slightly protruding belly, where their child was growing, a small life that had arrived because of his and Yi Qingya's accident, but which had also completely changed the trajectory of his life. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged into my heart like a tide, heavy yet incredibly clear. He could no longer be content with merely passively responding to the Yi family's suppression, nor could he focus solely on commercial expansion and accumulation. He must possess greater strength and a more solid foundation, enough to provide her and the children with an absolutely safe haven in any storm. The system interface silently appeared in his mind. Hidden mission, a challenge to power. In progress. Remaining time, 71 days. Time became even more pressing. He gently withdrew his hand, tucked the blanket around Yi Qingya, and walked to the window of the ward. Even at night, Shanghai remains a vibrant and bustling metropolis, teeming with traffic. But Shen Yang knew that from this moment on, the meaning of his struggle became more concrete and more indispensable. For the woman in the hospital bed who depended on him. For the sake of the unborn child in her womb. He must be faster, stronger, and stand taller. He took out his phone, found Li Tianming's number, and then pulled up the information on the convenience stores that were to be acquired. Some things need to be done faster. Some situations must be proactively created. New life may be accompanied by crisis and pain. But the determination to protect new life will also give rise to the most powerful force. Shen Yang's eyes, in the dim light of the ward, were as sharp as a drawn sword. Chapter 26: The Barrier of Defense and the Horn of Attack. The hospital night was filled with a unique silence, mixed with the smell of disinfectant and the rhythmic ticking of medical instruments. In the private room, only a dim wall lamp remained on, its soft light falling on Yi Qingya's sleeping face, which was still uneasy despite her deep sleep. Chen Yang sat on the chair by the bed, his back straight, like a silent guardian statue. He was not sleepy at all. His extraordinary brain was running at full speed in the silence, like a tireless command center, handling two parallel and crucial processes. One of them is about Yi Qingya and her child. He drew upon all the knowledge in his mind related to pregnancy, childbirth, and premature birth from the extensions on medicinal diet and nutrition in his masterful cooking skill book, as well as the medical common sense he had recently acquired, and combined it with the doctor's words to repeatedly deduce various possibilities. He calculated the optimal time window for the medication to take effect, analyzed all the potential factors that might affect Yi Qingya's emotional fluctuations, and formulated detailed contingency plans, from dietary adjustments how to use medicinal diet to assist in pregnancy maintenance to the timing and methods of verbal comfort. The other one concerns his business empire. Yi Qingya's sudden hospitalization served as a wake-up call, making him realize more clearly that he must quickly establish a truly solid foundation capable of withstanding any risks. Yi Qingya lying in the hospital bed and their unborn child were his most vulnerable points, the very things he had to protect with his strongest power. His consciousness sank into the system interface. Hidden mission, a challenge to power. In progress. Remaining time, 70 days. Time is ticking away. His gaze fell on the points section. After redeeming the Precision Marketing Plan and Basic Combat Skills Mastery rewards from completing tasks and opportunities, plus the subsequent rewards from Su Wenqing's Medicinal Cuisine task, he currently had 120 points remaining. In the system shop, those items and abilities that gleam with alluring light still require a large number of points. Attribute point +1, 200 points point. Stock market trend chart for the next 24 hours random, 1000 points. Basic energy potion recipe, 100 points, needs to be prepared by yourself. Skill enhancement opportunity choose 1, 500 points. There are never enough points. But right now, there is a more direct and urgent need to rapidly and securely expand the physical network, solidify the Chen Ji model, and create economies of scale and regional barriers. He picked up the file folder Li Tianming had given him again and pulled out information on several target shops. Using his extraordinary brain and future menu, vague predictions of regional consumption potential and logistics nodes, he quickly identified two, one located on the edge of an emerging technology park, with a high-quality customer base but not yet fiercely competitive, the other in the heart of a large, established community, with stable customer traffic but an outdated business model. Acquisitions or partnerships both require money, a lot of money. His existing funds are already stretched thin after paying the hospital's high costs and maintaining the existing business. He needs a quick sum of money, enough to kickstart his next strategic move. His gaze once again fell upon the financial market. It was a casino where risk and reward coexisted, and also a place where, with his extraordinary brain, he could attempt to rapidly accumulate capital. He opened his laptop, connected to his phone's hotspot, and began analyzing recent stock and futures market data. Countless candlestick charts, financial reports, industry news, and policy trends flooded into his brain like a torrent, being rapidly analyzed, filtered, and integrated. Suddenly, several seemingly insignificant pieces of information caught his attention. A major copper-producing country in South America was facing a stalemate in ongoing labor negotiations, putting several large copper mines at risk of shutdown. Meanwhile, a major copper-consuming country in North America announced an infrastructure stimulus plan that exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, international copper prices, due to recent dollar movements and some technical selling pressure, were in a relatively sluggish sideways trading range. Super Brain Domain instantly connects these pieces of information, forming a clear logical chain: potential contraction on the supply side plus increased expectations on the demand side plus low prices equals strong expectations of an upward trend. This is an opportunity. A market trend with a very high probability of exploding in the short term. However, the futures market is highly leveraged and extremely risky. A single adverse move could wipe him out. He needs more precise timing and a higher win rate. He glanced at the system shop. The 24-hour stock market trend chart random, that cost 1,000 points, was too expensive for him. But, was there another way? He tried to focus his mind on the function of the future menu and strive to extend and perceive its warning scope from the food supply chain to the broader fluctuations in commodity prices. At first, there was chaos. But gradually, after consuming a lot of mental energy, the blurry warning interface of the future menu actually began to flash some extremely dim, intermittent fragments of information related to copper. Negotiations broke down. Port congestion. Price gap. Although the information was incomplete and the timing was vague, its direction was highly consistent with his analysis results. It also suggested the possibility of a sharp price gap. That's enough. A glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. Without further hesitation, he immediately took action. He first contacted a reputable futures company account manager he had previously worked with and opened an account with higher privileges. Then, he used almost all of his available liquid funds, including part of the final payment for the medicinal food from Su Wanqing, the estimated revenue of Chenji for the next few days, and some pre-arranged funds for goods, to raise a considerable amount of margin. On the second day after the Asian market opened, when copper prices remained sluggish and volatile, he decisively and gradually established a large number of long positions in copper futures. He chose contracts with moderate leverage and relatively controllable risk, but the amount of capital invested far exceeded his usual style. This is a gamble, but a gamble with an extremely high probability of winning, based on sophisticated analysis and system alerts. The next 24 hours were a heart-stopping 24 hours. While staying by Yiqingya's bedside, closely monitoring any subtle changes in her condition and comforting her, Chen Yang kept a close eye on the ever-changing international market on his phone. The news of the breakdown of negotiations for South American copper mines finally came in the afternoon. Following this, details of North American infrastructure plans were released, far exceeding market expectations. The combination of these two major news items is like throwing two huge stones into a calm lake. When the international markets opened that evening, international copper prices gapped up like a runaway horse. They then surged all the way up, with the gains rapidly expanding to 5%, 8%, 10%. Chen Yang's floating profits from his holdings were rolling over at an astonishing speed. He wasn't blinded by the immediate profits. His calm calculations considering technical resistance levels, market sentiment, and potential pullback risks allowed him to decisively close most of his positions when the price approached the first key technical level and the upward momentum showed signs of fatigue. This secured a substantial profit. In just over a day, his initial investment more than doubled. The huge sum of money quickly returned to his account. Looking at the long string of numbers on the screen, Chen Yang breathed a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. This quick money was like a timely rain, giving him the confidence to implement his next plan. He immediately contacted the managers of the two target stores introduced by Li Tianming and began formal acquisition negotiations. With ample funds as a backing, his negotiating stance was calm yet firm, offering generous but non-negotiable terms. What he valued was efficiency. At the same time, he did not relax his efforts in operating the core business of Chenji. He remotely directed An Wang and the part-time students to ensure the normal operation of the online community and the quality of the stores. He even took the time to design several medicinal soups suitable for pregnant women and helpful for fetal health and calming the mind, and added them to the special care section of the mini program. These were not only provided to Yiqingya, but also made available to pregnant mothers in the community who needed them, once again winning him an excellent reputation. 3 days later. With medication and Chen Yang's meticulous care and comfort, Yiqingya's uterine contractions were effectively suppressed, and her condition stabilized. The doctor agreed to discharge her, but required her to have absolute bed rest and regular prenatal checkups. The acquisition agreements for the two target stores were also successfully signed. Chenji's physical network has taken 2 solid steps outward. The day Chen Yang picked Yiqingya up from school, the sun was shining brightly. He carefully carried her upstairs and settled her on the soft bed. Looking into Chen Yang's tired yet exceptionally bright eyes, and at the effortless composure with which he handled his work, Yiqingya felt a complex mix of emotions. There was the relief of surviving a close call, amazement at his abilities, and a deep sense of dependence, and something quietly growing that transcended responsibility and gratitude. "Chen Yang," she said softly, her voice weak from recovering from a long illness, yet unusually clear, "thank you. And I'm sorry for making you worry." Chen Yang tucked the blanket around her and looked at her gently. "Between us, there's no need to say these things." He paused, looked out the window, and spoke in a calm tone that carried an undeniable power. "You get some rest and take good care of yourself and the baby. Leave everything else to me. I will no longer allow anyone or anything to threaten you." His words were like the most steadfast vow. Yiqingya knew this was more than just comfort. The man before her was turning his promise into reality at an astonishing speed. A crisis has been temporarily averted. The barrier that Chen Yang was protecting had become even more solid. The clarion call to advance has already sounded. The business world of Shanghai is about to be stirred up by this rapidly accelerating catfish. Chapter 27: The Silent Smoke of War and the Cornerstone of the Empire. Yi Qingya was discharged from the hospital and returned home, beginning a strict period of bed rest and recuperation. Chen Yang had rearranged the rented room's sharp table corners were covered with soft padding, frequently used items were within easy reach, and the air purifier was running quietly. Everything was done with her safety and comfort as the top priority. Chen Yang adjusted his lifestyle again. He concentrated most of the tasks that required him to travel outside in the morning, such as the renovation and coordination of the two newly acquired stores, the training of new employees, and the negotiations with suppliers further afield. In the afternoon and evening, he would return to his rented apartment without fail, where he would remotely manage the operation of the Chenji core community and coordinate online orders, while personally taking care of Yi Qingya's daily needs. He tailored a special medicinal diet for her to help with pregnancy, with a light flavor but extremely nutritious. When she became irritable due to prolonged bed rest, he would describe the progress of the new Chenji store to her in a calm and resolute tone, outlining a vague yet hopeful blueprint for the future. He would even gently stroke her swollen belly through the blanket in the dead of night, speaking in a low, clumsy but sincere voice that only the two of them could hear. This silent, delicate protection was more soothing to Yi Qingya's tense nerves and anxieties about becoming a new mother than any grand words. Watching his busy figure, his focused and profound profile as he faced the computer screen, a genuine sense of home quietly took root and sprouted in this turbulent time. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Yang's business expansion was quietly progressing with astonishing efficiency and far-sighted strategies. The two newly acquired shops were not simply rebranded as Chenji Xingjian, and that was it. Chen Yang gave them a precise repositioning. The shop on the edge of the science park was transformed into Chenji Selected Station. Besides retaining its signature supreme pan-fried buns as a customer-driving bestseller, it mainly displays high-quality pre-cooked meals, premium fruits, imported snacks, and convenient breakfast sets, targeting high-income white-collar workers in the park who value quality of life and have limited time. On opening day, thanks to prior community outreach and Chen Yang's personally overseen product selection, sales exceeded the original store's average monthly level. The one in the established community center was upgraded to Chenji Neighborhood Kitchen. In addition to pan-fried dumplings and regular fresh food, Chen Yang introduced more semi-finished home-style dishes and cooked braised foods, and set up a small area for heating and simple dining, aiming to become an extension of the family kitchen for community residents. Its affordable prices and taste that far surpasses ordinary cooked food shops have quickly won the hearts of housewives and the elderly in the neighborhood. These two stores, like two precisely positioned chess pieces, form a complementary relationship with the food community model of the University Town flagship store, covering customers of different ages and spending power. More importantly, they have become the physical foundation and trust endorsement for Chenji's online community, driving online traffic and providing offline experience and pickup, thus forming a preliminary O2O online to offline closed loop. Superhuman Brain acts like the most intricate central nervous system, coordinating the flow of people, goods, and information between these three nodes. Chen Yang designed a simple, standardized operations manual and data analysis template to ensure that even if he couldn't be there in person, the store could maintain basic service quality and operational efficiency. At the same time, he did not slacken his operations in the capital market. The huge profits from his initial victory in the futures market did not go to his head. He withdrew most of the profits, using part to support the expansion of his real economy and as a risk reserve, and the other part to continue in the stock market. With his extraordinary analytical abilities and the vague warnings of macroeconomic risks from his future orders, he engaged in quick in and out, precise short-term operations, constantly accumulating ammunition for his business empire. His actions, of course, did not escape the notice of Yi Qingchen, who had been watching him closely. However, Yi Qingchen's situation was now different. The crushing defeat and shock at Panlong Mountain that night not only caused him some minor physical injuries mainly from the collision and the shock, but more seriously, it dealt him a severe blow to his mental well-being. Within the family, he received even harsher reprimands from his father, Yi Hongyuan, and was temporarily marginalized, with far fewer resources and authority at his disposal than before. He sat in his still luxurious but seemingly less confident office, looking at the reports his subordinates had collected about the recent activities of Chen's company, his face terribly gloomy. Acquiring shops, upgrading and renovating, consolidating communities, and even making waves in the financial market. Chen Yang's every step was swift and steady, precisely timing his moves in response to market and policy shifts. This terrifying growth rate and strategic vision left Yi Qingchen feeling powerless, as well as filled with deeper jealousy and resentment. He could no longer use the family's power to openly suppress others as he had before. His father's words still echoed in his ears, and he dared not overstep the line again. Are we just going to watch him grow stronger? Yi Qingchen gripped the report tightly, his knuckles turning white. Assistant Zhao stood to the side and said cautiously, President Yi, he's expanding very quickly right now, But his foundation isn't solid yet. Especially with the newly acquired stores, the staff and supply chain need to be integrated. And his cash flow is definitely very tight. Perhaps we can approach this from these angles. A sinister glint flashed in Yi Qingqian's eyes. If neither overt nor covert methods worked for the time being, then he would start with the business rules themselves and create trouble for him. Go find the original landlords of those two shops, or the competing businesses in the area, Yi Qingqian said coldly. Give them some benefits so they can cause some minor trouble for our boss Chen in terms of rent, property management, or daily operations. It doesn't need to be serious, just enough to slow him down and exhaust his energy. Yes, Mr. Yi. Assistant Zhao accepted the order and left. Yi Qingqian leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. This petty squabble made him feel incredibly frustrated. But he knew that until he regained his father's trust and more resources, this was the only counterattack he could launch without giving anyone grounds for criticism. He looked out the window, his eyes filled with resentment. Chen Yang, don't be too happy yet. The Yi family's resources are beyond what a nouveau riche like you can imagine. Once I've recovered from this, I'll make you pay for it all, with interest. At that moment, Chen Yang had just finished a video conference with a new organic vegetable base, finalizing a long-term direct supply agreement. He closed his laptop, walked to the window, and looked at the outline of the new shops being renovated on the construction site in the distance. The system interface quietly appeared in my mind. Hidden mission, a challenge to power. In progress. Remaining time, 58 days. Asset valuation including physical assets, working capital, and financial assets, 8,500,000 renminbi. Influence assessment, initial brand awareness and user loyalty have been established in the university town and surrounding areas. Nearly 9 million yuan in assets. And a foundation that has been initially laid. This was an astronomical figure that he couldn't have imagined a few months ago. But there was little joy on his face. He knew that this achievement was still insignificant compared to the truly behemoth, the Yi family. Yi Qingqian's temporary retrenchment did not mean the threat was gone. Future Menu could not fully anticipate the potential difficulties arising from the rules of business. He needs to build his own defenses more quickly. His gaze returned to the system shop. The skill enhancement opportunity, which required 500 points, tempted him. If he could further enhance his max-level cooking skill or basic fighting skill, it might bring unexpected breakthroughs. Points are still too few. He took a deep breath to suppress the agitation in his heart. One must take things one step at a time. Right now, his most important task is to consolidate existing achievements, integrate the newly acquired stores, and completely connect these 3 points to form a small regional network. He turned around and looked towards the bedroom. There lies the tenderness he must protect, the beginning and end of all his ambitions. The silent smoke of battle still lingers in Shanghai's business world. Chen Yang, with astonishing speed and tenacity, is laying the initial foundation for his future empire, brick by brick. Chapter 28: Strengthening the Foundation and Cultivating Vitality, and Spying from the Shadows. Autumn is deepening in Shanghai, and the morning and evening breezes are noticeably cool. But for Chenji, the atmosphere inside is one of bustling activity as they consolidate and improve their business. Chen Yang understood the principle of pacifying the interior before resisting external aggression. After temporarily repelling Yi Qingqian's frenzied counterattack and stabilizing Yi Qingya's situation, he did not rush to continue expanding outwards. Instead, he focused his main efforts on the in-depth integration and optimization of the existing 3 strongholds: the University Town flagship store, the Science Park station, and the community kitchen. Super Brain, like a tireless supercomputer, it analyzes the operational data continuously gathered from 3 nodes. Average order value, repurchase rate, sales per square meter, sales per employee, sales percentage of different product categories, user feedback keywords. Massive amounts of information are broken down, reorganized, and refined into golden rules to guide operations. He personally developed more detailed operation manuals for the 3 stores. The University Town flagship store strengthened its food community attributes, increasing interactive activities and limited edition best-selling items. The Science Park station focused on convenience and quality, optimizing pre-made meal combinations and packaging, and launching a healthy weekly meal pre-order service for white-collar workers. The community kitchen cultivated neighborhood warmth, increasing large portions of braised dishes suitable for family sharing and soft-cooked food for the elderly, and trying to provide free delivery services over very short distances. The supply chain is the lifeline. Chen Yang utilized the vague early warnings of regional supply risks provided by Future Menu, along with his own Master Chef's extreme demands for ingredient quality, to conduct a rigorous screening and optimization of all his suppliers. He eliminated several slow-responding and inconsistent quality suppliers, while establishing deep partnerships with several small ecological farms and cooperatives that prioritized quality and were willing to cooperate with his small batch, high-frequency supply model. He even prepaid part of the payment to ensure priority supply rights and more favorable prices. He deeply understood the importance of talent. Besides veteran employees like Ant Wang, he promoted 2 outstanding part-time college graduates to assistant store managers at the 2 new stores, giving them more responsibility and corresponding incentives. At the same time, he designed a simple and effective internal training system, personally recording standard operating videos for core products, especially the key steps in making pan-fried buns, and holding regular online meetings to share operational insights, answer questions, and instill the concept of quality first. These seemingly trivial measures were, in fact, a comprehensive strengthening of the foundation for the rapidly expanding Chen's business. The operational efficiency of the 3 stores significantly improved, the loss rate decreased, and customer satisfaction feedback continued to improve. Although the pace of expansion slowed temporarily, the foundation was solidified, and the cash flow became healthier and more stable. Chen Yang even squeezed out time to use his knowledge of nutrition and medicinal cuisine from his max-level cooking skills to carefully prepare 3 meals a day for Yi Qingya, taking into account her physical condition and pregnancy needs. Watching him busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, bringing out those colorful, fragrant, and clearly thoughtful dishes, Yi Qingya's complex emotions fermented day by day. Beyond dependence and trust, something softer was quietly growing. However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. Although Yi Qingchen was temporarily restrained by his family and could no longer resort to drastic measures, he did not give up his surveillance of Chen Yang and his attempts to sabotage him. Following his instructions, Assistant Zhao contacted certain businesses and former landlords around the new Chen store, offering them insignificant benefits in an attempt to create trouble. As a result, the unloading lane in front of the Science Park station is sometimes blocked by vehicles parked inexplicably. The garbage collection point in the community kitchen is sometimes secretly dumped with extra garbage that does not belong to them, which draws warnings from the property management, and some strangers even deliberately ask some tricky or strange questions during the store's peak hours, or nitpick about the products, in an attempt to affect normal business operations and reputation. These methods are not particularly clever, and some are even unethical, but they do take up some of the store manager's time and energy. After receiving the report from the store manager's assistant, Chen Yang was not angry. His supernatural brain domain instantly analyzed the familiar shadow behind these tricks. A clown. He simply replied with 4 words in the internal communication group, then gave a clear instruction. Record the time, location, and characteristics of people involved in any abnormal situations. If the unloading channel is blocked, take photos and contact the park security and traffic police directly. For garbage issues, install a dedicated lockable trash can and proactively communicate with the property management, showing them our management records. For customers who are maliciously nitpicking, remain polite, argue your case reasonably, record the entire process, and call the police if necessary. His response was calm and rational, relying entirely on rules and evidence, leaving no room for the other party to exploit the situation. After several attempts, those who had been instigated by Yi Qingchen to cause trouble realized that they could not gain any advantage and might even get into trouble, so they gradually gave up. When Yi Qingchen received Assistant Zhao's report in his office that the methods were ineffective, he was so angry that he smashed another cup. He felt like he was trying to poke an increasingly hard rock with a straw, futile and laughable. Damn it! How can he be so lucky? Yi Qingchen cursed under his breath, loosening his tie in frustration. He couldn't understand how a college graduate with no connections could manage internal affairs so flawlessly and handle all sorts of troubles so skillfully and decisively in such a short time. He felt that he was not facing a young man in his early 20s, but a cunning old fox who had been navigating the business world for decades. This feeling of powerlessness and frustration was driving him almost insane. After easily resolving these trivial troubles, Chen Yang turned his attention to something far more far-reaching. He stood by the window of his rented room, looking down at the bustling crowd below. In his mind, the system interface floated. Hidden mission, a challenge to power. In progress. Remaining time, 42 days. Asset valuation, 9,200,000 renminbi. Influence assessment, stable brand influence has been established in 3 core regions, with high user loyalty. With assets approaching 10 million and influence beginning to take shape, this is not enough, far from enough. The Yi family is like a silent iceberg. What he has touched so far is perhaps only the tip of the iceberg. Yi Qingqian's personal grudges may be put aside for the time being, but the resources, connections, and influence of the Yi family itself are still something he will have to look up to and challenge for a long time. He needs a faster, more unique path to accumulate real momentum. His gaze returned to the system shop. The skill enhancement opportunity, costing 500 points, was like an alluring puzzle. Which skill should he enhance? What kind of qualitative change would it bring? Is it to push max-level culinary skill beyond human limits, reaching the realm of spiritual chef and creating truly extraordinary dishes? Or is it to transform basic combat skills into some kind of more powerful combat instinct or defensive ability? Or perhaps, new possibilities for developing the system? He recalled the immense potential and value of medicinal cuisine when he was treating Su Wanqing's health. The pursuit of health, anti-aging, and the ultimate quality of life by high-end consumers represents a blue ocean market that is far broader and more profitable than the ordinary fresh food market. If the medicinal cuisine knowledge from max-level cooking could be combined with a more systematic and powerful ability, a vague idea gradually became clear in his mind. He needs more points, and he also needs a crucial decision to ignite the fuse for the next explosion. Night was falling. The neon lights of Shanghai still flicker, illuminating the path of ambitious individuals, while also concealing the eyes that lurk in the shadows. Chen Yang knew that the brief calm was only to accumulate strength for the next, even more violent storm. And he was already prepared. Chapter 29: The Light of Dawn and the Secret of Spiritual Food. Time slipped away quietly amidst the interplay of busyness and tranquility, like sand slipping through fingers. As Shanghai welcomed its first chilly winter rain, the system countdown in Chen Yang's mind jumped to a crucial point: remaining time, 30 days. A whole month. During this month, Chen Ji's business empire did not expand outwards, but its internal foundation was strengthened. The three stores, like three highly efficient and precise instruments, saw steady profit growth and a continuously improving reputation driven by standardized processes in data analysis. Chen Yang even experimented with initially linking the online communities of the three stores to hold small-scale, cross-regional promotional events, with surprisingly good results, further enhancing user loyalty. His personal operations in the financial markets have become increasingly sophisticated. Although he no longer gambles as recklessly as he did with copper futures, he still maintains stable and considerable profits thanks to the information processing advantages of his extraordinary brain and the future orders for vaguely avoiding macroeconomic risks, accumulating a continuous stream of ammunition for his empire. His total personal assets have already exceeded the 10 million mark. However, Chen Yang knew that these achievements, which seemed miraculous to ordinary people, were far from enough to complete the task of challenging power and to truly confront a behemoth like the Yi family. He needed a breakthrough, a fulcrum that would allow him to achieve a qualitative change and truly possess power. His gaze returned to the skill enhancement opportunity in the system shop, which required 500 points. Through steady operation over this period and the completion of a small side task successfully integrating the supply chains of three stores and achieving the goal of improving efficiency by 20%, I have finally accumulated 500 points. Which skill should I strengthen? Basic fighting skills? Stronger personal combat skills may save one's life in critical moments, but they cannot be directly converted into commercial influence or social power. Maximum driving skill? Not very meaningful. Superior brain power, or energy recovery? These are powerful aids, but not core productivity. His core strength has always been his maximum culinary skills. This is his innate, granted by the system, most unique and versatile ability. From the initial explosion of word of mouth with his supreme pan-fried buns to his later convincing of Su Wanqing with medicinal cuisine, all of this has proven to be true. System: select the skill to enhance max-level culinary skill. Without the slightest hesitation, he silently recited it in his heart. Command confirmed. 500 points consumed, 20 points remaining. Initiating in-depth enhancement of the skill, max-level culinary skill. A torrent of information, far more turbulent and profound than ever before, surged into Chen Yang's mind and body like a river bursting its banks. This is not just about improving skills or expanding knowledge, but also about touching and understanding the essence of food. Previously, the maximum culinary skill represented the pinnacle of human artistry, perfecting the control of heat, seasoning, ingredient processing, and nutritional balance. But after the enhancement, Chen Yang experienced a perception that transcended the ordinary. He can see the subtle qi or life energy contained within ingredients, and he can perceive the interplay and harmony of qi between different ingredients. Cooking is no longer just a matter of physical and chemical changes, but a process of guiding, blending, and sublimating these qi. Some culinary techniques and theories that were originally only legendary and almost mystical were naturally mastered by him, like unlocking a password. For example, how to bring out the deepest umami flavor of ingredients through special methods without damaging their qi vital energy, how to use the 5 elements attributes of ingredients to create spiritual dishes with specific conditioning effects, and even how to subtly infuse his own essence, energy, and spirit into the dishes, giving them an indescribable spirit that can directly affect the emotions and state of the eater. This is no longer just cooking skills, this is the way of a spiritual cooking. The intensification process lasted all night. As the sky outside the window began to lighten, the winter rain stopped, and the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the room. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. His gaze deepened, a faint light seeming to shimmer in the depths of his pupils, and his entire demeanor exuded an indescribable tranquility and transcendence. He spread his hands, feeling the subtle touch at his fingertips that seemed to connect with the very essence of all things. It was a success. Max-level culinary skill has been promoted to beginner spirit chef. He couldn't wait to test this newfound power. Entering the kitchen, he didn't choose complicated ingredients, but simply took out the most ordinary eggs, leftover rice, and a few scallions. Turn on the heat, heat the pan, and drizzle in the oil. His movements were fluid and seemingly no different from before, but Chen Yang's mind was highly focused. He guided a faint stream of energy within his body, perhaps a product of the fusion of mental power and culinary skills, to adhere to his fingertips and seep into the spatula. The egg mixture was poured into the pan and quickly solidified in the hot oil. Chen Yang flicked his wrist, the spatula flew, and rice fell in, mixing with the eggs. Every movement of his carried a unique rhythm, as if guiding the qi of the ingredients in the pan to blend together. It wasn't seasoned much, just a little salt and soy sauce. When a plate of the most ordinary golden fried rice is served, an indescribable aroma that strikes straight to the soul fills the air. That aroma is not just the caramelized and eggy fragrance of the food, but also carries a wonderful power that calms the mind and whets the appetite. Lying in bed, Yi Qingya was drawn in by the fragrance and couldn't help but sniff it, feeling her morning sickness and nausea lessen considerably. "Chen Yang, what are you doing? It smells so good." Chen Yang placed the fried rice in front of her. Each grain of rice is golden, coated with egg liquid, loose and chewy. The eggs are tender and fluffy, cooked to perfection. The scallions are bright green, garnishing the dish. The presentation is simply superb. Yi Qingya picked up the spoon and took a bite. The next moment, her eyes widened suddenly. The moment it touched her tongue, an explosion of exquisite freshness and wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok, filled her mouth. The sweetness of the rice, the rich aroma of the eggs, and the spiciness of the scallions blended perfectly, each flavor distinct yet harmonious. This was far superior to any fried rice she had ever tasted at any top restaurant. Even more amazingly, as the warm rice slid into my stomach, a warm current spread out, as if dispelling the chill of the winter morning and the fatigue accumulated in my body due to pregnancy. I felt much lighter and more comfortable, and my mood unconsciously became more cheerful. How is this possible? Yi Qingya looked at the fried rice in her hand in disbelief, then looked at Chen Yang. "Is this really egg fried rice?" Chen Yang smiled slightly, offering no explanation. He knew this was the power of the elementary level spirit chef. It wasn't just delicious, it also contained a faint, nourishing spiritual essence that soothed the body and mind. This plate of fried rice is worth a fortune. No, its true value cannot be measured in money at all. He found it. He found the fulcrum that was enough to leverage higher-level resources and connections, allowing him to truly accumulate momentum. High-end medicinal cuisine might attract celebrities like Su Wanqing. But the spiritual cuisine containing spiritual charm is enough to drive those truly at the top of the pyramid, pursuing health, longevity, and the ultimate quality of life, into a frenzy. This is no longer just a simple restaurant business, it's a shortcut to another social circle. Chen Yang's eyes shone with an astonishing light in the dawn. He took out his phone and looked at the contact information for Su Wanqing's assistant, Linda. The first step is to start with this benefactor with whom you have already established initial trust. He wanted her, and the circle she could access, to witness firsthand the miracles that the ultimate art of food could bring. A new journey has officially begun, accompanied by the light of dawn. What kind of waves will the secret of spiritual cuisine stir up in the elite circles of this magical city? Chen Yang waited with bated breath. Chapter 30: Magnolia Private Banquet and the First Manifestation of Spiritual Charm. At dawn, that astonishingly delicious fried rice was like a pebble thrown into the calm lake of Chen Yang's heart, creating ripples that pointed to a brand new path leading to the clouds. But he knew the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. The abilities of the spirit chef were too extraordinary to be easily shown to others, much less reduced to ordinary commodities. He needed an opportunity, a stage that was high-end and private enough to maximize the value of spiritual cuisine. The opportunity came quickly. A few days later, Su Wanqing's assistant, Linda, contacted Chen Yang, her tone more polite than usual, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible respect. Mr. Chen, Sister Wanqing's health has improved remarkably, and she has always remembered your kindness. I'm contacting you today because I have a favor to ask. Linda carefully chose her words. Sister Wanqing is hosting a small private party next Wednesday evening at her private residence in Magnolia Garden. She is inviting several very important friends and senior figures in the industry. Sister Wanqing hopes that you can host the banquet that evening. Magnolia Garden? Chen Yang had heard of it. It was one of Shanghai's top-tier, secluded luxury residential areas, where only the extremely wealthy and powerful resided, and who placed great importance on privacy. Su Wanqing entrusting him with such an important private banquet undoubtedly stemmed from the absolute trust established through their previous medicinal cuisine treatment, and it was also an excellent opportunity to introduce him to a higher social circle. This is exactly the stage Chen Yang has been waiting for. He didn't agree immediately, but cautiously asked, "Thank you for your trust, Miss Su. May I ask what the specific requirements are for the banquet that evening? Do the guests have any special tastes or taboos? What kind of banquet style would you like to present, Miss Su?" His professionalism and meticulousness reassured Linda even more. She provided a detailed account of the guests, 6 in total, including a highly respected veteran artist, a low-profile business tycoon and his wife, and 2 directors and producers who had close personal relationships with Su Wanqing, and conveyed Su Wanqing's wishes. She hoped for an exquisite, healthy, and unconventional Chinese banquet that would allow people to relax and experience the pleasure and nourishment that food itself brings. I understand. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Please give me a day to come up with the menu. I will give you a preliminary plan tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang closed his eyes, simultaneously activating the abilities of his extraordinary brain domain and elementary spirit chef. The guests' identities, ages, possible physical conditions such as older artists who may have slightly weaker cardiopulmonary function, or business tycoons who may need to nourish their spleen and stomach due to frequent social engagements. The season early winter requires warming and moisturizing, and Su Wanqing's core requirement of relaxing the body and mind and feeling nourished. All this information intertwined and collided in his mind. He saw the subtle qi contained within various ingredients and sensed the delicate interplay between them. What he wanted to do was not simply pile up expensive ingredients, but to guide and harmonize these qi to create a feast of spiritual charm that not only conquers the taste buds but also nourishes the guest's body and mind, leaving an unforgettable impression. A day later, an extremely detailed menu was sent to Linda's email address. The menu has no fancy names, only simple descriptions of the dishes, but each dish contains a hidden secret. First course, golden broth with scallops and quinoa to harmonize the spleen and stomach and awaken the taste buds. Soup, matsutake mushroom, chrysanthemum, and tofu soup clears the lungs, moisturizes dryness, calms the mind and soothes the nerves. Main dish, traditional slow-cooked mandarin fish made with wild mandarin fish from a specific reservoir, cooked using a secret method, mainly to replenish qi and blood, and strengthen muscles and bones. Main course, black truffle Angus short ribs, a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, warming and nourishing for the kidneys and skin. Seasonal vegetables, stir-fried asparagus tips with Terminomyces mushrooms, sweet and crisp, balances the richness. Main dish, black pearl claypot rice with preserved meat made with premium silky rice and aged preserved meats. The rice has a unique wok aroma and a warm, mellow flavor. Dessert, osmanthus and goji berry pear jelly moistens the lungs, promotes saliva production, calms the mind and soothes the nerves. Each dish is accompanied by a brief description of its health benefits, as well as a list of specific ingredients and requirements such as the mandarin fish needing to weigh around 3 pounds and be extremely fresh, matsutake mushrooms needing to be picked and air-freighted on the same day, etc. Its rigor and professionalism are comparable to a combination of a top nutritionist and a state banquet chef. After seeing the menu, Su Wanqing and Linda approved it almost without any changes and said they would fully cooperate to meet all the ingredient requirements. Over the next few days, Chen Yang suspended most of his external affairs, entrusting the daily operations of Chenji entirely to the promoted assistant store manager and Aunt Wang. He personally contacted the high-end ingredient channels he had previously accumulated, and even used some of Li Tianling's connections to ensure that every ingredient met his requirements for optimal condition, brimming with qi vital energy. On the afternoon of the banquet, Chun Yang brought some pre-processed ingredients such as broth and secret sauce that he had carefully prepared and packaged in special food containers to Su Wanqing's private residence in the heavily guarded Magnolia Garden. This was an elegant 3-story house with a private garden. The kitchen was spacious and bright, equipped with top-of-the-line appliances. Su Wanqing personally greeted him at the kitchen door. She was dressed in comfortable loungewear, without makeup, but her complexion was rosy and her eyes were clear, showing more authenticity and gentleness than she had on screen before. "Mr. Chen, I'll be troubling you tonight." Su Wanqing smiled, her tone sincere. "Miss Su, you're too kind." "It's my honor." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm and confident. He didn't bring an assistant and declined Su Wanqing's offer to help him in the kitchen, as he needed to be absolutely focused on controlling the heat and qi of each dish. As evening fell and the city lights began to twinkle, guests arrived one after another. They were all distinguished individuals, dressed understated yet exuding an air of elegance. They were led into the refined restaurant, where the atmosphere was relaxed and intimate. The banquet begins. When the golden broth with scallops and quinoa was served, the rich, golden broth combined with the glistening quinoa released an aroma that subtly moved the discerning guests present. A gentle sip revealed the savory and flavorful broth, the chewy quinoa, and a warm sensation rising from the stomach, as if instantly awakening dormant taste buds and leaving the body feeling lighter. "This soup is quite interesting." The tycoon nodded slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The matsutake mushroom and chrysanthemum tofu soup that followed was even more stunning. The tofu was as tender as brain, the matsutake mushrooms had a delicate aroma, and the soup was clear to the bottom, yet incredibly flavorful. One sip seemed to wash away the fatigue of the past few days and the hustle and bustle of the city, leaving the mind exceptionally calm. The elderly artist couldn't help but softly exclaim in praise, "Excellent. Clear yet not bland, nourishing without a sound, this is true soup." The main courses were presented one by one. The traditional slow-cooked unicorn fish has incredibly tender flesh that melts in your mouth, yet it has absolutely no fishy smell. Instead, an indescribable sweetness and richness spreads in your mouth, as if you can feel the vitality contained within the fish. The black truffle Angus short ribs are cooked to perfection, with an almost obsessive precision. The outside is caramelized and fragrant, while the inside is tender and juicy. The unique aroma of black truffle blends perfectly with the rich flavor of beef fat, leaving you feeling warm and comfortable after eating. Each dish was more than just a sensory delight, it brought a sense of physical comfort and pleasure. The guests' conversations gradually subsided as they became more immersed in the wonderful experience the food offered. Even the seasoned business tycoon and his wife, accustomed to the finest delicacies, ate with exceptional focus, their eyes sparkling with delight. When the grand finale, the black pearl claypot rice with preserved meat, was served, the moment the waiter lifted the lid of the clay pot, a unique aroma, a blend of the aroma of premium rice, the rich fragrance of preserved meat, and an indescribable, mouth-watering, and captivating scent burst forth and filled the entire restaurant. The rice grains were distinct, glistening with oil, and a layer of golden, crispy crust formed at the bottom. The oil from the sausage and cured meat had seeped into every single grain of rice. The capital tycoon was the first to scoop up a spoonful and put it in his mouth. The next moment, he froze completely. The chewy, sweet rice, the savory and rich cured meat, the crispy, fragrant rice crust, these exquisite textures and flavors burst together in your mouth. But even more amazing is that as the rice goes down, a gentle yet firm warmth quickly spreads throughout your body, seemingly dispelling the fatigue of days of hard work, invigorating your spirit, and even brightening your eyes. This is an unprecedented feeling of comfort and satisfaction from the inside out. This food. The business tycoon couldn't help but blurt out, his voice filled with disbelief and excitement. The other guests also sampled the food, and their reactions were largely the same, all showing expressions of amazement and enjoyment. The elderly artist even closed his eyes, savoring the taste as if listening to a magnificent piece of music. Su Wanqing smiled as she observed the guests' reactions, her gaze sweeping towards the kitchen, her eyes filled with amazement and gratitude. She knew that Chun Yang had once again created a miracle. The banquet concluded perfectly with the sweet and refreshing osmanthus, goji berry, and snow pear jelly. The guests, still savoring the experience, eagerly inquired about the mysterious chef from Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing simply smiled and gave vague answers, adding to her mystique. Before leaving, the capital tycoon specifically sought out Su Wanqing and asked in a low voice, "Wanqing, this Master Chen. I wonder if it would be possible to ask him to treat me privately? Price is not an issue." Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Chun Yang had achieved his goal. She maintained a polite smile. Uncle Li, Master Chen is rather mild-mannered. I'll ask him for you, but I can't guarantee whether he'll agree. I understand. Please be sure to ask for me. Boss Li nodded repeatedly. After seeing all the guests off, Su Wanqing went to the kitchen. Chen Yang was doing the final cleaning. The stove was spotless, as if the stunning banquet from before had not been his doing. Mr. Chen, thank you so much for tonight, Su Wanqing said sincerely. My friends were all deeply moved. Chen Yang dried his hands, turned around, and said calmly, I'm glad Miss Su is satisfied. This is also an acknowledgement of my abilities. His gaze was clear and steady, showing no trace of pride in having conquered these top dignitaries. Looking at him, Su Wanqing felt increasingly that this young man was unfathomable. She relayed the request from the capital tycoon, President Li, to him. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Li. However, Ling, customized meals need to be tailored to individual body types, which takes a lot of effort. I have limited energy at the moment and can only serve a very small number of people who are destined to be served. Please ask Ms. Su to politely decline on my behalf and convey my apologies. Perhaps we can discuss it again in the future. He wasn't blinded by the immense temptation. Instead, he adopted a strategy of feigned indifference. Scarcity increases value. The harder something is to obtain, the more valuable it becomes, and the better it can filter out truly sincere and capable partners. Su Wanqing instantly understood what he meant and nodded, saying, I understand, I will handle it. She knew that after tonight, the name Chen Yang, and his incredible cooking skills, had planted a seed in this small circle. This seed would eventually take root, sprout, and grow into a towering tree that no one could ignore. Chen Yang left Yulan Garden, got into his car, and looked at the elegant little building gradually disappearing into the distance in the rearview mirror, his eyes bright and determined. A private banquet under the magnolia tree, its ethereal beauty beginning to emerge. This is just the beginning. With the help of this spiritual food, he has already begun to build his network and accumulate influence. The night sky over Shanghai is filled with twinkling stars. The star that belongs to Chen Yang is quietly rising, and its light will eventually illuminate this battlefield where power and wealth intertwine. Chapter 31 Aftermath and Within the High Walls. The aftershocks of the private banquet at Magnolia Garden, like pebbles thrown into a still lake, quietly spread within a small but exclusive circle in Shanghai. Over the next few days, Chen Yang received several inquiries from Su Wanqing or Linda. The callers were polite, even with a hint of probing and earnestness, and their purposes were all similar. They hoped to taste the spiritual cuisine that even Boss Li couldn't forget that night, or to invite Chen Yang to cook for their upcoming private banquet. Chen Yang maintained the tone he set after Su Wanqing's banquet, a humble attitude but a firm refusal. He turned down all requests, citing the need for meticulous preparation and the mental strain involved, explaining that he was temporarily unable to accept new customized banquets. This uncompromising rarity, far from causing dissatisfaction, actually added to his mystique and aloofness in the rumors circulating within that circle. He knew the time wasn't right. Opening the doors too early would only devalue this spiritual food, turning it into an ordinary service that anyone with money could enjoy. What he needed was real power, the power to make those at the top of the pyramid willingly pay far more than money, such as favors, resources, and protection in exchange for his spiritual essence. He focused his main energy back on the daily operations of Chen's kitchen and his own cultivation. His elementary spirit chef abilities needed consolidation, and his perception and guidance of the qi of ingredients required more refined control. He even tried communicating with the system telepathically late at night to explore whether there were other functions or knowledge related to Spirit Chef that could be unlocked, but the system interface remained silent, seemingly requiring more points or a specific opportunity. That afternoon, Chen Yang was in the kitchen of the Qinji flagship store, instructing a newly recruited apprentice on the subtle differences in controlling the heat when making pan-fried buns, when his phone vibrated. It was an unfamiliar local landline number. He walked to the relatively quiet warehouse area to make the call. Hello, is this Chen Yang, Mr. Chen? The voice on the other end of the phone was steady, slightly aged, but full of energy. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Chen Yang's heart stirred slightly. The voice was unfamiliar, but it sensed that it was no ordinary person. I am Chen Yang. May I ask who you are? My surname is Han, and I'm an elder of Wanqing's. Without much pleasantries, the other person cut straight to the point, their tone carrying the familiarity of an elder to a younger person, and a hint of unyielding authority. Wanqing told me you have an extraordinary culinary skill, especially adept at nourishing and conditioning the body. Lately, I've been experiencing some stomach discomfort and poor sleep. I've seen several doctors, but with little effect. Wanqing strongly recommended you, saying perhaps you could help. Would it be convenient for Mr. Chen to come to my humble abode and take a look at this old man? Old Han? A senior relative of the late Qing dynasty? Shen Yang's mind raced. Su Wanqing had a mysterious background. Anyone she addressed as an elder, and in such a natural tone, was no ordinary person. This was likely a connection even stronger and more reliable than Boss Li's. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he ask for the other party's specific identity. He simply replied cautiously, "Hello, Mr. Han. I am honored that Miss Su and you think so highly of me. Treating the body requires observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, as well as dietary therapy based on symptoms. I wonder if it would be convenient for Mr. Han to describe the specific symptoms in general, such as appetite, tongue coating, bowel movements, and the depth and ease of sleep, so that I can prepare in advance." His professionalism and composure seemed to have pleased Mr. Han on the other end of the phone. Young man, very reliable. Old Han's voice held a hint of approval. It's hard to explain the specifics over the phone. How about this, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'll have the driver pick you up from Chen's. I'll send the address to your phone later. They didn't give Chen Yang any room to refuse and directly set a time and place. Okay, Mr. Han, I'll be waiting at the shop at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Chen Yang replied calmly. Okay, that's settled then. Old Han hung up the phone decisively. A few minutes later, a text message arrived with an address in the western suburbs, a very brief address. Chen Yang checked it on his phone's map. The area appeared as a green space with no specific buildings marked, but its location and layout vaguely pointed to a legendary place, one of the earliest retirement homes and upscale residential areas in Shanghai with independent gardens and extremely tight security, commonly known as the Western Suburbs Hotel area, a truly exclusive and discreet place where the powerful and wealthy congregated. Inside the high walls, Chen Yang's expression turned serious. This meeting was probably more important than he had anticipated. It was no longer just about building connections, it could be an opportunity to directly access the very edge of the core of power. He immediately composed himself and began preparing for tomorrow's meeting. Although Old Han said it was just a look, it couldn't be taken lightly. He needed to devise several spiritual diet plans to address common problems in the elderly, such as indigestion and insomnia. These plans had to be effective but not too radical, and had to be gentle and appropriate. Meanwhile, at the Yip Group headquarters, in the top floor office, Yi Qingchen looked at the briefing on Chen Yang's recent activities that his subordinate had just delivered, his face so gloomy it could drip water. The briefing was brief, but contained a surprising amount of information. Chen Yang had recently visited Yulan Garden Su Wanqing's residence and stayed there for several hours. He had indirect contact with capital tycoon Li Zikai, and now, a phone call from a special area in the western suburbs had reached out to him. Magnolia Garden. Li Zikai. Western suburbs. These three keywords were like three cold needles, making Yi Qingchen's eyelids twitch. Su Wanqing's influence extends to the entertainment and fashion industries. Li Zikai is a financial tycoon, and that place in the western suburbs represents a deeper force that the Yi family also needs to be wary of. How did Chen Yang manage to do that? How could someone who sells steamed buns manage to connect with all these people in such a short time? He originally thought Chen Yang was just lucky, a little clever, and had only managed to gain a foothold thanks to Li Tianming's protection and the benefits of the fresh food business model. He had even secretly contacted several catering brands closely related to the Yi family, preparing to jointly squeeze Chen Ji out of the market. But now, the situation is completely beyond his control and understanding. The speed at which Chen Yang rose to prominence and the levels he came into contact with sent a chill down Yi Qingchen's spine. This was no longer a simple business competition. If Chen Yang were to truly establish himself in that circle and gain the favor of certain powerful figures, then Yi Qingchen, and even the Yi family, would have to carefully consider the potential chain reaction if they wanted to touch him again. We can't wait any longer. Yi Qingchen slammed his fist on the desk, a glint of madness and determination flashing in his eyes. We must crush him before he's fully grown. He picked up the internal phone and connected to his father, Yi Hongyuan's, office. Dad, Yi Qingchen's voice was hoarse with excitement. I have new information to report to you regarding that Chen Yang. He quickly recounted the information in the briefing and his concerns. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Yi Hongyuan's calm voice came through, revealing neither joy nor anger, but carrying an oppressive sense of impending doom. I understand. It seems we all underestimated this young man. There may be more than just Li Tianming behind him. Dad, then we Keep your cool, Yi Hongyuan interrupted him. The waters are deep and the western suburbs don't act rashly. First, find out what his relationship is with them. As for the rest, the market tactics we prepared earlier can begin. Remember, it must be compliant with regulations and based on the principle of maintaining market order. I understand. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Qingchen's eyes. His father's meaning was clear: for the time being, they would not touch the western suburbs line, but from a business perspective, they could intensify their crackdown. And it had to be done justifiably. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingchen immediately called his assistant, Zhao. Notify the catering companies we control, and the suppliers we have good relationships with, Yi Qingchen said coldly, that the premium program targeting Chenji can be launched. I want to completely eliminate his price advantage in fresh produce and force his suppliers to voluntarily cut off supplies. Also, contact a few law-abiding consumers to go to his stores and cause him some reasonable trouble. Yes, Mr. Yi. A more systematic and covert commercial crackdown originating from the Yi family level is about to begin. At this moment, Chen Yang was completely unaware of this. He was focused on making final preparations for stepping into those high walls tomorrow. A storm is brewing in the clouds, and undercurrents are surging in the business world. Every step Chen Yang takes begins to attract more and more powerful attention. Chapter 32. Within the high walls and Ling Yu knocking on the door. At 3 p.m. the following afternoon, a low-key black Audi A8L pulled up in front of the Chenji flagship store on time. The driver was a simply dressed, sharp-eyed, and efficient young man. After getting out of the car, he nodded slightly to Chen Yang, said nothing, and simply opened the car door, gesturing for him to enter. Chen Yang calmly got into the car, carrying an ordinary-looking insulated food box containing several snacks he had carefully prepared to test the effects. The car's interior was simply decorated, but the details revealed an extraordinary quality, and the sound insulation was excellent, making it almost impossible to hear any outside noise while driving. The vehicle drove out of the bustling city center and headed towards the western suburbs. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from towering buildings to lush green trees, and the roads became wider and quieter, with few pedestrians and vehicles. Finally, the car passed through a gate with checkpoints, requiring identity verification and appointments, and entered an area that resembled the city's green lungs. There are no skyscrapers here, only low-rise buildings of varying styles nestled among towering ancient trees and meticulously manicured gardens, spaced far apart and offering excellent privacy. The air is fresh, and the environment is so tranquil it feels like being completely isolated from the world. The car stopped in front of one of the two-story buildings with a quaint exterior and a distinctly Shanghai-style design. Mr. Chen, please. The young driver opened the car door for Chen Yang. An elderly butler, dressed in a Chinese-style jacket, looking energetic and around 60 years old, was already waiting at the door. He had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes also revealed scrutiny and shrewdness. Mr. Chen, the master is waiting for you in the tea room. Please come with me. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement and followed the old butler through an exquisitely maintained courtyard with a small bridge, flowing water, and a secluded atmosphere, into the small building. The interior decoration is not extremely luxurious, but rather full of the accumulation of time and cultural charm. There are mahogany furniture, calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and antique porcelain and other antiques of indeterminate quality displayed on the display shelves. The air is filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance and a scholarly atmosphere. The old butler led Chen Yang to a sunny tea room. An elderly man, dressed in a dark blue Chinese-style jacket, with gray hair neatly combed and a ruddy complexion, sat in a Ming-style armchair by the window, toying with a pair of shiny walnuts. He looked quite old, but his back was straight, and his eyes shone with a sharp, inner light, exuding an air of authority without anger. He was none other than old Han from the phone call. Master, Mr. Chen has arrived. The old butler announced softly, then quietly withdrew and closed the door behind him. Elder Han. Chen Yang stepped forward and bowed slightly in a respectful manner. Old Han put down the walnuts, his gaze landing squarely on Chen Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze seemed to penetrate Chen Yang's skin and reach his very soul. Chen Yang met his eyes calmly, his gaze clear and serene, without the slightest hint of awkwardness or flattery. Sit down. Old Han gestured to the chair opposite him, his voice calm yet carrying the natural authority of someone accustomed to a position of power. Young man, you have a good demeanor. Wanqing rarely speaks so highly of anyone. Miss Su, you flatter me. Chen Yang sat down in the chair, his back naturally straight. She said the food you make is not only delicious, but also very nourishing. Old Han picked up a purple clay cup from the small table next to him, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "This old man has eaten his fair share of delicacies and seen several renowned doctors. But lately, I've always felt a lack of flavor in my mouth, have trouble sleeping at night, and feel generally unwell. Western medicine can't find anything seriously wrong, just says it's because I'm getting old and I should take care of myself." Traditional Chinese medicine prescribed a formula, and after taking it for some time, the effect has been minimal. Wanqing said, "Perhaps you have a solution?" He didn't beat around the bush, he directly pointed out the problem and laid the test out in the open. At his level, empty talk was meaningless, he wanted to see real ability. Chen Yang did not answer immediately, but carefully observed Han Lao's complexion. Although it was rosy, it had a faint, barely perceptible dullness. His breathing was steady, but upon closer listening, his vital energy seemed slightly insufficient. "Elder Han, may I take your pulse?" Chen Yang asked. This wasn't the traditional Chinese medicine diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, but rather a desire to more directly perceive the flow of qi within Elder Han's body through physical contact, a unique perceptive ability granted to him by his primary level of spiritual chef. A hint of surprise flashed in old Han's eyes, then he stretched out his wrist and looked at him with interest. "Oh? You can do this too?" Chen Yang didn't speak, but extended 3 fingers and gently placed them on Elder Han's wrist. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and extended a barely perceptible trace of his spirit chef perception. In an instant, he seemed to see a scene. The qi within old Han's body was like a slightly dried up, slow-flowing river, especially in the middle jiao spleen and stomach area and the heart meridian area, where it was somewhat stagnant and obstructed, like silt accumulating in a riverbed. This was precisely a manifestation of weak spleen and stomach, poor digestion and absorption, leading to insufficient production of qi in blood, which in turn affected the peace of mind. The problem wasn't serious, but its lingering nature was indeed quite bothersome. A moment later, Chen Yang released his grip and opened his eyes. "Does Mr. Han often experience loss of appetite, abdominal bloating after meals, and loose stools? Does he have difficulty falling asleep at night, and even if he does fall asleep, he wakes up easily and has many dreams? Does he often feel lethargic in the afternoon and have stiff shoulders and neck?" Chen Yang slowly stated his judgment. Old Han's previously calm face finally showed a hint of emotion. The symptoms Chen Yang described were exactly the same as his recent feelings. They were even more detailed than what he had described to his healthcare provider. "Not bad." Old Han sat up straight, his eyes sharpening. "It seems Wanqing wasn't exaggerating. Do you have a solution?" The root cause lies in a weak spleen and stomach, leading to impaired digestion and absorption, resulting in deficiency of qi in blood, and malnourishment of the mind and spirit. It's not a serious illness, but it requires a gradual approach, focusing on conditioning rather than aggressive treatment, Chen Yang explained clearly. "Food therapy is worse than medication. I can customize a dietary therapy plan for you, focusing on warming and nourishing the spleen and stomach, calming the mind and spirit, using the inherent energy of food to gradually nourish and restore the functions of the internal organs." "Dietary therapy?" Old Han frowned slightly. "I've tried quite a few common dietary therapies. This dietary therapy is not the same as that dietary therapy." Chen Yang's tone was calm, yet carried a strong sense of confidence. He picked up the insulated food box he had brought, opened it, and inside were 2 seemingly simple things: a small bowl of golden porridge and a few pieces of crystal-clear rice cakes adorned with osmanthus flowers. "These are 2 snacks I prepared temporarily based on your situation. Mr. Han, why don't you try them first and get a feel for them?" Chen Yang pushed the food box in front of Mr. Han. The porridge is a golden yam and lotus seed porridge, made with authentic huayam slices, cored lotus seeds, millet, and a small amount of ningxia wolfberries. It is cooked using a special method, resulting in a thick rice oil and a smooth texture. The rice cake is a sweet and fragrant osmanthus millet cake, made by mixing millet flour, osmanthus, and honey, and then steaming it. With some skepticism, Old Han picked up the spoon, scooped up a small mouthful of porridge, and put it in his mouth. The porridge was incredibly smooth and melted in my mouth, carrying the unique sweetness of yam and the subtle fragrance of lotus seeds. Even more remarkably, as the warm porridge slid down my esophagus and into my stomach, an indescribable, gentle, and continuous warmth instantly spread through me, like an invisible hand gently soothing my long-standing stomach and spleen discomfort. The slight bloating I had felt seemed to lessen slightly. My mouth also inexplicably produced some saliva, no longer feeling dry and tasteless as before. A glint flashed in Old Han's eyes. Without showing any emotion, he picked up another piece of millet cake and took a bite. The sweet fragrance of osmanthus, the soft and slightly chewy texture, and the comforting warmth that spread after chewing and swallowing complemented the effects of the porridge, making his entire abdomen feel warm and cozy, which he thoroughly enjoyed. This is definitely not your average porridge or rice cake. It contains a unique vitality that can directly affect the body. Old Han put down his spoon, took a deep breath, and looked at Chun Yang with a completely different gaze. He no longer looked at an ordinary chef or a junior, but with a sense of solemnity and inquiry. This porridge and pastries are quite unusual, Old Han said slowly, his tone solemn. There seems to be something different inside them. He didn't say it explicitly, but Chun Yang knew that he had sensed that faint spiritual aura. There is a way to eat, and qi is its foundation. Chen Yang did not directly explain the system and the spirit chef, but instead borrowed a seemingly plausible ancient saying, "What I can do is guide the purest qi of the food itself, harmonize the 5 flavors, and nourish the 5 internal organs. Long-term persistence will gradually produce remarkable effects." Old Han remained silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table. In his position, he had witnessed countless extraordinary people and events, and knew well that some things in this world defied explanation. Chun Yang's abilities had already transcended the realm of ordinary cooking or medicinal cuisine. "What do you need?" Old Han asked directly. At his level, it was simpler to lay out the terms of the exchange openly. "It is my honor to be able to help Elder Han with his health, and I dare not make any demands." Chun Yang adopted a humble attitude, but then changed the subject. "However, preparing this kind of diet requires concentration and is extremely demanding in terms of ingredients. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, this method should not be widely disseminated, lest it cause unnecessary trouble." Old Han, being a man of great stature, immediately understood Chen Yang's subtext. First, his service was extremely valuable and he would not easily give it to others. Second, he needed peace and quiet, did not want to be disturbed, and even less did he want his abilities to be exposed and cause trouble. "Yes, I understand." Old Han nodded. "In that case, I'll take the liberty of asking you to do the work. As for ingredients, just tell old Joe, referring to the old butler, what you need. As for the rest, don't worry, no one will bother you here." This statement was both a promise and a signal. It meant that Chun Yang had officially gained Elder Han's approval and a certain degree of protection. "Thank you for your trust, Elder Han." Chun Yang bowed slightly. "All right, you can discuss the specific treatment plan with old Joe." Old Han waved his hand, picked up the pair of walnuts again, and regained his previous calm demeanor, but deep in his eyes, he now showed a greater sense of respect for Chun Yang. Chun Yang knew that his knocking had been successful. He not only used the power of the spirit chef to knock on the door inside this high wall, but also occupied a unique and transcendent position within it. This seemingly faint spiritual aura will become his most unique and solid stepping stone in the power arena of Shanghai. As he followed the old butler, Uncle Zhou, out of the tea room to discuss the details of the subsequent treatment, he knew that from this day forward, his contest with the Yi family would enter a new and more complex dimension. Chapter 33: The Storm Approaching and the Silent Barrier. After the initial treatment of Elder Han, Chen Yang's life seemed to have entered a new balance. He would visit Elder Han's residence in the western suburbs 2 to 3 times a week to adjust the spiritual diet formula based on the subtle changes in Elder Han's body. The effects were obvious. Elder Han's appetite improved significantly, his sleep quality increased, and he even had more energy. His attitude towards Chun Yang also became closer and more trusting, occasionally inviting him to chat in the tea room for a few minutes, asking seemingly casual but profound questions. This recognition from within the high walls was like an invisible armor draped over Chen Yang. He could sense that some gazes that might have been secretly watching had quietly diminished. It was an unspoken rule that no one would easily intervene before understanding the depth of his relationship with Elder Han. However, the Yi family's commercial encirclement did not stop because of this relationship. Instead, it quietly unfolded in a way that was more in line with market rules. The supply chain was the first to be targeted. That morning, as Chun Yang checked the newly delivered ingredients as usual, his brow furrowed slightly. The leafy greens from a long-term organic vegetable cooperative were noticeably of lower quality, no longer the plump, juicy, and naturally glossy vegetables they usually were. Instead, they were somewhat wilted and soft, and some leaves even had abnormal yellow spots on their edges. "Boss Wang, what's going on with the vegetables this time?" Chen Yang dialed the number of the cooperative's head directly. Mr. Wang, on the other end of the phone, stammered, his tone full of embarrassment. "Mr. Chen. I'm so sorry. The weather has been bad lately, and there are many pests and diseases, so there are indeed fewer good quality vegetables. And that. Yes Group's Fresh Life has offered a higher price and bought up the entire yield from our best plots of land. We have no choice. Chen Yang's eyes turned cold. The weather and pests were just excuses. The real reason was that the Yi family was bidding high prices to snatch the goods. This wasn't just about stealing supplies, it was about raising his procurement costs and potentially leaving him with no good vegetables. He didn't argue with Mr. Wang any longer, hung up the phone, and immediately contacted several other backup suppliers. The situations were all similar: either the quality couldn't meet his requirements, or they subtly indicated that the Yi family had spoken to them, hoping they would allocate the supply reasonably and prioritize the major customer. Yi Qingqian's move struck precisely at the Achilles heel of Chun Ji. Its very survival depended on quality. Without a stable supply of high-quality ingredients, Chen Ji's reputation, upon which it depends for survival, will quickly collapse. Almost simultaneously, all three Chen Ji shops encountered trouble. The Science Park rest station was reminded by the park management that its outdoor advertising boards and lightboxes may not comply with the latest park image standards, and was required to rectify the situation within a specified period, or face penalties. Meanwhile, several other beverage shops also displaying their advertisements outside the park remained unaffected. For several days in a row, the community kitchen has been receiving customers bringing obviously opened or even spoiled goods not purchased from Chen Ji, demanding refunds or exchanges. Their attitudes are aggressive, and their language is heated, severely impacting normal operations and the experience of other customers. Even after the police were called, the issue remains a verbal dispute and is difficult to resolve. At the University Town flagship store, sporadic but clearly targeted negative posts began appearing on some local forums and social media, questioning the source of the meat filling for Chen Ji pan-fried buns, their hygiene, and even subtly implying the use of inferior oil. Although the posts were quickly drowned out by spontaneous clarifications from regular customers, the negative impact, though not direct, was still unpleasant and continued to erode the brand's reputation. Individually, none of these methods are fatal, but when combined, they are like a persistent, malignant tumor, constantly draining the energy of the Chen Ji management team, eroding its operational efficiency, and testing its limits. Brother Chen, this can't go on. Zhang Hao, a young college graduate who had just been promoted to assistant manager of the Science and Technology Park Station, anxiously reported in a video conference, "The rectification notice gave us 3 days, which is simply not enough time to redesign and remake the lightboxes. Moreover, I've inquired and found out that the few companies in the park that are fine all have some connection with the Yi family." Yi Qingya also heard the rumors and, looking at Chen Yang's increasingly cold profile, felt deeply worried. She knew that the Yi family was serious this time, using all sorts of open and above-board schemes that left no room for maneuver, yet made things difficult for them at every turn. "Chen Yang, how about we go find old Han?" She couldn't help but suggest softly. Chen Yang shook his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the various data and analyses compiled on the computer screen. "It hasn't come to that point yet. To go to Elder Han for such a small trouble would make us seem incompetent and waste his favor." He took a deep breath, pushing his extraordinary brain domain to its limit under pressure. The Yi family's goal was clear: to slow him down, deplete his resources, keep him constantly busy, and ultimately cause him to slowly decline through continuous drain on his resources. "Don't follow the other person's pace. Listen," Chen Yang's voice came clearly through the microphone to the 3 store managers' assistants, carrying an unquestionable calmness. "They fight their battles, we fight ours." Zhang Hao, over at the park, immediately removed the lightbox. At the same time, go to the Park Management Committee and submit a written application stating that Chen Ji Selected Station is applying to become a quality life partner for innovative and entrepreneurial enterprises in the park, and that we are willing to provide free tea break services for large-scale events in the park. Attach our brand philosophy, quality standards, and past customer reviews. Be humble, but be confident. They talk about standards and image, right? We'll talk to them about value and contribution. At the community store, we've added an extra person specifically to handle customer complaints. We'll record all instances of malicious provocation, maintaining a polite but firm attitude. We'll also prominently display signs saying "Please inspect goods" upon leaving the store. Furthermore, we've launched a neighborhood watch program issuing quality supervisor certificates to several well-regarded regular customers in the neighborhood, inviting them to conduct unannounced inspections and offering them certain discounts. We're transforming passive defense into proactive community building. The University Town Store immediately released a Chen Ji quality white paper on its mini program in all social media groups, using pictures, videos, and test reports to transparently and visually showcase every step of our food procurement, kitchen operations, and hygiene management. At the same time, we launched the Kitchen Open Day event, inviting several user representatives to visit the kitchen every week. We are using absolute transparency to combat vague slander. His instructions were clear and decisive, each move targeting the opponent's weaknesses, and he attempted to turn the crisis into an opportunity to demonstrate his strength and strengthen user trust. Then, what about the supply chain? Yi Qingya, who was in charge of coordinating the online community, asked, as this was the most crucial question. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. I'll take care of the supply chain. Do they think cutting off a few cooperatives will solve everything? In the area surrounding Shanghai, and even the Yangtze River Delta, are they the only ones with access to good ingredients? He took immediate action. On one hand, through Li Tianming's connections, he contacted several top-tier food trading companies that specialize in supplying high-end hotels and foreign-invested enterprises. Although the prices were high, they could solve the immediate problem and ensure that the quality of the core products would not be compromised. On the other hand, he made an even bolder decision to extend upstream. Using his future menu's vague perception of regional climate and soil potential, combined with data analysis from his extraordinary brain domain, he identified several mountain villages in a neighboring province with excellent ecological environments that had not yet been extensively commercially developed. He personally drove there to negotiate with the local village committees and the elderly farmers who remained adhering to traditional farming methods, and signed small-scale, targeted planting and breeding agreements at prices higher than the market rate. He wants to establish a small, specialized supply chain that is entirely his own and unaffected by the Yi family. Although the initial investment is large and the output is limited, this is the only way for him to break through the blockade and build core barriers. Just as Chen Yang was fully engaged in dealing with the Yi family's encirclement and suppression and beginning to lay out a more far-reaching strategy, an unexpected meeting came to him. That day, he had just left the Han residence and was about to return to the city when his phone rang. It was a completely unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yan?" The voice on the other end of the phone was enthusiastic and had the typical smoothness of a businessman. "Yes, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chen. My surname is Chen, and my given name is Chen Fugue. I am the chairman of Fugue Catering Group. I have long admired your name, Mr. Chen. Chenji, which you built from scratch, is a dark horse in our catering industry. I wonder if you would have time tomorrow morning to join me for morning tea? I have some business matters I'd like to discuss with you. It would definitely be a win-win situation." Xian Fugue? Fugue Catering Group? Chen Yang quickly searched his memory. This was a sizable restaurant chain, targeting the low to mid-end market, with several well-known fast food and hot pot brands under its umbrella, but its positioning and model were completely different from Chen's. Why would he approach him? And at this sensitive time? A barely perceptible smile appeared on Chen Yang's lips. With a storm brewing, this morning tea might not taste so good. But he did not refuse. "Okay, send me the time and location." He wanted to see what kind of fish had been caught in this murky water. Chapter 34: Undercurrents in the Tea Party and the Counterattack on Shogi. The following morning, in a rather elegant private room of a Cantonese teahouse in Shanghai, Xian Fugue was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, with a plump figure and a ruddy complexion. He was wearing a designer suit that was a bit tight, and a huge gold ring on his hand. When he saw Chen Yang come in, he immediately stood up to greet him warmly, with an exaggerated smile that seemed somewhat hypocritical. "President Chen. Oh my, you are so young and promising, and so handsome. I've heard so much about you." He grabbed Chen Yang's hands and shook them vigorously. "Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Yang calmly withdrew his hand, sat down opposite him, and remained composed. After exchanging a few pleasantries and serving refreshments, Xian Fugue personally poured tea for Chen Yang before getting down to business, his tone deliberately crafted as one of open and honest conversation. "Mr. Chen, to be honest, I've been following Chen's for a long time. The business model is innovative, the momentum is strong, I admire them. I truly admire them." He changed the subject, a regretful expression on his face. "However, I recently heard Mr. Chen has encountered some minor trouble? It seems the Yi family isn't very friendly?" Chen Yang picked up his teacup, gently blew away the foam, and didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him. Seeing that he wasn't falling for the bait, Xian Fugue chuckled twice and continued, "In business, harmony brings wealth. The Yi family is deeply entrenched, there's no need to confront them head-on. I've been in this business for so many years, I have some connections and resources. I have a suggestion, I wonder if President Chen would be interested?" "Please go ahead, Mr. Chen. Our Fugue Group wants to invest in Chenji." Qian Fugue leaned forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a huge secret. We'll invest 30 million, taking a 40% stake. We won't participate in specific management, but we can share our group's supply chain, central kitchen, and distribution resources. With our support, the pressure from the Yi family will naturally be resolved. President Chen can focus on product development and R&D. Isn't that a win-win situation? 30 million, 40%? That sounds like a good price, especially when Chen's is facing pressure and urgently needs funds and resources. And not participating in management seems like a very generous offer. But Chen Yang sneered inwardly. His extraordinary brain domain instantly analyzed the trap behind this seemingly tempting offer. First, the valuation is being suppressed. Given the current profitability, brand value, and future growth potential of Chen GS3 stores, especially after securing the Hanlao connection, its potential value is far greater than this figure. Qian Fugue is taking advantage of the situation. Secondly, the claim of non-participation in management is a lie. Once capital is introduced, especially capital of the size of Fugue Group, it will inevitably infiltrate, influence, and even ultimately control the company's development direction through various means. The so-called shared resources are more likely to further restrict its supply chain, turning Chenji into a high-end sub-brand under Fugue Group, and ultimately completely digesting and absorbing it. Most importantly, Chen Fugue's timing was too perfect. What makes him think he can resolve the pressure from the Yi family? Unless he was sent by the Yi family himself, or at least had the Yi family's tacit approval or even support. This is a meticulously planned capital hunt, aimed at taking over under the guise of cooperation when he is at his weakest. Seeing Chen Yang remain silent, Chen Fugue assumed he was interested and pressed his advantage, saying, "President Chen, it's good that young people are energetic, but they also need to know how to assess the situation. It's good to have a strong backer. With our Fugue Group as your support, you can go further." Chen Yang put down his teacup, raised his eyes, and looked calmly at Qian Fugue, his gaze seemingly able to see through people's hearts. "I appreciate Mr. Qian's kindness." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. "However, Chen S is my life's work, like my child. At present, I have no plans to introduce external capital or find a big tree for it." Chen Fugue's smile froze on his face instantly. He hadn't expected Chen Yang to refuse so decisively. "Mr. Chen, please reconsider. What about the Yi family?" "The Yi family is the Yi family, and Chen S is Chen S." Chen Yang interrupted him, his tone still calm, yet exuding a strong sense of confidence. "In business competition, everyone relies on their own abilities. I believe that Chen's quality and business model are sufficient to meet any challenge. There is no need for Mr. Qian to worry about it." Qian Fugue's face darkened, and his tone turned cold. "President Chen, it's good for young people to be confident, but being too rigid can lead to failure. The waters of Shanghai run deep, and some storms are too rough for a small boat to handle." These words already carried a clear threatening connotation. Chen Yang smiled slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Qian. However, although my ship is not large, its keel is quite sturdy. Having seen many storms, I naturally know how to navigate." He stood up and straightened his non-existent creases in his clothes. "The tea was excellent, thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Qian. I have other matters to attend to at the shop, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Qian Fugue's response, his step steady and without the slightest hesitation. Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, Qian Fugue's face darkened completely. He slammed his teacup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Ungrateful, he muttered under his breath, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Young Master Yi, that kid, refused. His attitude was very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. On the other end of the phone came Yi Qingqian's icy voice, "Understood. He won't listen to reason, so he'll have to suffer the consequences. Proceed as planned, but intensify the effort. I want his shop to be out of business for at least a month." After leaving the tea house, Chen Yang got into his car, his eyes cold. Qian Fugue's appearance confirmed his suspicions. The Yi family's methods had escalated from direct suppression to capital enticement and takeover. This indicated that they now considered him a threat that had to be taken seriously, but it also revealed the Yi family's impatience. They wanted a quick victory and didn't want to get bogged down in a protracted war, and they were even more afraid that he would actually gain a foothold by leveraging Han Lao's influence. "Trying to devour me?" Chen Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then let's see who has a better appetite." He took out his phone and called Li Tianming first. "Young Master Li, there's something I might need your help with." Speak, Li Tianming said decisively. The Yi family, through someone named Qian Fugui, wanted to acquire a stake in Shenji at a low price, but I refused. I suspect their subsequent business suppression will be even more intense. I'd like to ask you to help me spread the word. What kind of news are you letting out? To put it simply, Chen's currently has healthy cash flow and a good development trend, and does not need external financing for the time being. However, founder Chen Yang remains open to strategic investors who possess top-tier supply chain resources, can provide prime locations in specific high-end communities, and share similar philosophies. Note that it is strategic investors, not financial investors, and certainly not like Fugui Group. Chen Yang clearly expressed his intentions. He's retaliating. You want to take me over? Let me tell you straight, I don't care about your methods. I'm looking for a partner who can provide me with genuine strategic support, and someone on a higher level than your Fugui Group. This is both a direct counterattack against the Yi family's takeover attempt and a strong signal to the market. Chen is very confident, has high aspirations, and not just anyone can take a bite out of it. Li Tianming instantly understood the intricacies of the matter and exclaimed excitedly, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Isn't this a direct slap in the face to Qian Fugui and Yi Qingchen? Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll make sure everyone who needs to know knows." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang contacted the person in charge of developing the upstream special supply chain and instructed him to speed up the negotiations with the selected mountain villages and give priority to funding. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Uncle Zhou, Han's butler. The message was simple, merely inquiring about Han's recent health and mentioning that he had been researching several new calming and nourishing dishes, and that Han could try them next time if he was interested. He didn't directly ask for help, he simply maintained normal, respectful contact. But the message itself, at this moment, was a silent declaration. After doing all this, Chen Yang leaned back in his seat and looked at the street scene rushing past the car window. Yi Qingchen, I've accepted your three-pronged approach: supply chain suppression, offline harassment, and capital takeover. Now, it's my turn to make a move. This game has only just begun. But the players aren't necessarily just you and the Yi family. He closed his eyes, and in the extraordinary brain domain, a three-dimensional business defense and counterattack model that integrates existing resources, links online and offline channels, breaks through high-end circles with the help of spiritual cuisine, and builds its own solid supply chain barriers is being rapidly constructed and perfected. Pressure will only make him stronger at an even faster pace. Chapter 35: Different Paths for Classmates. Early winter in Shanghai is getting colder. A sudden cold front swept through the city, leaving the plane trees along the streets with only bare branches, shivering under the gray sky. In this bleak weather, Chen Yang received a rather unexpected phone call from his university class monitor, inviting him to a class reunion over the weekend. The reason given was that their graduating class was nearing graduation, with many classmates either doing internships or preparing to go abroad, making it a rare opportunity for them to get together again. Chen Yang initially wanted to refuse. He was overwhelmed with work and had no time for such socializing. However, the class monitor's tone on the phone was earnest, mentioning that many classmates had heard about his successful pan-fried dumpling shop and wanted to meet this entrepreneurial star. At this point, refusing would seem like being out of place. He glanced at Yi Qingya, who was resting quietly in bed. Her condition had stabilized recently, but she needed absolute rest and was not suitable to participate in any activities. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang finally agreed. Perhaps it was time to make a brief appearance, lest some people truly believe that he had completely disappeared from the public eye. The gathering was set for a large private room at a decent local restaurant in the city center. When Chen Yang arrived, the room was already full of people, filled with noise and laughter, a mix of youthful exuberance and melancholy. The moment he entered, the lively atmosphere momentarily froze. Many eyes instantly focused on him, filled with curiosity, envy, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Chen Yang, once just a bright student from an ordinary family with decent grades, was now a somewhat famous boss. Chen, a contrast that was sure to attract attention. "Hey! Our big boss is here!" A boy dressed in trendy clothes with chestnut-colored hair shouted, his tone exaggeratedly enthusiastic. He was a well-known active member of the class, whose family ran a small business, and his name was Zhao Kun. "Chen Yang, that's impressive. Chen's pan-fried dumplings is now a popular spot on campus." Another girl wearing glasses chimed in with a smile. Chen Yang wore a faint, polite smile as he responded to the greetings, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the corner of the private room. There, Yi Qingchen was. He was dressed in expensive casual wear, leaning back comfortably in his chair, a glass of red wine in his hand, chatting and laughing with several boys and girls who usually fawned over him, seemingly oblivious to Chen Yang's arrival. But Chen Yang keenly noticed that the moment Chen Yang entered, Yi Qingqian's eyes had quickly swept over him out of the corner of his eye, and deep within those eyes was a frozen hatred and a hint of barely concealed fear. Those present had heard more or less about the feud between the two, and seeing the two protagonists in the same room now, the atmosphere couldn't help but become a little awkward. Chen Yang ignored Yi Qingqian, found an empty seat, and started chatting with a few classmates he was somewhat familiar with. The topic naturally revolved around his Chun-Ji, a popular online novel. "Chen Yang, I heard you've been expanding really fast lately, even opening branches?" "That's impressive," a classmate exclaimed. "It's alright, just getting started, figuring it out as we go," Chen Yang said calmly. "You're not just starting out, I heard your valuation is already in the tens of millions?" Zhao Kuan leaned closer, half jokingly and half probingly asking, "Any plans to raise funds? Why not help your old classmates get rich together?" Upon hearing this, several classmates from well-off families nearby also perked up their ears. Chen Yang smiled and downplayed the issue. "It's just a small business, barely enough to make ends meet. It's not that serious." Yi Qingqian seemed to have overheard the conversation and let out a low but clearly mocking sneer. Although he didn't say it outright, the meaning was obvious. Zhao Kuan was a little embarrassed, so he laughed it off and changed the subject. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere in the private room became lively again. Some people began to reminisce about the glorious past, some envisioned a bright future, and most toasted each other to strengthen their bonds. Yi Qingqian seemed to have drunk a bit too much. His face was flushed, and he started talking more. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for half the people in the private room to hear. "So, when it comes to starting a business, you can't rely on just a little cleverness and luck." He swirled his wine glass, his eyes looking down on people. "Shanghai is a very deep place. Without a foundation or background, you might be riding high today, but tomorrow you might." He made a collapsing gesture, which drew laughter from his group of people. These words were clearly pointed. Many students once again cast subtle glances at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was slowly peeling a shrimp, seemingly oblivious to what was happening. A quiet girl sitting next to Chen Yang, whose family seemed to have some connections within the system, couldn't help but whisper to him, "Chen Yang, don't take it to heart. I heard Yi Qingqian's family has been consolidating some catering resources recently, and it seems they're not very friendly to your side. You, be careful." Chen Yang glanced at her and nodded, "Thank you, I understand." Just then, Chen Yang's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Uncle Zhou, old Han's butler. He stood up, gestured to everyone, and walked to the relatively quiet corridor outside the private room to answer the phone. "Uncle Zhou." "Mr. Chen, am I disturbing you?" Uncle Zhou's voice was as gentle and respectful as ever. "The master just used the calming tea you left behind last time, and he feels very good. He slept much more soundly. The master asked me to ask if you are free tomorrow afternoon. An old friend of his is coming from the capital to visit him. He heard that the master's health has been well taken care of recently, and he is very curious and would like to meet you, young master." "An old friend from Beijing? Want to see him?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Old Han's status was already extraordinary. His old friend, coming from the capital, carried considerable weight. This was undoubtedly an opportunity on a level even higher than the Magnolia private banquet. "Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. I'm available whenever Elder Han summons me." "I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow afternoon," Chen Yang replied calmly, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. "Okay, then I won't bother you any longer." Uncle Zhou politely hung up the phone. Chen Yang stood in the corridor for a moment, phone in hand. The cold wind outside the window brushed against his cheeks, yet it made him feel incredibly clear-headed. Yi Qingqian's provocation in the private room contrasted sharply with the information brought by Uncle Zhou's phone call. One is still fixated on petty squabbles among classmates and minor business dealings, while the other has already led him to the stage where true figures from the highest echelons of society truly stand out. He composed himself and turned back to the private room. He had just sat down when Yi Qingqian, seemingly bored that his earlier provocation had gone unanswered, or perhaps fueled by alcohol, turned his attention back to Chen Yang, this time more directly. "Chen Yang, I heard your business has been booming lately, and you've even made some good connections?" Yi Qingqian swirled his wine glass, a playful smile playing on his lips. "However, let me give you a piece of advice: some circles you can't just force your way into. Relying on women for a living isn't a long-term solution, don't you think? His words were extremely malicious, not only implying that Chen Yang relied on Yi Qingya although the classmates did not know the inside story. The label of relying on a woman was very vague and enough to arouse imagination, but also suggesting that he might have used improper means to curry favor with the powerful. The private room fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on Chen Yang, the atmosphere so oppressive you could hear a pin drop. Chen Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Qingchen. His eyes were calm, without anger or embarrassment, and even carried a faint pity, as if looking at a clown. He didn't raise his voice, but spoke clearly and steadily, word by word. Yi Qingchen, that's all you've got. I, Chen Yang, do things based on my skills and abilities. I act uprightly and honestly. As for who I know and who I associate with, that is my ability and my own opportunity. You don't need to worry about it. Instead of wasting time here arguing, why not think about whether you plan to go back to that road on Panlong Mountain again? The three words Panlong Mountain exploded in Yi Qingchen's ears like a thunderclap. The color drained from his face instantly, and his hand holding the wineglass trembled violently, spilling wine that stained his expensive sleeve. The fear and humiliation of that night on the edge of the cliff, a moment of life and death, overwhelmed him once more like a tidal wave. He stared intently at Chen Yang, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. His eyes were filled with horror, resentment, and a hint of fear that even he himself was unwilling to admit. The entire private room fell silent. Although the students didn't understand what Panlong Mountain specifically referred to, Yi Qingchen's instantly pale face and flustered reaction spoke volumes. Chen Yang's casual remark was more powerful than any vehement rebuttal, directly shattering all of Yi Qingchen's arrogance. Chen Yang stopped looking at him, picked up the teacup in front of him, took a small sip, and acted as if he had just said something completely ordinary. This class reunion has now completely changed its flavor. Yi Qingchen's carefully maintained pride and sense of superiority in front of his classmates was shattered by Chen Yang's casual remark. Chen Yang, in this silent way, declared to everyone that he was no longer from the same world as them. An invisible thunderclap had already resounded in this small private room. The aftershocks will surely spread to a wider world. Chapter 36: Visitors from the Capital and the Stunning Spirit. The following afternoon, the sky remained overcast, and a biting wind blew. Chen Yang arrived at the Han residence in the western suburbs half an hour early. Uncle Joe was already waiting at the door, his expression more solemn than usual. Mr. Chen, the master and the guest are in the warm pavilion. Uncle Joe led Chen Yang through the courtyard and whispered a reminder. The old gentleman from the capital, surnamed Shen, is somewhat aloof and doesn't like to talk much, but he has a very sharp eye. Chen Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Someone whom Elder Han called an old friend and whom Uncle Joe so solemnly reminded him of was no ordinary person. Inside the warm pavilion, the heating was on full blast, creating a world apart from the cold outside. Old Han sat opposite an elderly man, dressed in a dark gray Chinese-style cotton linen coat, with a slender build and a gaunt face, playing Go. The man, surnamed Shen, appeared to be a few years older than old Han, his face deeply wrinkled, yet his eyes were exceptionally clear and sharp, as if they could see through everything. He played white, his moves extremely slow, each placement imbued with an undeniable steadiness. When old Han saw Chen Yang come in, he smiled and waved to him. Young Chen is here, come and sit down. This is old Shen, my old friend. Chen Yang stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Elder Han, Elder Shen. Old Shen merely glanced at Chen Yang indifferently, his gaze lingering on him for less than a second before returning to the chessboard, as if Chen Yang were nothing more than insignificant air. He gave a barely audible hum in response. Old Han seemed to be used to his old friend's mannerisms and didn't mind. He smiled at Chen Yang and said, Don't mind him, that's just how this old guy is. It's perfect, our game is almost over, you can watch from the side. Chen Yang sat down on a tea stool a little further away as instructed, and quietly watched the game. He knew a little about Xiangqi Chinese chess but not much about Go, but the powerful calculation and logical abilities granted to him by his extraordinary brain domain allowed him to keep up with the pace of the two old men. The game has reached the middle stage, with black and white pieces intertwined and the situation tense. Han, playing black, is launching a fierce attack, attempting to create a large territory in the center. Shen, playing white, appears to be on the defensive, but in reality, he is advancing cautiously, concealing deadly intentions. Several large groups of stones are entangled together, creating a dangerous atmosphere. Chen Yang focused his gaze, and gradually, he seemed to no longer just see the black and white pieces on the chessboard, but rather sense an invisible qi field. The black piece's qi was like Master Han himself, powerful and domineering, but slightly impatient. With its strength scattered in some places, the white piece's chi was like mastershin, condensed and restrained, meticulous and precise, like a needle hidden in cotton, neutralizing the black piece's attacks one by one, and constantly penetrating and entangling, looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. This perception is mysterious and profound. It is not something that is actually seen, but rather the primary level spirit chef's keen sense of chi that is unintentionally projected onto the chessboard. Just then, Elder Shin picked up a white piece, hovering it above the chessboard, not placing it for a long time. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he were calculating an extremely complex variation. Elder Han also held his breath, waiting for this decisive move. The warm room was quiet, with only the soft bubbling of water from the kettle on the charcoal fire. Chen Yang's gaze followed Elder Shin's finger. Subconsciously, he seemed to see an extremely subtle note among the white stones, several large groups, where the flow of energy was sluggish. If Black could seize this opportunity, it wasn't impossible to turn defeat into victory. Of course, this would require an extremely precise and risky move. Completely subconsciously, his gaze lingered for a moment longer on the chessboard position corresponding to that node. In that very instant, Old Shin, who had been focused on the game, paused slightly with his raised finger, and his sharp, hawk-like gaze snapped up, fixing on Chen Yang once more. This time, it wasn't the previous indifference, but rather a hint of undisguised surprise and inquiry. Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine and immediately composed himself, focusing his attention on his nose and mind, as if he had only glanced at her unintentionally. Old Shin gave Chen Yang a deep look, his gaze seemingly trying to see right through him. A few seconds later, he slowly placed the white piece in his hand in another safe position, completely consolidating the white piece's advantage, but also giving up the most lethal killing move. Seeing this, Old Han laughed heartily and conceded defeat. Old Shin, you're the best. I've lost this round. Ignoring Elder Han's admission of defeat, Elder Shin's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yang. His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an air of authority emanating from someone accustomed to a superior position. Young man, what were you looking at just now? Old Han also noticed his old friend's unusual behavior and looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. Chen Yang's mind raced. He knew that the brief sensation he had just sensed might have caught the attention of this unfathomable old man. He couldn't reveal the existence of the system, but he also couldn't completely deny it, otherwise he would appear even more suspicious. He stood up and respectfully replying to Elder Shin, I only have a superficial understanding of Go. Just now, seeing the exquisite game, I was so engrossed in watching it that I felt the black and white pieces were intertwined, and the atmosphere, well, the situation was unpredictable. I dare not make any comments. He cleverly replaced the more mysterious chi with the word chi, which sounds like a description of the chess game situation, yet leaves a hint of ambiguity. Old Shin stared at him, his cloudy yet sharp eyes flashing with light. After a long while, he slowly said, Aura? You used an interesting way of putting it. He didn't ask any further questions, but the way he looked at Chen Yang was different now. Old Han, being a man of great stature, immediately smoothed things over, laughing and saying, all right, the chess game is over. Young Chen, Old Shin has come from afar, hearing that you're quite skilled at preparing meals. I've been boasting about you. Today you'd better show your true abilities and not let this old man down. Mr. Han, you flatter me. I will do my best, Chen Yang replied, changing the subject. What he prepared today was not a complicated banquet, but a few exquisite snacks and desserts, more suitable for leisurely tea and conversation in the afternoon. The highlight was a dish he had repeatedly pondered, trying to incorporate his insights from the spirit chef into it, spiritual charm poria cake. This dessert uses top-grade Yunnan poria cocos powder as the main ingredient, combined with wild honey, a small amount of 5-year-aged tangerine peel powder, and spring water specially processed using his spiritual chef techniques, and is then steamed. The process seems simple, but every step is related to the guidance and integration of chi vital energy. When Uncle Joe brought out a plate of crystal-clear poria cocos cake, which exuded a faint medicinal and honey fragrance and was decorated with golden tangerine peel pieces, a slight ripple finally appeared on Old Shin's usually calm face. He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. At first, there's the mild sweetness of poria cocos and the slight spiciness of dry tangerine peel. Then, the warm, refreshing sweetness of wild honey spreads out, creating a delicate and soft texture. But the next moment, an indescribable, gentle, and pure warmth seems to melt in your mouth, slide down your throat into your stomach, and then spread like ripples throughout your body. This warm current was not scorching, but a vibrant, gentle warmth. Wherever it passed, it seemed to dispel the fatigue of the long journey and the gloom brought by old age and physical decline. Even the mind, which had become somewhat sluggish due to years of excessive thinking, seemed to be cleansed and became clearer. Saliva naturally arose in the mouth, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Old Shin's hand, holding the pastries, paused in mid-air. He closed his eyes, savoring this unprecedented sensation, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out a bit. Old Han also tried a piece, his eyes shining with admiration. He couldn't help but praise, "Excellent. Little Chen, your skill is simply divine. This Poria Coco's cake is more comforting than any tonic I've ever eaten." Old Shin slowly opened his eyes, looked at the remaining half of the pastry in his hand, and then looked at Chen Yang, who stood calmly to the side. His eyes, which had seen through the ways of the world, finally revealed undisguised amazement. "This is not cooking." Old Shin's voice was still hoarse, but it carried an unprecedented solemnity. "This is the way." He put down the pastries, wiped his hands with the warm, damp towel beside him, and looked intently at Chen Yang. "Young man, who is your master?" Chen Yang's heart tightened, knowing that the most crucial moment had arrived. He lowered his eyelids and answered respectfully and honestly, replying to Elder Shen, "This junior has no teacher. It's just that I have had an unusual perception of ingredients since childhood, and I like to study them. I have only occasionally made some progress, and I have just been tinkering around with them." "Randomly groping around?" Old Shin repeated, a very faint, almost imperceptible smile curving his lips. "To be able to reach this level is a gift from heaven." He didn't press further about his lineage. At his level, some things were better left unsaid. He turned to Old Han, his tone calm yet carrying undeniable weight. "Old Han, you've really struck gold this time." Upon hearing this, Old Han's smile widened, and his gaze toward Chen Yang was filled with satisfaction and pride. Old Shin looked at Chen Yang again, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have a small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing. It is quiet, but I lack someone who can take good care of my daily meals. Young man, would you be interested in coming with me to the capital for a while?" These words even moved Elder Han slightly. This is no simple invitation, it's an invitation to bring Chen Yang under his wing, signifying genuine recognition and mentorship. Even if he's only responsible for meals while working alongside Elder Shen, the people and events he'll encounter, and the opportunities he'll gain, will be unimaginable. Inside the warm pavilion, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yang. Chen Yang's heart was also filled with turmoil. This opportunity was undoubtedly a huge temptation, a chance to rise to the top in one step, enough to allow him to instantly leap over countless steps and truly enter that core circle. But his mind flashed Yi Qingya's pale and dependent face, the newly established but still pressured Shen's business, and the unresolved grudges with the Yi family. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, raised his head, his gaze clear and firm, and bowed deeply to Elder Shen. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Mr. Shen. However, I still have some worldly affairs to attend to in Shanghai, and I also have important people to take care of. I can only appreciate your kindness, Mr. Shen, but I am truly unworthy of it." He refused. They rejected an opportunity that would drive countless people crazy. A hint of regret flashed in Old Han's eyes, but more so, understanding. Uncle Joe stood with his hands at his sides, his eyes filled with admiration. Old Shin looked at Chen Yang, his face showing no displeasure, instead, his faint smile deepened slightly. He nodded, his tone remaining calm. "You value relationships and keep your promises, that's good. In that case, I won't insist." He paused, then took out a plain white business card from his pocket. It had only one name on it, Shin Baosher, and a handwritten phone number. He handed it to Chen Yang. "If you encounter any problems in Shanghai that you can't solve, you can call this number." Chen Yang accepted the business card with both hands. It was slightly warm to the touch, as if it carried some strange power. He knew that this thin piece of paper carried far more weight than millions of dollars or any commercial contract. "Thank you very much, Mr. Shin." He bowed again and solemnly put the business card away. Mr. Shin said no more and picked up his teacup again. Chen Yang knew that today's meeting had come to a successful conclusion. With Aporia Coco's cake imbued with spiritual charm, he not only completely won over Elder Han, but also left an extremely deep impression on Elder Shin from Beijing, and gained a weighty promise in return. A breathtaking beauty, captured in a fleeting glance. Although he did not follow the clouds, he has already gained their favor. As he walked out of the Han residence, he glanced back at the quiet little building nestled deep in the woods, and his heart was filled with clarity. The game in Shanghai will become even more interesting because of this extra card he has in his hand. Chapter 37: Lingering Power Suppresses Petty People. Shin Baosher's business card, like a warm yet incredibly heavy jade pendant, was carefully kept by Chen Yang. He didn't show it to anyone, nor did he mention the specific details of the warm pavilion to Yi Qingya. Some powers, when displayed, are intimidating, but when concealed, they reveal true strength. However, some changes happen quietly and unexpectedly. The morning after Chen Yang declined Mr. Shen's invitation, Zhang Hao, the assistant manager of the Science Park Station, called excitedly. "Brother Chen! This is amazing! The Park Management Committee just came and said that our application for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Enterprise Quality Life Partner has been approved. They even proactively asked if we needed a larger outdoor seating area, and they could help coordinate it. Their attitude was incredibly kind." Following closely, similar news came from the community kitchen and the University Town flagship store. Those previously deliberately difficult customers had vanished. The defamatory posts on the forums quietly disappeared, replaced by several in-depth articles spontaneously written by well-known food bloggers, praising Chenji's quality and business model. Even several suppliers who had previously been ambiguous in their attitude and had been contacted by the Yi family proactively reached out, humbly stating that it was a misunderstanding and hoping to resume cooperation, even offering to negotiate prices. What was once a persistent and intractable problem vanished overnight. When Chen Yang received these reports, he was sitting in the office of the Chenji main store, looking at the data curve of Chenji backend that had returned to healthy growth on the computer screen, and his face did not show much surprise. Although Elder Shen did not make a public statement, the fact that he personally summoned Chen Yang and stayed at the Han residence for half a day was enough for certain people with special information channels to pick up on it. For those smart people who navigate the fringes of Shanghai's power structure and have a keen sense of smell, this was a clear signal in itself. This young man named Chen Yang had entered the sights of a true bigwig and gained his appreciation. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to offer charcoal in the snow. But more often than not, when the winds shift, those who were originally kicking someone when they're down will immediately change their tune. The atmosphere in Yi Qingchen's office was in stark contrast to the clear skies over Chenji's side. Assistant Zhao stood at his desk, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, reporting back from various places that the crackdown on Chenji had been thwarted or had been abandoned. Director Wang from the industrial park said directly that he had received instructions from above to create a favorable business environment and to stop discriminatory treatment. Those troublesome customers can't be contacted anymore, they've reportedly been warned. On the media side, several accounts that were previously paid to post have been banned. The supplier has also turned against us, saying they can no longer cooperate with us. Enough! Yi Qingchen slammed the documents in his hand onto the table, his face ashen and his chest heaving. Shen Baoshi. It's actually Shen Baoshi. How could he possibly fall for that steamed bun seller? His eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment and disbelief. He had heard his father, Yi Hangyuan, mention the name Shen Baoshi, a figure truly standing on high, someone even the Yi family had to look up to. What merit did Chen Yan possess to have caught that person's eye? And even received his business card? This means that all his previous business tactics against Chen Yang have become a joke in the face of higher rules. As long as Shen Baoshi's name still looms behind Chen Yang, no one will dare to openly use underhanded tricks to deal with Chenji. Young Master Yi, so what should we do now? Assistant Zhao asked cautiously. Yi Qingchen gasped for breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that his father, Yi Hangyuan, would never allow him to touch anything or anyone related to Shen Baoshi again that could bring utter destruction to the entire Yi family. Overt and covert, commercial and power-based, all conventional methods seemed to fail in the face of Chen Yang's incredible luck and rapid rise. A tremendous sense of powerlessness and frustration almost overwhelmed him. He felt like a boxer who had used all his strength to throw a punch, only to hit nothing but empty air time and time again, and even have the punch bounce back and injure himself. Are we just going to let it go like this? No. Absolutely not. A glint of madness and obsession flashed in Yi Qingchen's eyes. If conventional methods wouldn't work, then unconventional ones would do. He couldn't tolerate Chen Yang continuing to live freely, nor could he tolerate being humiliated in front of him time and time again. He took a deep breath and waved to Assistant Zhao, "You can go out now." After Assistant Zhao left, Yi Qingchen locked the office door, walked to the bookshelf, moved a few books aside, revealing a hidden safe behind them. He entered the password and took out an old-fashioned button phone without any markings. He turned on his phone and dialed an overseas number stored in his phone that he had never dialed before. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. The voice on the other end was a cold, emotionless electronic voice, altered by a voice changer. "Explain." Yi Qingchen lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of desperate ruthlessness. "It's me. I have a dirty job, the target is in Shanghai. I'll send the information to the usual place later. Requirements: create an accident, clean and efficient, and don't let them trace it back to me. Price: double. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then the electronic voice spoke again. We'll provide a quote after you confirm the information. Same as always, half payment in advance. Okay, Yi Qingchen said through gritted teeth. He hung up the phone, deleted the call log, and locked the phone back in the safe. After doing all this, he slumped into a chair, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat. He knew he had embarked on an extremely dangerous path of no return. Once exposed, it wouldn't just be a matter of utter disgrace, but also utter ruin. But jealousy and resentment, like venomous snakes, gnawed at his reason. He had been cornered, and apart from this most extreme and darkest path, he saw no hope of taking revenge on Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you forced me to do this. He muttered to himself, his eyes as sinister as a viper's hiss. At this moment, Chen Yang was completely unaware of all this. He was enjoying the brief period of calm, using this rare window of opportunity to accelerate the progress of his plans. The agreement for the upstream special supply chain has been signed, and the first batch of vegetables grown to his specified standards and free-range poultry eggs will soon arrive. The operation of the 3 Chenji stores has been further improved in efficiency after eliminating external interference. He has even begun to plan the next expansion area, with the goal of several high-end international communities. In the evening, he returned to the rented room. Yi Qingya looked better than she had a few days ago. She was leaning against the headboard, gently stroking her pregnant belly, her face radiating a soft maternal glow. Seeing Chen Yang return, she looked up and smiled gently. Was today smooth? Yes, everything is going smoothly. Chen Yang walked to the bedside and sat down, naturally reaching out to place his hand on hers, feeling the tiny pulse of life together. How about you? How are you feeling? It's good, baby was very good today. Yi Qingya looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions: dependence, gratitude, and a growing sense of certainty. Chen Yang, thank you. Without you, I really don't know. Don't talk nonsense, Chen Yang interrupted her, his gaze gentle. We are one. These words made Yi Qingya's heart tremble slightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head without refuting them. A warm atmosphere filled the small room. However, Chen Yang was unaware that an invisible, malicious net was being cast upon him from the shadows. Old Master Shen's remaining influence could subdue the petty villains on the surface, but it couldn't guard against the venomous fangs lurking in the darkness. Beneath the calm surface, the gears of fate had begun to turn dangerously once again. Chapter 38: The storm is brewing. The lingering influence of Shin Baosher's business card was like a depth charge dropped into certain circles in Shanghai. Though the ripples were not visible on the surface, they changed the course of the undercurrents. The various forces that had been eyeing Chen's company or were taking a wait-and-see approach almost overnight withdrew their claws, and some even began to extend goodwill to Chen Yang through various channels. The operating environment of Chunji has been greatly improved. The 2 newly expanded stores have seen a steady increase in customer traffic, and the activity of the online community and the number of orders have reached new highs. Chen Yang took the opportunity to accelerate the construction of the upstream special supply chain. The first batch of organic vegetables and free-range poultry eggs from the selected mountain villages were successfully delivered. The quality far exceeded that of ordinary goods on the market. Although the cost was high, it further consolidated Chenji's position as the ceiling of quality in the minds of core customers. He even began assembling a small research and development team, not for technological innovation, but to systematically organize and standardize the theories in his mind derived from the elementary spirit chef level regarding ingredient pairings, nutritional balance, and even the initial guidance of spiritual essence. He hoped to explore a methodology that could be replicated to a limited extent and improve the overall product quality. Of course, the most core dishes, those containing true spiritual essence, could only be prepared by him personally. Everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. However, Chen Yang was not blinded by this temporary advantage. His extraordinary brain domain maintained a calm and analytical approach. Yi Qingchen's temporary silence seemed more like a period of accumulating strength or a change in strategy. Knowing Yi Qingchen's obsessive personality, he was certain that the other party would not give up easily. Moreover, Elder Shen's deterrent effect was mainly limited to those within the rules. Its effectiveness against those who defied the rules was still uncertain. He strengthened his own and Yi Qingya's daily security. The rented house had its door locks upgraded to higher level ones and a simple alarm system installed. He also became more vigilant about anything unusual when he went out. At the same time, he subtly inquired about the movements of certain dirty channels overseas through Li Tianming. Although he didn't get any concrete information, Li Tianming reminded him that Yi Qingchen seemed unusually quiet lately, and something was definitely amiss. A storm is brewing. This apparent calm only made Chen Yang sense an even more dangerous atmosphere. That afternoon, Chen Yang was in the kitchen of the Qinji flagship store, personally testing a braised food recipe to be added to the new menu of Neighborhood Kitchen. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou. Mr. Chen, I apologize for disturbing you. Uncle Zhou's voice was still gentle, but his speech was slightly faster than usual. The master asked me to remind you to be careful when you go out recently. Also, if you encounter any unusual or difficult troubles, don't worry, you can contact me at any time. Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Old Han's decision to have Zhou Bo make this call was definitely not without reason. It was almost a clear indication that a potential, unregulated danger was approaching. Moreover, Old Han might have already received some vague hints, but due to certain rules or a lack of concrete evidence, he couldn't intervene directly and could only offer this form of warning and final assurance. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Please also convey my thanks to Elder Han for his concern. I will be careful, Chen Yang replied in a deep voice. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang's eyes turned completely cold. Even Old Han had specifically warned him, indicating that the danger was not unfounded and might come from an extremely insidious corner. He hesitated for a moment, but instead of panicking, he focused even more intently on adjusting the braised dishes before him. It's precisely in situations like this that composure is crucial. Strong skills and a clear mind are the most effective weapons for dealing with crises. He placed several spices in a sachet according to a specific ratio and order, then added it to the boiling broth. His beginner level of spiritual chef perception spread. He could not only smell the complex aroma of the spices, but also vaguely perceived the subtle chi fields they released under the heat interacting and surging. He was experimenting to see if he could integrate this guidance of chi into ordinary cooking. Even if it couldn't produce true spiritual charm, could it at least imbue the food with a deeper, more pleasant, and calming essence? Just as he was fully focused, the system notification sound that had been silent in his mind for a long time suddenly rang out without warning. Ding! The system has detected that the host's understanding and application of spiritual essence has reached a critical point, triggering a special state, realm of spiritual connection. Realm of spiritual connection significantly enhances the host's perception and control over all their skills for a short period, and slightly increases their ability to anticipate crises. Duration, 12 hours. A refreshing breeze seemed to flow into his head, instantly circulating throughout his body. Chen Yang felt his mind become clearer than ever before, his five senses seemed amplified, and his perception of the surrounding environment reached an astonishing level. The subtle sound of the flames leaping on the stove, the trajectory of the fragrance molecules diffusing in the air, and even the tire noise of cars driving on the distant street, all were clearly imprinted in his perception. More importantly, his understanding of elementary spirit chef, extraordinary brain domain, max-level driving skills, and even basic combat techniques seemed to have become completely integrated at this moment. Many things that were previously obscure and unclear suddenly became clear. He even had a feeling that if he were to prepare spiritual meals for Elder Han or Elder Shin now, the effect would be at least 30% better than before. The slight enhancement in his ability to anticipate danger was like installing an invisible radar on him. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact source of the danger, he could vaguely sense a cold, malicious surveillance, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, locking onto him from some uncertain direction. It's here. The other side is already in position, or is looking for an opportunity. Chen Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his mind. He didn't stop what he was doing. Instead, he completed the final steps of making the braised food even more smoothly, as if nothing had happened. The realm of spiritual connection lasts only 12 hours, so he must make the most of this time. He first discreetly inspected the kitchen environment to confirm there were no safety hazards. Then, as usual, he gave Aunt Wang and the apprentice a few instructions, took off his apron, and left the shop. Instead of going straight back to his rented room, he got into his modified tricycle. With the blessing of the realm of spiritual connection, he felt a closer connection with the vehicle, as if he could sense the condition of every single part of it. He started the vehicle, not choosing his usual route, but deliberately circling around several times, weaving through traffic. His maximum driving skill, combined with his heightened perception, allowed him to perceive the movements of all vehicles in front, behind, to the left, and to the right, making it difficult for any unusual tracking to escape detection. Sure enough, as he rounded the second intersection, he spotted a black Santana in his rearview mirror that was always keeping a distance of 3 to 4 car lengths from him. The car was old and inconspicuous, but its driving trajectory was like a persistent leech. No matter how Chun Yang changed lanes, accelerated, or slowed down, it always followed him at a comfortable distance. The driver was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, so his face was obscured. Professional. Chen Yang sneered inwardly. The other party was very cautious, not approaching rashly, but merely confirming his whereabouts and habits. He didn't alert the enemy, continuing to drive at a leisurely pace. He even stopped midway to buy a bottle of water at a convenience store, behaving like an ordinary shop owner going home after a day's work. He calculated rapidly in his mind. The fact that the other party was following him meant they hadn't found a suitable opportunity to strike, or they were waiting for instructions. They likely already knew his address, and the area near his rented apartment might be a pre-arranged ambush point. We can't bring danger home. Yi Qingya is still there. Chen Yang's eyes sharpened, and he made a decision in an instant. He changed direction and instead of heading towards the rented house, he drove towards Panlong Mountain, the place where he had raced with Yi Qingchen in the suburbs. The area is sparsely populated and has complex roads, making it the perfect place to solve this kind of trouble. Moreover, with the support of the realm of spiritual insight and max-level driving skill, he is confident that he can turn the tables and become the hunter in that environment. Looking in his rearview mirror, he saw that the black Santana had indeed followed without hesitation. Very good. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Yang's lips. Let's see who's hunting whom today. He gently turned the ignition switch, and the modified tricycle let out a deep roar, its speed suddenly increasing, shooting towards Panlong Mountain as dusk settled in. The storm is finally coming. Chapter 39 Counterattack from Desperate Circumstances. As dusk fell like blood, it stained the vast outline of Panlong Mountain. The winding mountain road, under the increasingly dim light, resembled a dying python, its silence carrying an eerie chill. Chen Yang drove his electric tricycle, the modified engine's deep hum echoing through the valley, mingling with the rustling of tires against the road, becoming the only rhythm in this deathly silence. The spiritual realm within him continued, his brain like an overclocked processor, pushing his max-level driving skills to an unprecedented extreme. Every bend in the road, every subtle shift in weight distribution, every uneven spot on the road ahead, even the ripples in the air caused by the mountain wind blowing through the treetops, all these are transformed into precise data streams, guiding his actions. His hands are as steady as a rock, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the deepening twilight, firmly locking onto the road ahead, while simultaneously imprinting the movements of the black Santana behind him clearly onto the three-dimensional map of his mind. The Santana continued to follow at a leisurely pace, like a hyena in the shadows, patiently waiting for its prey to make a mistake. The other car's driving skills were clearly highly professional, maintaining a stable tracking distance even on the treacherous mountain roads, but compared to Chen Yang's near-predictive, seamless control of the car, it ultimately paled in comparison. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry to shake them off, he was observing and calculating. He was looking for the most suitable location, a place that was secluded enough to block out sight and interference, yet also convenient for him to take advantage of the terrain, and even create an accident. His target was the series of hairpin bends halfway up the mountain, known as Ghost Sorrow. There, the bends were sharp and the slopes steep, with a near-vertical cliff on one side and a bottomless valley on the other. The guardrails had long been in disrepair and were practically useless. The vehicle speed is increasing. Under Chen Yang's control, the tricycle seemed to come alive, dancing gracefully through increasingly narrow and sharp bends. Every time it veered close to the edge of a bend, it was so dangerous that it made one's scalp tingle, yet he always managed to pull it back on track at the last second by a hair's breadth. The Santana behind clearly realized Chen Yang's intentions, or perhaps received some kind of instruction, and began to accelerate, trying to get closer. The roar of the engine became clear and oppressive in the valley. The Devil's Bane is right in front of us. The first sharp turn, almost 180 degrees. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. Instead of slowing down, he subtly adjusted the vehicle's posture at the moment of entering the curve, defying physical intuition, allowing the tricycle to cut into the apex of the curve at an extremely tricky angle and speed. At the same time, his free left hand silently pulled out a specially made short blade from under the seat, which was usually used for cutting food but was now gleaming with a cold light. Just as the tricycle swerved sideways and was about to exit the bend, at the most unstable moment and seemingly the most vulnerable instant, the Santana behind seized the opportunity, accelerating suddenly and ramming its front end viciously into the rear of the tricycle, which was not yet fully righted. Its purpose was clear: to knock the tricycle and its rider off the guardrail and plunge into the abyss. A close call. Shen Yang's realm of spiritual connection infinitely prolonged this moment. He saw the Santana driver's cold and ruthless eyes hidden under his baseball cap, heard the ear-piercing scream of the tires reaching their limit of grip, and even predicted the precise landing point of the collision. Now! In the split second before the front of the Santana was about to touch the rear of the tricycle, Shen Yang suddenly pulled the handbrake, simultaneously floored the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel all the way in the opposite direction. Squeak! The tricycle made a near-zero radius, illogical, and violent lateral movement, narrowly avoiding the deadly front of the Santana. The two vehicles almost brushed past each other. The Santana driver clearly hadn't expected Shen Yang to make such an unbelievable maneuver at such high speed, and caught off guard, the vehicle lurched outwards due to inertia. As Shen Yang completed his lateral movement, his arm shot out like a venomous snake that had been poised for a long time. Puff! A soft, muffled thud, like a sharp blade piercing flesh. That specially made short blade pierced the sidewall of the Santana's left front tire with incredible precision. This wasn't a simple puncture, it directly damaged the tire's most vulnerable sidewall structure. All of this happened in less than a second. The Santana driver felt the steering wheel suddenly sink, and the vehicle instantly went out of control. He frantically slammed on the brakes and steered, but the sudden burst of the left front tire made all attempts to salvage the situation futile. Boom! Crack! The heavy Santana, like a runaway horse, slammed into the already rotten wooden guardrail on the outside. The fragile guardrail shattered with a crash, and most of the Santana's body instantly plunged off the cliff. Its chassis became wedged between broken wood and rocks, and the front wheel spun wildly in mid-air, emitting a desperate hum. The car shook violently, and gravel and dirt fell in a flurry, disappearing into the bottomless darkness below. How similar it is to Yi Qingqian's AMG back then. Only this time, it's even more dangerous and more deadly. After sliding down more than 10 meters due to inertia, Shen Yang's tricycle came to a steady stop. He jumped off the vehicle and quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. The driver of the Santana was trapped in the driver's seat, his face covered in blood, trapped by the deformed door and the deployed airbags. He stared in terror at the dizzying void below the car, trying to struggle but unable to move. His baseball cap had fallen off, revealing a pale and grotesque Western face. Shen Yang looked at him coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He took out his phone and snapped a few clear photos of the Santana teetering precariously on the edge of the cliff and the driver trapped inside. Then, he turned back to the tricycle and took a tow rope from his toolbox. He still didn't choose to kick someone when they were down. Instead, just like he did with Yi Qingqian last time, he fixed one end of the rope to the back of the tricycle and threw the other end to the terrified killer. Tie it up. Shen Yang's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. The assassin paused for a moment, seemingly incredulous, but his survival instincts kicked in, and he frantically tied the rope to the fairly sturdy frame inside the car. Shen Yang got into the tricycle, and the motor hummed heavily under its own load again, slowly dragging the Santana, which was stuck on the verge of death, back onto the road. As the Santana's four wheels made contact with solid ground again, the assassin slumped in the driver's seat, panting heavily. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the fear of mission failure intertwined, causing him to tremble all over. Shen Yang untied the tow rope, walked to the driver's side, and knocked on the glass. The assassin trembled as he rolled down the car window, not daring to look Shen Yang in the eye. Shen Yang looked down at him, his gaze as cold as ice. Go back and tell your employer. This time, I'll save you. Next time, there won't be any rope. Also, tell him that there are some games he can't afford to play. After saying that, he didn't look at it again, turned around and got back into the tricycle, started it, turned around, and drove smoothly down the mountain along the way he came. The mountain wind howled, stirring up the dust on the ground and taking away the life or death tension. The assassin slumped in his seat, watching the dilapidated tricycle disappear into the twilight, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear. This man not only possessed uncanny driving skills, but also a chilling calmness and a power he couldn't comprehend. Just who was he? Shen Yang ignored the gazes behind him. As he drove, he felt the spiritual affinity realm within his body slowly fading. This counterattack, seemingly easy, had actually exhausted a great deal of his mental and physical energy, and had pushed the potential of the spiritual affinity realm to its limit. But it was worth it. He not only averted a deadly crisis, but also issued the sternest warning to Yi Qingqian and the forces that might be behind him. He took out his phone, looking at the photos he had just taken, his eyes deep in thought. This is a card we need to carefully consider how to play. Should we hand it over directly to Elder Han or use Elder Shun's connections? While that would certainly crush Yi Qingchen instantly, it would also completely expose our own trump cards and escalate the conflict to another level, which might not be the best option at this stage. Perhaps, there could be a more ingenious way. Night completely enveloped Panlong Mountain. Meanwhile, a new plan was quietly taking shape in Chen Yang's mind. In this hunt, he turned the tables with absolute strength and composure. The next confrontation will take place on another battlefield where no gunpowder is seen. Chapter 40: The Silent Smoke of War. The thrilling counterattack at Panlong Mountain seemed to have never happened, quietly buried by the thick darkness of night. When Chen Yang returned to his rented room, it was already late at night. Only a warm yellow wall lamp illuminated the room. Yi Qingya, lightly asleep against the headboard, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening, her eyes still filled with lingering worry. "Why are you so late?" Her voice was hoarse with sleepiness. "Something came up at the shop and I was held up." Chen Yang adopted a more relaxed tone, walked to the bedside, and casually touched her forehead. "How are you feeling? The baby isn't bothering you, is he?" His calmness and unwavering care, like a warm spring, soothed the unease in Yi Qingya's heart. "It's all right, it's just that waiting for you made me a little anxious," she complained softly, her tone tinged with dependence. "I'll definitely come back earlier next time," Chen Yang promised, watching her lie down again and her breathing become even before he quietly left the bedroom. He walked to the living room window, where the city's neon lights cast interplay of light and shadow on his face through the glass. He took out his phone and pulled up the photo again taken on the edge of the cliff at Panlong Mountain, a black Santana teetering on the verge of collapse, a twisted guardrail, and a western face in the driver's seat, its face covered in blood and its eyes filled with terror. This photograph is a powerful bomb. If thrown directly, it would be enough to blast Yi Qingchen to pieces. But the shockwave from the explosion could also injure himself, or even trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction. He needs a more precise and elegant way to detonate. Extraordinary Brain operates at high speed in silence, analyzing various possibilities and deducing the possible consequences of each choice. Hand him over directly to the police? The evidence is conclusive. Yi Qingchen will have no chance of escaping the law. However, the Yi family will undoubtedly use all their resources to protect him, and the final result will likely be a scapegoat. Yi Qingchen himself will suffer serious damage, but he might not die. Moreover, this would completely sever ties between him and the Yi family, creating a situation of irreconcilable conflict. At this stage, he is not yet fully powerful, and a full-scale war with the entire Yi family is not the best strategy. Should he hand it over to Elder Han or use Elder Shun's connections? This would ensure Yi Qingchen receives the most severe punishment, but it would also drag these two powerful figures directly into his personal grudges, diminishing their favor with him. Moreover, it would change Elder Han and Elder Shun's perception of him from a promising junior to someone who needs their help to solve problems, thus lowering his standing. Therefore, the best approach is to maximize the deterrent effect of this bomb while minimizing one's own risks. A clear plan took shape in his mind to besiege the enemy stronghold and strike at their reinforcements, to intimidate them from behind the wall. He doesn't need to get involved himself, he just needs to make sure that the people who are meant to see the photo see it, and that the people who are meant to feel fear are restless and unable to eat or sleep. The next day, Chen Yang dialed Li Tianming's number. "Young Master Li, I have a gift that I'd like you to pass on," Chen Yang said, getting straight to the point. "Oh? What gift?" Li Tianming became interested. Chen Yang sent the photo to Li Tianming, but without any accompanying text. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds, then Li Tianming gasped, "Holy crap! This is Panlong Mountain? Who's that foreigner in the car? This is attempted murder." "The person in the photo was sent by Yi Qingchen," Chen Yang said calmly. "I don't want to make a big fuss, but I also don't want to pretend nothing happened." Li Tianming instantly understood Chen Yang's meaning, and his tone became excited yet serious. "I understand. You want to send this thing to Yi Hongyuan's Yi Qingchen's father desk?" "Not only that," Chen Yang said calmly. "I hope that some people within the Yi family who are not satisfied with Yi Qingchen's recent performance will also accidentally see this photo." Li Tianming chuckled on the other end. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's killing him by destroying his spirit. Yi Qingchen is completely finished this time. To protect the Yi family and himself, Yi Hongyuan will definitely not hesitate to use Yi Qingchen as a pawn. And those uncles and elders in the Yi family who have long disliked Yi Qingchen will definitely crush him to death with this leverage. You don't even need to lift a finger, they can tear Yi Qingchen apart themselves." "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Li," Chen Yang said. "No trouble at all. I love a good show. I'm good at this kind of thing, I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly, and no one will be able to trace it back to you. Li Tianming patted his chest and assured him. Just as Chen Yang had predicted, this photo was like a boulder thrown into a calm pond, stirring up a huge wave within the Yi family and the small circle of people associated with them. The first to receive the photos was Yi Hongyuan. This patriarch of the Yi family, a seasoned businessman who had weathered decades of storms, turned ashen-faced the moment he saw them, his fingers gripping the tablet so tightly they turned white at the knuckles. He barely needed to investigate to be certain that this was the kind of foolish thing his good-for-nothing son could have done. And what did it mean that the other party could take such clear photos and deliver them to him? It meant that the other party possessed absolute evidence and the ability to expose the truth. This was a warning. A blatant warning. That unfilial son. Yi Hanyuan slammed the tablet on the table, his chest heaving. He immediately used all his connections to find the assassin, only to learn that the man had vanished into thin air. This further confirmed the authenticity of the photo and sent a chill down his spine. The perpetrator not only had the ability to fight back but also the capacity to handle everything. His methods and background far exceeded his expectations. Almost simultaneously, several of Yi Qingchen's uncles, who held real power and had long coveted Yi Qingchen's position as heir, also accidentally saw the photo through their respective channels. On the surface, they remained calm, but in secret, they immediately took action, starting to collect various dirt on Yi Qingchen's past, and frequently questioning Yi Qingchen's abilities and character at family meetings, putting enormous pressure on Yi Hanyuan. Within the Yi family, a tense atmosphere and undercurrents arose. All the blame was directed at Yi Qingchen, who had become the target of everyone's anger. Yi Qingchen quickly felt the pressure coming from all sides. His father's thunderous rage, his uncle's opportunistic attacks, and the friends who used to fawn over him all avoiding him. He felt trapped on a deserted island, completely overwhelmed by fear and isolation. He tried to contact the assassin, but his efforts were in vain. He knew he was finished. Not only was his chance to win the inheritance hopeless, but he might even be completely abandoned by the family to appease their anger and preserve the Yi family. He locked himself in his room, smashing everything he could, acting like a madman. He was unwilling to accept it. He hated Chen Yang. He hated that meddlesome Shin Baosher. He hated his clansmen who kicked him when he was down. But he was even more afraid. Afraid of legal punishment, afraid of being abandoned by his family, afraid of Chen Yang's unpredictable and ghostly methods. In this war without gunfire, Chen Yang didn't even show his face in person. With just a photograph, he drove Yi Qingchen into a desperate situation without shedding a drop of blood. A few days later, the Yi Group released a brief personnel announcement. Yi Qingchen resigned from all positions within the group due to personal reasons. Immediately afterward, rumors circulated that Yi Qingchen had been sent overseas by his family for recuperation. Anyone with eyes can see that this once glorious young master of the Yi family has been completely eliminated. When the news reached Chen Yang, he was selecting a location for a new Qinji store in a high-end community. He listened to Li Tianming excitedly describing Yi Qingchen's predicament and the turmoil within the Yi family on the other end of the phone, but his face showed little joy. He simply gave a faint hum. De-escalating the troublesome Yi Qingchen is certainly a good thing. However, this doesn't mean his feud with the Yi family is over. Yi Hongyuan is still around, and the Yi family is still a powerful force. After this incident, the Yi family's attitude towards him will likely shift from contempt and suppression to deeper apprehension and more subtle hostility. Moreover, the methods he has displayed and the power behind them will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. The road ahead will not be smoother just because Yi Qingchen has been eliminated. He hung up the phone, looked out the window at the bustling streets, his eyes deep and calm. The business world of Shanghai never stops surging because of the rise and fall of one person. Yi Qingchen's passing is merely the end of a phase. A broader stage and stronger opponents await him ahead. And his chips are constantly increasing. The foundation of Chen's kitchen, the secrets of Master Chef, the appreciation of Elder Han, the business card of Elder Shin, and his own rapidly growing strength. The silent smoke of battle has temporarily dissipated. But Chen Yang knew that the real journey had only just begun. Chapter 41: The beginning of a new journey. The news that Yi Qingchen had been quietly sent overseas for recuperation was like the last leaf of autumn, swirling briefly in certain circles of Shanghai before silently sinking into the earth. There was no official announcement, no noisy discussion. Everything settled down in a tacit silence. But beneath this silence lies a shift and reassessment of countless undercurrents. Those who once viewed Qinji as a lamb to be bullied, or who held Chen Yang in contempt, now carry a degree of caution, even a barely perceptible hint of awe. That unreleased photograph, yet powerful enough to determine the fate of a direct descendant of the Yi family, carries a deterrent force far more profound than any public declaration. Chen Ji ushered in an unprecedented period of relaxed development. The previous subtle constraints completely disappeared, the 3 stores operated smoothly, and the expansion of the online community accelerated once again. Taking advantage of this, Chen Yang sped up the site selection and decoration of new stores, clearly targeting several high-end communities with strong purchasing power in international school districts. He was no longer satisfied with simple replication, but required each new store to be tailored to the characteristics of the local customer base, differentiating itself and developing unique features based on the core quality of Chenji. Meanwhile, the targeted planting and breeding agreements he signed with those mountain villages began to show results. The first batch of organic vegetables and free-range poultry eggs, cultivated strictly according to his requirements, quickly became the most popular special supply category on the Chenji Mini program due to their quality and unique flavor, far exceeding market standards. Even at high prices, they always sold out instantly upon being listed. This exclusive channel, independent of the traditional supply chain, not only ensured the irreplaceability of core products but also brought astonishing profit margins. Chen Yang even began to simplify and standardize some of the basic principles of guiding the chief field of ingredients from the elementary level of spiritual chef and integrate them into the production process of Chen Ji's regular products. For example, when simmering the braising broth, he added a specific combination of spices, added in a certain order and at a certain heat. When marinating meat, he used a special massage technique to make it more flavorful and tender. These subtle adjustments cannot produce true spiritual charm, but they are enough to give Chenji's regular products a significant advantage over other competitors in terms of taste and post-consumption comfort. Extraordinary brain domain, like the most loyal steward, it coordinates the ever-expanding business system, optimizing every link from procurement, production, distribution to marketing. Chen Yang felt that his mental strength and application of the system were also quietly growing under this high-intensity training. The days fly by in a busy and fulfilling way. The leaves of the plane trees outside the window have long since fallen, and winter in Shanghai reveals its cold and real side. The rented room was warm and cozy. Yi Qingya's pregnancy was quite obvious, and she was finding it increasingly difficult to move around, but her complexion was rosier and healthier than ever before. Chen Yang's specially prepared spiritual diet for her to ensure a safe pregnancy had played a crucial role. She spent most of her time resting in bed, occasionally taking a few slow steps around the living room with Chen Yang's help. At this moment, she was leaning back on the sofa, holding a picture book about raising babies, but her gaze was fixed on Chen Yang, who was working on his laptop. The light outlined his focused profile, steady, firm, and exuding a reassuring strength. These past few months have felt like a dream. From initial panic and despair to current peace and stability, her life trajectory has been completely changed by the man beside her. She watched him build his business from scratch, gradually establishing himself amidst formidable enemies, even forcing the arrogant Yi Qingchen to flee to another place. The abilities, character, and sense of responsibility he has demonstrated far exceeded her initial expectations. Something mixed with gratitude, dependence, admiration, and deeper emotions became increasingly clear and firm in her heart. "Shen Yang," she called softly. Shen Yang looked up from the screen at her, his sharp and calm gaze instantly replaced by gentleness. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Yi Qingya shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly, "Yi Qingchen, will he come back in the future?" Shen Yang closed his laptop, walked over and sat down next to her, naturally taking her hand. "Not in the short term. The Yi family paid a considerable price to quell this matter, and they won't easily let him come back to cause trouble again. Moreover, after this incident, he has basically lost support within the Yi family." He paused, looked into her eyes, and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Feeling the warmth from his palm, Yi Qingya's last trace of unease vanished. She grasped his hand in return and nodded gently, "Mm." After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Yesterday, my mom called me." Chen Yang's eyes flickered slightly. Yi Qingya's mother, the noblewoman he had never met, yet who was extremely anxious because of her daughter's disappearance. "What did she say?" "She asked me where I was and if I was doing well." Yi Qingya lowered her head, her voice somewhat hoarse. "I didn't tell her my exact address, I just said I was staying with a friend and that I was safe, so she didn't need to worry. She seemed to guess something, and she cried on the phone, asking if I was with you." Chen Yang paused for a moment. This was something he would eventually have to face. Yi Qingya couldn't hide from her family forever after the child was born, she would need a legitimate identity. "I'll go back with you after the baby is born." Chen Yang held her hand tightly, his voice steady and strong. I'll explain everything to your mother, and I'll take full responsibility. His words were devoid of any flowery embellishment, yet carried an unwavering determination. Yi Qingya looked up, meeting his resolute gaze, her eyes welling up slightly. She knew this meant he was about to confront the equally entrenched family behind her, and the potential doubts, difficulties, and even humiliation he might face. Thank you, Chen Yang. She choked up and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Chen Yang embraced her, feeling the warmth of her body and the slight movements of the little life within her womb, a sense of peace and determination washing over him. Protecting them was the meaning behind his continuous growth and strengthening. A few days later, Chen Yang received a call from Uncle Zhou, Han's butler, whose tone was gentler than usual. Mr. Chen, my master asked me to inquire whether you are available these days. An old friend of his has some chronic health problems and, having heard that you are skilled in treating them, would like to invite you to take a look. Of course, you will not be shortchanged in terms of compensation. This was yet another guest introduced by Old Han. Moreover, this time Zhou Bo specifically mentioned remuneration, indicating that the other party's status and the price they were willing to pay were likely higher than that of the previous boss Li. Shen Yang knew that this meant the spiritual cuisine channel he had built through Han Lao was quietly gaining traction within that top-tier circle. This was not just about accumulating money, but also about expanding his network and influence. Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. I'm free of charge as instructed by Elder Han. Just send me the time and address. Chen Yang replied calmly. He hung up the phone and walked to the window. Outside, the sky was a clear blue, and the winter sun shone with a crisp brightness. With Yi Qingqian's threat temporarily averted, Chen's kitchen entered a period of rapid development, and the spirit chef method began to demonstrate its value at a higher level. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. But he remained completely relaxed. He knew that Shanghai was a place teeming with powerful figures. The Yi family was merely the first worthy opponent he had encountered, certainly not the last. As he rose higher, the challenges and adversaries he faced would inevitably grow stronger. Shin Baosher's business card still lay quietly in his storage space. It was a true trump card, and he would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. He needs to continue improving himself, whether it's in terms of business strategy, deepening his own spirit chef abilities, or exploring more possibilities using the system. The road ahead is long and arduous. The dust has settled, but a new journey has just begun. Chen Yang took a deep breath of the crisp, cool air, his eyes bright and sharp. His goal was never merely to live a secluded life as a wealthy man. He is destined to leave his own brilliant mark on the starry sky of this magical city. Chapter 42: The Silent Staircase. The new guest introduced by Mr. Han lives in a more secluded, top-tier riverview apartment on the east bank of the Huangpu River. Unlike the understated and rustic Han residence in the western suburbs, this place is full of modern luxury and technology, with extremely high security. It requires triple identity verification and a private elevator to reach the floor. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged female assistant dressed in a well-tailored suit with a capable demeanor. When she saw the young Chen Yang, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up by a professional smile. Mr. Chen, please come in. Mr. Gu is waiting for you. The living room was extremely spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a magnificent view of the river and the dazzling city skyline on the opposite bank. An elderly man, dressed in a comfortable cashmere sweater, with meticulously combed hair, appearing to be around 70 years old, yet remarkably vigorous and with eyes as sharp as an eagle, sat on a comfortable sofa, holding a copy of the Financial Times. This was the owner of the room, Gu Hanmin, a legendary tycoon who had dominated the domestic and international capital markets for decades, whose Hanhai capital was a force to be reckoned with by countless companies. Mr. Gu, Mr. Chen has arrived, the female assistant announced softly. Gu Hanmin put down his newspaper, his gaze falling on Chen Yang like a searchlight, a gaze born of someone accustomed to high positions, habitually scrutinizing everything, carrying immense pressure. He didn't rise, but merely nodded slightly, his voice loud yet slightly hoarse. Sit. Old Han has praised you to the skies. I'd like to see if it's truly as good as he claims. Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point, his style completely different from Mr. Shen's aloofness and Mr. Han's gentleness, full of the straightforwardness and domineering nature of a business tycoon. Chen Yang remained expressionless as he sat down on the sofa opposite him, his back naturally straight, neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Gu is too kind, Mr. Han is too kind. This junior only has some experience with ingredients and cooking. A little insight? Gu Hanmin snorted, pointing to his temples. This headache has plagued me for over a decade, sometimes better, sometimes worse. Foreign doctors can't figure it out, and I've seen all the top doctors in China: acupuncture, herbal medicine, physiotherapy. The effects are so-so. Recently, because of a cross-border merger and acquisition deal, I've been working non-stop for 2 months, and it's flared up again, and worse than before, like a needle is drilling into it. His tone was clearly impatient and pained. Old Han said your food has some secrets, it can calm the mind and soothe the nerves. Tell me, how do you need to treat it? His question was direct and his request was clear to solve his most painful headache at the moment. Chen Yang didn't answer immediately, but instead carefully observed Gu Hanmin's complexion. His face was flushed, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was slightly rapid. It was clearly a severe headache caused by long-term high stress, liver yang hyperactivity, and disordered qi and blood rushing to the head. For this kind of symptom, ordinary calming foods would have little effect. What was needed was to soothe the liver, subdue yang, and unblock the meridians. Old Gu's headache stems from stagnant liver qi, which transforms into fire and rises upwards, carrying qi and blood to the head. Ordinary calming remedies are like a drop in the ocean, Chen Yang said slowly, using simple language. I need to prepare a diet for you that can guide qi and blood downwards, calm liver fire, and nourish the mind. However, it will take time to see results. This first attempt is mainly to alleviate your current severe pain. Oh? Gu Hanmin raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Chen Yang could accurately pinpoint the pathogenesis. Then let's try your methods. Tell Amy what ingredients you need. He pointed to the female assistant beside him. Chen Yang had already made preparations based on what Uncle Zhou had told him beforehand about old Gu's intractable headache. He took out several prepared ingredients from the specially made insulated box he had brought: a small jar of a clear, amber-colored liquid, a few dried mushrooms shaped like small umbrellas and slightly yellow in color, and a small handful of rice grains that looked like black pearls. This is the female assistant, Amy, looked at the bottle of liquid with curiosity. This is my clear dew, extracted using ancient distillation methods from chrysanthemums of a specific year, wild mulberry leaves, and uncaria, Chen Yang explained, without mentioning the subtle qi-lowering spiritual energy he guided with his spiritual chef techniques. This fungus is a wind-stabilizing fungus from the snow-capped mountains of western Yunnan, which has a remarkable effect on clearing the meridians in the head. This rice is black jade pearl rice, which benefits qi and calms the mind. Instead of cooking on site, he borrowed the kitchen of the Gu family, which was comparable to the kitchen of a 5-star hotel, and cooked the dingfeng fungus and black jade pearl rice together to make a porridge base. When the porridge was almost done, he poured in the jar of qinglu, quickly stirred it evenly, and then removed it from the heat. The whole process was quick, but when Chen Yang placed the bowl of seemingly plain but strangely refreshing porridge in front of Gu Hanmin's tightly furrowed brows twitched slightly. He picked up the spoon and took a bite. The porridge was at the perfect temperature. Upon tasting it, one tasted the unique soft, sweet flavor of black rice and the subtle umami aroma of mushrooms. But immediately afterward, an indescribable, intensely refreshing sensation seemed to rush up the throat and straight to the top of the head. Wherever that sensation passed, the head, which had been tightly gripped and throbbing with pain, felt as if it had been infused with a clear spring. The piercing pain, like a dagger, was rapidly relieved and dissipated at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Even more miraculously, the cool breeze didn't bring any chill. Instead, it relaxed his nerves, which had been tense from long-term anxiety and restlessness. A deep weariness, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of tranquility, washed over him. He could even feel his pulse, which had been as rapid as a galloping horse, seemed to have slowed down. Gu Hanmin's hand holding the spoon stopped. He closed his eyes, savoring the clarity of mind and the relief of pain that he hadn't experienced in over a decade, and his face revealed undisguised shock. The effect was incredibly immediate. It was faster and more thorough than any painkiller he had ever taken or any physical therapy he had ever had. And there was no drowsiness or other side effects, only comfort and tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze toward Chen Yang had completely changed. The previous scrutiny and suspicion had disappeared, replaced by solemnity and a hint of passion. "What's this bowl of porridge called?" His voice was still loud, but less impatient. "It hasn't been named yet, so let's call it Jade Du Wind Calming Porridge for now," Chen Yang replied calmly. Jade Du calms the wind. What a fine calms the wind. Gu Hanmin put down his spoon, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at Chen Yang. "Young man, your skills are priceless. Name your price. If you treat me long-term, you can name your annual salary. Or, how much capital does your Chen's restaurant need to expand? My Hanhai Capital can invest." It was another case of recruitment and financial enticement. But unlike Chen Fugui's case, Gu Hanmin was on a higher level, and the conditions he offered were more tempting. He was a true connoisseur and had the real ability to meet any reasonable request Chen Yang might have. However, Chen Yang still shook his head, his attitude humble yet firm. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Gu. However, recuperating one's health requires a personalized approach and consideration of the time, which takes a lot of mental and physical effort. As for Chen's, the business is doing well at the moment, and there are no plans for large-scale financing." A hint of disappointment flashed in Gu Hanmin's eyes, but more so, admiration. Unmoved by enormous profits, unyielding to power and wealth, this kind of character is truly rare among young people. Very well. Gu Hanmin leaned back on the sofa, regaining the composure of a business tycoon. "Since you are unwilling, I will not force you. However, I will remember this favor. In the future, if you encounter any problems with funding or channels, you can have Amy contact me at any time." He waved his hand, and Amy immediately understood, taking out an exquisitely crafted platinum business card with only one name, Gu Hanmin, and a private phone number on it. In addition, Gu Hanmin added, his tone leaving no room for argument, "You will prepare this jade du wind stabilizing porridge for me 3 times a week from now on. I will cover the cost of the ingredients, and each time this amount." He held up one finger. "That's a number that would make any Michelin 3-star chef's heart race for just a bowl of porridge." Chen Yang did not refuse, took the business card, and calmly replied, "Okay, Mr. Gu." He knew this was more than just a business deal, it was a signal. With a bowl of jade du wind calming porridge, he successfully secured a unique and superior position in the heart of this capital tycoon, gaining his personal recognition and a weighty promise. From Han Lao's appreciation, to Shen Lao's favor, and now to Gu Hanmin's recognition. He is stepping up a silent staircase paved with spiritual food and entering the true core of Shanghai and even the wider world. These relationships, like an invisible yet resilient net, are quietly being woven behind him, becoming his strongest support when facing even greater storms in the future. Leaving Gu Hanmin's riverside mansion, Chen Yang looked at the substantial platinum business card in his hand, his eyes clear. Power is converging on him in various forms. But his steps will not stop. Chapter 43: A storm begins on the edge of a floating stream. Gu Hanmin's weekly jade du wind calming porridge customization service became a stable and extremely lucrative new business for Chen Yang. This income far exceeded the combined profits of the 3 Chenji shops, providing him with a continuous and abundant cash flow. He did not use this money for personal enjoyment, but instead unhesitatingly invested it in the in-depth development of Chenji and the construction of its own foundation. Building a dedicated upstream supply chain was of paramount importance. He expanded his cooperation with those mountain villages, extending beyond vegetables and poultry to include specific varieties of mushrooms, spring water, and even an exclusive supply agreement for soy sauce and vinegar with a master brewer skilled in traditional methods. He personally visited each source, utilizing his elementary-level spirit chef perception to ensure that every source met his almost demanding qi requirements. This independent supply chain, though limited in output, acted like the beating heart of Chen's kitchen, infusing it with unique vitality and a quality barrier. Chenji's physical expansion is also progressing steadily. The 4th store is located in an upscale community where expatriates and high-income returnees gather. Positioned as Chenji Elegant Banquet, it not only offers upgraded pan-fried buns and selected fresh seafood, but also has opened a small private kitchen area that requires advance reservations. Chen Yang personally cooks there and occasionally launches limited edition dishes with a subtle spiritual charm. The prices are high, but it is hard to get a table, making it a new and secret legend in Shanghai's food scene. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's exploration of the elementary level of spiritual chef deepened. With the assistance of the extraordinary brain domain, he began to systematically organize and attempt to apply that guidance of qi to a wider range of ordinary cooking. He discovered that although he could not replicate spiritual essence on a large scale, he could indeed endow food with an extraordinary meaning that could subtly influence people's emotions and states through specific ingredient combinations, control of heat, and even the state of mind during preparation. For example, a carefully cooked braised pork not only brings satisfaction to the taste buds but also gives people a sense of peace and comfort. A bowl of clear chicken soup can soothe fatigue and bring tranquility. He gradually incorporated these insights into the standard operating procedures of Chenji's core products. Although the effect was far less than that of the spiritual dishes he made himself, it gave Chenji's regular products a core competitiveness that was difficult to imitate in the fierce market competition. Word of mouth continued to grow. Yi Qingya's due date was drawing ever closer. Chen Yang delegated most of his work that required him to go out, while he spent as much time as possible with her in their rented apartment. He personally prepared 3 meals a day for her to ensure a healthy pregnancy, accompanied her to prenatal checkups, and even in the quiet of the night, he would gently press his ear against her growing belly, listening to the strong fetal heartbeat and feeling the wonder and responsibility of their blood connection. This simple yet heartwarming daily life was the most precious time he had experienced since his transmigration, after all the thrilling adventures he had gone through. Yi Qingya's smiles grew more frequent. Her former fear and unease were gradually replaced by the anticipation and happiness of becoming a mother. The relationship between them, formed by an accident, had quietly transformed through their daily interactions and shared experiences, a deeper and stronger emotional bond silently forging itself. However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. That afternoon, Chen Yang was in the private kitchen area of Chenji Yan preparing a key dish for an important guest's reservation for the evening when his phone vibrated on the counter. It was Li Tianming calling. "Where is Chen Yang?" Li Tianming's tone was different from usual, less playful and more serious. "Is something wrong at the elegant banquet?" Chen Yang's hands moved non-stop, precisely controlling the heat in the pot. "I just heard some rumors and wanted to give you a heads up," Li Tianming said in a low voice. "The Yi family, Yi Hongyuan, has been making a lot of moves lately. It seems he's been frequently contacting several large chain supermarkets and food groups with state-owned backgrounds." Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his movements slowed a moment. What does he want to do? The specific purpose is still unclear, but it's definitely not a small matter. "I reckon it's related to what happened with Yi Qingchen. That old fox Yi Hongyuan, on the surface, sent his son away to settle things, but he probably hasn't gotten over it. He probably feels that it's not appropriate to openly target you right now, and wants to create trouble for you from a larger business perspective, or, by using some other forces, or simply squeeze you out of the market." Chen Yang remained silent. Li Tianming's guess was not without merit. Yi Hongyuan, who could manage such a large enterprise as the Yi family, was no ordinary person. His son had suffered such a great loss he would never truly swallow his anger. His previous silence was perhaps merely brewing a more ferocious counterattack. And leveraging the power of state-owned assets was undoubtedly a more compliant, yet also more overwhelming, approach. "Understood, thanks, young Master Li," Chen Yang said calmly. "Be careful. That old bastard Yi Hongyuan is much more ruthless than Yi Qingchen, and he knows better how to exploit the rules," Li Tianming warned. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang plated the perfectly cooked food from the pot, his movements still fluid and graceful, but a hint of coldness appeared in the depths of his eyes. Is Yi Hongyuan finally going to get involved himself? He wasn't surprised. His feud with the Yi family was destined from the beginning to be anything but easily resolved. Yi Qingchen's defeat only temporarily removed the Yi family's sharpest weapon. The Yi family itself, this behemoth, was far from being crippled. Leveraging state-owned assets? That's certainly a smart move. If Yi Hongyuan can really persuade those behemoths to use high-sounding reasons like integrating the supply chain, regulating the market, and supporting national brands to encircle or absorb emerging forces like Chenji, he will face unprecedented pressure. This is no longer harassment by street thugs, nor is it a simple price war. It is a higher-level, dimensional reducing commercial war. Chen Yang wiped his hands clean and walked to the window. Chenji Yan was located on a high floor, offering a panoramic view of most of Shanghai's bustling cityscape. This city was full of opportunities, but also harbored hidden dangers. He possesses numerous trump cards, the increasingly solid foundation and unique model of Chunji, the initial establishment of a special supply chain upstream, the opening up of the Lingchu approach in high-end circles, and the explicit or implicit recognition and relationships with influential figures such as Elder Han, Elder Shen, and Gu Hanmin. But are these sufficient in the face of potential forces backed by state capital? He took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual power within his body becoming increasingly abundant due to his cultivation as a spirit chef, and the vast system interface in his mind. Pressure has always been a catalyst for his progress. Is Yi Hongyuan planning something big? Let's go then. He wanted to see whether the Yi family's deeply entrenched traditional power would prevail, or whether he, a catfish who rose to prominence with his system and vision ahead of his time, would be able to stir up this deep water. The wind rises from the tip of the duckweed. Chen Yang, however, was already prepared to face the storm. He even had some expectations about how high this higher-level competition would push his empire to. Chapter 44: New Life. Winter in Shanghai rarely showed its gentle side, sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting a bright but lacking in temperature glow. But in Chen Yang and Yi Qingya's small rented apartment, there was a genuine warmth that emanated from within. The due date was just around the corner. Chen Yang had turned down almost all unnecessary work, staying by Yi Qingya's side without leaving her side. Her belly was high and protruding, like she was carrying a ripe watermelon, and her movements were becoming increasingly clumsy, yet her face radiated the gentle glow unique to motherhood. The spiritual diet that Chun Yang had carefully prepared to stabilize the pregnancy had a remarkable effect. Apart from some slight edema and backache common in late pregnancy, she had no other serious discomforts and was in excellent spirits. In the early hours of that morning, before dawn, Yi Qingya was suddenly awakened from her sleep by a series of regular and strong contractions. She nudged Chen Yang, who was sleeping lightly beside her, and said in a voice filled with tension and anticipation, "Chen Yang, it seems like he's going into labor." Chen Yang instantly woke up, all sleepiness vanishing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, and quickly but calmly got up. Following the procedure he had rehearsed countless times, he first dialed the hospital's pre-arranged number, then began to help Yi Qingya change into loose clothes and take the pre-prepared hospital bag. His calmness greatly impressed Yi Qingya, gradually calming her panicked heart. Upon arriving at the hospital, they checked into the private delivery room that had been arranged beforehand. The contractions grew stronger with each wave, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Yi Qingya's forehead as she gripped Chen Yang's hand tightly. Chen Yang stayed by her side the whole time, encouraging her with a steady voice, guiding her breathing, and feeding her the warm soup he had prepared in advance to replenish her strength and relieve the pain. He looked at her furrowed brow, a result of pain, and felt the strength emanating from her fingertips. His heart was filled with indescribable emotions. This woman, who had unexpectedly entered his life, was about to bear him a child to continue his bloodline. Protecting them was his most primal and unwavering motivation since his transmigration. The delivery went more smoothly than expected. A few hours later, as the first rays of morning sunlight finally pierced through the clouds and illuminated the delivery room window, a loud and powerful cry broke the tense atmosphere. "It's a boy. Very healthy." The nurse brought the cleaned baby to the two of them. It was a tiny, rosy-cheeked baby, eyes closed, waving its little fists, crying loudly. Yi Qingya lay weakly on the delivery bed, looking at the child, tears instantly welling up, tears of joy and relief. Chen Yang leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, then his gaze fell on the tiny life. An unprecedented emotion, a mixture of responsibility, awe, and a wondrous sense of connection, surged within him. His son. His son with Yi Qingya. He carefully touched the baby's delicate cheek with his fingertips. The touch was incredibly soft. The little one seemed to sense it, the crying subsided, and the baby smacked its lips. At that moment, a real sense of fatherhood fell heavily on his shoulders. He gave his son a simple yet hopeful name, Chenin. He didn't ask for him to be rich and powerful in the future, but only wished for him to live a peaceful and smooth life with inner peace. This was the most basic wish after experiencing hardships and setbacks. Yi Qingya softly murmured the name, her eyes filled with tears, yet carrying a satisfied smile, "Chenin. Okay, let's call him Chenin." The arrival of the new life was like a gentle, warm current flowing into Chen Yang's tense world, allowing him to see more clearly the meaning of his struggle. However, the turbulence of reality does not cease with the birth of a new life. Just 3 days after Chenin was born, Chen Yang was at the hospital taking care of him when he received a serious phone call from the vice president in charge of the overall operation of Chunji, a professional manager he had poached from a large chain enterprise at a high salary. "Mr. Chen, something's not right." The vice president's voice carried a hint of anxiety. "We were close to signing contracts with several large shopping malls that we were negotiating with, but today they all suddenly changed their minds and postponed indefinitely for various reasons. In addition, the 2 local logistics companies that we had been working with very well before have also proposed to renegotiate the freight rates, with an outrageous increase. I've made some inquiries, and it seems there is some force coordinating behind the scenes, targeting us. They've arrived." Yi Honyuan's counterattack, though somewhat belated, was all the more precise and shrewd. Instead of a direct confrontation, he leveraged the Yi family's years of accumulated business connections and influence to seize control of crucial links in Chenji's expansion, the distribution channels and supply chain. This seemingly routine and subtle approach severely hampered Chenji's expansion and drastically increased its costs. "Understood." Chen Yang's voice was unreadable. "Execute according to the backup plan. The mall entry will be temporarily suspended. Focus on maintaining existing stores and online communities. For logistics, activate the backup logistics providers we previously investigated. Even if the initial costs are higher, we must ensure that the service does not falter." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The vice president breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang's composure gave him a sense of security. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yan walked to the window of the ward. In the garden downstairs, family members were strolling with strollers, a peaceful scene unfolding. But on the unseen battlefield of business, the invisible smoke of battle was already spreading. Yi Hongyuan's strategic alliances have indeed targeted Shinji's relatively weak points. Shinji's core competitiveness lies in its products and business model, but it still lags far behind established giants like the Yi family in terms of distribution channels and large-scale logistics. A head-on confrontation is clearly unwise. Chen Yang was deep in thought. He wasn't without cards in his hand. Gu Hanmin's connections might be useful. Hanhai Capital's invested, controlled, or affiliated companies span various industries, including large-scale commercial real estate and logistics networks. However, favors are finite, and Gu Hanmin, as a capital investor, seeks investment returns and may not be willing to be directly involved in this targeted business confrontation. The relationship between Mr. Han and Mr. Shin is too high level to be used to solve this kind of business channel problem. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It's counterproductive and might even make people look down on you. Therefore, the best approach is to use someone else's strength against them, or find another way. His gaze fell on Chenin, who was sleeping soundly in the crib, and then on Yi Qingya, who was tired but content. He needs greater strength, not just in business, but in all aspects. He needs not only to safeguard the existing foundation, but also to pave a truly unobstructed path for Chenan's growth. Yi Hongyuan wanted to use traditional connections and rules to limit him? Then he could step out of the game, or become one of the rulemakers himself. An idea gradually became clear in his mind. Perhaps it's time to realize the value of Spirit Chef at a more practical level, one that can form a strategic alliance. He took out his phone and found Amy's contact information, Gu Hanmin's assistant, but did not call her immediately. He needs to carefully plan how to transform the spiritual food resources in his hands into a real power that can counter the Yi family's traditional network of connections. New life brings joy and responsibility. The behind-the-scenes maneuvering has thus been given a deeper meaning. Beneath the gentle warmth of becoming a father for the first time, Chen Yang's eyes held an increasingly resolute and cold gaze. Chapter 45: The Chen Family Private Banquet. The joy of new life and the undercurrents of business create a peculiar tension in Chen Yang's life. During the day, he takes meticulous care of Yi Qingya and the newborn Chenin in the hospital, feeling the tenderness and responsibility brought by the continuation of blood at night. In the study of his rented apartment, he calmly analyzes the invisible network laid by Yi Hongyuan, facing the data charts and market reports on the computer screen. The Yi family's suppression strategy was clear and extremely effective, leveraging their long-established traditional distribution channels to impose a soft blockade on Shenji. Blocking access to large supermarkets meant Shenji struggled to quickly reach a wider range of offline consumers. The abnormally high logistics costs directly eroded the profits of fresh food e-commerce, which already prioritized timeliness and cost. These two tactics, like two ropes, slowly but firmly tightened around Shenji's neck. The vice president in charge of operations has tried his best to negotiate and activate backup plans, but the effect has been limited. Backup logistics providers are expensive and their network coverage is not as good as the original ones. Abandoning large supermarket channels means that Shenji's offline expansion strategy has been almost halved, leaving them only able to stick to the existing few community stores and online communities, severely limiting their growth potential. Trying to tough it out will only lead to continuous blood loss. We must find a way to break this deadlock. Chen Yang's gaze fell once again on those weighty business cards: Gu Hanmin, Old Han, and even the one that had never been used, which belonged to Shin Baosher. Seeking help directly is the worst option. In the business world, the key is the exchange of interests and the equality of value. He needs to demonstrate not only that he needs help, but also that he is worth investing in and possesses the ability to retaliate. What is his core strength? It's not just the few shops of Chenji or the hundreds of thousands of users in the online community. These are insignificant compared to the scale of the Yi family. His unique and irreplaceable advantage lies in the way of the Spirit Chef. It is the spiritual essence that can directly affect the physical and mental health of top elites and may even influence their decision-making. Gu Hanmin was willing to pay an exorbitant price for 3 bowls of Jade Du Wind calming porridge every week. This proves that in truly elite circles, the value of health, energy, and even the potential for longevity far exceeds ordinary commercial profits. So, is it possible to monetize this value on a larger scale and transform it into a strategic alliance? A plan gradually became clearer and more complete in Chen Yang's mind to create Chen's private banquet. This is not a semi-open private kitchen like Shenji Yan, but a higher level, more private, and more targeted top-tier banquet. He personally drafts the menu and cooks the dishes himself. Each dish not only pursues the ultimate deliciousness, but also incorporates specific and gentle conditioning spiritual charm based on the physical condition and potential needs of the main guests. The guests invited were no longer a single bigwig, but rather a small but powerful circle invited through the connections of Han Lao, Gu Hanmin, and others. They could be influential figures in the political and business world, academic giants, or people who could counterbalance the Yi family or have a say in their key channels. The goal wasn't to ask them for favors, but to demonstrate his value, build connections, and cultivate an implicit sense of belonging, a we're a circle. Once these individuals recognized his value because of the Chun family private banquet, and even developed a dependence or expectation, Yi Hongyuan would have to carefully consider whether using traditional connections for a soft blockade would infringe on the circle's interests or provoke unnecessary backlash. This is a more advanced form of strategic alliance, using one's irreplaceable core capabilities as a bond to build an invisible community of interests and a protective network. Having figured out the key point, Chen Yang immediately took action. He first dialed Amy, Gu Hanmin's assistant. "Miss Amy, I am Chen Yang. I apologize for bothering you, but I have a favor to ask of Mr. Gu." Chen Yang's tone was polite and composed. "Mr. Chen, please go ahead," Amy said in a very professional voice. "I'd like to organize a small private banquet, which I will personally host, to thank Mr. Gu for his continued care and support. I also hope to take this opportunity to meet a few friends that Mr. Gu deems worthy of our friendship. The standard of the banquet will surpass the current Jade Du Wind Calming Porridge. Chen Yang clearly expressed his intentions and offered the bait surpassing the Jade Du Wind Calming Porridge. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Clearly Amy was assessing the value of the information and the level of authority to which she needed to report to Gu Hanmin. "I will report to Mr. Gu. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen." Half an hour later, Amy called back, her tone more serious than before. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Gu is very interested in your proposal. He asked me to ask you if you have any preferences regarding the guests." Chen Yang knew that Gu Hanmin was testing his true purpose. He didn't hide anything and said frankly, "I've heard that Chen's has recently encountered some minor troubles in some business channels, and I'm sure you've heard about it too, Mr. Gu. The friends I hope to make are preferably, well, friends in commercial circulation, supply chain systems, or those who can have a positive impact on market order." He put it subtly, but Gu Hanmin, being a shrewd person, immediately understood this was an attempt to use his network to counter the Yi family's channel blockade. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Amy's voice came through. "Mr. Gu understands. The time is set for next Friday evening, and the location is Mr. Gu's Riverside residence. Mr. Gu will personally draft the guest list." "Thank you very much, Mr. Gu, and thank you for your trouble, Miss Amy." Chen Yang felt relieved. The first step was a success. Immediately afterwards, he called Uncle Zhou, Han's housekeeper, to express a similar idea, only with more respectful wording. His aim was to ask Han to invite one or two influential old friends in the relevant field. Uncle Zhou said he would convey the message to Han. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yang began to fully dedicate himself to designing the menu for Chen's private banquet. This would be his first official debut in that elite circle, and he had to make a stunning debut. Based on the ages, identities, and common health issues of potential attendees such as Gu Hanmin and Elder Han, he meticulously conceived 8 dishes. These not only continued the concept of Jade Du Calming wine porridge but also added dishes that gently replenish vital energy, harmonize the 5 internal organs, and even possess a subtle awakening and mind-clearing effect. For each dish, he repeatedly considered the balance of the ingredients' inherent properties and the precise control of heat guided by the spiritual essence of the cooking process, striving to achieve the pinnacle of his current abilities. Time flew by amidst the tense preparations. Yi Qingya and Shannon were discharged from the hospital and returned home, where the sounds of a baby crying and the scent of milk filled the air, bringing with them a vibrant sense of life. Although Yi Qingya was still recovering, looking at Chen Yang's busy yet composed figure, and her healthy and adorable son in her arms, filled her heart with peace and happiness. Friday evening, the city lights are just coming on. Inside Gu Hanmin's top-tier mansion overlooking the night view of the Huangpu River, a small private banquet with only 8 guests quietly began. The guests present were indeed of extremely high caliber. Besides Gu Hanmin and Elder Han, there was a key municipal leader in charge of commerce, retired but still influential, the chairman of a large state-owned retail group, the head of a state-owned enterprise managing a vast logistics network covering East China, and 2 highly respected figures in academia and medicine. It could be said that these individuals, united, were enough to influence the business ecosystem of Shanghai and even parts of the Yangtze River Delta region. As the banquet began, when the first appetizer, iced abalone to refresh the spirit, was served, its refreshing and chewy texture and subtle effect of instantly invigorating the spirits subtly moved the several well-traveled tycoons present. The subsequent slow-cooked pork bone with polygonatum using a specific part of the beef bone, combined with precious medicinal herbs such as wild polygonatum, had a rich and mellow broth that melted in the mouth. A gentle and thick warm current sank into the lower abdomen, which made the elderly feel that their long-standing aches and pains in their waist and knees had been relieved. Lily and matsutake stuffed jade hairpin shrimp paste stuffed with fresh lily and matsutake mushrooms is sweet, fragrant, and has a soothing effect on the lungs and calms the mind. Golden broth jade tofu balls, handmade tofu and shepherd's purse, a secret recipe, are light and elegant, and good for the spleen and stomach. Each dish was more than just a feast for the taste buds, it brought tangible comfort and nourishment to the body. Especially the grand finale, the Qiankuan harmony soup, which Chun Yang had poured the most effort into, was made with dozens of rare mushrooms and mountain delicacies, simmered for 12 hours over a low flame. Guided by his unique spiritual essence, the broth took on a peculiar amber color, its deliciousness indescribable, and a powerful yet gentle vitality permeated every part of the body, leaving one feeling completely relaxed, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few days, and feeling more energetic than ever before. The atmosphere, which was initially somewhat formal and distant, quickly warmed up and became more relaxed, fueled by the exquisite food and the genuine comfort of the meal. The topics of conversation among the business leaders naturally shifted from casual conversation to business trends, policy interpretations, and industry development. As the host and chef, Chen Yang didn't participate much in the discussion, only introducing the dishes when appropriate, with a humble and proper attitude. However, his value was clearly conveyed to everyone present through this banquet. At the end of the banquet, the chairman of the state-owned retail group, holding a teacup, smiled casually at Gu Hanmin and said, "Brother Hanmin, you've discovered a real treasure. Mr. Chen's skills are unparalleled. In the future, when our group holds high-level appreciation banquets, we'll have to ask Mr. Chen for his guidance." The head of the logistics network chimed in, "Yes, after eating Mr. Chen's meal, I feel like I can dedicate another 20 years to the country's logistics industry." Although the words were spoken in jest, the underlying sense of approval and closeness was self-evident. Gu Hanmin laughed and gave Chun Yang a meaningful look. "Of course, Xiao Chen is one of our own." Old Han sat to one side, stroking his beard and smiling, his eyes full of satisfaction. Chen Yang knew he had succeeded. The Chun family private banquet is like a pebble thrown into water. The ripples it creates have begun to subtly alter the balance of power. How long can Yi Hon Yuan's network of channel blockades last in the face of these higher-level friends? Chen Yang picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and gazed calmly at the dazzling river view outside the window. The night in Shanghai is very deep. But his path has become wider and wider. Chapter 46: The Initial Formation. The lingering effects of the Chen family private banquet did not dissipate with the dimming lights of the riverside mansion that night. Instead, like the carefully prepared soup by Chen Yang, its warm and nourishing effects subtly permeated the days that followed, revealing an energy far exceeding expectations. The first change was that some of the doors that had been tightly closed to Chen Ji began to show cracks. 3 days after the private banquet, the vice president in charge of channel development under the chairman of the state-owned retail group, who had jokingly mentioned at the banquet that he would invite Chen Yang to host the group's thank you banquet, proactively contacted the vice president of operations at Chenji. The vice president was polite and pragmatic, stating that the group was planning a series of high-quality lifestyle experience zones aimed at introducing emerging brands with unique competitiveness and brand image, and believed that Chenji was a perfect fit for the positioning, inviting Chenji to submit a detailed entry plan and brand information. Following that, the head of the state-owned enterprise who oversees a vast logistics network also conveyed a message through his secretary, stating that his group's subsidiary, which focuses on high-end fresh food cold chain, is seeking in-depth strategic cooperation with brands that share similar philosophies and hopes to make initial contact with Chenji. These two lines of communication are almost directly targeting the core aspects of Yi Hon Yuan's previous soft blockade. Although they are still in the initial contact stage, procedures still need to be followed, and assessments remain rigorous. Cracks have already appeared in that invisible wall. The goodwill shown and the opportunities offered by the other party are themselves a strong signal. Chen Yang didn't show much surprise. He instructed the operations team to seize the opportunity, come up with the most professional and sincere solutions, and win the cooperation with Chenji's solid quality and data. He knew that relationships could only pave the way. True long-term cooperation must be built on a mutually beneficial business logic. Meanwhile, Gu Hanmin and Elder Han's connections with Chun Yang became increasingly close and natural. Gu Hanmin was no longer content with just the 3 weekly Jade du Wind calming porridge gatherings. He would occasionally invite Chen Yang to his residence, ostensibly to sample newly arrived teas or appreciate his collection, but in reality, to engage in deeper conversations in a more relaxed environment. Gu Hanmin would casually mention cutting-edge developments in the capital market or his judgments on certain industry trends. This information was of great reference value to Chen Yang in grasping the overall situation and adjusting the development strategy of Chen's family, the company name. Old Han was more concerned about Chen Yang's own development. He would occasionally ask about the current situation of Chen's shop, listen to his business plans and dilemmas, and offer concise advice based on his wisdom and experience. On one occasion, he even jokingly said to Uncle Zhou, "Young Chen is a steady and capable young man, but his business is still a bit small. He needs more experience to broaden his horizons." When Uncle Zhou relayed these words to Chen Yang, he pondered for a long time. Old Han was reminding him that he couldn't be content with just being a successful restaurant brand founder. He needed to broaden his horizons and think about how to transform his core strengths into a larger business ecosystem and a more profound social impact. At the heart of all these changes, Chen Yang's life seemed to have returned to a more structured, busy routine. He still spent most of his time going back and forth between the Chenji flagship store and his rented apartment. During the day, he handled company affairs and guided new product development, and in the evening, he went home to spend time with Yi Qingya and their son, Chenin. The little guy changes every day, his newborn red wrinkles fading as he grows plump and fair-skinned, his big, dark eyes curiously observing the world. He has a great appetite, and Yi Qingya has plenty of breast milk, thanks in no small part to the spiritual meals that Chen Yang carefully prepares for her every day to promote lactation and restore her energy. Seeing the radiant happiness on Yi Qingya's face as she held her child, and watching Chen An's adorable babbling and waving his little hands, the area in Chen Yang's heart that had always been tense due to business competition would always soften. This was the pure land he had to protect, and also the starting point and destination of all his ambitions. He even began experimenting with incorporating a trace of extremely faint spiritual essence, with absolutely no side effects and only calming and nourishing effects, into the soups he prepared for Yi Qingya. The results were remarkable. Yi Qingya's postpartum recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, her mental state was excellent, and Shannon was also exceptionally easy to take care of, sleeping soundly and rarely crying. The satisfaction Chen Yang gets from using the system's capabilities to protect his family in such subtle ways is no less than the satisfaction of defeating a powerful opponent in the business world. Of course, he didn't let his guard down regarding the Yi family's movements. News kept coming in from Li Tianming after his initial setback in suppressing the channels. Yi Hongyuan seemed to have temporarily refrained from any new aggressive actions and had become more subdued. But this subduedness made Chen Yang feel that the other party was more like a giant crocodile lurking in deep water, waiting for a more opportune moment to strike decisively. Driven by both easing external pressures and enhanced internal momentum, Chenji has entered a new period of rapid growth. The two newly expanded high-end community stores are thriving. The special supply series of products are in short supply, and scalpers have even begun to resell them at inflated prices. The number of users in the online community has exceeded 1 million, with extremely high activity. Chen Yang began to implement a grander plan to establish the Chenji Life proprietary brand system. He is no longer satisfied with just fresh produce and catering outlets. He plans to leverage the advantages of the upstream special supply chain and the quality trust that Chenji has built in the minds of core users to gradually launch his own brand of condiments, such as the exclusively supplied traditional soy sauce and vinegar, pre-packaged foods such as upgraded braised dishes and instant soups, and even high-quality grains, oils, and other non-staple foods. He wants to upgrade Chenji from a catering retail brand into a lifestyle brand representing peace of mind, quality, and nourishment. This is not only a leap in business model, but also a response to Mr. Han's words, "We need to have a bigger vision." This plan requires significantly more funding, more specialized talent, and more complex supply chain management capabilities. However, Chen Yang believes that with the existing foundation of Chenji, his extensive high-end network, and the potentially deeper commercial possibilities offered by the Spirit Chef approach, this path is worth the gamble. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Chenji flagship store office, looking down at the bustling crowds below. He had once struggled simply to survive. Later, he fought to protect Yi Qingya and their child. Now, he carried the added responsibility and ambition of building Chenji into a true business empire. The subtle, pervasive influence of relationships, the steadily expanding business empire, the emerging brand blueprint, and the warm, comforting connection at home. All the lines intertwined to outline Chen Yang's increasingly clear pattern and path in the world of Shanghai. He knew that the challenges ahead would only be more numerous and arduous. But he was no longer afraid. Chapter 47: The first appearance of the spiritual source. The impact of the Chen family private banquet was like a pebble thrown into a lake, with ripples spreading continuously, far exceeding Chen Yang's initial expectations. Not only were the commercial barriers quietly breached, but what he didn't expect was that a discussion about food therapy and extraordinary people quietly arose in a very niche but highly influential circle. The source of this discussion was a highly respected medical luminary and a national-level master of traditional Chinese medicine, surnamed Qin, who was among the guests at the private banquet. Master Qin had practiced medicine for decades, witnessed countless difficult and complex cases, and possessed profound knowledge of traditional medicinal diet therapy. That evening's Chen family private banquet had a truly transformative impact on him. After the banquet, he repeatedly savored the physical sensations brought about by each dish, especially the Qiankuan hechi soup. The powerful yet gentle warmth that seemed to cleanse his internal organs and revitalize him was something that ordinary medicinal cuisine could not achieve. This was no longer a simple case of food therapy, but rather a kind of guiding art that used food as a medium to guide and stimulate the body's own potential. The profound principles contained within it subtly touched upon the levels of qi and spirit that he had studied for many years but had never been able to fully comprehend. Throughout his life, Professor Qin was meticulous and did not rashly publicize his achievements. Instead, he first consulted privately with several close friends who were also deeply involved in traditional medicine and life sciences. At first, these friends did not take it seriously, thinking that Professor Qin was exaggerating. However, when Professor Qin mentioned the significant relief of Gu Hanmin's intractable headaches and Professor Han's recent good health and the fact that his old ailments rarely recurred, these friends truly took it seriously. People at their level naturally knew the status and importance of Gu Hanmin and Elder Han, and were also aware of their past health conditions. Such a significant improvement in the health of these two was no accident. Suddenly, on a small, private communication platform limited to top scholars and a few authorities in related fields, discussions about Chen Yang and his unique cooking techniques quietly intensified. Some called him a modern spiritual chef, some speculated that he had mastered some lost medicinal cuisine secrets, and others made bold assumptions from cutting-edge perspectives such as life energy and information medicine. These discussions were not made public, but their impact was real. Soon, Chen Yang received inquiries from Uncle Zhou, Han Lao's butler, and Amy, Gu Hanmin's assistant, with a hint of seriousness in their voices. The content was largely the same, all conveying the message that a retired senior leader from above or a national treasure-level academic master, due to poor health, had heard of Chen Yang's name and hoped to have him take a look. These requests, unlike Gu Hanmin's purely commercial collaborations or Han Lao's appreciation and mentorship, carry a stronger seeking medical advice connotation, and also represent a higher level of recognition and pressure that is more difficult to refuse. Chen Yang realized that the potential displayed by the spirit chef path had already attracted the attention of a small group of people truly at the top of the pyramid. This was both an opportunity and a huge risk. The opportunity lay in gaining the approval of these people, which would grant him an incredibly powerful shield, rendering the likes of the Yi family unable to shake him in the slightest. The risk lay in his inability to explain the origin of the spirit chef ability. If it were targeted by certain forces and investigated further, the system's secrets would face the risk of being exposed. He must be more cautious and must provide a relatively reasonable explanation for his abilities, at least one that can be justified. As Chen Yang prepared jade duin calming porridge for Gu Hanmin once again, he fell into deep thought. Watching the ingredients in the pot gently simmering and mingling with the changing heat, fragments of memories from the realm of spiritual connection, though faded, the insights remained surfaced in his mind. He recalled his ability to perceive the qi of ingredients and to guide and harmonize it through cooking techniques. Perhaps, it could be called spiritual source perception and the art of harmonization? Chen Yang pondered to himself. He could vaguely explain it to others as follows: he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the life energy spiritual source of ingredients, and through special cooking techniques passed down in his family or learned on his own, he could guide and harmonize this energy, allowing it to have a positive nourishing and conditioning effect on the human body. This explanation was both mysterious and difficult to disprove, and to some extent, it aligned with the traditional Chinese medicine theories of medicine and food sharing the same origin and qi, making it a plausible explanation. Having made up his mind, Chen Yang adopted a more cautious attitude towards the subsequent special requests. He no longer readily promised results, but emphasized that he needed to observe the qi, i.e., observe the other person's complexion and sense their physical condition before he could determine whether it was within his capabilities. Furthermore, he insisted on the principle that food therapy is not medicine and cannot replace regular treatment, and always required the other person to provide a recent medical examination report. That day, he went to a sanatorium with even tighter security than Han Lao's western suburban residence, as arranged. The person requesting the meeting was a former leader surnamed Lin, who had retired many years ago but still wielded considerable influence in a certain field. Old Lin was advanced in years, suffering from weakened cardiopulmonary function, and had been bedridden for many years, enduring much pain and suffering. Outside the intensive care unit, Chen Yang, through the glass, used his elementary-level spirit chef perception to gaze at Elder Lin on his sickbed from afar. What he saw was no longer a clear human figure, but an extremely weak, flickering aura field, like a candle in the wind. Especially in the heart and lung area, the aura was congested and dim, almost exhausted. Chen Yang's heart sank. Old Lin's condition was already at its last gasp. No matter how miraculous the spirit chef's abilities were, they couldn't reverse life or death, much less conjure up life essence from nothing. His spiritual cuisine might slightly alleviate the pain and bring a touch of comfort, but it had absolutely no chance of fundamentally improving the situation. He truthfully told Lin's secretary and physician, who were accompanying him, his tone calm and frank, Lin's vital energy is severely depleted, and food alone cannot remedy this. At most, I can prepare some mild and nourishing liquids, which may slightly alleviate his suffering and make him a little more comfortable, but for his condition, I am powerless to help. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the secretary and the physician, but more so, understanding. They had seen far too many self-proclaimed miraculous individuals, and Chen Yang's honesty had earned them their respect. Finally, Chen Yang prepared a small bowl of extremely light, soothing and nourishing soup for Old Lin, made with only a few mild medicinal herbs and rice oil, containing only a negligible amount of gentle nourishment. After being fed it, Old Lin's brow seemed to relax for a moment while he was in a deep sleep, and his breathing became slightly more even. The effect was limited, but it was the best we could do. As Chen Yang left the sanatorium, he felt somewhat heavy-hearted. The spirit chef skill wasn't omnipotent, it had its limitations. This made him more acutely aware that he still had a long way to go, both in business and in the path of the spirit chef. However, his candor and demeanor spread again within that elite circle through those close to Elder Lin. His honesty, lack of boasting, and down-to-earth approach, these qualities, more than any miraculous effect, earned him the approval of these seasoned elders. A huge uproar caused by spiritual food is quietly brewing in high-level circles. Chen Yang, through his caution, honesty, and clear understanding of his own abilities, initially established his unique identity and reputation as a spiritual source therapist amidst this turmoil. True challenges and opportunities often go hand in hand. How to navigate this undercurrent and seize the opportunity to rise to the top will be a brand new challenge for Chen Yang. Chapter 48 Cornerstone. The treatment he provided for Elder Lin was like a pebble dropped into a deep pool. The ripples were limited, but it allowed Chen Yang to more clearly measure the boundaries of his own abilities. It also allowed his image in that top circle to gradually solidify from a young man who might possess extraordinary skills to a therapist with principles who knows when to advance and retreat. This solid reputation, in some ways, is more valuable than miraculous effects. Spring has quietly arrived. The plane trees in Shanghai are beginning to sprout tender green buds, and the air is filled with the scent of everything coming back to life. Chen Yang's life entered a relatively stable phase, but one with even greater undercurrents. The construction of the Qin Ji Life private label system is progressing more smoothly than expected. On the one hand, thanks to the network benefits brought by Chen's private banquet, the obstacles encountered in related approvals and channel access have been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the millions of loyal users in Chen Ji's online community have provided an excellent platform for internal testing and launch of the private label. The first batch of Chen Ji traditional soy sauce, handmade vinegar, and several core braised dishes pre-packaged products sold out almost instantly upon launch. Consumers have a high level of trust in and enthusiasm for trying Chen Ji products. Market feedback has been excellent, especially the soy sauce, which follows traditional methods and takes nearly a year to brew. Its rich and delicious flavor far surpasses most similar products on the market, even sparking a small wave of spontaneous reviews from food bloggers. Chen Yang was not blinded by his initial success. He strictly controlled the production volume of his own brand products, insisting on quality first and refusing to sacrifice standards in the pursuit of scale. He knew that the core competitiveness of Chen Ji lay in the four words ultimate quality, and diluting this for the sake of expansion would be tantamount to self-destruction. This restraint, which seemed to sacrifice a lot of profits in the short term, laid the most solid foundation for the brand's long-term value. Meanwhile, his exploration of the art of spiritual cooking never ceased. Although he couldn't replicate this spiritual essence on a large scale, his perception of the energy of ingredients and his application of basic blending techniques became increasingly refined. He systematically organized these insights into an internal Chen's quality control mindset, used to guide the core chef team in understanding and handling high-end ingredients. While it couldn't help them master the spiritual essence, it significantly improved their understanding of cooking time, seasoning, and the original flavor of ingredients, raising the overall standard of Chen's regular dishes to a new level. At home, Chen grew up day by day, his features showing traces of Chen Yang, and he also inherited Yi Qingye's delicate features. The little guy was full of energy, babbling and trying to communicate with the world. Under Chen Yang's careful care, Yi Qingya's health recovered exceptionally well, even better than before her pregnancy. She began to slowly try her hand at the operation and management of the Chen's Notes online community, mainly content planning and user interaction. This allowed her to rediscover a window to connect with the outside world and a sense of self-worth while taking care of her child, and her overall spirit became increasingly vibrant. Everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. Chen's business empire was steadily expanding, its foundation becoming increasingly solid. The family was warm and harmonious, filled with the hope brought by new life. However, Chen Yang maintained an almost instinctive vigilance. He knew that beneath the calm surface often lay the most turbulent undercurrents. Yi Hongyuan's silence was by no means an admission of defeat. And he himself, because of the value demonstrated by spiritual cuisine, had been thrust into a higher level of attention, which in itself was a potential risk. He was like someone on the edge of a giant eye of a storm, seemingly calm, but in reality, surrounded by surging energy. That afternoon, he was in his office at the Qinji flagship store, reviewing the expansion plan for the new quarter's own brand, when a call came in from an unfamiliar number in Beijing. Chen Yang looked at the number, a slight tremor running through his heart. Very few people knew his private number besides core team members and a handful of people like Elder Han and Gu Hanman, only. He remembered a business card, a pure white one with only a name and a handwritten phone number printed on it. Shen Baoshi. He took a deep breath, answered the phone, and said calmly, "Hello. Chen Yang?" A slightly aged but unusually calm and steady voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Shen Baoshi. "Mr. Shen, it's me," Chen Yang replied, somewhat surprised that Mr. Shen would take the initiative to contact him. "Whom?" Shen Baoshi responded without exchanging pleasantries and went straight to the point. "There's a small-scale internal exchange meeting in Beijing early next month, with the theme of traditional health preservation and modern life science. The organizers asked me to inquire whether you'd be interested in giving a brief presentation on your understanding and practice of the Qi of food." An internal exchange meeting? Invited personally by Elder Shen? And the theme is so fitting for his abilities? Chen Yang instantly understood the significance of this invitation. This was no ordinary academic exchange, but a true ticket to a core circle. Those who could attend such a conference were probably national treasure level scholars like Professor Qin, or truly influential figures who controlled resources and direction. This is a tremendous opportunity, but also a tremendous test. Sharing in such a setting means his art of spiritual perception and harmony will be scrutinized by the most discerning eyes. Once recognized, he will truly enter that level of vision, gaining unimaginable resources and protection. But equally, the risks multiply. Any oversight or inexplicable detail could attract unnecessary attention or even trouble. Without much hesitation, Chen Yang made his decision. Retreat and hiding were never his style. Risk and opportunity coexist. Only by facing challenges head-on can one seize the opportunity for advancement. "I am honored that you think so highly of me, Mr. Shen and the organizers. May I ask what the specific time and place of the meeting are?" Chen Yang replied calmly. "Someone will contact you later with the specific arrangements." Shen Baoshi's voice remained calm. "There's no need to feel pressured, just share the truth. Your path is very interesting." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chen Yang slowly put down his phone and walked to the window. Outside, spring was in full bloom, and the city was still bustling. Old Shen's phone call was like a calming bead thrown into the eye of a storm. It pointed the way and foreshadowed that even greater events were about to unfold because of him. An internal exchange meeting in Beijing. This will be a crucial step in testing whether his spiritual cooking path can establish itself at a higher level. He not only wanted to go, but also wanted everyone to remember the name Chen Yang and the alternative possibility of the way of food that he represented. The foundation is solid, and the eye of the storm has appeared. It's time to face the storm that's destined to come. Chapter 49: Spiritual Charm Startles the Dust. In late spring in Beijing, a slight chill still lingered in the air, but the tender green leaves on the branches had already spread out in patches, exuding vibrant life. Chen Yang's flight landed smoothly at the Capital International Airport. He didn't carry much luggage, only a carry-on suitcase containing a few specially prepared ingredients and simple tools, as well as a carefully crafted speech outline, striving to find a balance between mystery and acceptability. The person who came to pick up Chen Yang from the airport was a young staff member surnamed Wu, who was always by Mr. Shen's side. He didn't talk much, but his demeanor was efficient and proper. He took Chen Yang directly to a secluded courtyard at the foot of Shishan Mountain. This was not a hotel, but more like a guesthouse that was not open to the public. The environment was quiet and the security level was extremely high. The meeting was held on the morning of the second day. The venue was an antique-style, scholarly conference room. The number of attendees was fewer than Chen Yang had anticipated, less than 20. However, each person possessed an extraordinary air. Several were academic giants he had seen in the news, several wore Zhongshan suits, exuding composure and profound gazes, and two were in military uniforms, the general stars on their epaulets silently testifying to their importance. Shin Baosher sat beside the head of the table, merely nodding slightly upon seeing Chen Yang enter. The conference theme was indeed traditional health preservation and modern life sciences. The first half featured presentations by several academicians, covering cutting-edge fields such as gene editing, cellular aging, and neuroscience. Others explored traditional theories of life, drawing from classic texts like the Huangdi Neijing. Chen Yang listened quietly, his extraordinary brain domain operating at full capacity, absorbing and understanding this knowledge far beyond his usual scope, and corroborating it with his own spiritual chef insights. He discovered that modern science's exploration of the microscopic mechanisms of life and the macroscopic descriptions of qi, shen, and yin and yang in traditional theories, on certain levels, subtly converge on the same conclusion. This gave him more confidence in what he was about to expound. When it was his turn to speak, all eyes in the conference room were focused on this overly young, invited speaker. Without a PowerPoint presentation or flowery language, Chen Yang stood up, walked to the front, and began his presentation in a calm tone. He did not mention the system, nor did he use the overly mystical term spiritual essence, but instead used his preconceived theory of spiritual source perception and harmony. Distinguished seniors, I am not a scientific researcher, but merely a practitioner with a special sensitivity to ingredients. He began humbly and directly. In my view, all things have a spirit, and so do ingredients. They contain a unique energy field originating from sunlight, soil, and life, which I call spiritual source. Different ingredients have different spiritual source attributes. Some are cold, hot, warm, or cool, and some rise, fall, float, or sink, just like the qi, blood, yin, and yang in the human body. Combining the basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine, he explained how he uses his unique perception, vaguely categorized as talent and training, to identify the spiritual source state of ingredients, and how he guides and harmonizes these energies through specific combinations, sequences, and cooking temperatures to achieve a harmonious state that is easily absorbed and utilized by the human body, thereby nourishing, regulating, and even to some extent repairing bodily functions. This is not creation, but guidance and awakening, Chen Yang emphasized. Like a skilled musician conducting an orchestra, what I do is simply to make the life symphony inherent in the ingredients play more harmoniously and resonate with the body of the consumer. His words, though simple, contain profound truths, supported by traditional medical principles while incorporating concepts more easily understood by modern people, such as energy field and information resonance. Those present, all leading figures, did not immediately question him but instead fell into deep thought. Words are no proof. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit spoke slowly, his voice booming. No matter how brilliant the theory, it ultimately needs empirical evidence. Comrade Chen, could you demonstrate it on the spot? This was expected. Chen Yang nodded, okay. But we'll need some simple ingredients and cooking utensils. Soon, the side room of the conference room was temporarily set up as a simple work area. The ingredients Chen Yang brought were very simple: a small jar of crystal clear rice, a few red dates, a pinch of lotus seeds, and a small bottle of seemingly ordinary water, which was actually rootless water that he had treated in advance using the spirit chef technique. What he needs to make is the most basic spirit source tranquilizing porridge. The process seemed no different from ordinary porridge cooking, rinsing the rice, adding water, and controlling the heat. However, Chen Yang's mind was highly focused. He pushed his elementary spirit chef perception to its limit, guiding the spiritual source of the rice, dates, and lotus seeds in the pot to slowly release and blend under the influence of heat. Every movement he made carried a unique rhythm, as if he were not cooking, but performing a precise energy harmonization ritual. He didn't deliberately try to stimulate a strong spiritual energy, as that would be too shocking. He simply guided out the spiritual source properties of several ingredients, their calming, heart-nourishing, and spleen-strengthening properties in the gentlest and most natural way, so that they could achieve a harmonious effect of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. More than half an hour later, the porridge was ready. The rice grains were blooming, the porridge oil was thick, and the aroma of dates and lotus seeds blended perfectly. It looked like just an ordinary medicinal porridge with an excellent appearance. The staff divided the porridge into small bowls and served them to everyone present. At first, everyone approached it with a cautious attitude, taking only a small taste. The porridge is warm and sweet, with a pure aroma of rice. But then, an indescribable sense of peace and warmth seemed to slowly spread from my stomach, like the warm winter sun, not intense, but continuous and deep, warming my entire body. The mental fatigue from days of meetings seemed to be quietly washed away by this warm current, my tense nerves relaxed, and a long-lost, heartfelt sense of tranquility and comfort permeated my whole body. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit who had first raised the question closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them, and couldn't help but whisper in praise, "Excellent. This bowl of porridge has made me feel completely comfortable and clear-headed. It's more natural and comforting than any calming tonic I've ever taken." Another elderly academician with gray hair pondered carefully, seemingly lost in thought. "It's not just a psychological effect. It seems, the heart rate has slowed slightly, and the brainwaves, perhaps we should measure them." His gaze towards Chun Yang was full of inquiry. Shin Baosher sat in the main seat, slowly finishing his small bowl of porridge. His face remained expressionless, but a faint hint of satisfaction flickered deep in his eyes. He put down his bowl, looked at Chen Yang, and said only 2 words, "Not bad." These 2 words, spoken by old Shin, carried a weight heavier than 1,000 pounds. The discussion that followed became noticeably more lively. People no longer viewed Chen Yang merely as a young man with special skills, but began to seriously discuss with him the mechanisms of spiritual source perception, the details of the harmonizing techniques, and the possibility of combining this theory with modern life sciences. Although Chen Yang couldn't perfectly explain many issues using existing scientific theories, his descriptions based on his own practice and his integration with traditional Chinese medicine theory still provided many valuable insights and inspirations. At the end of the meeting, several elderly people who had previously held reservations about Chen Yang became very friendly, and some even privately handed him their business cards, inviting him to visit their laboratories or institutions for exchange when they had time. Chen Yang knew that his initial appearance in this top circle was a success. He hadn't revealed the core secrets, but he had won the initial recognition and attention of these important figures with tangible results and a self-consistent theory. As he left the Shishan compound, Assistant Wu handed him a sealed file bag. "Mr. Chen, this is something Mr. Shin asked me to give you. It contains some information about your ideas on business channels and supply chains, which may be helpful to you." Chen Yang took the document bag but did not open it on the spot. He then thanked him solemnly. Sitting in the car returning to the city, he watched the scenery of Beijing rushing past the window, and a slight ripple of emotion stirred within him. As the first sounds of music rang out in the capital, even before the full power of the spirit was unleashed, it had already stirred the world. This conference opened a completely new door for him. Behind the door lies a world of resources, opportunities, and risks. Mr. Shin's last document was more like a silent investment and expectation. The game in Shanghai is not yet over, but the threads in Beijing have already been quietly drawn. His stage is becoming wider than ever before. Chapter 50: A New Blueprint. On the flight back to Shanghai from Beijing, Chen Yang looked out the window at the city skyline gradually becoming clearer. The excitement he felt from the high-level approval had settled into clearer thoughts and plans. He didn't rush to open the sealed document bag that Shen Lao had asked Assistant Wu to deliver. Some things needed to be processed in an absolutely quiet and private environment. It was late at night when he returned to his familiar rented apartment. Yi Qingya and her son Shannon were already asleep, with only a warm yellow lamp left on in the living room. The air was filled with a faint milky scent and a peaceful atmosphere, instantly soothing his fatigue and mental tension from the journey. He quietly finished washing up before sitting down at his desk in the study and opening the seemingly ordinary file folder. Inside were not any earth-shattering secrets, but rather several neatly bound, detailed internal reference materials and a handwritten note. The reference materials mainly cover several aspects. First, the key points of the National 5-Year Plan for the Big Health Industry, Modern Agriculture, and Food Safety abridged version, which clearly points out the direction of supporting high-quality, traceable agricultural products. Second, several policy guidelines for encouraging innovative technology enterprises, especially in the fields of biotechnology and modern agricultural technology. Internal discussion draft. And third, a research report on several specific areas in East China that have been initially listed as cultivation targets for characteristic agricultural product advantage areas due to their unique geographical and climatic conditions. The handwritten note, with its strong and vigorous handwriting, contained only a few words. "Young friend, your vision is unconventional. The foundation lies in the people, and the roots are in reality. With technology as wings, you may be able to ride the winds. Shen." There was no signature or date. Chen Yang read through those sentences and documents word by word, his eyes gleaming. Old Shen hadn't given him any specific projects or direct help, but he had given him something far more precious: direction and vision. Your vision is unconventional. This is an acknowledgement of his spiritual source theory and an encouragement for him not to be confined to traditional paths. The foundation lies in the people, and the root lies in the solid. This reminds him that no matter how high he goes, the essence of business lies in serving the public and in solid products and supply chains. With technology as wings, one can ride the wind. This points to a possible path to achieve leapfrog development by combining his spiritual source theory with modern technology. Those documents clearly presented the national strategic direction to him. Big health, high-quality agriculture, food safety, technological innovation, all of these align perfectly with what Qin Ji is currently doing in his future vision. Combining the cutting-edge developments in life sciences that he had heard at the Beijing conference, a grander and clearer blueprint gradually took shape in Chen Yang's mind. Qin Ji should not be merely a catering retail brand, nor should it stop at being just a lifestyle brand. It should evolve into a big health ecosystem platform centered on the Lingyuan theory, of course, presented externally as a modified version of food therapy technology, integrating upstream high-tech agriculture, midstream extreme quality control and standardized production, and downstream diversified health products and services. This platform will consist of several layers. 1. Foundation layer: high-tech agriculture. Utilizing the information on specialty agricultural product advantage zones mentioned in Mr. Shin's materials and potential policy support, we will collaborate with research institutions to establish an exclusive ecological planting and breeding base for Qin Ji that applies modern agricultural technologies such as precise environmental control, biological pest control, and even preliminary plant energy field monitoring. This is not only for quality but also to explore and verify the application of the Lingyuan theory in large-scale agricultural production, accumulating data and standards for future food therapy technology. 2. Core layer products and R&D. Building upon the existing Qin Ji catering and proprietary brands, an independent Qin Ji food therapy technology R&D center will be established. On one hand, it will continue to deepen and standardize the application of his spiritual source harmony method in high-end customized spiritual cuisine. On the other hand, it will explore collaborations with institutions in the fields of biotechnology and nutrition to research how to partially transform the spiritual source effect he perceives into quantifiable and replicable functional foods or added value properties of ordinary foods through component analysis and process innovation. This will be a crucial step in technology as wings. 3. Application layer services and experiences. In addition to the existing Qin Ji stores and online communities, we can plan and build small Qin Ji healthy living experience centers to not only sell products, but also provide services such as health consultations, customized menus, and cooking courses based on the concept of food therapy, creating a high-end one-stop healthy living solution provider. 4. Expansion layer ecosystem cooperation. Leveraging the network and reputation accumulated in high-end circles, establish strategic partnerships with medical institutions, health centers, high-end hotels, etc., export Qin Ji dietary standards and products, and extend influence to a wider range of fields. This blueprint is far more ambitious and complex than simply opening branches and building a brand, requiring exponentially more resources, talent, and technological support. But once it's successful, Qin Ji will no longer be easily shaken by the old money forces like the Yi family, which rely on traditional channels and connections. It will possess its own technological barriers, brand power, and legitimacy aligned with national strategic directions. The risks are enormous, but the opportunities are equally unprecedented. Mr. Shin's notes and documents are essentially telling him that there are people in power who are happy to see this path succeed, and may even provide support to a certain extent. Chen Yang leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He felt as if his vision had been suddenly elevated to the clouds, overlooking the mountains and rivers of the business world below. Yi Hongyuan may still be scheming to squeeze him out through channels and price wars, unaware that he has already set his sights on the vast universe that is beyond the reach of the other party. Of course, one must take things one step at a time. Right now, the most important thing is to digest the direction that Elder Shin pointed out and begin to make arrangements. The first step is to establish a preparatory team for the Qin Ji Food Therapy Technology R&D Center and begin searching for suitable agricultural technology partners and land parcels. At the same time, the expansion of the Qin Ji Life private label brand cannot be halted, as this will ensure the future cash flow and user base of the ecosystem platform. He took out his notebook and began to quickly write down preliminary action plans, breaking down the grand blueprint into specific, actionable steps. The sky outside the window gradually turned a pale white. A new day is about to begin. For Chen Yang and Qin Ji, a brand new era is about to begin. The journey home has been planned, and the blueprint has been laid out. The next step is to overcome all obstacles and turn ideals into reality. Chapter 51: Laying the Foundation. Upon returning from Beijing, Chen Yang felt as if he had been injected with a high-energy fuel, elevating his entire spirit to a new level. Without the slightest delay, he immediately transformed the grand blueprint of the big health ecosystem platform in his mind into concrete actions. The first and most crucial step, the establishment of the Qinji Food Therapy Technology R&D Center, was given the highest priority. He personally took charge and assembled a highly capable preparatory team. In terms of funding, thanks to the substantial returns from Chen's private banquet and the stable cash flow of the Chen's family brand, the initial investment was not a problem at all. Through the connections of Gu Hanmin and Han Lao, he contacted several top research institutes and universities in China specializing in agricultural biotechnology, food nutrition science, and traditional medicine. The talks went more smoothly than expected. Chen Yang didn't just talk about the spiritual source theory. Instead, he used Qinji's existing high-quality products such as the highly praised traditional soy sauce and organic vegetables from specific production areas as evidence, proposing collaborations in areas such as the correlation between food quality and human health, the modernization and standardization of traditional cooking techniques, and research on the functional components of specialty agricultural products. His pragmatic attitude, clear business plan, and the subtle influence of figures like Professor Shen behind him piqued the interest of these academic institutions. A preliminary framework for cooperation was quickly established. Meanwhile, Chen Yang turned his attention to the specialty agricultural product advantage areas mentioned in Shen Lao's materials. He dispatched an inspection team composed of agricultural experts and core company members to conduct detailed investigations of two areas, the Jiangnan Water Network area and the southwestern mountainous area. Ultimately, he selected the water network area, where the soil and water were clean, the ecology was well preserved, and the local government was proactive in introducing high-tech agricultural projects. He planned to establish the first Qinji ecological agricultural technology demonstration base there, serving as a testing ground and data source for the future large-scale planting of the Lingyuan theory. The development of Qinji Life's own brand has also accelerated. After consolidating its initial market share in condiments and pre-packaged braised food, Chen Yang decisively launched Qinji-branded Wuchang rice, pressed camellia oil, and several light nourishment series of tea substitutes and soup packets developed in cooperation with the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, targeting the sub-health conditions of modern people. These products continue Qinji's consistent pursuit of ultimate quality. Although they are priced high, their superior quality and the Qinji brand name have still triggered a buying frenzy among the target customer group, further consolidating Qinji Life's brand image of reassurance, quality, and nourishment in the minds of high-end consumers. At home, Chenin can now sit up steadily, full of curiosity about everything around him, babbling various syllables and becoming the biggest source of joy in the family. Yi Qingya's health has fully recovered, even surpassing her former self. She has begun to participate more deeply in the operation of the Qinji online community. With her friendliness and meticulousness, she has won the favor of a large number of female users and has spearheaded the planning of several successful parent-child food events, injecting more warm elements into the Qinji brand. Everything was progressing rapidly and systematically. Chen Yang felt like a highly skilled weaver, weaving the threads of talent, technology, capital, policy, and market into an increasingly resilient and expansive net, according to the blueprint in his mind. However, beneath this seemingly favorable situation, an undercurrent was quietly surging in from a direction Chen Yang had not anticipated. That day, Chen Yang was in his office having a meeting with the R&D Center preparation team to discuss the selection of laboratory equipment when his phone rang. It was Li Tianming. Chen Yang, there is something I might need to remind you of. Li Tianming's tone was a bit strange, less carefree than usual, and more serious. I heard that old bastard Yi Hongyuan has been getting very close to people from the Shengding Group lately. Shengding Group? Chen Yang frowned slightly. This is a behemoth that has risen to prominence in the capital market in recent years. It is known for its aggressive investment style and strong capital operation capabilities. Its business spans multiple fields such as finance, real estate, and technology. It has a deep background and a rather domineering style of doing things. Yes, that's the one, Li Tianming confirmed. I don't know the specifics of what they discussed, but Yi Hongyuan has been frequently traveling to Beijing lately, meeting with key figures from Shengding. I have a feeling that old fox is up to no good. He can't handle you, so he might be using Shengding as a faster weapon. Chen Yang's eyes remained calm. Yi Hongyuan, as expected, wouldn't sit idly by and wait for his doom. If direct confrontation didn't work, he'd bring in stronger external capital to break the deadlock? That was consistent with his usual style. Shengding Group Chen Yang pondered, what do they see in the Yi family? The Yi family's traditional business channels and real estate projects are probably not worth Shengding's attention. That's the problem, Li Tianming said in a low voice. I've heard some rumors that might be related to you. In recent years, Shengding has been investing in the big health industry, investing in several biotechnology companies and chain medical institutions, but the results don't seem to be very good. Could it be that Yi Hongyuan is using you as a bargaining chip, offering you to Shengding as a pledge of loyalty? Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Li Tianming's guess was highly likely. Yi Hongyuan knew he couldn't deal with Chen Yan alone, who had the subtle attention of Elder Han, Gu Hanman, and even Elder Shen. Therefore, he wanted to leverage the power of the capital behemoth Shengding to acquire Qinji and even Chen Yang himself under the guise of cooperation or acquisition. For Shengding, acquiring Qinji's unique dietary therapy system, especially after news of the internal exchange meeting in Beijing spread, further amplifying its value, would undoubtedly greatly compensate for its shortcomings in the health industry. This is a vicious scheme to use one tiger to devour another. If Shengding is truly persuaded, with its enormous capital and assertive style, it will be 10 or even 100 times more difficult to deal with than the Yi family. I understand, thank you, young Master Li. Chen Yang's tone remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as knives. What do you plan to do? Shengding is not to be trifled with. They have powerful backing and many tricks up their sleeve, Li Tianming said worriedly. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Chen Yang said calmly, what's mine isn't something anyone can just swallow up. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang walked to the window and looked down at the endless stream of cars. The grand plan that had just been unveiled seemed to be instantly shrouded in shadow. Yi Hongyuan's move truly struck at his Achilles heel. He is still in its infancy. His R&D center is just starting out, his ecosystem base is still in the planning stages, and his brand influence is mainly limited to high-end consumers and online platforms. If a capital behemoth like Shengding were to intervene forcefully, using capital, policy, or even non-market means, he would face unprecedented pressure. However, he was not without the ability to fight back. Elder Shen's approval and the clearly pointed information served as an invisible shield. No matter how powerful Shengding was, it still had to be mindful of the influence at Elder Shen's level. The network of connections built by Han Lao, Gu Hanman, and others also served as a barrier. More importantly, the core of Chen's kitchen, the art of spiritual cooking, is in his own hands. This is the ultimate barrier that no amount of capital can replicate or take away. He needs to pick up the pace. Before Shengding can make any moves, Qinji Food Therapy Technology R&D Center must produce tangible results that demonstrate its unique value and potential, solidifying its technological barriers and strategic value. At the same time, it's crucial to further strengthen relationships with Han Lao, Gu Hanman, and even Xin Lao, making this network even more robust. The wind rises from the tip of a blade of grass. The Shengding trend brought about by Yi Hongyuan may well be a hurricane that sweeps away cities and fortresses. But it could also be the east wind that helps him soar to great heights. Chen Yang turned around and calmly said to the waiting preparatory team members, increase the equipment procurement budget by another 20%. I want the best and the fastest. Also, urge the joint research group with the partner universities to come up with the first phase of the research plan as soon as possible. A sense of crisis once again became his greatest motivation to move forward. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Capital Undercurrents. The news brought by Li Tianming was like a piece of ice thrown into a calm lake, instantly lowering the temperature of the air around Chenyan, but also making his already high-speed brain even calmer and sharper. Chen Yang was well aware of the capital power, political and business background, and ruthless methods represented by the name Shengding Group. If he were truly persuaded by Yi Hongyuan to be drawn into the conflict, it would indeed bring unprecedented trouble. This would no longer be a mere commercial friction confined to Shanghai, but could escalate into a higher-level capital game and resource competition. But Chen Yang remained calm. Fear solves nothing, only strength and wisdom are the foundation for overcoming all challenges. His first step was to intensify information gathering. He utilized all available connections, including Li Tianming's channels within the second-generation elites, the business intelligence Gu Hanman could access through Amy, and even subtly conveying the potential risk of external capital involvement to Elder Han through Uncle Zhou. He needed to know just how interested Shengding was in the Yi family's proposal and the specific strategies they might employ. The feedback was somewhat vague, but the message was clear. Shengding's senior management did indeed show interest in Yi Hongyuan's proposal regarding Qinji and the unique nutritional technology that might exist behind it. They have secretly dispatched a capable evaluation team to Shanghai to conduct preliminary research. Currently, there are no explicit reports of acquisition or cooperation intentions, but Shengding's style has always been to plan carefully before acting. Once a decision is made, it will be implemented with overwhelming force. time is becoming increasingly precious. Chen Yang immediately adjusted the development pace of Chen Ji. He gave the preparatory team of the Food Therapy Technology or D Center a strict order, requiring them to spare no expense to complete the initial construction of the core laboratory within 2 weeks, and to finalize the first short-term research goal with the joint research group of the cooperating university for a period of 3 months to focus on tackling the special ingredients or active substances that may exist in Chen Ji, special ingredients such as that traditional soy sauce and certain organic vegetables that are different from ordinary similar products, and to try to establish a preliminary rapid detection and quality correlation model. He didn't need to produce groundbreaking scientific results immediately. What he needed was to leave a deep impression on the Shengding evaluation team's report that Shinji possessed unique technological barriers and R&D potential. Even preliminary data and directions would be enough to increase Shengding's concerns about a direct, aggressive takeover. Destroying a promising technical team is far more difficult than acquiring it, and it's also more likely to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, he personally oversaw the site selection and preliminary planning of the Shinji Ecological Agriculture Technology Demonstration Base. He chose a village in the water-rich Jiangnan region, where not only were the soil and water conditions excellent, but more importantly, the local government was extremely enthusiastic about introducing high-tech agriculture and creating a regional brand. Chen Yang instructed the negotiation team that they could make appropriate concessions on profits, but they must firmly grasp the core management rights, technical standards, and exclusive sales rights of the base. He wanted to make this place a physical demonstration window and data source for Shinji's future Lingyuan theory in the agricultural sector, which would also be an important tangible bargaining chip in the face of potential capital investment. On the business front, he instructed the Shinji Life private label to slow down its product category expansion, concentrate resources on refining existing products, and launch a round of in-depth interviews and brand loyalty surveys targeting core users, aiming to gather more first-hand information about users' recognition of Shinji's quality and perceived health value. These intangible brand assets also have significant value in capital assessments. On the other hand, Chen Yang also began to actively consolidate and utilize the high-end network he had established. He proactively increased the frequency of his treatments for Guhanmin, and after one treatment, he inadvertently mentioned that large capital firms had recently shown great interest in the food therapy field, and subtly expressed his concern that excessive capital intervention might damage the healthy development of the industry and affect his ability to continue providing services to Guhanmin and other core clients. Gu Hanmin, being a man of his stature, immediately understood Chen Yang's unspoken meaning. He savored the calming tea Chen Yang had recently blended, with its subtle orchid fragrance, and slowly said, "Capital is driven by profit, it's its nature. However, some things can't be bought with money alone. Your skill, and your spirit for ingredients, are the real moat. Don't worry, this place in Shanghai isn't yet under the control of any single person." He didn't make any explicit promises, but his attitude was clear. Chen Yang visited Elder Han again, not directly mentioning the Shengding matter, but instead giving a detailed report on the progress and future plans for the Dietary Therapy Technology or D Center, emphasizing its alignment with the national health strategy and its potential value in improving the nation's dietary health. Elder Han listened, stroked his beard, smiled, and simply said, "The direction is correct, focus on doing it well. If there's anything that needs coordination, let Uncle Joe tell me." The attitudes of these two individuals reassured Chen Yang. This meant that, at least in Shanghai and at a higher level, he was not fighting alone. If Shengding wanted to use unconventional methods, it would have to carefully consider the potential backlash. After finishing all this, Chen Yang sat alone in the office of the Chen's flagship store, the city lights already twinkling outside the window. He reviewed the recent arrangements and examined any potential loopholes. The threat from Shengding was like a Damocles sword hanging over his head, forcing him to grow and plan at an extraordinary pace. But under pressure, he felt that his understanding of business, his ability to integrate resources, and his overall control were all improving rapidly. Ding! The system has detected significant external pressure on the host and has successfully implemented a strategic response and deployment, resulting in improved system integration. Super brain domain, information processing efficiency increased by 5%. Beginner-level spirit chef, slightly improved sensitivity to spiritual source. Hidden side quest triggered, the trial of capital. Mission requirements: within 3 months, successfully thwart any acquisition or control attempts by the Shengding Group and maintain the independence and control of Chunji. Task rewards: depends on completion rate, including a large number of points, a chance to randomly draw advanced skills, and unlocking system functions. The system notification sounded at just the right time, bringing an unexpected surprise. Integration improved, capabilities slightly enhanced, and more importantly, this trial of capital mission clarified his core objectives for the next 3 months and offered a generous reward expectation. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. The undercurrent of capital has already arrived. However, the spiritual source barrier he has built is also taking shape at an accelerated pace. This contest is no longer a simple business competition. It is also a collision of ideas, technology, and capital. He was very curious. When the massive capital chariot of Shengding crashed into his seemingly invisible yet vital and mysterious spiritual source wall. What kind of sparks will it ignite? Chapter 53 Silent Clash. The arrival of the Shengding Group evaluation team was like a cheetah quietly approaching from the shadows. Although it had not yet bared its fangs, an invisible sense of oppression had already spread. Chen Yang could sense that some previously smooth processes were beginning to experience subtle delays. The attitudes of several secondary suppliers he was in contact with became ambiguous, and even the approval process for the location of Qinji's new store was inexplicably stuck for several days at a certain stage. The other party was testing the waters, using their expertise to gauge the resilience of Chen's family and the depth of Chen Yang's backing. Chen Yang was fully aware of this, but he chose to remain calm and wait. He didn't use his connections with Elder Han or Gu Hanman to forcibly smooth things over, as that would only make him appear weak-willed. He simply instructed his subordinates to follow the steps methodically, supplementing materials where necessary and searching for alternatives, displaying exceptional patience and composure. Meanwhile, the laboratory of the Food Therapy Technology (R&D) Center was brightly lit, with equipment being installed and debugged at an astonishing speed. The joint research team with partner universities also received the first batch of specially supplied food samples and began intensive analysis. He was sending a clear signal to the other party: Qinji's foundation lies in its products and R&D, and some external interference will not affect the core process. That afternoon, Chen Yang was in his temporary office at the R&D Center, discussing preliminary testing plans with several newly hired PhD researchers, when the front desk received a call on the internal line, the voice sounding slightly nervous. "Mr. Chen, there is a Ms. Xiao Jing downstairs who claims to be the executive director of the investment department of Shengding Group. She has no appointment but hopes to meet with you. They've arrived." Moreover, the visitor was an executive director, a high-ranking official, who chose this uninvited surprise visit, which clearly carried the meaning of exerting pressure in testing. Chen Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded to the researchers. "You can proceed with the plan we just discussed. Give me the data as soon as it's available." Then he calmly said into the phone, "Please ask Director Xiao to come to conference room number 3. I'll be right down." He didn't make the other person wait, nor did he go down immediately. Instead, he spent 5 minutes quickly browsing through the publicly available investment cases of Shengding Group and the background information of Xiao Jing, the executive director, which had already been archived and analyzed by Supernatural Brain Domain. After making sure he had a clear understanding of the situation, he straightened his clothes and calmly walked down the stairs. In the small conference room number 3, a woman of about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in a sharply tailored dark blue suit, with exquisite makeup and sharp, eagle-like eyes, sat there. Her posture seemed relaxed, but the slightly tense corners of her mouth and the fingertips that kept tapping the table revealed her inner strength and a hint of imperceptible impatience. She was Xiao Jing, the Iron Lady known within Shengding for her tough style and sharp insight. "Director Xiao, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Chen Yang." Chen Yang pushed open the door and entered, a perfectly measured smile on his face that was neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in politeness. Xiao Jing stood up, extended her hand and gave Chen Yang a firm handshake. Her gaze lingered on Chen Yang's face for 2 seconds, as if trying to find some flaw in his overly youthful appearance. "Mr. Chen is even more young and promising than I imagined. I hope my visit has not disturbed your work." "Director Xiao, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Chen Yang sat down opposite her, his tone calm. "May I ask what brings you here, Director Xiao?" Xiao Jing didn't beat around the bush, she got straight to the point, her tone carrying the condescending air typical of investors. "Mr. Chen, we at Shengding have recently been conducting a systematic scan of the health industry. Your Qinji model, especially its unique practices in high-end ingredients and dietary concepts, has aroused our great interest. We believe that Qinji has enormous potential and value, but with its current model and resources, it may not be able to maximize its value." She paused, observing Chen Yang's reaction. Seeing that he remained calm, she continued, "We at Shengding hope to establish a deep strategic partnership with Qinji. We can provide ample capital to help Qinji quickly complete its nationwide and even global channel layout. We can introduce top-notch management and marketing teams to improve operational efficiency, and our extensive network of contacts across various industries can clear all obstacles on Qinji's path to development." She leaned forward slightly, her tone both seductive and compelling. We can offer you a valuation you can't refuse, while retaining a certain percentage of your management shares and your position as Chief Product Officer. This will be a win-win situation, allowing Mr. Chen to leverage the Shangding platform to truly promote his ideas and products to a wider audience. It's a very standard capitalist rhetoric: first praise, then criticize, paint a rosy picture, and then offer seemingly generous conditions. The core objective is only one thing: control. Chen Yang listened quietly, his face expressionless. He even picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew away the foam, took a sip, and then slowly spoke. Thank you, Director Xiao, and Shangding, for your high regard. Shenji is currently developing steadily with healthy cash flow. We are open to capital, but we prefer to find financial investors who share our values and can respect Shenji's core values and independence, rather than seeking acquisition or deep integration. He put down his teacup, his gaze calmly meeting Xiao Jing's sharp eyes. Shenji's value lies not in how many stores we can open or how many channels we can cover, but in our understanding of the origin of ingredients, our exploration of the principles of food therapy, and the trust we have built with users. These things need time to mature and require craftsmanship to refine. They cannot be quickly fostered by capital and distribution channels alone. Xiao Jing frowned almost imperceptibly. Chen Yang's response was even more forceful and pedantic than she had expected. In her view, the essence of business was scale and speed. So-called craftsmanship and experience were utterly insignificant in the face of the torrent of capital. Mr. Chen, I understand your passion for your hard work, Xiao Jing said, her tone turning colder. But the business world is realistic. Without sufficient capital and resources to support it, even the best ideas can fail. As far as I know, Chen S seems to have encountered some minor problems recently in terms of supply chain and channel expansion. If you cooperate with us, these will no longer be issues. She began to apply pressure, pointing out the recent difficulties faced by Chen Yang smiled slightly, a smile that carried an inscrutable meaning: just some minor troubles, which are good for honing the team. As for the supply chain and channels, Chen's has its own arrangements, so Director Xiao doesn't need to worry about them. She won't listen to reason or persuasion. A surge of anger rose within Xiao Jing. She was used to controlling the pace of negotiations and rarely encountered such a young yet formidable opponent. Just as she was about to increase her leverage or issue a more explicit threat, there was a gentle knock on the conference room door. An assistant researcher from the RD Center stood nervously at the door, holding a newly printed report. President Chan, this is the preliminary comparative analysis data of the components of Golden Crown No. 1 tomatoes with ordinary varieties on the market. Dr. Zhang said that there are several indicators with very significant differences. Please take a look. Chen Yang took the report and quickly glanced at it. It listed the content data of several antioxidants and flavor amino acids. The data for Golden Crown No. 1 Shenji Special Tomato variety were generally several times or even 10 times higher than those of commercially available varieties. He nodded. Okay, tell Dr. Zhang to continue in-depth analysis, focusing on the stability and possible functional relationships of these different components. Yes, Mr. Chen. The assistant researcher respectfully withdrew. This little incident interrupted Xiao Jing's well-prepared offensive, but it also allowed her to keenly grasp key information. Golden Crown No. 1, ingredient comparison, significant difference, functional correlation. These words quickly combined in her mind. Could it be that Chen Ji's so-called nutritional supplementation was not an empty concept, but rather supported by a real, quantifiable material basis? If they could truly establish a quality standard and functional claim system based on ingredient testing, distinct from ordinary agricultural products, then their barriers would be far stronger than she had anticipated. Chen Yang casually placed the report on the table, as if it were just an ordinary document, and looked at Xiao Jing again, his tone still calm. Director Xiao, it seems I still have some technical details to handle. Regarding the cooperation, my attitude is very clear. If Shangding is indeed optimistic about the big health industry, perhaps they can pay attention to the first open research project of our upcoming dietary therapy technology RD Center. We welcome capable institutions to participate in collaborative research. He was subtly dismissing his guests and steered the conversation from capital acquisitions to technological cooperation, adopting a very high-handed approach. Xiao Jing's expression shifted. She knew today's probing could only end here. Chen Yang's composure, his wariness of capital, and the glimpse of his impressive research progress all made her realize that this would be an extremely tough nut to crack. Using force might come at a high price. Appeasement would be futile. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her displeasure, stood up, and resumed her professional smile. Since Mr. Chen has other important matters to attend to, I won't bother you any longer. Today's exchange was very enlightening, and I will truthfully convey Mr. Chen's opinions back to the group. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. No need to see me out. Chun Yang stood up and nodded slightly. Watching Xiao Jing leave with an undisguised sense of defeat, Chen Yang's eyes deepened. In this first direct confrontation, he had successfully withstood the pressure and subtly demonstrated the technical prowess of Chen's handy. He picked up the report on the table, looked at the significant differences in the data, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The secrets of Ling Yuan cannot be easily discovered or controlled by simple capital. The war drums of capital have already sounded. The spiritual source in his hand is the strongest shield and the sharpest spear. This silent confrontation is far from over.